A domineering female, CO, travels back in time to ancient times. She becomes a notorious village bully and evil woman. The original owner was not only ugly, but she even kept a child husband. The merit accumulated with great effort in her previous life was meant to treat her own cancer. After time travel, the merit wasn't enough to offset the original owner's sins, and she still owed 90 million. What's worse, if she couldn't accumulate 100 million merit within 5 years, she would die on the spot. With the disappearance of the system, the female protagonist officially reincarnated as Fu Qibao. Her new life began with rescuing the little mute boy. She brought medicine to the woodshed. Looking at the pitiful young man before her, Qibao couldn't help but sigh at how sinful the original owner was. So vicious at such a young age. The pain from her touch startled the little mute boy awake. As he opened his eyes, he suddenly retreated 300 meters. Such a reaction was within Qibao's expectations. She suddenly felt like she was being blamed for no reason. Anything said now would be superfluous. After apologizing, she left the medicine and food and departed. Qibao's change in behavior left the little mute boy confused. He couldn't help but wonder why this woman had such a drastic change in personality. What did she want to do? Surely it was like a weasel paying New Year's respects to a chicken, harboring ill intentions. No matter what, he would eventually kill this evil woman. On the other side, as soon as Qibao walked out of the woodshed door, she received a system notification that her merit value increased by 10. Goodness, in her previous life, she had to work herself to death to save a life for just 20 merit. This time, just for bringing food, she got 10. Surprised by how extraordinary the little mute boy was, she suddenly felt delighted. She must treat him even better in the future, to reach the peak of life once again. As she was thinking, a girl approached her. Upon seeing her, the girl immediately ran away. Instantly, a memory surfaced. The original owner had disciplined Li Hua, but was pushed down, hit her head, and fell unconscious. Truly, you reap what you sow. Without further ado, she first used these 10 merit points to exchange for the wood spirit technique. With this, she could sense flowers, grass, and trees, extract essences and fragrances to make money, while also treating the original owner's face. She thought, in my previous life, I relied on this skill to become rich and emerge as a cosmetics tycoon. The scene changes. To celebrate Qibao's recovery, the evening meal was more lavish than usual. The wealthy old couple doted excessively on their only little daughter. Qibao understood now. This was how the original owner had been spoiled. Li Hua, who was helping to serve dishes, felt guilty. Her hands unsteady. She spilled chicken soup towards Qibao. Trembling, she said it was an accident and begged, "Young miss, please spare me this time." To everyone's surprise, Qibao, changing her usual behavior, helped Li Hua up. At the same time, she whispered in her ear, "Shouldn't you apologize to Xiaoya? You were the one who pushed me down, right? Pushing me was self-defense. I don't blame you, but you shouldn't have blamed it on the little mute boy, causing him to be beaten badly." Seeing Li Hua admit her mistake and offer to do the little mute boy's chores from now on, Qibao smiled and said, "That's more like it." To provide a reasonable explanation for her drastic change in personality, Qibao spent 5 merit points in the system to buy a crystal ball. Her parents, having never seen such a modern artifact, were completely stunned. Then she began a series of deceptions. She claimed that when she hit her head and fell unconscious, she realized she was a spirit child under an immortal. She had been banished to the mortal world for making mistakes, and this face was her punishment from heaven. If she continued to do evil as before, she would meet a bad end unless she reformed. Only then could she achieve perfection in virtue and become an immortal. The old couple listened in a daze. This treasure indeed didn't seem to be of this world. Our precious daughter is truly blessed, they thought. Seeing them fully convinced, Qibao sighed softly. She had managed to fool them. The scene changes. Qibao lit a candle for the little mute boy and carefully tended to his wounds. This time, the little mute boy didn't shy away. He was just confused about what this woman was up to. Qibao suddenly noticed a wooden tag hanging around his neck. It read, "Silent until the time comes, then astound the world." She thought these must be related to his background. Then she thought, "I can't keep calling you little mute boy. Since that's the case, why don't I call you Li Ziming?" Seeing the little mute boy's surprise, she wondered, could that really be his name? The female CEO had transmigrated into a poor farm girl. Not only was she ugly, but she was also a villainous bully. Now she could only do good deeds for the original owner, accumulate merit, and start anew. The little mute boy, as the first victim, naturally needed special care. As Qibao was applying medicine, she carefully examined the young man before her. This boy is too handsome, she thought. It made the older woman's heart flutter. Then she remembered he was still a child. To hide her embarrassment, she quickly packed up and prepared to leave. Just as she walked out the door, she received a system notification of increased merit. As expected, he's a merit ATM. When I'm rich, I'll definitely treat you well. Fu Qibao, known as a notorious villain and being ugly, was naturally disliked by the village children. They often mocked her, and some even threw stones at her. You little brats? No chivalry. I'm going to fight back. Fu Baoguei, seeing this, turned and ran. He stumbled and fell straight into the river. Qibao hadn't planned on jumping in to save him. You little brat, next time you throw stones at me, I won't save you. It must be said that the merit value for saving a life was quite substantial. The villagers who rushed over rubbed their eyes in disbelief. The notoriously wicked Fu Qibao was actually saving someone. The scene changes. Qibao, exhausted, steps through the door of her home. From afar, she sees Fu Ying bullying Li Zemin. Seeing her aunt return, Fu Ying smugly states, "This boy was actually hiding in the woodshed, being lazy. I caught him red-handed." In the instant Fu Ying spoke, Qibao had already grabbed his arm, forcibly pulling him off Li Zemin. "Aunt, is that necessary? He's just a child bridegroom." Qibao suppressed her anger. She simply couldn't understand how someone could do such a thing. Turning to comfort Aze, she said, "From now on, no one will be able to bully you." Just as she finished speaking, Li Zemin collapsed. Why is he so hot? As the saying goes, evil deeds bring their own punishment. An unbearable, maddening itch made Fu Ying want to tear off his own skin. After examining him, Dr. Zhou said he had been bitten by a poisonous insect. Apply some medicine and he'll be fine. It's nothing serious. Fu Ying was startled upon hearing this. I'm the poisonous insect. Earlier, Xiaoyu scratched my hand with his nails. It must be his doing. Good grief. If Aze had that ability, would it let you ride him like a horse? Old Master Fu had naturally seen such cases before. He immediately stepped forward to scold. You snuck off to Mount Jile again, didn't you? You got bitten by a poisonous insect, and you're blaming others? As Dr. Zhou was about to leave, Qibao stopped him. She took him to examine Li Zemin. After a thorough checkup, he found, this child doesn't have any serious external injuries. I'll prescribe some fever reducers and ointment. However, he has a very strange old ailment that makes him extremely weak. At this rate, I'm afraid he won't live past a few years. Hearing this, Qibao thought for a moment. When the original owner found Aze, he was already seriously injured. He also wore an unusual wooden tag with engravings. It seems his background is quite mysterious. Thinking of this, she asked Dr. Zhou if there was any way to treat this illness. Dr. Zhou replied, "This illness is beyond my abilities. For now, we can only use expensive herbs to nourish him as much as possible." Well, it all comes down to money in the end, doesn't it? After Dr. Zhou left, Qibao looked at the sleeping Li Zemin. The debts the original Fu Qibao owed you, I will slowly repay. I will definitely find a way to cure your illness. What she didn't know was that this scene was overheard by Li Hua through the door crack. What does she mean by the original Fu Qibao? The female CEO had transmigrated into a farm girl. On the path to saving the male lead, she was going further and further. Dr. Zhou said, this child's urgent condition can't be cured. We can only use expensive herbs to nourish and prolong his life. So he needs money. A large amount of money to exchange for wood spirit techniques is his last hope. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt confident again. After Qibao left, Li Zemin slowly opened his eyes. Confusion flickered in his eyes. What did that woman's words just now mean? Although he had a high fever, he wasn't truly unconscious. He simply didn't want to see this pretentious woman. One day, Qibao transformed into the production team's ox. She plowed the wasteland and planted gardenia flowers dug from the foot of Mount Jile. Then she activated with spirit techniques to accelerate growth. The once barren field was instantly covered with flowers. She picked a blooming gardenia. The flower withered instantly in her hand. A colorless drop of dew appeared on her fingertip, which she put into a small porcelain bottle she had prepared earlier. Chen's voice brought her back to reality. Where did these flowers in our field come from? What surprised her even more was Qi Bao's response. Mother, doesn't my face look better than before? I've been doing good deeds lately. An immortal taught me a technique that can nourish and beautify. Would you like to try it? As she spoke, she handed over the small porcelain bottle of fragrant dew. After Chun smelled the fragrance, her face immediately showed ecstasy, almost ascending to heaven on the spot. This fragrant dew is much better than those preserved powders. It should fetch a good price. Seeing the opportunity, Qi Bao expressed her desire to plant more flowers in bulk, make more fragrant dew, and earn more money to be filial to her parents. It's just a pity that we lack some necessary flower seeds. Upon hearing this, Chen's face lit up with joy. It's just flowers, isn't it? I'll have your brothers dig some up from Mount Jile tomorrow. Seeing her mother so happy, Qi Bao seized the chance to ask for the little mute boy's indenture contract. She planned to find an opportunity to set him free. On a dark, windy night, Li Zimin quietly snuck into Qi Bao's room. After searching around, he couldn't find his indenture contract. Could it be in the main house? Accompanied by the scent of gardenia, Qi Bao slept soundly. She was in a deep, peaceful slumber. Li Zimin, staring at this vicious woman who had tormented him for half a year, felt an urge to strangle her. But his outstretched hand stopped midair. He didn't understand why he hesitated. For the sake of the contract, I'll let you live a few more days. As expected, the unexpected happened. Chen mobilized all the men in the family to dig up flower seeds from Mount Jile for Qi Bao. They encountered a large white tiger in the mountains. Everyone was bitten and covered in blood. The most severely injured were already at death's door. Seeing her husband in such a pitiful state, the eldest sister-in-law immediately blamed Qi Bao. It's all little sister-in-law's fault for insisting on digging up those flowers. At this moment, the Fu family courtyard was in complete chaos. Li Zimin took the opportunity to sneak into the main house. He successfully got hold of his indenture contract. The moment he put it in his bosom, this thing that had controlled his fate was finally back in his hands. The Fu family would soon reap what they had sown. Chen suggested taking all their money and bringing the 3 injured to Huichun Hall in town. Qi Bao raised her head, facing the accusations from the whole family. Her heart sank to the bottom. If it were the original Qi Bao, she would have surely burst into tears in such a situation. But the current Qi Bao wouldn't be greatly affected by such matters. I'll take responsibility for father and my brothers, she said, turning to call for an ox cart. Li Zimin, who had been watching from the side, was stunned by Qi Bao's words. Her voice brought him back to reality. Eze, come with me. The house is in chaos right now. If you stay, you might get caught up in this mess. I'll take you to the village chief's house. Wait for me there. The village chief is a good person. His family is kind. No one will bully you there. He couldn't believe she was worried about him to this extent. He managed to hold back. Instead of getting angry, she was concerned about him being implicated. Could you believe it? This poor little thing is the male lead, and he's mute. Faced with the female lead's concern, he hesitated, indicating he didn't want to be separated from her. The village chief's family are all good people, Qi Bao assured him. Just stay there and wait for me to come get you tonight. As night fell, Chen rushed back from town. The eldest was poisoned, but it's not a major injury. However, the master and the second son, the fourth son was badly mauled by the tiger. He needs expensive 100-year-old ginseng to save his life. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed repeatedly. How much will that cost? Chen couldn't bear it. Her husband and 2 sons insisted they'd sell land, if necessary for treatment. Fu Sanhai and Fu Wujiang both objected. They were farmers. How would they eat if they sold their land? Fu Wujiang was even more despicable, suggesting they sell the girls in the family as maids. At least 100 taels each, he said. Chen exploded at this. Who are you trying to fool? 100 taels for a maid? You mean to sell them to a brothel, don't you? The courtyard erupted into chaos. Fu Lihua was naturally included in their discussion. She didn't want to be sold to a brothel. Crying, she pleaded, "Don't sell me. The little mute boy is prettier than all of us. He'd fetch a higher price for sure." Chen's scolding silenced everyone. "No matter how poor we are, we won't sell our children." Fu Sanhai muttered in response. "The little mute boy isn't really part of our family, though." Just then, Qi Bao's voice rang out from outside the courtyard gate. "No one is to be sold. I have a solution. We won't sell people or land." Jiansheng looked confused. Qi Bao leaned in close and said, "Mother, don't worry. I still have that treasure, remember?" The commotion finally subsided. In the woodshed, Li Zimin sneered at the ugly faces of the Fu family. "They think if few small favors will make me forget my deep-seated hatred. Thinking this, he took out a matchstick, planning to backstab the already troubled Fu family. Just then, a knock at the door startled him. It was Chi Bao. She held a box in her hands. Your indenture contract is in here. I was planning to go to the officials later to nullify your slave status before returning it to you. But now, it seems safer to give it to you earlier. With this, no one can sell you. I'm going to town with my mother tomorrow. Hide at the village chief's house early in the morning. Everything will be fine when I return. She turned to leave. Get some rest now. Li Zimin watched her retreating figure. He lowered his gaze to look at the box. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of stealing and replacing it with a fake. His thoughts became more certain. This woman was definitely not the vicious Fu Qibao from before. Qibao, who are you really? To find the answer to this question, Li Zimin decided to stay a while longer. With this thought in mind, he turned and quietly extinguished the pile of embers in the woodshed. I'll spare you for now. You're not burning to death today because of her. Meanwhile, Qibao inexplicably received a large amount of merit points. Goodness, what good deed did I do? The next day, Qibao sat in an ox cart, jostled all the way to town. She suddenly missed cars so much. The 50 taels of silver Chun gave to Hui Chun Hall for medicine would only last until today. Time was pressing. Qibao suggested, let's go to the largest jewelry shop in town, Golden Jade Tower, and sell that celestial palace. Chen's face showed worry. First, she was reluctant to sell the Celestial Palace. Second, the Jin family were imperial merchants, and not just anyone could enter Golden Jade Tower. Qibao thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. Let's go to a clothing shop first and buy 2 proper outfits. Can you believe it? A 5 yuan music box from modern times could sell for 500,000 in ancient times. Qibao and Chun dressed up, instantly transforming into a wealthy lady and her daughter. The customers entering and exiting Golden Jade Tower were all rich or noble. The shop assistant's eyes were well trained to spot valuable customers. Seeing distinguished guests at the door, he immediately greeted them warmly. Then he proceeded to introduce the shop's jewelry. Qibao's purpose for this trip was to find a suitable buyer. She told the assistant, we'll look around first. If we like something, we'll call you. After the assistant was dismissed, only Qibao and her mother remained in the spacious showroom. With the enhancement of her wood spirit technique, Qibao's senses were heightened. The conversation between 2 men upstairs soon reached her ears. Jin Yuan had learned that the shop recently acquired a batch of fresh goods and came specifically to see if there was anything new. He wanted to bring something back to the capital for his ancestors. A suitable buyer had appeared. Naturally, the items in Golden Jade Tower didn't meet young Master Yuan's standards. Seeing Jin Yuan walking down the stairs with a gloomy face, Qibao immediately stepped forward to intercept him. Sir, are you the manager of Golden Jade Tower? I wonder if you purchase treasures. Manager Chung was feeling dejected for failing to please young Master Yuan. Seeing a veiled woman blocking his path, his tone was naturally impatient. Qibao calmly said, Manager, you can take a look first. If it doesn't meet your standards, I won't waste your time here. As she spoke, she presented the box. When she opened it, a dazzling light flashed. The 2 men had never seen such an item before and were immediately stunned. They could hardly resist snatching the wooden box. The sound of the lid closing with a thud brought them back to their senses. Accompanied by Jin Yuan's light cough, Manager Chung understood. He hurriedly stepped forward to greet her. We were rude earlier. Miss, please upstairs. Let's discuss this on the 3rd floor, shall we? Qibao ignored the elegant decor of the 3rd floor. In her past life, she had earned so much money. Modern buildings were definitely more luxurious than ancient ones. Calmly, she displayed the Celestial Palace again. Young Master Jin Yuan's eyes were filled with interest, even showing a hint of eagerness. Qibao knew in her heart that this matter was already successful. When she pressed the switch behind the crystal ball, a song above the moon was gifted to you. Jin Yuan was overjoyed at the sight. This treasure could actually play music on its own. Qibao immediately straightened her posture and said, This object is called the Snow Peak Celestial Palace. It's a precious heirloom passed down through generations in my family. Unfortunately, my family has fallen on hard times. My parents passed away from a serious illness 2 years ago. I heard that Golden Jade Tower has a century-old reputation. So this humble girl dared to come. If the Jin family acquires this unique celestial palace, it's better than it being buried in the hands of mediocre people. Upon hearing this reason for selling the treasure, Jin Yuan found it flawless and even felt sympathy for her plight. He expressed that he wouldn't let the young lady suffer a loss. "I'll take this item. Miss, please name your price. I've long heard that the Jin family has been charitable for generations and is most generous. Young master, please set the price." This humble girl trusts you. Jin Yuan felt that, facing those eyes brimming with autumn waters, if he were to offer a low price, it would be utterly unforgivable. This young lady's behavior and manners were not without elegance. She must indeed be from a fallen noble family, as she said. After pondering for a moment, he offered 1,000 taels of silver. "If you agree, miss, I'll have someone prepare the contract and silver notes right away." Manager Chung wanted to speak, but hesitated. Negotiating the price down as much as possible was the proper way. At this moment, Chi Bao's mental abacus was clicking rapidly. One tael of silver was roughly equivalent to 500 yuan in modern currency. These 1,000 taels were about 500,000 yuan. Suppressing her excitement, she calmly stated, "I'll follow the young master's words. Please exchange 100 taels for cash silver. Such a small matter is no problem at all. Manager Chung, please take care of it." Chen had never seen so much money in her life and suddenly felt a bit unsteady on her feet. Chi Bao, being a filial child, naturally had to make a purchase at the jewelry store. She casually spent 50 taels to buy her mother a gold bracelet. She said, "Mother, your days of comfort are still ahead." The female CEO's first bucket of gold after time travel was earned from this 5 yuan music box. Chi Bao left Golden Jade Tower and got into a carriage. She even had the driver circle the town a few times. She understood the principle of not flaunting wealth. Sure enough, she shook off the people Jin Yuan had sent to follow her. This little girl was indeed clever. Such craftsmanship and materials were unheard of in the entire Great Tang dynasty. Manager Chung suggested, if we could find out about the materials and manufacturing method from her, our Jin family would have another source of wealth. Jin Yuan waved his hand, saying, "Our Jin family doesn't use such underhanded methods in business." As the only male heir of the Jin family's main line, he had returned to the old mansion just to prepare for the ancestral worship. Having obtained such a treasure, he was content and couldn't be bothered to quibble over it. The atmosphere in Huichun Hall was very heavy. For ordinary people, a serious illness meant a fate of losing everything. When Chun stated that the matter of silver had been resolved, the old Fu jumped up at these words. "You didn't borrow money from old Six's father-in-law, did you?" Teacher Lee has always wanted old Six to change his surname and marry into their family. Chen immediately pulled Chi Bao over. The mother and daughter recited their prepared explanation. Chi Bao had saved an old man from the Jin family on the main street. They expressed their gratitude by giving 200 taels of silver. Seeing everyone stunned by these words, Chi Bao couldn't help but worry. Would such an implausible story work? Just as she was thinking, her sister-in-law immediately approached. "The one you saved, it wasn't the richest family in our Jingyang town. The Jin family, was it? They're the big shots who do business with the imperial court in the capital." They actually believed it. Chun, getting into character, continued. After giving the medical fees with the remaining 50 taels of silver, Chi Bao bought some tonics for you all to improve your health. The two sisters-in-law wept with joy. Now, they wouldn't have to sell the brushes. At this point, Chi Bao had also gained quite a bit of merit. Only old man Fu was suspicious. How could such good fortune fall from the sky? After a quiet conversation with Chun, he learned the truth, that Celestial Palace is a symbol of your identity. How could you sell it? Chi Bao explained that if selling it could save her father and brothers, it would also be a meritorious act. The ancestors surely wouldn't blame her. After some consolation, they discussed the allocation of the remaining silver notes. Old Fu naturally didn't feel right taking any, so he left it for Chi Bao as her future dowry. Although they had returned the little mute boy's indenture contract earlier, he was still in a state of servitude. Now, they expressed the intention to go to the Yamen to remove his slave status. Upon hearing this, Chen immediately said, "Official words have two mouths. It might cost 100 taels of silver." Qi Bao insisted, "We were wrong from the beginning. We must give him his freedom no matter what." Seeing their daughter's determination, the old couple said no more. Old Fu said he would go to the government office to take care of this matter once he had recovered sufficiently. "You all go home first." On the way home, Qi Bao was in high spirits. She even ate a large meat bun that cost 2 copper coins. "If you really like the little mute boy, let him marry into our family. Once his slave status is removed, he might run away. If he runs, let him run. Only those who can run are truly human." As they were talking, they saw Li Hua tumbling and running for her life. "Save me. Third uncle and fifth uncle want to sell me." Faced with Chen's rebuke, the two men claimed they weren't selling her, but chasing her because she had stolen money from the family. Hearing this, Li Hua immediately denied stealing any money. "Third uncle and fifth uncle, because the little mute boy escaped in a Mount Gile, and they couldn't catch him. They want to sell us sisters instead." Qi Bao's face darkened upon hearing this. "What did you say?" Knowing the little mute boy's importance to her, Li Hua immediately looked at her pitifully. "I'm not lying. Shortly after you left, third uncle and fifth uncle wanted to catch the little mute boy. Who knew the little mute boy would escape into Mount Gile? Now we don't know if he's dead or alive. They say Mount Gile is dangerous. We didn't expect there to be fierce tigers, even on the outskirts. Previously, Li Ziming deliberately used to attract fears. The beast's spices attracted the white tiger. It bit and injured the Fu brothers. Unexpectedly, today it was his turn. It really was karma. Thinking of this, he let out a bitter laugh. Today, he feared he would meet his end in the tiger's mouth. On the other side, Qi Bao was anxious and worried. She knew that Chan would absolutely not allow her to go. With a calm expression, she said she was tired and wanted to rest for a while. Back at home, she immediately spent a large amount of merit points to exchange for life-saving measures. She opened the window and jumped out. Quickly avoiding her family through the backyard, she disappeared. Li Zimin had been in a standoff with a white tiger for a while. The fresh blood seeping from his previously scratched arm fell directly to the ground. After the tiger licked and sucked his blood, strangely, it formed a connection with him. He could actually understand the white tiger's thoughts. It led him deeper into Mount Gile. Then it stopped in front of a purple plant, seeing the white tiger urging him forward with its tail. Could this be the legendary celestial herb of Mount Gile? Li Zimin pondered for a moment. Steeling himself, he thought it couldn't be worse than his current situation. He plucked the purple herb and put it directly into his mouth. Instantly, a powerful force surged through his body. It felt as if that force would crush his internal organs. At the same time, Qi Bao was running through the forest. Relying on the sensing power of the wood spirit tree, she avoided many dangerous animals. The rustling sound ahead, she thought it might be Li Zimin. Unexpectedly, a large white tiger suddenly appeared. It was an especially huge one. She took one look and ran for her life. "I'm not tasty, don't chase me." When she saw a figure lying not far ahead, Qi Bao was overjoyed. She had finally found him, but the white tiger behind her was approaching. What should she do? She couldn't fight it, but she absolutely couldn't leave Ize behind. Thinking of this, she dared not delay any longer. She swallowed a strength pill. A warm current instantly filled her body. It felt like she was filled with endless strength as she easily pulled Ize into her arms. Once again, she raced against the white tiger. After who knows how long, Qi Bao looked back. The beast was still following. It was so cunning. Perhaps it was the one that had bitten her father and the others. "Ize, why did you have to run into Mount Gile of all places? You're such a fool." In her rush to escape the white tiger, Qi Bao didn't notice that Li Zimin had opened his eyes. He looked at the woman carrying him as she ran, with a complex expression, and at the white tiger following leisurely behind. He never expected this woman would dare to enter Mount Gile alone to save him. But where did she get such strength? This definitely wasn't the original Fu Qi Bao. Who exactly was she? Thinking of this, he turned his head and gave the white tiger a look. Let him retreat. A moment later, Qi Bao saw that the great white tiger was no longer following. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She had almost thought she would meet her end here. Looking at Ize covered in blood, Qi Bao let out a sigh. "You've gotten yourself all wounded again. You really are troublesome." At this moment, she noticed the blood stains on his body. "What's with these black blood stains?" Curiosity made her lean in and sniff. Goodness, it's so smelly. Did you roll around in a cesspool? What Qibao didn't notice was that Li Ziming's ears suddenly turned red. This woman actually dared to mock him. If that's the case, he'd let her worry and fret a while longer. Let her keep smelling the stench. If it weren't for this woman touching him all over, he wouldn't have wanted to open his eyes. He pretended to open his eyes and sit up. He portrayed weakness with fluid grace. Then he pointed to the river ahead, indicating he wanted to go there. Obviously, he had realized he smelled bad and wanted to take a bath. Is this child so concerned about his image? While waiting, she noticed some fish mint by the river. This is great for stopping bleeding and healing wounds. The moment she looked up, Li Ziming was already standing in front of her. She was surprised to find that his exposed skin was clean. The wounds that had previously covered his body had all disappeared. Was a green tea boy. Acting coy and shy is the norm. Qibao was surprised to find that Aze's wounds that had covered his body had all vanished without a trace. As she was thinking, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Her face immediately turned red. Li Ziming indeed felt an unprecedented sense of ease. It must be due to that celestial herb. Meeting Qibao's gaze, he immediately put on a shy expression. At this moment, Qibao's voice rang out. Today I've already raised the silver to treat my parents' illness. I won't sell you off. Such a thing will never happen again. As she said this, she extended her hand with a guilty expression, tentatively trying to hold his hand. Li Ziming was taken aback. He instinctively grasped her hand. Looking at their clasped hands, he thought, her hand is so warm. For the first time in his life, he no longer rejected her touch. The scene changes, and the two hurry home. Madame Chun was already waiting at the door. Qibao explained that Aze hadn't gone to Mount Jile, but had just been hiding in the grass by the river. Of course, she couldn't admit the truth. She knew Madame Chun doted on her daughter, so she definitely wouldn't blame her. The only one who could bear her displaced anger was Aze. As she spoke, she stepped forward and clung to Madame Chen's arm, acting coy. She didn't forget to give Li Ziming a meaningful look. Li Ziming watched as the two walked away. As the hand holding his was released, the warmth disappeared with it. Looking at Madame Chen's back, he suddenly felt annoyed. When the word annoyed faintly escaped from his throat, he wore a shocked expression. He could actually speak. In the room, Madame Chun was drying Qibao's hair, inevitably nagging a bit. Please don't do this again next time. Mother only wants you to be safe and sound. Qibao obediently listened to the lecture, her heart full of emotion. As they were talking, Zhang knocked on the door, saying that Li Hua, she's sick with a high fever. She's even talking nonsense. I can't wake her no matter how I call her. Hearing this, Madame Chun frowned. Why aren't you hurrying to call Dr. Zhou? She grew increasingly displeased with his daughter-in-law, who had no initiative. It must be old Five and the others arranging to sell people. Li Hua must have fallen ill from fright. Qibao supported Madame Chun as they went to Li Hua's room. They saw Li Hua lying there unconscious, with Taohua anxiously tending to her by her side. Compared to last time, the little mute's fever was more severe. Her whole body felt scorching hot to the touch. Although this child was somewhat scheming and had even harmed Aze before, she was still just a child. Thinking of this, Qibao's fingers touched her forehead. Though unsure if it would help, she hoped it might provide some relief. Seeing Li Hua's breathing become more stable, she finally sighed in relief. Dr. Zhou quickly arrived with his medicine box. As Qibao stood up, she turned and went to the woodshed. Aze had also been frightened. She hoped he hadn't developed any issues. Meanwhile, Li Ziming was reassessing himself. Not only could he speak now, but the poison he was born with had also been expelled with the bloody filth. It seemed Mount Jile was truly a place of opportunity. He'd have to stay in Fengtian village for a while longer. He had to figure out whether that woman was human or ghost. He must get to the bottom of it. As he was thinking, there was a knock at the door. The moment he opened the door, Li Ziming put on an innocent expression. Seeing him in good spirits, Qibao also breathed a sigh of relief. She reached out and felt his forehead. Not too cold, not too hot, just right. Although I don't know what happened to you on Mount Jile. I guess you probably don't know either, so I won't ask. The most important thing is that you've recovered. Looking at Aze's thin frame, this won't do, she said as she grabbed his hand. Tomorrow, you'll come with me to pick up my brother. We'll buy some good food. Li Ziming clearly hadn't expected her to do this suddenly. Feeling the warmth in his palm, he obediently nodded in agreement. On the other side, Li Hua suddenly opened her eyes, shouting, "Don't kill me." It seemed she was no longer the same Li Hua as before. Can you believe it? The green tea boy actually had his heart moved. It was the warmth of genuine care. Was it the warmth transmitted through his palm? Or perhaps the pleasant surprise of her sudden closeness? Old Master Fu and the others' conditions had stabilized. They just needed to return home to recuperate. When Qibao took Old Master Fu home, she intentionally asked Dr. Bien to examine Aze. The village doctor had said he had an old ailment, difficult to cure, and he couldn't speak. After a thorough examination, Dr. Bien stated that his body was weak, just malnourished. His throat was fine. Perhaps he couldn't speak due to other reasons. Hearing this, Li Ziming's eyes flickered. His attitude indeed improved. Old Master Fu and the others were gradually settled onto the ox cart. As it couldn't fit too many people, they had to go in 2 batches. Qibao said she and Aze would go buy some things. Father and brothers were just recovering from a serious illness and needed nourishment. Hearing this, the eldest sister-in-law was startled. This girl actually cared about her family now. Then she began buying various ingredients in large quantities, dozens of jin at a time. Firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea. Nothing was left out. She even bought several bolts of fine cotton cloth. Li Ziming was puzzled. Where did she get so much money? The scene changed. Bringing so many things back home caused quite a commotion. With one command from Madam Chun, the family immediately got to work, quickly organizing everything. Qibao took out a package of malt candy and beckoned to her nieces and nephews. 2 pieces each, but don't eat too many or you'll get cavities. Watching the children walk away laughing, Li Ziming felt a little disappointed, so she was equally kind to everyone. Just as he was thinking this, the weight in his palm brought him back to reality. Aze gets a separate package. Don't tell anyone else. Suddenly filled with satisfaction, he nodded with a smile. As he agreed, Li Hua, not far away in the corner, revealed a strange, shocked expression. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. She watched intently, so much so that she didn't notice Tao Hua approaching from behind. Startled, she then asked Tao Hua why she was carrying so much cotton. Tao Hua explained that little aunt asked her to sew a quilt for the little mute boy and gave her 20 copper coins. Hearing this, Li Hua was suddenly shocked. After a moment's thought, she said, "Second sister, you can't manage all that alone. Why don't I help you?" To celebrate the old master and others returning home recovered, the table was full of hearty dishes. Of course, 3rd brother and 5th brother, those 2 conscienceless ones, didn't get to eat. Not only did they abandon the family at the sight of the tiger, but they even tried to sell the girls in the family. The scene changed. Qibao was carrying food to Aze, but Li Hua stopped her halfway. She offered to take it instead, to save little Aunt the trouble. "It's just delivering lunch." Li Hua volunteered to run the errand. Qibao naturally had no objection. "Then I'll trouble you with it." As soon as Qibao left, Li Hua revealed a hint of malice. In the woodshed, Li Ziming saw it was Li Hua who pushed open the door and entered. He was startled at first, then a sense of disappointment filled him. Li Hua, mimicking Qibao, called out, "Aze, I've brought you food. I brought these especially for you. Eat while it's hot." She also expressed her apologies, saying it wasn't intentional before. Li Ziming looked at her coldly, a flash of mockery quickly passing through his eyes. Among the rich, the most detestable was this 2-faced woman before him. She always put on an act of being wronged, yet subtly framed and harmed others. On the surface, she maintained an innocent facade. Even if the original Fu Qibao was violent and fierce, she wasn't as malicious as this one. Seeing Li Ziming unmoved, Li Hua knew not to rush things, so she stood up and left. As soon as she left, Li Ziming directly dumped the food. Aze was a name only they could use. This male lead was quite proud. If it wasn't food brought by Qibao, he'd rather dump it than eat it. It seemed the malicious female supporting character had begun to pursue the male lead, while the female lead was still focused on her business ventures. The aloe vera essence was finally extracted. With this, she could combat sensitive and acne-prone skin, benefiting countless ancient women. Then, wouldn't the merit points and money flow endlessly? The scene changed. Li Hua, carrying the quilt she had intercepted from Tao Hua earlier, came to present it to Li Ziming. Li Ziming just silently watched her performance. Li Hua wasn't deterred by his attitude. Instead, she enthusiastically mentioned the new fabric bought for the family, saying she'd make new clothes for him. As she spoke, Zhang's voice called from outside, telling Li Hua to quickly go feed the pigs. Hearing this, a flash of impatience crossed Li Hua's eyes. She had no choice but to go. As she turned to leave, she didn't forget to say, "Rest well." Li Zemin looked at her retreating figure and coldly snorted, "Do you think I'm blind?" This time, it was clearly Fu Qibao who asked Fu Taohua to make it, and even gave her 20 copper coins. "You're just taking credit for others' work." He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Fu Qibao, that foolish woman, was actually deceived by such a person. On second thought, he should go to Mount Jile to seek celestial herbs. Restoring his meridians and cultivating martial arts was the priority. Meanwhile, Qibao had finished extracting the aloe vera essence. She happened to meet old Master Fu, who was up and walking. She approached him, inquired about his health, and then brought up the matter of freeing Aze from slave status. Conveniently, the village chief's son-in-law worked under the county magistrate, managing household registrations. With this connection, things would be much simpler. He instructed Qibao to bring some gifts, and they'd visit the village chief's house together. In the end, things went smoothly. The village chief agreed to use his connections. After all, they had given him 5 taels of silver. Upon returning home, Qibao discovered that Aze wasn't in the woodshed. Madame Chun explained that he had taken a basket and gone to collect firewood. He should be back soon. Qibao remembered Li Zemin's frail physique and immediately felt worried. Hadn't she told him to rest and recover? Why wouldn't he listen? As she walked along the field path to look for him, she saw Li Zemin in the distance, eating wild fruits. Behind him, Li Hua was carrying a large basket of firewood. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Aze was actually ordering Li Hua around. Could it be that after her illness, Li Hua had a change of heart? Li Zemin naturally saw her too. "Is she coming to find me?" He quickened his pace and walked towards her. The two walked side by side. Li Hua watched their retreating figures, the smile on her face gradually stiffening. What's wrong with little Aunt? Why is she suddenly so kind to the little mute? It definitely wasn't like this before. Thinking of this, her heart tightened. Could it be that she wasn't the only one who had been reborn? Her thoughts instantly returned to the past. At that time, Fu Wujiang had owed a mountain of gambling debts. He sold the young Li Hua to a brothel. In the end, she couldn't escape that place of ill repute. Shortly after that, the Fu family was wiped out by a mysterious great fire. The only exception was that little Aunt's husband, Qibao, had his limbs chopped off and was left to rot in a water vat in the backyard. Until many years later, when war broke out, Li Hua, on her deathbed, saw that figure ruling over all from the city wall. It was Li Zemin. Unexpectedly, when she woke up again, she had returned to 10 years ago. "Since heaven has given me a chance to start over, in this life, I, Fu Li Hua, must become a person of status. As long as I gain Li Zemin's trust and become the person by his side, half of the future world will be mine. Little Aunt, if you stand in my way, don't blame Li Hua." Can you believe it? This reborn person isn't the female lead. Fu Li Hua claimed to be the chosen one. Since she's living life again, she must surely advance by leaps and bounds, reaching the pinnacle of life. What she didn't know was that with the arrival of Fu Qibao, this transmigrator, history was slowly changing. At this moment, Qibao was teaching Li Zemin to read and write. "From today on, I'll teach you to recognize characters. Don't go to the mountain anymore. What if you get chased by a beast again?" Li Zemin obediently listened to her instructions. But in his heart, he had other considerations. That wasn't a beast. It was a pet. After pondering for a moment, let's start with writing names today. A series of actions as fierce as a tiger. Good grief. She wrote with a brush pen, as if signing with a fountain pen. Li Zemin was embarrassed. With such ugly handwriting, she still had the nerve to teach. Qibao also realized this point. Writing traditional clerical script is really challenging for a modern person like me. Thinking of this, she handed the brush to Li Zemin. "You try." Li Zemin, deliberately hiding his skill, wrote even more poorly. Qibao immediately regained her confidence in teaching him. "Today we'll start with one horizontal and one vertical stroke," she said, directly grasping his hand. Together, they held the brush and rewrote his name. This sudden closeness, Li Zemin immediately caught a whiff of a faint floral scent. Even if a person's personality can change, How could their body odor and handwriting suddenly transform? This person is definitely not the original Fu Qibao. Such a pleasant fragrance. Could she be a flower spirit? Qibao had always thought that the little mute should know how to write, given his seemingly unusual background. But now it seemed he might not have this talent. Thinking of this, she patted Li Zemin's head, indicating that heaven is indeed fair. Our Aze is so handsome. No one's perfect after all. We can start with characters that have fewer strokes. Instantly, feelings of embarrassment and indignation surged in Li Zemin's heart. This foolish woman actually thinks I'm stupid. I could write these characters when I was 3 years old. If it weren't for fear of exposing my identity, why would I deliberately hide my skills? He bit his lip and rewrote his name, Little Mute. This beginner's handwriting was even better than hers. Qibao immediately gave a thumbs up, praising him generously. Aze is so smart. I'll sell everything I have to support you in taking the imperial exams. Hearing her sincere compliments, Li Zemin's initial irritation subsided, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Qibao originally wanted to give him a candy as a reward. Unexpectedly, her fingertip touched his lips. The courtyard was suddenly filled with a pink atmosphere. Qibao coughed lightly, easing the awkwardness before saying it was getting dark and they should stop for the day. Seeing Li Zemin still grinning foolishly, Qibao felt unbearably embarrassed. She pushed him toward the woodshed. Stop exuding your charm. From now on, practice for half an hour every day. No slacking off. This child smile is too much for my heart. If this continues, I'll need a heart bypass before I'm 20. Li Zemin sucked on the candy in his mouth, his heart sweetening. It was an unexpected, soft-hearted spirit. Fu Qibao finished dinner and returned to her room. From afar, she noticed something on her dressing table. Upon closer inspection, it was a dead mouse. A mouse with its 4 limbs cut off. Such a cruel prank. It must be that little brat Fu Yin's doing. This childish trick won't scare her. She then threw it out. Below the window sill, Li Hua, hit by the discarded mouse, struggled to control her emotions. She left silently. Why didn't little Ant show any sign of shock? If she had been reborn like herself, how could she not react to this scene? In her past life, she was tortured to death with her limbs cut off. Could it be that the head injuries simply changed her personality? Thinking of this, her heart relaxed. That would be even better. She had lived 2 lifetimes. How could mere teenage girls stand in her way? The female lead was covered in acne as a child, yet she grew up to be so beautiful. It's all thanks to this aloe vera gel. Today was the day for Qibao and her father to go to town to sell their fragrance. Although Jingyang town wasn't large, for major families controlled its entire economic lifeline. Old Master Fu suggested that the Bai family, who dealt in preserved cosmetics, would be the most suitable place to sell their fragrance. This would avoid unnecessary trouble. Qibao naturally had no objections. So the father and daughter went to the Bai family's Yuzi shop. They were immediately greeted by various fragrances. Although it was the best perfume shop in town, it paled in comparison to Qibao's fragrance. Upon learning that the two had come to sell perfume, the shopkeeper behind the counter gestured for them to show their wares. Qibao took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it over. The moment the wooden cork was removed, a strong yet fresh and pleasant gardenia scent wafted out. The shopkeeper exclaimed, "Excellent," 3 times. This was enough to prove it was a superior product. He hurriedly took it to examine closely. Inside the porcelain bottle was merely a transparent liquid. Old Master Fu explained that this was a fragrance distilled using an ancestral secret method. It took hundreds of gardenia flowers to produce just 1 bottle. A single drop could last for 3 days and could calm the mind and soothe the spirit. He asked if Yuzigo was interested in this item. The shopkeeper hesitated, having never seen such a thing before. Just as he was pondering, a commotion arose outside. Some customers even eagerly asked about it, their expressions full of curiosity. "What is this fragrance?" Seeing the shopkeeper's concern, Old Master Fu said he understood. He offered to leave this bottle of fragrance for thorough testing. He would return personally in 3 days. With that, he unhesitatingly turned to leave with Qibao. His composed demeanor made the shopkeeper view him in a new light. He began to take the fragrance in his hand more seriously. The scene changes. Qibao gave a thumbs up. Father is indeed formidable. The shopkeeper was clearly eager. Old Master Fu suggested that since it was still early, they should pay a visit to her sixth brother. According to the original host's memories, sixth brother Fu Yoshi was a scholar. He had a gentle personality and had married their teacher, Mr. Li's daughter. They now lived in town. Chi Bao suggested bringing some gifts for sixth brother, his wife, and their young nephews, to avoid appearing as if they were coming empty-handed. Old Master Fu, familiar with the way, headed towards the Li family residence. Just as they reached the entrance, they saw two figures running out. It was the two grandsons. The little ones sweetly remarked that their aunt had become prettier. Their obedient and endearing manner instantly delighted Chi Bao, who immediately handed them some candy. At that moment, Mrs. Li, hearing the commotion, came out. Seeing her sister-in-law, her expression changed. "Father's here. Come in for a cup of tea." Turning to her two sons, she said, "You've been playing with pebbles. Don't get your aunt's clothes dirty." Clearly, she was afraid that Chi Bao would bully the children. The garden owner was truly not accumulating good karma. Unfortunately, Old Six wasn't home. He had gone out to meet with friends. Old Master Fu calculated the time. Shui only had a few months left. It was good for her to exchange experiences with her classmates. As they were talking, Fu Yoshi's page boy hurriedly came to report that something had happened to the son-in-law. He and his classmates were dining at Jinxiu Pavilion, discussing Chiowei's exam matters. As a result, one of the classmates got drunk and mocked a man at the opposite table, saying his face was ugly and he definitely couldn't take the imperial examination in this life. Who knew that the other party overheard this, and moreover, he was the son of County Magistrate Fong. Young Master Fong immediately called for his attendants. They seized the three of them and started beating them viciously, especially targeting their faces. Upon hearing this, Madame Li became flustered and immediately wanted to go beg the county magistrate's son to release them. Old Master Fu nearly collapsed on the spot. Chi Bao stepped forward to comfort them, saying that sixth brother was only implicated. Even if it was the county magistrate's son, he should still be reasonable. Can you believe it? This is the consequence of gossiping behind others' backs. As the son of the county magistrate, what's wrong with Fong Mingjing being ugly? Is that something you can casually comment on? Fu Yoshi was completely caught in the crossfire. Seeing the miserable state of the three, how could he still hold back? He immediately fell to his knees, begging young Master Fong to show mercy. Old Master Fu was also in tears. "You're a magnanimous person. Please forgive him this time." It wasn't a big deal to begin with. Even the county magistrate wouldn't impose a severe punishment. Unexpectedly, Fong Mingjing took out a jade pendant and smashed it on the ground. He claimed these three were thieves who had conspired to steal his money pouch, and they had also broken his jade pendant. Good heavens, he was blatantly distorting the facts, clearly not wanting to be reasonable. Chi Bao's heart sank. Even if she used her system skills to rescue them, it would inevitably lead to future repercussions. Fong Mingjing ordered his attendants to send them to the county jail. The sound of the prison echoed. Chi Bao immediately snapped back to reality. She stepped forward and said, "My brother didn't mock you, young master. He was only implicated by his classmate. If you can spare him, I have a way to let you participate in this year's autumn imperial examination." Fong Mingjing looked up and sneered. Where did this little girl come from? How utterly presumptuous. Chi Bao wasn't intimidated. Instead, she moved her face closer. "Young Master Fong, is it because of these things on your face that you can't take the autumn examination? I have a way to restore your face to its former appearance." She pointed at her own face. "Don't believe me? Look, these red acne scars were originally just like young Master Fong's. Now you can barely see them without looking closely." Hearing this, Fong Mingjing unconsciously leaned in for a closer look. It was true indeed. Seeing his reaction, Chi Bao immediately pressed on. "Young master, you must have seen many doctors and taken a lot of medicine, but the condition on your face has only gotten worse, right? As long as you spare my brother, this humble girl will do her utmost. I'll strive to restore young master's face before the autumn examination." Fong Mingjing began to hesitate. Chi Bao confidently stated, "If I can't do it, young master can punish me as you see fit. You can trust me this once. I'll release your brother, but you must come with me to my residence." Well, what a lovely idea. You want me to become a concubine? She smiled and explained that the herbs needed to treat the young master were special and must be personally gathered in the forest. Young master, choose a time each day to come to my brother's house. This humble girl will treat you there. Now that you know where we live, our lives and fortunes are in your hands, young master. Fong Mingjing hadn't expected such a young girl to speak so reasonably and convincingly. He turned and ordered to throw these two men into the dungeon first. As for you all, you may leave. As they were about to depart, Qi Bao mentioned that to treat his condition, she would need a tool made of pure silver. For the wealthy son of the county magistrate, this was naturally a small matter. Fu Yoshi, having escaped imprisonment, felt a surge of defeat. Alas, my poor classmates. Qi Bao stepped forward to comfort her sixth brother. Don't worry, we can only save you for now. Once I've treated young Master Fong's face, I'll plead with him to release the others. Fu Yoshi couldn't remain as calm as her. Father, you and Bao should leave quickly. He turned to tell his wife to take their son and leave town immediately while he would stay to handle things. Qi Bao's words calmed Fu Yoshi and the others. You should know what my face looked like before, so there's really no need to worry. Just as Qi Bao and old Master Fu were preparing to return to Fengtian village, the Li family's gate was knocked open. Fong Mingjing had arrived with his attendants, bringing the custom-made silver needles. Rich people's craftsmen are truly impressive. They've made these precise acne needles so quickly. Fong Mingjing stated there was no need to wait until tomorrow. They could start the treatment now. If anything happens to me, your entire family will pay with their lives. It's just extracting a pimple. Why are you acting like it's a matter of life and death? Fong Mingjing asked, feigning calmness. Are you sure this is reliable? Hearing this, Qi Bao immediately responded timidly. If the young master is afraid, this humble girl can demonstrate for you first. Nonsense! How could I, a grown man, be outdone by a mere girl? Then, young master, please bear with it. Suddenly, the Liu family's courtyard was filled with screams. Meanwhile, Li Zimin, using that celestial herb to cleanse his body and bones, gained strength beyond ordinary people's imagination. He had inadvertently witnessed General Mu teaching his descendants. Due to his photographic memory, he had kept it in mind, but was too weak to practice at the time. Unexpectedly, when driven by his current inner strength, its power was astonishing. Thinking of this, he stroked Big White. Thank you for helping me find the celestial herb. Just as he was about to get up and return, the three-character classic fell from his embrace. Such childish stuff. How dare that woman ask me to recite this? She said she'd teach me to write every day, but now she's nowhere to be seen. It's so late now. She should be home already, right? After some time, Qi Bao finished treating Fong Mingjing and reminded him to keep his diet light in the future. And absolutely no alcohol, she said, handing him some homemade aloe vera gel. Apply this to your face. It's aloe vera gel extracted using with spirit technique. The effect is remarkable. It gives a very comfortable feeling as soon as it touches the skin. The current results left Fong Mingjing quite satisfied. He indicated he would return tomorrow. Hearing this, Qi Bao wore a troubled expression. That won't do. I've almost used up all of this ointment. Moreover, its production is extremely energy-consuming, and the herbs must be gathered deep in the mountains. I'm not even sure if I can find them. It will take at least 7 days. Mount Jile is also very dangerous. Fong Mingjing could easily read between the lines. As long as the medicine worked well, he didn't mind offering some benefits. He took out his money pouch and placed it on the table. This young master will return in 7 days. As soon as Fong Mingjing left, old Master Fu and the other two immediately approached. Qi Bao stated, he won't come to bother us for the next 7 days. And here's the treatment young Master Fong gave. Fu Yoshi and Madame Li were somewhat incredulous. Was this girl before them really the same Fu Qi Bao they remembered as unreasonable, arrogant, and willful? By now it was late, and there were no ox carts to take them back. They could only have dinner and spend the night at the Liu residence, returning to the village tomorrow. At the dinner table, Madame Liu was exceptionally enthusiastic about serving dishes to Qi Bao. It's been so long since I've eaten such hearty meat dishes, Qi Bao said with a satisfied expression. For some reason, she suddenly started sneezing. Why do I feel like I've forgotten something important? On second thought, she decided not to worry about it. With delicious food before her, eating came first. The scene changed. Li Zimin stood in the night, his face gloomy. You're the one who said you'd teach me to write, and now you're nowhere to be seen. You untrustworthy woman. Just you wait. Thinking of this, the brush in his hand instantly shattered to pieces. The next day, Madame Lu prepared plenty of food for Qibao to eat on the road. As soon as they stepped out, they saw two men guarding the door. Young Master Fong said, "Since those herbs are so rare, he sent us brothers to help." This young Master Fong indeed wouldn't let them off easily. He even sent people to monitor them. Qibao snapped back to reality as the horse carriage was ready. In this era dominated by ox carts, a horse carriage was a symbol of wealthy families. It immediately drew envy from the villagers. The Fu Changxing family has made it big. Madame Chun, unaware of the truth, saw this spectacle and felt a twinge of anxiety. Who are these two behind? After Old Master Fu came forward and explained the situation, Madame Chun was shocked to think such a thing had happened, seeing people urging her again to go to the mountain to gather herbs. Qibao said she'd come after putting down her luggage. She turned to comfort her nervous mother. "Don't worry. The poisonous insects and fierce beasts in the mountains will teach them how to be human again. As long as they're not afraid of death, they're welcome to stay. Why do I keep feeling like someone's watching me?" After discussing the matter, Qibao was about to go to the backyard. She turned around and met an extremely intense gaze. When she saw the three-character classic in Li Zemin's hand, she suddenly realized. So that's what she had forgotten. After laughing twice, she said, "Zay, let me explain." Qibao didn't hide anything from him. She recounted everything that happened in town yesterday. "It's all that young Master Fong's fault. He prevented me from coming home, so I didn't have time to teach you to read. I was thinking about you the whole time yesterday." My goodness, she lied without batting an eye. As she spoke, she handed him a package of almond cookies. "I brought these especially for you. You're the only one who gets them." Then she had a thought. "The people who came today aren't good people. Stay away from them. You're so good-looking, you'd better hide for now." She started pushing him towards the woodshed. "They want me to guide them to Mount Jile. You just wait for me at home." She felt she had successfully placated him. Qibao then got up to leave. Li Zemin watched her retreating figure, the frustration in his heart instantly dissipating. She really did treat him like a child. The scene changes. Qibao was already leading Fong Mingjing's two personal guards into the mountain. She mentioned that the mountain was dangerous. The two men, skilled in martial arts, boasted that they were different from ordinary villagers. Meanwhile, a figure was leaping through the treetops. Seeing Qibao's dawdling, the taller guard pushed her, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. "Don't waste time." Qibao was annoyed, but pretended nothing had happened. She got up and said, "It's just ahead. I'm young and not very strong, so I can't walk fast. Why don't you two gentlemen go ahead? Just keep going straight. There's a very big, tall tree. It's easy to spot." Hearing this, the two men quickened their pace, soon leaving Qibao behind. A moment later, a cluster of Lingji mushrooms came into their view. The two men were instantly delighted. This size could sell for at least several hundred taels. They've struck it rich this time. What they didn't notice was behind the giant tree, Big White was eyeing them intently. Qibao had been keeping an eye on what was ahead, vigilantly observing her surroundings. If that white tiger appeared, she could warn them in time. Let those two guards climb up a tree. If she could escape before, these two strong men had no excuse not to outrun her, a little girl. As she was thinking this, one of the guards ran towards her, clutching his broken arm. Qibao was shocked. The man had already passed her. He was shouting tremblingly, "My brother's been bitten to death. How could it be this serious? I only wanted to scare them a little." The roar of the beast brought Qibao back to her senses. Better escape first and think later. On the other side, Li Zemin was stroking Big White. How dare they lay hands on him? They should all be killed. When Qibao returned home, the guard with the broken arm had already fled in a carriage. Qibao explained that they had encountered the big white tiger again, and one guard had died. When Qibao entered her room, Li Zemin was already waiting for her with a book in hand. Meeting Azay's clear gaze, Qibao felt her guilt magnified infinitely. "I caused someone's death today. I had only intended to lead them into Mount Jile to scare them a little." Her emotions were somewhat out of control. In front of this young man, she suddenly had the urge to confess everything. On second thought, she knew she had to retrieve that person's body no matter what, to return it to his family for burial. "I need to go to Mount Jile again." Qibao, filled with guilt, retraced her steps. Finally, near that giant tree, she found the guard who had been left behind. She approached and checked his breathing. Thank goodness he was still alive, but there was a bowl-sized wound on his head, still bleeding profusely. Qibao looked around and fortunately found a Panax Nodo ginseng plant that could stop bleeding. Using her wood spirit technique, she extracted a drop of essence onto his wound. The wound began to heal at a visible rate. Too focused on her task, Qibao didn't notice that not far away, in the bushes, Li Zemin was watching everything. A drop of dew appearing out of thin air and the instant withering of the plant. This was simply not something a human could do. To uncover the truth, Li Zemin deliberately made his footsteps heard. This startled Qibao nearby. As Qibao was about to stand up, she suddenly felt dizzy. She collapsed softly. Before losing consciousness, she saw the newcomer. It was Aze. She immediately showed a worried expression. It's dangerous here. Before she could finish, she lost consciousness. In her hazy state, she heard a deep voice asking, "Who are you really? What are your intentions towards the little mute?" Someone was persistently questioning her. How annoying. She just wanted to sleep. Li Zemin looked at the disoriented Qibao, who remained silent. Under the influence of the sleeping herb, an ordinary person would have spilled everything by now. Yet she just slept, giving no response. However, knowing that she wasn't the original woman and had no intention of using him was enough for him. Meanwhile, Fang Mingjing was in a good mood. Though his face was still red, it was no longer swollen and uneven as before. He glanced at the nearly depleted aloe vera gel in his hand. This won't last 7 days at all. Just as he was thinking this, a frightening report came from outside. Wu Ren had returned severely injured and was near death. Hearing this, Fang Mingjing's expression changed instantly. The manor's doctor had already bandaged Wu Ren's wounds. When Fang Mingjing saw him, he was startled by the gruesome sight. Seeing the young master arrive, Wu Ren immediately cried out. The Fu family had ill intentions. They led us to feed tigers. My elder brother is dead. Please, young master, seek justice for us brothers. That little girl did indeed say there were dangers in the mountains. It turns out she wasn't bluffing. He turned to comfort him. Rest well and recover. This young master will send people to retrieve your brother's body. I'll also make the Fu family give us an explanation. You brothers have suffered greatly this time. I'll take care of Wu Hao's funeral arrangements. He then ordered his servants to bring 100 taels of silver notes. If Fu Qibao can't produce the medicine in 7 days, we'll settle today's matter along with it. At this very moment, Wu Hao, in Mount Jile, groggily opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was an enormous tiger. Recalling what had happened earlier, he let out a terrified scream. Li Zemin swiftly grabbed his throat, snatched up a handful of unknown herbs, and stuffed them into his mouth. Swallow it, or I'll feed you to the tiger. Amid violent coughing, Wu Hao struggled to speak. What did you make me eat? Li Zemin casually replied. A poison that will make you wish you were dead. From now on, you're my servant. Behave, and I'll give you the antidote regularly. Li Zemin's cold voice carried an extremely terrifying authority. Wu Hao immediately submitted, saying, I'll obey. Please don't kill me. When Qibao woke up, she found herself on Li Zemin's back. Wu Hao was limping behind them, his tone excessively respectful. Recalling before she fainted, she seemed to have smelled something fragrant. Could she have come into contact with a sleep-inducing plant? She gestured for Aze to put her down, saying the mountain path was difficult. Li Zemin didn't budge, tightening his grip on her. He greatly enjoyed this feeling. The smile on his lips was caught by Wu Hao. Good heavens, this man had 2 faces. Seeing Li Zemin glance at him with a warning look, Wu Hao's heart tightened. He quickly turned away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Li Zemin smiled, enjoying the intimate contact with Qibao, while his eyes warned Wu Hao not to look at what he shouldn't. Old Master Fu and Madame Chun waited anxiously at the door. Seeing Qibao and the others approach, they felt relieved but couldn't help scolding a bit. Qibao explained that it was fortunate she went back, or he would have truly died. It's all thanks to Aze. He carried me the whole way. Old Master Fu's gaze fell on Li Zemin, his emotions complex. He had mistreated him before. He opened his mouth, but only said, Aze, you're a good child. Li Zemin remained unmoved by Old Master Fu's goodwill. His eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. He'd spare this family's lives for now, but he would reclaim what was his bit by bit. As long as he worked in the shadows, he could make this family fall apart, finally separating him completely from the Fu family. He must belong only to me. Wu Hao, feeling the pressure behind him, said, If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I'll tell the young master everything that happened today and put in a good word for you. The next day, the village chief brought good news. He had found out about the little mute boy's household registration. It would cost 60 taels of silver in total. Old Master Fu, upon hearing this, invited the village chief to stay for a meal. Originally, it was supposed to cost over 100 taels of silver. With the village chief's help, it was reduced to just 60 taels. Fu Lihua, upon hearing this, was instantly filled with regret. If she had found a way to remove Li Zemin's slave status, he would have been grateful to her. But now, this tremendous achievement would be claimed by little Gu Bei. After a moment's thought, she reminded herself, I, Fu Lihua, have been reborn. I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. The next 2 days passed peacefully. Li Zemin, however, gave Qi Bao many surprises. He found many aloe and gardenia seedlings. Aze, you've really been a great help to me. Li Zemin gazed at the fairy-like girl before him. His eyes rarely revealed a hint of tenderness. Just then, Liwa walked over and spoke with some hesitation. When you go to town tomorrow, let me go with second sister. I've made some embroidery recently and want to sell in town. Qi Bao naturally wouldn't refuse such a small request. Seeing Qi Bao nod in agreement, Lihua's heart leapt with joy. It was so simple to accomplish. She carefully recalled her memories from her previous life. If she remembered correctly, it was around this time that the Jin family's eldest young master would be kidnapped. The Jin family's legitimate eldest young master from their main house in the capital had returned to Jingyang town to pay respects to his ancestors. But his luck was poor. Bandits bribed a servant to kidnap him, demanding 100,000 taels of silver as ransom. Although the Jin family paid the ransom, unexpectedly, while trying to escape, the young master accidentally died in the struggle. If Little Ant could save someone and get 100 taels of silver as a reward, why can't I? The Jin family was as rich as a nation, with the Marquis of Jinghua as their backing. With such a connection, wouldn't she get whatever she wanted? So she had to go to town to find an opportunity to get close to the Jin family. Not far away, Li Zemin watched Fu Lihua's retreating figure, a cold light flashing in his eyes. This hypocritical woman was a bit too eyesore. She even specially washed her best clothes. Thinking this, he mixed an unknown liquid into her clothes. On the ox cart to town, Li Zemin calmly watched Fu Lihua. Lihua, oblivious, thought it was due to her charm. After all, she was the prettiest girl in the Fu family. Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly felt an unbearable stomach pain. A loud fart exploded in the air. Instantly, an awkward atmosphere filled the entire ox cart. Lihua, did you eat something bad? Tao Hua's words brought her back to reality. It couldn't be. The person who just embarrassed themselves surely wasn't her. The male lead and the vicious female supporting character faced off again. Undercurrents surged. Danger lurked everywhere. The female lead, at the center of this vortex, was currently sound asleep. Lihua indicated she needed to relieve herself. Old Master Fu agreed to wait only half an hour. If she couldn't go this time, she'd have to wait for the next opportunity. The outcome was predictable. Lihua was destined not to make it to town this time. Her legs were weak, and tears of frustration streamed down her face. The absence of one person did not affect the main business of this trip. Upon arriving in Jingyang town, they first went to the county office to register the little mute boy. The clerk was a relative of the village chief. Everything had been arranged beforehand. After handing over the silver, they encountered no obstacles. Li Zemin was officially registered as a commoner in Fengtian village, Jingyang town, Jin province. From this moment on, he was no longer under anyone's control. No one could treat him as a slave to be bought and sold anymore. Old Master Fu said, now that this matter is settled, it's time to sell the fragrance at the Imperial Bestowed Pavilion. Qi Bao expressed concern that such a place would be crowded and full of prying eyes. Our Aze is exceptionally handsome. Let's not attract any unwanted attention from unsavory characters. So they let him browse in the bookstore while they went to conduct their business. At that moment, Manager Hu of the Imperial Bestowed Pavilion was eagerly waiting. He kept asking his assistants if the old man selling fragrance had arrived yet. Just as he was thinking this, Old Master Fu's voice brought him back to reality. I'm the one who came to sell fragrance 3 days ago. Do you remember? This time I brought 100 bottles. Hearing this, manager who immediately greeted him with a smile. The old man's fragrance is top-notch. Let's discuss the details in the private room in the back. What followed was a round of business flattery. Manager who offered 1 tael of silver per bottle, which old Master Fu found unsatisfactory. He stated he would give no more than 500 won. Seeing old Master Fu rise to leave, manager who hurriedly stopped him. He glanced towards the screen, and the young man behind it, receiving the signal, said, "Your production is limited. Why not sell us the secret formula?" Good heavens, 3,000 taels of silver to buy out the secret formula? Do you think we can't count? Old Master Fu flatly refused, stating that the ancestral formula was not for sale. He added, "Besides, only our family's bloodline can produce it properly." Seeing them about to walk out the door, manager who grew anxious. "Let's forget about the formula then. 1 tael of silver per bottle it is." He then instructed his assistant to collect the goods and settle the account. The father and daughter pair bid farewell and left. Not long after, a man in fine silk robes emerged from behind the screen in the private room. Manager who immediately approached him with a fawning attitude. "Investigate that old man's identity. Get the formula and the silver notes back." With the silver in hand, old Master Fu still took half and gave it to Fu Qibao. Qibao had never intended to keep it all for herself. The family had many expenses. "If it weren't for father's support and my brothers finding flowers everywhere, we couldn't have made the fragrance." The father and daughter discussed buying an ox cart. It would make future trips more convenient and lighten the burden of fieldwork. Walking down an alley, Qibao noticed many children begging by the roadside. Last year, the Yellow River breached its banks in the north, flooding the farmlands. These are refugees who came here then. There are too many unfortunate souls in this world. Since we've seen them, let's do what we can to help. With this thought, Qibao went straight to the nearby bun shop. "I'll take all of these buns." With old Master Fu's help, they distributed the buns one by one to the little beggars. As she heard the notification of increasing merit, Qibao couldn't help but sigh. "I wish there were no opportunities to earn such merit. Then no one would suffer." What Qibao didn't notice was that 2 shadows had been following them at a leisurely pace. Just as their pursuers were about to make a move, they were knocked unconscious by a swift chop to the neck. "Who sent you?" This male lead's possessiveness was extreme. He was thinking about how to separate Qibao from the Fu family. This seemed like a good opportunity. He turned to look at the man lying on the ground. "Get more people to do something for me, and I'll spare you." Meanwhile, Qibao and her father were at the livestock market. They had their eye on a young, strong ox. Old Master Fu decisively said he'd take this one, as the cattle trader was leading them to sign the contract. 2 people suddenly appeared behind them and threw sacks over their heads. They were directly taken to the Green Gang's territory. "What are you doing? We're just ordinary farmers. Haven't you got the wrong people? You're exactly who we're looking for. Young Master Bai has ordered us to get the fragrance formula you took to the Imperial Bestowed Pavilion today. As long as we can make an identical fragrance and confirm the formula is correct, you can leave." Qibao was shocked. To go this far for a fragrance formula was truly excessive. She glanced up at their captors. There were only 5 of them. If she used the strength talisman, she should be able to handle it. As she was thinking, the leader stated, "We only need 1 person alive who can make the fragrance. Only the dead keep secrets." He tossed a dagger on the ground. "Old man, kill yourself here, and your daughter can keep her life as a slave for the Bai family." Qibao's heart sank. Wasn't the Bai family known for their scholarly merchants? The Imperial Bestowed Pavilion's business was already booming. It was just a small fragrance. To resort to such despicable means? Hurry up, don't waste time here. I'll count to 10. If you haven't made up your mind by then, I'll send you on your way myself. Seeing the man's fierce tone, old Master Fu stumbled and fell to the ground. Qibao was still young. He had to live. Thinking this, he took the dagger and was about to plunge it into his own heart. Seeing this, Qibao instantly snatched the dagger away. With the strength talisman's boost, she suddenly became an expert. One punch for each bad guy. She took care of several of them. Qibao didn't waste time. She helped old Master Fu up and they left. "Report this to your master. Don't let me see you again." The leader felt utterly defeated. He hadn't checked his horoscope today. They'd encountered nothing but monsters. Just as he was thinking this, Li Zemin suddenly appeared before him. He immediately begged for mercy. "We've done as you asked. Can you release the death point now?" At this moment, Li Zemin's face was gloomy. They couldn't even handle a small task. Instead, it had pushed him and the Fu family closer together. He couldn't let them know. Today's events were arranged by me. You're right. Only the dead can keep secrets. Under their terrified gazes, he killed them all with swift strikes. Meanwhile, Qi Bao supported Old Master Fu as they walked onto the bustling street. They finally felt a sense of surviving a catastrophe, faced with a life-or-death decision. Old Master Fu had actually chosen to end his life to protect her. At this moment, she truly decided to treat Old Master Fu and Madame Chun as her own parents. Qi Bao stated that the fragrance business couldn't continue. They should focus on winning over the magistrate's son. No matter what, now that they had offended the Bai family, if they could make the magistrate's son a backer for the Fu family, that would be ideal. Let's go pick up Tao Hua and A's and head home. At this time, Li Zemin had changed into the new clothes Qi Bao bought for him. With an innocent expression, he was hiding in the bookshop. Outside, a crowd of young ladies was clamoring to get close to him. Qi Bao barely managed to squeeze in and slowly let him out. A's face was too eye-catching. Even staying in the bookshop wasn't safe. It's all right now, let's go home. This male lead was quite shy, yet just a moment ago, he had been on a killing spree. Bai Yunfei stood up in disbelief. All the men he sent out had been killed. The man reporting also had a grave expression. They were all killed with a single strike. The attacker must be a martial arts expert. The father and daughter had also disappeared without a trace. They couldn't find any information about their identities. Bai Yunfei's face darkened. Are your men this unreliable now? The manager stated that the old man was likely no ordinary person. The other party had discovered their intentions and probably wouldn't appear again. Bai Yunfei was unwilling to accept it, but had to admit they had hit a hard bone. Elsewhere, Wu Hao was timidly walking through the mountains. He didn't want to come to this place full of fierce beasts at all, but due to the young man's threats, he had no choice but to muster his courage and move forward, until he saw the white tiger under the giant tree and the young man meditating nearby. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately handed over the money from selling the Lingji. It amounted to a full 500 taels of silver. He also reported that young Master Fong's face had recovered well and wouldn't cause trouble for Miss Fu. Li Zemin took the banknotes and pulled out a 100 tael note to give to him. I want detailed information on all 4 major families in town. Go find out everything, especially about the Bai and Zhao families. Also, information on the Green Gang's influence. Wow, he's handing out 100 taels just like that. So generous. This is much better than being a bodyguard. He immediately promised to gather the information for his master as soon as possible. The next day, Qi Bao disguised herself and went to town to treat young Master Fong's face. Li Huan naturally seized the opportunity to go along. These past few days, she had been extremely anxious. She feared missing the opportunity to become the life-saving benefactor of the Jin family's young master. Upon reaching the town, Qi Bao headed straight for her 6th brother's house. From afar, she saw Wu Hao waiting at the door. His excessive enthusiasm made her feel a bit uncomfortable. In the living room, Fong Mingjing and Fu Sisi were actually discussing the topics for the imperial examination. They seemed to be getting along quite well. It appeared that with his face healed, his temperament had improved too. Raising his eyes to see Qi Bao arrive, he eagerly spoke up. Come quickly and treat this young master. Qi Bao resisted the urge to roll her eyes and stated that she had rushed here through a tiring journey. Surely she should catch her breath and have some breakfast first? This little girl was becoming increasingly familiar. In Li Hua's memory, this young Master Fong had an ugly face, couldn't take the imperial exams, and bullied others in Jinyang town using his status. He didn't come to a good end. She had no interest in interacting with him. Turning to Qi Bao, she said she couldn't be of much help here, so she'd go sell embroidery instead. Qi Bao naturally had no objections, reminding her to be careful on the road and to return for lunch before noon. Sometime later, the treatment for Fong Mingjing's face was complete. With consistent medication, it would fully heal in about 2 months. Seeing his good mood, Qi Bao stepped forward and said, "Young Master Fong is magnanimous. Regarding the previous offense, please don't hold it against my 6th brother. From now on, we can provide you with a jar of aloe gel every month. This clear, cool ointment could not only cure his toxic sores, but also nourish the skin." Fong Mingjing was delighted. Fu Sisi indeed hadn't spoken ill of him. He was just implicated. Naturally, he wouldn't hold it against him. Qi Bao seized the opportunity to shower him with flattery, then changed the subject. She mentioned that those two scholars who judged by appearances were truly shallow, suggesting they should be released. Young Master Fong could defeat them fair and square in the upcoming exam. Fong Mingjing finally understood. After all that flattery, this was what she had been waiting for. With a light sigh, he said, "Indeed, this young master wants to teach them a lesson fair and square." He then instructed Wu how to release them. Qibao, wanting to establish a good relationship with the magistrate's son, naturally increased her flattery. Young master is truly noble and righteous. Such brilliance will surely shine in the autumn imperial examinations. After successfully sending them off, this matter was considered settled. This reincarnator was too unfortunate. She thought she could take advantage using her past life's memories, but instead, she ended up getting herself into trouble. Li Hua, in her attempt to become the life-saving benefactor of the Jin family's eldest young master, staked out the Jin family's mansion. She finally heard news that Jin Yuan was going out of town for a hunt. She stopped the carriage on the street, claiming someone was planning to kidnap him, who knew the kidnappers were already in the carriage. Good heavens, she had delivered herself right to them. Meanwhile, Qibao arrived at the Golden Jade Tower. She thought about trying to cooperate in selling fragrance. Last time, they sold such a valuable item as the Crystal Palace to the Jin family, and unlike the Bai family, they didn't try to ambush them. This showed they were trustworthy. Just as she was thinking this, a carriage sped past. Wasn't that Li Hua in the carriage just now? Didn't Li Hua say she was going to sell embroidery? Why was she in a wealthy family's carriage? Could be a case of kidnapping? Thinking of this, her heart tightened. She decided to follow quietly first, fearing something might have happened to Li Hua. Following the carriages wheel tracks all the way out of the city, she realized a person on 2 legs couldn't outrun a horse on 4. She summoned a bicycle from her system. It was time to showcase the power of modern technology. Pedaling the bicycle, she sped along the ancient paths. This scene was witnessed entirely by Li Zemin. That strange contraption allowed her to move at a speed comparable to a horse. Could it be a magical item only possessed by supernatural beings? What else are you hiding from me? Thinking this, the great white fox beneath him also quickened its pace. Moments later, taking advantage of the bandits' rest stop, she finally caught up. Qibao stored the bicycle back in her system space. Approaching the carriage, she listened to the bandits' conversation. It turned out the Jin family's eldest young master had been kidnapped for ransom. How did Li Hua get involved in this? Regardless, rescuing them was the priority. Just as she was considering using her great strength talisman to deal with these men, the sound of distant hoofbeats made her hesitate. Looking up, she saw more than 10 armed men approaching. Using the talisman now would be suicide. She needed to use her wits. With this in mind, Qibao gritted her teeth and crawled under the carriage. Grasping the undercarriage, she clung to it like a gecko. Li Zemin felt confused. Why risk herself to meddle in others' affairs? He had thought she was only kind to him, but it seemed she was unconditionally good to everyone. Thinking this, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the great white tiger. The poor tiger felt a sharp pain, but dared not cry out. Blackwind's stronghold was hidden in a valley. From under the carriage, she couldn't clearly see the terrain. As she pondered how to rescue the captives silently, a nearby poisonous herb caught her attention. This would do. Most of the men in the stronghold were drinking and celebrating. If she could put the poison in their wine, she could incapacitate these bandits, knock out some, then use the strength talisman for the rest. The seemingly higher-ranking bandits all had young girls in their arms, likely kidnapped victims. Soon, the drug took effect. The bandits who had drunk became visibly intoxicated. They collapsed onto the shore. Zhu Fugue pointed and laughed at them. Before he could finish speaking, Qibao knocked him out cold. Qibao turned to the panicked group of girls and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to rescue you." With the girls' guidance, Qibao quickly found the location of the prison cells. At this moment, Li Hua was filled with bitter regret. The person wasn't saved. Instead, she got herself into trouble. Heaven must be playing a joke on me. Just as she was thinking this, the prison door was kicked open with force. Qibao didn't have a key, so she had to rely on brute strength to create a miracle. Qibao, speaking in a lowered voice, didn't reveal her identity. "Hurry and leave. I've temporarily held off most of the bandits on the mountain. As she was untying Jin Yuan, he caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance from her. Who exactly was this person before him? This male lead, in order to confirm his position in the female lead's heart, had willingly delivered himself into the hands of the bandits. He even demanded that Qibao choose between these children and himself. Qibao couldn't believe it. How could Aze be in Black Wind Stronghold? Could it be that bandits had entered Fengtian village and kidnapped him? Zhu Fugui's shouts brought Qibao back to reality. If you want to save him, leave those children behind. Otherwise, I'll chop off his head right now. Qibao naturally wouldn't be willing to hand over the children she had just rescued. She met Li Zemin's gaze. She avoided the difficult choice. She couldn't bear to watch Aze die before her eyes either. She stepped forward and said, "Why don't you take me instead of him? Capturing me would give you something to report." Zhu Fugui replied, "With your martial skills, taking you as a hostage? Do I look like I want to get beaten up?" After a moment's thought, he said, "All right, we can switch, but you'll have to cripple yourself. I'll count to 3. If you don't do it, I'll slit his throat right away." He started counting immediately, giving her no chance to refuse. Qibao gritted her teeth, picked up a stick, and raised it. She was about to strike her own arm. At the critical moment, a great force struck and the stick in her hand vanished. Accompanied by a roar, a huge white tiger suddenly appeared. Without hesitation, the white tiger bit off Zhu Fugui's head in one swift motion. The children's terrified screams brought Qibao back to her senses. She quickly moved forward to shield Aze behind her. Big White looked resigned, indicating it was just making a cameo appearance. It tactfully turned and left, and only then did Qibao breathe a sigh of relief. "Aze, are you all right? Are you hurt?" She didn't ask why Aze had been captured and brought to Blackwind Stronghold. Perhaps his outstanding looks were a curse in themselves. As she was thinking this, Li Zemin embraced her, seeing his dependent demeanor. Qibao's heart softened. "Don't be afraid. I won't let anyone hurt you." Li Zemin, however, revealed an almost imperceptible smile. "You care about me the most after all. It wasn't in vain that I went to such lengths to stage this show. Since you chose me, you can only be mine alone." At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, the carriage that Jin Yuan had sent down the mountain naturally aroused the children's longing. They were begging to be taken along. Li Hua explained, "The carriage will be too heavy and won't be able to run fast. If the bandits catch up, we'll all be done for. Once we reach town, we'll send people back to rescue them too." She knew the current situation, yet she was still willing to leave others behind. In the end, they couldn't bear it. They finally let all the children onto the carriage. Qibao and her companion watched the whole process. The young Master Jin seemed to be a good person after all. Those children should be fine with the Jin family now. All the bandits had been subdued. Although Jin Yuan's carriage moved slowly, it safely arrived at the Jin family's mansion. The Jin family was overjoyed. They immediately started showering praises. They were about to send the ransom when, unexpectedly, the young master had escaped on his own. As Qibao had anticipated, Jin Yuan instructed the butler to properly settle those children. He asked to find out where they lived and then send them back. He expressed gratitude to Li Hua for the advance warning. She had even suffered because of it. If she had any requests, she should feel free to ask. When everyone was speculating that a position as a concubine was inevitable, Li Hua inwardly sneered. She already had the future #1 person in the world by her side. How could she be interested in this mere son of a merchant? However, there was one thing she could take advantage of. This vicious female supporting character hadn't helped much, but she had taken all the benefits. Faced with Jin Yuan's goodwill, Li Hua was overjoyed inside, but on the surface, she still maintained a flattered appearance. She said she didn't want anything for herself, but could the young Master Jin help invite a famous doctor? Her family member's illness couldn't be cured even by Dr. Bien from Huichun Hall. Hearing this, Jin Yuan immediately thought highly of her. She didn't have any intention of social climbing, only caring about her family. She must be an upright and honest person. He then mentioned that his family had a Dr. Han from the Imperial Medical Academy. Besides, he would prepare some gifts and personally visit her home. The next day, Li Hua, adorned in gold and silver, returned home triumphantly. She even brought back a pile of gifts from the Jin family. With such a commotion, the wealthy families gradually came out. Madame Chun incredulously asked Li Hua, "Didn't you say you found work in town and wouldn't be coming back for a while?" Now is certainly not the time for detailed explanations. She turned to welcome the young Master Jin down from the carriage. Finally, they learned the course of events from Jin Yuan's own mouth. Madame Chun felt uneasy. She had met him when she went to sell the Immortal Palace at Golden Jade Tower last time. Although he was dressed more luxuriously then, his face was still the same face. We recognize her? Thinking of this, she shuddered, almost dropping the plate in her hands. Jin Yuan, seeing this, reached out to steady her. Madame Chun put the pastries on the table, lowered her head, and turned to leave. Jin Yuan felt that this old lady looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Qi Bao stood in the corner, munching on an apple. This young Master Jin indeed had a conscience. The rescue hadn't been in vain. Liu was also sensible. After all, they would all end up as rich people. Getting benefits made no difference. Li Zimin was in the woodshed. Through the crack in the door, he observed Qi Bao's calm expression. "You're really broad-minded," he thought, not minding even when your credit is stolen. Just as he was thinking this, Li Hua came running over joyfully. "These are medicinal herbs to nourish your body. I've specially invited that Dr. Han. They say he's much more skilled than Dr. Bien from town. He'll definitely be able to cure your muteness." Li Hua's eager flattery seemed like a cuckoo usurping a nest in Li Zimin's eyes, taking credit for someone else's work and feeling smug about it. "With my inner strength, if the doctor examines me, won't I be exposed? What a meddlesome affair." He turned and walked toward Qi Bao. He grabbed her hand and headed towards Mount Jile. Qi Bao frowned. "The mountain is very dangerous. We can't go in there again. Besides, the divine doctor who came today could examine you. Maybe he can really cure you." But Aze was stubborn. No matter how she tried to dissuade him, he was determined to go to Mount Jile. Seeing his innocent eyes, Qi Bao's heart softened. "All right, let's do as Aze says." A moment later, Li Zimin led her to a cave at the foot of the mountain. The entrance was blocked by dense vines, making it hard to spot without careful observation. To think there was such a hidden passage in Mount Jile. Who could have made this? As the passage gradually widened, a massive tree came into view. Beneath it grew an abundance of lingji, mushrooms, and ginseng. Li Zimin's next action made her eyes widen in surprise. She watched as he carefully dug out a thick ginseng root from the soil. This ginseng must be at least 100 years old. A cool sensation spread through Qi Bao's hand as she touched it. "Are you giving this to me?" Seeing Li Zimin nod slightly, his eyes gleaming with subtle pride, Qi Bao immediately refused. How could she take away Aze's hard-earned opportunity? Faced with her refusal, Li Zimin's expression instantly dimmed. He looked as if he had suffered a major blow. Seeing his despondent appearance, Qi Bao felt both softened and amused, as well as touched. "All right, I'll take just one. Keep the rest of the herbs for yourself to nourish your body. You need to grow strong to protect yourself." This secret between the two of them, Qi Bao naturally wouldn't tell anyone else. When they returned home, they were surprised to find that Jin Yuan hadn't left yet. As they brushed past each other, that faint, alluring scent once again caught Jin Yuan off guard. "It's you." He had pinpointed Qi Bao by her scent. She was his lifesaver. Yet he was unaware that he was teetering on the edge of life and death. Qi Bao naturally wouldn't let him make a scene at their doorstep. She pulled him away. This lingering fragrance was truly troublesome. She turned and said, "Please, young Master Jin, don't spread this around." Jin Yuan was a clever man, but also very curious. "Why don't you accompany me for a walk around Fengtian village?" Walking along the country path, Jin Yuan chattered incessantly. "Miss, you truly are full of hidden talents. I heard there were white tigers on Mount Jile and was thinking of going hunting. I never expected to encounter you instead. It must be fate." Good grief. This man was kind-hearted, but he seemed a bit dim-witted. Who would be hunting whom was still uncertain. Thinking of this, she turned and said, "My family doesn't know about my martial arts skills. Please keep it a secret, young Master Jin." Jin Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse such a small request, especially from a savior. Seeing that Jin Yuan was about to offer a reward, Qi Bao stated that she had already given Li Hua enough for today. If young Master Jin truly wanted to repay the favor, she wondered if he would be interested in doing business with her. She had learned a secret formula for making fragrant dew from her master. How about cooperating with the Jin family? As she spoke, she had already opened the small porcelain bottle containing the fragrant dew. It was this strong yet not pungent jasmine scent. This was also the reason why Jin Yuan could recognize Qi Bao. The two walked and talked, already reaching the riverside. They appeared to be having a pleasant conversation. Li Zimin, however, found the sight particularly irritating. He picked up a stone from the ground. Channeling his inner force, he shot it towards Jin Yuan. After being hit, Jin Yuan immediately lost his balance. He fell straight into the river. Qi Bao hadn't even reacted yet. His guards had already rushed forward to jump into the river and rescue him. Seeing Jin Yuan brought up safely with more shock than harm, Qi Bao expressed guilt, saying she shouldn't have brought him here. By the riverside, Jin Yuan awkwardly stated that it was his own carelessness. The guard were obviously more concerned about Jin Yuan's health, urging him to go back and change clothes quickly. Before leaving, he handed Qi Bao a fine jade pendant. "This is the token of my Jin family. Miss Fu can come to the Golden Jade Tower in 3 days. We'll discuss the cooperation then." Qi Bao felt even more favorably towards this young master of the Jin family. At this moment, a flash of murderous intent gleamed in Li Zemin's eyes. He disliked other men getting close to Fu Qi Bao, especially those who stole her attention away from him. The scene shifts. A few remnants of the Black Wind stronghold returned to the mountain, finding their base had been raided. Just as they were lamenting that the chance to establish their own territory had come, a voice suddenly rang out. So there are still a few fish that slipped through the net. The bandits were immediately startled. They raised their heads vigilantly. "Who is it? How can someone be riding a tiger? Who I am is not important. What's important is, do you want to live?" Time passed quickly. When Qi Bao finished discussing cooperation with the Jin family, they actually gave her an estate for growing various flowers and herbs needed for the fragrant dew. Her brothers, who had been injured by the tiger earlier and couldn't do heavy work, could now help out on the estate. Old Master Fu could be the overseer, the eldest brother could be the accountant, and the second and fourth brothers could supervise the flower farmers. Qi Bao arranged everything clearly for the whole family. Finally, only Li Zemin was left. Aze is intelligent but physically weak. He should go study to have a future. One day, Qi Bao took Aze to Fu Yoshi's house. Regarding Qi Bao's previous resolution of the trouble with the magistrate's son, Teacher Li had heard something about it, with Madame Li also putting in a good word. He was naturally willing to let this distinguished-looking young man come to his school. It was also a way to repay a favor. Outside the door, Li Hua's eyes surged with jealousy. Her little aunt had snatched another achievement, but it was also a good thing. She was now working in the Jin family's embroidery room. If Li Ziming were living in the town's academy, he'd be in a prime position to take advantage. Have you ever seen such a twisted love? The male lead had bandits capture the female lead's entire family. Seeing Qi Bao fall into a deep sleep, old Master Fu immediately burst into loud sobs. "Father, I'm so sorry to you." The bandit chuckled. "This old man knows his place. It's just a daughter after all. If she dies, she dies. How could she be as important as a son who can continue the bloodline?" He turned to instruct his men, "Load this girl and the valuables onto the carriage. Then burn down the house. I'll stay behind to deal with them." Hearing this, old Master Fu's eyes blazed with fury. The bandit had clearly lied to him, saying that they wouldn't harm anyone else. In that instant, feelings of hatred and regret surged in his heart. He stood up, ready to fight the bandit to the death. Seeing this, the bandit drew his long sword and swung it at old Master Fu. At the critical moment, the sword was blocked by an iron rod. Qi Bao was seen staring at them with a cold face. When she received the cloud cake, her with spirit technique had already sensed it. After all, the sleeping drug was also derived from plants. So, she played along to see what was really going on. Everyone was stunned for a moment. How did she wake up? As they came to their senses, they immediately moved to attack. Qi Bao, empowered by great strength, swung her iron rod wildly. In an instant, she sent these bandits flying. They could only flee with their tails between their legs. At this moment, old Master Fu opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Qi Bao's call of "Father, are you all right?" instantly broke old Master Fu's defenses. He kept blaming himself. Qi Bao's expression remained calm. She knew old Master Fu truly regretted it and fell heartbroken, ready to sacrifice his life. She turned to comfort him, saying there was no need for excessive self-blame. She then picked up the long sword left by the bandit and untied her brothers. "It was indeed because I offended the Black Wind stronghold that you were put in danger. This was a consequence I should have borne. I don't resent you for choosing to abandon me to save yourselves." She finished speaking and turned around, saying, "You all rest well. I'm going out to clear my head." On the other side, the bandits who had failed their mission were trembling as they knelt before Li Ziming. Had they failed? Even witnessing the rich family abandon him to save their own lives couldn't make him dissatisfied enough to leave the wealthy family? As he was pondering this, Chibao's voice snapped him back to reality. So you're their master. They're remnants of the Black Wind stronghold. Who are you? Why did you want to harm my family? The word family made Li Ziming sneer. Your father drugged you with his own hands. Your brother shouted about trading your life for theirs. Why bother protecting such a family? Qibao replied, you're right. The love between parents and siblings isn't the only thing that matters. I can't expect them to love me more than they love themselves. I don't blame them. Li Ziming was moved by these words. Then what is the only thing? What can make you care? In Qibao's mind, Li Ziming's image instantly appeared. Turning back, she suddenly felt something was off. Why are you asking so much? Stop wasting time. Who are you really? Li Ziming didn't answer. He took out a packet of black powder from his waist and sprinkled it towards the bandits. The crowd's expressions twisted, their throats strained but unable to make sound. They've gone mute. Send them all to the county jail. These are the only ones left in Blackwind Stronghold. No one will deliberately cause trouble for the Fu family anymore. As he spoke, he had already left with his wife. Qibao was left puzzled. Who is this person really? The scene changes. Li Ziming returns to the school dormitory. He quietly slipped into his blanket. His thoughts instantly drifted to the past, to his new mother's gentle and elegant side, as well as her cruel and abusive side. This female lead was abandoned by her family and thrown to the bandits. Fortunately, she was powerful enough to escape danger. Although forced by circumstances, she wouldn't resent her family. But the dark circles under her eyes the next day were enough to prove she still had some unresolved feelings. Her brothers went to the mountains overnight to dig up rare night lotus flowers to apologize. Qibao politely said, thank you for your trouble. Plant them in the estate. I'll go ahead and check on the academy. Aze clearly sensed the distance in her words. Madame Chun sighed softly. What a sin. The scene changes. Qibao holds Li Ziming's hand, muttering, although he appeared so calm in front of the rich family, he was actually hurt inside. It's laughable, but you're the only one I worry about now. Li Ziming lowered his weary eyes. Why worry about me? Qibao instinctively replied, of course, it's because you're the one I care about, dash. She froze mid-sentence. You just spoke, didn't you? I'm not dreaming, am I? Say something else for me to hear. A bright smile bloomed on Qibao's face. This child was finally willing to speak. Li Ziming's next words, however, made her smile freeze completely. You're not him. Qibao laughed awkwardly. Good grief, his first words were about to expose her. She was about to seize the chance to slip away. But Li Ziming grabbed her firmly. You're not the original Fu Qibao. Who are you? His tone was certain, his expression calm. Qibao sighed softly. I knew you were so smart. I didn't even try to hide it in front of you. I guess it's my own fault for being discovered. He's probably gone by now. As for who I am, I'm definitely not a man-eating female demon. Just think of me as a little fairy from heaven. Seeing that she wasn't at all flustered about being exposed, Li Ziming was taken aback. Qibao's voice brought him back to reality. Then when did you start speaking? Come clean. Li Ziming indicated it had been for a while. Did you not want people to know you could speak? Seeing him nod, Qibao curled her lips into a smile. Then you keep my secret, and I'll keep yours about being able to speak. This will be a secret just between the two of us. Her candid attitude gave Li Ziming the answer he wanted. Now that they had a mutual secret, they were the most special, the closest existence to each other. After pinky swearing, Qibao put aside her previous expression and sincerely apologized to Li Ziming. I know what the original owner of this body and the Fu family did to you. Having inherited this body, I've also inherited this sin. If you have thoughts of revenge, I think that's only natural. Li Ziming was deeply shaken. He never imagined he would hear such words from her mouth. Even if I seek revenge against the Fu family, you wouldn't blame me, right? Qibao said she had no right to blame him. Her only request was that their crimes not be punishable by death. Li Ziming siga sufli. I promise you, I won't take their lives. In return, can you answer a question for me? Are you worried about me because you want to tone? Hearing this, Qibao's little face turned red. She didn't respond. There's no rush. You can tell me when you've thought it through. Li Ziming's voice brought her back to her senses. I can answer you now. It's not to atone. It's because you're my family. Li Ziming instinctively asked. The same kind of family as the Fu family? Qibao sincerely replied, no, not like that. You're the only one. The scene changes. Li Hua, in disguise, was heading towards the brothel in town. In her past life, she had lived and worked in such places, naturally knowing the darkness within. Do you have any potent drugs? Price is not an issue. This female lead had been drugged, struggling to maintain her last bit of consciousness. Upon seeing the male lead, she completely broke down. Unexpectedly seeing the various fragrant dew samples prepared by Qibao, he was immediately amazed. He originally didn't place much importance on this business, merely wanting to repay a debt of gratitude. But he never imagined that this young girl would give him such a pleasant surprise, especially that unheard-of sales method, which was incredibly enlightening for him. He opened, smelled, and used each fragrant dew. Among those noble ladies, there would surely be a huge market. The two hit it off in their business cooperation. After a few drinks, Qibao suddenly felt a tightness in her chest with an urge to take off her clothes. At this moment, Jin Yuan's gaze also turned strange. "Was it you?" Qibao asked indignantly. "Are you implying I drug you to climb this social ladder? I should be asking you that." Driven by the drug's effects, Jin Yuan was already incoherent, starting to take off his clothes. "I already have a fiancé in the capital." Before he could finish, Qibao stuffed his mouth with ice cubes. "So young Master Jin has a fiancé. Congratulations to you. I think you need to cool down and figure out what's really going on." With that, she stood up and walked toward the door. "Young Master Jin, you must give me an explanation for this matter. I'll take my leave now." Jin Yuan came to his senses instantly upon hearing this. Who was secretly plotting against him to ruin Miss Fu's reputation? "If I don't get to the bottom of this, how can I face myself?" Jin Yuan gritted his teeth in anger. He vowed not to leave Brocade Pouch Town until he caught the person who schemed against him. Qibao's wood spirit technique wasn't omnipotent. It could only temporarily maintain clarity of mind. Without realizing it, she had walked to the Li family school. By now, Qibao had reached her limit. At this moment, Li Ziming's appearance was inevitable. She fell into his arms just before collapsing. "Aze, quickly take me somewhere with water." Li Ziming noticed her unusual state. He immediately checked her pulse. His expression changed drastically. It was actually soul-consuming powder. If she didn't receive treatment within an hour, she would become dehydrated and lose consciousness. Li Ziming hesitated no longer. He carried Qibao and headed towards Extreme Pleasure Mountain. Qibao was already delirious with fever. She could barely open her eyes. To her, Li Ziming's lips looked like thirst-quenching cherries. She leaned in and kissed him. Li Ziming's body instantly stiffened. His usually expressionless face showed bewilderment for the first time. Just then, the white tiger brought the medicinal herbs to counteract the poison. After an unknown amount of time, Qibao finally opened her eyes. She could feel that the thirsty desire had disappeared. Looking around, she found her entire body submerged in water. "Where is this? How'd I end up here?" Seeing that she didn't remember, Li Ziming, with a hint of disappointment, recounted what had happened after he found her. Qibao sensed his low spirits and thought he was worried. She turned to assure him it had nothing to do with young Master Jin, but someone indeed tried to set her up. Young Master Jin should be investigated by now. Completely soaked, Qibao's most urgent need now was to change into dry clothes. At this moment, Li Ziming had already taken off his outer robe. He draped it over her. "Let's go home." In the restaurant of Jingyang Town, several people were kneeling in a row. Dr. Han had been summoned and was examining all the food on the table. If it was added to these dishes, it would dissolve when exposed to heat or water. It seems it was added after the food was prepared. Upon hearing this, the cook repeatedly proclaimed his innocence. The errand boy was so frightened he started kowtowing in the room. After a thorough search, no traces of the powder were found on them or in the kitchen. Jin Yuan's face darkened. Could it be the Bai family, who had once harmed his family for the fragrant dew recipe? This male lead was too handsome. He was called Fairy Sister on the street. The female lead was shocked upon hearing this, expressing that she didn't quite understand. Suddenly realizing that Qibao had gone out under the influence of the drug. If she encountered bad people, it would be dangerous. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered everyone to go out and search. On the other side, in a dilapidated alley corner, Li Hua handed 10 taels of silver to a middle-aged man. She didn't forget to remind him not to show his face in the near future. Now, she just needed to wait for the show to begin. It would surely be quite spectacular. Her little aunt becoming a concubine in a wealthy family was a good outcome indeed. What Li Hua didn't expect was Qibao had a close call on her way home. She couldn't figure out who would want to harm her. The Bai family, with their previous record, was once again under suspicion. From somewhere came by Yunfei's protesting voice, "You're bullying us." Li Ziming quietly listened to Qibao's analysis for a long time before finally speaking. "Bao, Do you really have to do this fragrant do business? Chi Bao snapped back to reality. What did you just call me? Only to see Li Ziming looking at her innocently. If you don't like me calling you Bao, should I call you wife or madam instead? Chi Bao gasped, her face turning bright red. After clearing her throat twice, she suggested, you should just call me sister. Li Ziming disagreed. You're clearly younger than me. Besides, aren't I your adopted husband? We'll get married in the future. Your indenture contract has been destroyed. You're free now. You're definitely not an adopted husband. Faced with Chi Bao's resolute attitude, Li Ziming became gloomy and dejected. Do you want to drive me away? Seeing him like this, Chi Bao suddenly felt as if she had committed some unforgivable sin. She quickly shook her head in denial. My home is your home. As long as you're willing, we can live together forever. After saying this, she even patted her chest, promising, I'll never drive you away. As Li Ziming's lips curved upward, he grabbed Chi Bao's hand, saying, I believe you, Bao. Chi Bao instantly felt like she had been hit right in the heart. Her expression became bewildered. She felt like she had somehow been tricked. Anyway, Eze only spoke in front of her. Just as she was thinking this, Li Ziming's words brought her back to reality. If you want money, I can give it to you. I can find many precious herbs on Extreme Pleasure Mountain. There's no need to do business with the Jean family. Seeing that he didn't hesitate at all to give her everything, Chi Bao still shook her head. Those are your things. I can't take them. Besides, the herbs on Extreme Pleasure Mountain aren't inexhaustible. I have the ability to earn money, and I need a lot of money. This way I can help those poor people. I'm a little fairy, after all. As they were talking, the carriage had already arrived at Fragrant Pavilion. Seeing Chi Bao return, the Jean family's people immediately perked up like they had been injected with chicken blood. They rushed forward, saying, Oh, our ancestor. If you had come back any later, young Master Jean would have torn down the entire restaurant. When Jean Yuan saw Chi Bao, he was both surprised and delighted. Seeing her complexion was normal, he finally heaved a big sigh of relief. Let Dr. Han examine you again. That wasn't good for your health. In his urgency, he was about to grab Chi Bao's hand. However, he grasped at empty air. Looking up, he saw Li Ziming had stepped sideways to block Chi Bao. Seeing this, Jean Yuan's expression became incredibly shocked. He unconsciously blurted out, Fairy sister. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this, expressing that they didn't quite understand. Jean Yuan, unable to contain his excitement, fired off a series of questions, just like a lecher chasing after a beauty. Chi Bao stepped forward and stated, He's with me. Young Master Jean, what are you doing? Now is the time to discuss serious matters. Shouldn't you give me an explanation for today's events? If the female lead hadn't been present, that single sister would have been enough to send Jean Yuan away. Chi Bao turned and told Li Ziming to return to the school and wait for her. She still had important matters to discuss with young Master Jean. Watching Li Ziming's retreating figure, Jean Yuan's face was full of reluctance. Of course, Li Ziming wouldn't just leave like that. After turning away from everyone's sight, he leapt onto the roof of the tavern in a single bound. He saw Jean Yuan apologizing to Chi Bao, saying he had already questioned everyone in the entire tavern. Someone had deliberately disguised themselves as a waiter, secretly slipping drugs into the food. According to the waiter's recollection, the person had a particularly noticeable flesh lump on their hand. The authorities had been notified, and they would be strictly searching everyone entering and leaving the city these few days. He believed there would be news soon. Since that was the case, Chi Bao had no intention of staying any longer. She bid farewell. After Chi Bao had gone far, Jean Yuan's expression grew serious. Go investigate the identity of that young man who came with Miss Fu. It's strange. He looks so similar. Jean Yuan, being the only male heir of the main family line, had been spoiled since childhood. His personality was inevitably a bit unrestrained when he was young. Once, he was punished by being locked in the ancestral hall to kneel. While secretly eating an offering apple, he accidentally knocked over an unnamed tablet. A scroll painting fell out from inside. Curious, he opened it. It was a painting of an extremely beautiful woman. The woman in the painting was like a goddess incarnate. The person who painted this masterpiece must have been a true artist. It was so lifelike that one might think the celestial beauty was about to fly out of the painting. Such a coincidence was impossible in this world. Could that young man be her descendant? The next day, they didn't receive any leads on the person who administered the drug, but learned that Jin Yuan had met with misfortune. He had broken his leg when his horse was startled. Li Ziming, the instigator, smiled slightly upon hearing this. He dared to endanger my precious jade and still had the audacity to call me sister. I've already shown mercy this time. The two walked and talked, soon arriving at the Li residence. Madam Li came forward to greet them. Why buy things when you come to your sister-in-law's house? They exchanged pleasantries as they entered the house. Li Hua, who was embroidering in her room, heard the commotion. She wanted to come out and see what sorry state the woman who had lost her chastity was in now. Shouldn't she look haggard, brought back by young Master Jin to discuss the matter of becoming his concubine? Yet she was unscathed, even returning with Li Ziming. This wasn't right. Something definitely happened at the fragrant pavilion yesterday. Young Master Jin even closed down the building. Thinking of this, she suppressed her tumultuous emotions and put on an act of welcome. Little Boo, why have you come today? Qi Bao explained she had been delayed by some matters. When Li Hua learned that young Master Jin had broken his leg, she immediately expressed her intention to visit him tomorrow. After all, they had been through life and death together at Blackwind Stronghold. Li Ziming looked at Fu Lihua. This woman clearly despises Bao, yet she still pretends to be close. What exactly is her intention? In the evening, the whole family enjoyed a lavish dinner. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. Qi Bao watched as Li Hua kept putting food on A's plate. Looking at her joyful and excited demeanor, could it be that she had developed feelings for A's over time? Thinking about it, it made sense. A's was so handsome. What young girl wouldn't like him? But A's was nominally my child bride. Wasn't Li Hua's behavior a bit inappropriate? No, that's not right. A's was a free man now. He was free to like whoever he wanted in the future. Ace didn't seem to reject Li Hua's advances either. Thinking about this, why did my heart feel a bit constricted? A domineering female, CO, travels back in time to ancient times. She tells the male lead, "You're still young, don't fall in love too early." Who knew the male lead would immediately say, "I only like you." Suddenly, the air was filled with a pink atmosphere. The next day, Li Hua went to the Jin family's ancestral home to visit Jin Yuan. I made a pair of knee pads especially for you. I hope young Master Jin doesn't mind. Jin Yuan naturally didn't lack such things. You shouldn't have troubled yourself. It's just a slight dislocation. Li Hua tentatively spoke. When my aunt returned yesterday, she seemed a bit strange. Wasn't she with young Master Jin? Jin Yuan was about to speak, but remembering it concerned Qi Bao's reputation, he covered it up. Then he thought of how Li Hua had specifically wanted Dr. Han to examine that young man from the elegant gathering. Wasn't it that youth? Faced with Jin Yuan's inquiry, Li Hua's expression was hesitant, and then she spoke with difficulty. He was picked up by my aunt from Extreme Pleasure Mountain. At that time, my aunt had a poisonous sore on her face. Her beauty was ruined, and everyone in the family worried she wouldn't be able to marry. A's was very handsome, so she made him sign a contract of indenture. He became my aunt's child bride. Hearing this, Jin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined the Fu family could be so shameless. Seeing this, Li Hua hurriedly explained. However, to Jin Yuan's ears, it sounded like she was making excuses for Fu Qi Bao. Fu Li Hua was his niece, so why would she deliberately smear her own family? With these doubts, Jin Yuan decided to wait until his guards had investigated thoroughly before saying anything. A cold smile curled at the corners of Li Hua's lips. Jin Yuan would surely believe her, because everything she said was true. In the evening, the guards who had gone to gather information returned from Fengtian village. What they learned from the villagers was far more cruel than Fu Li Hua's vague words. Jin Yuan's face darkened. He could hardly believe that the lifesaver he was grateful to was actually such a deceptive woman. The soul-consuming powder incident was probably her own doing too. He turned to order all the men sent out to be called back. There was no need to investigate the drugging incident further. Also, go to the academy and invite that young man here. The scene changes. Li Ziming, just finishing classes, was stopped by someone. Our young master wants to see you. Li Ziming's eyes flickered slightly. He hesitated for only a moment, then got up to go with them to the Jin residence. Seeing the arrival, the Jin family's servants were all stunned. The maids were so excited their faces turned bright red. How could there be such a handsome person? Last time it was just a fleeting glimpse. Today, they finally saw him in person again. Jin Yuan stared intently at the other's face, his expression filled with excitement. When he met Li Ziming's sharp gaze, he immediately restrained his unrestrained scrutiny. After taking a seat, he promptly stated his purpose. You look very similar to an old acquaintance. I can help you leave the Fu family and go to the capital to search for your relatives. At the same time, he expressed his dissatisfaction with the Fu family, saying they forcibly kept you as a child bride. I'll stand up for you. Good grief. Going to the capital to search for relatives was no different from walking into a trap and courting death. Seeing that he hadn't responded for a long time, Jin Yuan suddenly remembered. He couldn't speak. He immediately ordered for brush and ink to be brought. Li Ziming glanced at him sideways, took out the brush and ink, and began to write. Who told you about the Fu family's foster father and the indenture contract? Who is the old acquaintance you know? I sent people to inquire in Fengtian village. Yesterday, I even asked Fu Lihua, and she confirmed it herself. That Fu Qibao mistreated you. You shouldn't easily believe or forgive her just because her attitude has suddenly changed. As for that old acquaintance, actually, there's a portrait of him enshrined in our home. He must have some connection with my Jin family. To make Li Ziming believe him, he seemed to hold nothing back. Li Ziming's expression changed slightly, and he wrote another line on the paper. Did you tell Fu Lihua everything about me? Jin Yuan immediately waved his hands, indicating no, absolutely not. Seeing that he wasn't too foolish, Li Ziming wrote a long paragraph. The gist of it was that he was already a free person. Fu Qibao treated him very well, and Fu Lihua couldn't be trusted. He also expressed that he already knew about his background, and going to the capital would be life-threatening. The green tea bitch in this drama didn't need the female lead to deal with her, because the male lead was even more of a green tea bitch. After Fu Lihua's instigation, Jin Yuan was thoroughly disappointed in Qibao. He was determined to get Li Ziming out of her clutches. Who would have thought Li Ziming would turn around and say Fu Lihua was the untrustworthy one? Good grief, Jin Yuan was so confused now. He didn't care who was good or bad anymore. In a few days, when his leg was better, he'd leave quickly. The countryside was too complicated. This young master wanted to go home. He turned and said that after he returned to the capital, he promised to keep today's matters secret. Li Ziming looked at him deeply. He burned those few pieces of paper to ashes before getting up to leave. The scene changes. Fu Wujiang was on a winning streak at the gambling house. He had won back all he had previously owed. What he didn't know was, behind the curtain, two pairs of eyes were watching him intently. This man's family has recently come into a large sum of money. It would be a shame not to fleece such a fat sheep. Fu Wujiang seemed to be possessed by the god of wealth. He had won a full 100 taels. After that, his luck began to turn. Having tasted such a big win, how could he be content to stop? The result was predictable. He ended up owing the gambling house 1,000 taels of silver. Fu Wujiang drew in a sharp breath, his face instantly turning pale. He hadn't borrowed money that many times. How could it amount to 1,000 taels? He knew the rules of the gambling house all too well. If the debt wasn't repaid within 7 days, he'd have to pay with his life. Fu Wujiang stumbled out of the gambling house in a daze. Where on earth could he get 1,000 taels? Just then, the cries at the entrance of the gambling house snapped him back to reality. He saw the gambler Fat Wong pulling a handsome young man, Manager Zhao. It was a well-known fact that Manager Zhao had a penchant for young men. For such a tender youth, he'd easily pay over 1,000 taels. Fu Wujiang's eyes lit up at the mention of 1,000 taels. In an instant, he had an idea. Moments later, he led the gambling house guards to Li family school. When they saw Li Ziming, even the two guards nearly swooned. They said that for such a beauty, Manager Zhao would willingly pay not just 1,000 but 5,000 taels. Fu Wujiang knew then that his plan would succeed. Composing himself, he rushed towards the school entrance, crying out that Qibao had been injured in the street. Come quickly to see her. Upon hearing this, Li Ziming's face indeed showed signs of worry. Instinctively, he quickened his pace to follow. Fu Wujiang led the way. He guided Li Ziming to an alley not far from the gambling house. As they stepped inside, two men who had been lying in wait immediately sprang into action. One skillfully covered Li Ziming's mouth, while the other bound him with rope. They even instructed Fu Wujiang to give Li Ziming an aphrodisiac, saying they would fetch manager Zhao to see the beauty. I was originally planning to spare your life for Qibao's sake, thought Li Ziming, but this Fu Wujiang is still up to no good. He thinks he can subdue me with such a lowly drug. Just as he was about to break free from the ropes, soft footsteps were heard outside the room. Fu Lihua cautiously entered. "Ace, are you alright? I'll untie you right away. I saw you following Fifth Uncle earlier, so I followed out of curiosity. I never expected to see Fifth Uncle tie you up and lock you in here." She turned and grabbed Li Ziming's hand, heading for the exit. They ran right into Fu Wujiang, who had just returned from a quick meal. Perfect, a chance to gain favor, thought Lihua. "Ace, run. I'll hold him off." By this time, Li Ziming had already vanished. Fu Wujiang was no pushover. He slapped Lihua hard across the face. "He's gone, so I'll sell you to a brothel instead." A cold smile crept across Lihua's face. "The grudge from my past life, I'll settle it in this one." With that thought, she pulled out a dagger and plunged it into Fu Wujiang's stomach. Reincarnation couldn't compensate for her lack of intelligence. The male lead was still superior in the art of manipulation. After successfully stabbing Fu Wujiang, Lihua quickly fled the scene. She soon caught up with Li Ziming, who had deliberately slowed his pace. "Fifth Uncle has sent the gambling house men after us. If we're caught, the consequences will be unthinkable." With that, she grabbed Li Ziming's hand and started running. She led him straight to a house she had bought outside. "It's safe here. Only my parents know about it." In reality, Lihua had been closely observing Li Ziming's expressions all along, no longer displaying that cold demeanor of the past. A surge of joy instantly welled up in her heart. This plan would surely succeed. As if something had occurred to her, she suddenly leaned in excitedly. She said, "Fifth Uncle, the person who owes money is Manager Zhao, the son of the Green Gang's leader. It said he has a penchant for male companions. Now that this is known, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in Jinyang Town anymore." Li Ziming's face showed a contemplative expression. His eyes held anger and coldness. Clearly, he had taken her words to heart. Lihua suggested, "Why don't you leave this place? I can plead with young Master Jean to take you along when he goes to the capital." At this point, she changed the subject. "That person just now said you were drugged. What kind of drug was it? Is it serious? Are you feeling unwell?" Unconsciously, she moved closer to Li Ziming, pressing her body against his. At this moment, Li Ziming's fingertips released a fine powder. Lihua's gaze instantly became vacant. She seemed like a mindless puppet on strings. Under Li Ziming's questioning, Lihua spoke in a daze. Unconsciously revealing her inner thoughts, she said, "I want to gain your trust. Take advantage of you being drugged to become your woman." Li Ziming's eyes instantly turned cold and sharp. "So everything today was orchestrated by you. I told the people at the gambling house to use Fu Wujiang. Only this way would you hate the Fu family more." Before she could finish, the voices of Madame Chun and Madame Zhang suddenly sounded at the door. Clearly, all of this had been planned by Lihua. The two of them alone in a room, seen by others, would be irrefutable evidence. Li Ziming wasn't flustered at all. He continued his interrogation, learning that Lihua was also responsible for drugging Qibao and Jin Yuan. Suddenly, a plan formed in his mind. At this moment, Lihua's mother, Madame Zhang, had already entered with others. Upon entering, they heard voices from inside the room. Madame Chun and the others heard Fu Lihua's arrogant words clearly, even without knowing the full context. Every action she intended to take was malicious. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open. What they saw was Fu Lihua, half undressed, forcibly tearing at the mute boy's clothes. The mute boy's hands were tied with rope, leaving him unable to resist. Madame Chun was so angry she nearly ascended to heaven on the spot. "You shameless, lowly creature. You set your sights on your aunt's man, and even tried to force yourself on him. You even drugged Qibao, intending to ruin her chastity. And you made Fifth Uncle owe 1,000 taels of silver in gambling debts. You wanted to destroy our family. What a vicious heart." Fu Liwa tarnd de tripale. Why had she blurted everything out, and the Fu family had heard it all? She looked up to meet a pair of cold eyes and instantly shuddered. He had outmaneuvered her from the very beginning. He had seen through everything, truly worthy of being the man who would unify the world in the future. This girl had committed countless misdeeds, drugging her aunt, even stabbing fifth uncle, all to gain the male lead's favor. In the end, she had fallen into her own trap. Fu Lihua trembled all over. A bitter smile appeared on her face. She knew that this time, she was thoroughly finished. Madame Chun declared that Lihua's character had turned wicked. They would find a man from the mountains to marry her off to. Upon hearing this, Lihua cried heartbreakingly. She knelt down and started kowtowing. Having been reborn into this life, how could she possibly marry a man from the mountains? Seeing this, Madame Zhang's heart ached terribly. She was about to plead for mercy, but upon meeting Madame Chen's gaze, she immediately cowered. Whoever dared to intercede would be immediately cast out of the family. It was then that Qi Bao arrived. Lihua, seeing her as a lifeline, crawled over to beg for mercy. Seeing that Qi Bao was still unaware of the situation, the eldest sister-in-law went forward and explained for a while. Upon hearing this, Qi Bao turned her gaze to Li Ziming. Concerned, she took his hand and asked, "Are you all right?" Seeing Li Ziming shake his head to indicate he was fine, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she turned to question Lihua. "I want you to tell me directly, was it you who did this?" At this point, Lihua felt there was nothing left to hide. She directly expressed her sense of injustice, asking why someone like Qi Bao could receive such favor. "Why? Is it wrong to strive for what I want?" she demanded. Seeing her stubbornness, Qi Bao stated that Aze was already a free man. If you like him, you can openly pursue him. No one would stop you. But using such unscrupulous methods deserves punishment. Turning to Madame Chun, she explained that Jin Yuan was also involved in the drugging and should be held accountable. "I have nothing more to say. You may deal with this as you see fit." Seeing that Qi Bao had made her stance clear, Madame Chun ordered Lihua to be taken to the Jin family to apologize, and she was to be tied up and thrown into the pigsty until her wedding day. The scene changed. Lihua confessed everything in front of Jin Yuan. She had even bribed a maid from the Jin family to gather information about young Master Jin. Hearing this, Jin Yuan was shocked. Had Fu Lihua gone mad? He turned to Qi Bao to express his apologies. "I almost misunderstood you earlier." Madame Chun, suppressing her fear, felt she needed to clarify things with young Master Jin to maintain the family's reputation. The gist of her message was that although they were humble farmers, it was impossible for their daughter to become a concubine. Jin Yuan understood. No matter how noble his status, the daughters of wealthy families wouldn't consider him. He turned to assure the old madam that Qi Bao was like a sister to him, especially given her life-saving grace. He immediately decided to become sworn siblings with Qi Bao. Madame Chun, of course, wholeheartedly approved. The happiest person here was undoubtedly Li Ziming. Faced with Qi Bao's questioning look, he immediately nodded in agreement. Becoming siblings meant he could no longer harbor improper thoughts about Bao. Seeing that everyone agreed, Qi Bao gladly accepted. The scene shifted to a corner of the backyard, near the pigsty. Li Ziming quietly apruaka Liwa. Earlier, things had happened too quickly, leaving many questions unanswered. He was now certain of Fu Lihua's strange behavior. Seeing Li Ziming approach, Lihua naively thought he had come to set her free. But she was met with Li Ziming's cold voice. "Don't call me Aze. You have no right to address me that way." Hearing this, Lihua's eyes widened in shock. "So you've been pretending all along." Li Ziming dropped all pretense, his demeanor filled with hostility. "How did you, a farm girl, transform yourself and become so well-versed in all walks of life? You even know about soul-consuming powder, something only found in brothels. This girl is too pitiful, finally given a chance to relive her life, only to end up hanged in a pigsty." Faced with Li Ziming's interrogation, Lihua passionately declared, "Fu Qi Bao is the one who made your life a living hell. I'm the one who truly loves you, but you only see her. Everything I've done was for you." My goodness, such a touching display of devotion. Anyone witnessing this scene would be moved by her. To Li Ziming, however, her performance, no matter how brilliant, was nothing but a joke. It seems you won't speak the truth without some persuasion. Hearing this, Lihua's pupils constricted slightly. She thought she had disguised herself well, but she had still been seen through. The secret of her being a reincarnator was something she hadn't planned to tell anyone, including Li Ziming. However, the current situation was truly beyond her expectations. Steeling herself, she said, "I know about your background, Princess of Qin." As soon as the words left her mouth, Li Ziming's expression suddenly turned sharp. Seeing this, Li Hua continued, "I've been reincarnated. I know what will happen 10 years from now. I can help you reclaim everything you've lost." As she revealed everything, she didn't forget to claim that she was his future wife. Li Ziming's expression was mocking. "For a woman like you to receive heaven's favor and be reincarnated, this world is truly unfair. Tell me everything that will happen in the future, then I'll consider whether to believe you or not." Seeing him somewhat moved, Li Hua thought he believed her and immediately said, "First, marry me, then kill Fu Qibao. She might also be a reincarnator and could hinder our plans." Hearing this, Li Ziming's eyes turned cold. "I've changed my mind." As he spoke, he used a dagger to cut Li Hua's bonds. Indeed, no one could resist a wife who could predict the future and bring wealth and glory. Just as she was thinking this, a noose suddenly descended. "With or without your predictions, I will be the ultimate victor. Keeping you alive is of no use to me whatsoever, so you might as well die." Sometime later, Madame Zhang quietly brought food to check on her daughter, but she saw a figure hanging from the ceiling beam. She was instantly startled and stumbled. Madame Zhang's cries immediately woke the sleeping Li family. With a tear-stained face, she said Li Hua had taken her own life. Qibao had also intended to go and take a look. If there was still a breath of life, she might have been able to think of a way to help. Madame Zhang, seemingly gone mad, held Fu Li Hua's corpse tightly, fiercely declaring, "Li Hua was driven to death by you all. You killed her. She made mistakes, but now she's paid with her life. Are you satisfied now?" Li Ziming watched Qibao's sorrowful, retreating figure. In his heart, he thought this woman deserved to die. Her existence would have been your downfall. I would never allow her to harm you, so don't be sad for her. At this moment, Madame Chun gently waved her hand, signaling everyone to disperse. Nothing said now would make a difference. It would only agitate Madame Fu and Madame Zhang further. Let them handle the funeral arrangements themselves. Qibao furrowed her brow, her heart still filled with doubts. She couldn't shake the feeling that Fu Li Hua wasn't the type to easily give up on life. Just earlier that day, she had been begging her mother not to marry her off. How could she have become so despondent in just one night? Li Ziming listened quietly for a while, then said, "Her taking her own life is not your fault. It's too late to say anything now." Even though Qibao still harbored doubts, she had no choice but to let it go. Her greater concern now was for Li Ziming. The gambling den was the Zhao family's business, and the Zhao young master was known for his preference for men. Those thugs had all seen him. Her brother feared they wouldn't give up so easily. Turning to Li Ziming, she suggested, "It's best if you don't go to the academy for now." For Li Ziming, not taking the imperial exams meant staying at the academy was pointless. An old capitalist travels back in time to ancient times to exploit the masses. This promotional method left Jin Yuan dumbfounded. Qibao explained that the fragrance of the perfume could attract butterflies for pollination, but there certainly wouldn't be this many butterflies in town. The butterflies you see were caught in advance. We needed some gimmick after all. Jin Yuan was amazed, his mouth full of endless praise. He also mentioned that in 3 days' time would be an auspicious day, perfect for holding the adoption ceremony. Qibao naturally had no objections. Everything would be according to Brother Jin's arrangements. The Jin family, being the wealthiest in Jingyang town, opened their new shop. They naturally invited many local nobles and prestigious families. Fong Mingwei was dragged there by her brother, Fong Mingjing. Since regaining his looks, Fong Mingjing had become close friends with Fu Liushi. He couldn't miss the opportunity to show support. At this moment, Bai Yunfei's face was as dark as a thundercloud. Having lost the treasure that was almost in his grasp, how could he possibly swallow this bitter pill? 3 days later, Qibao was dressed in fine clothes, her hair styled in the latest fashion. Her entire aura had transformed. Before, she was just a pretty, lively village girl. Now, she exuded the grace of a young lady from a noble family. The flaws in her appearance had long since vanished, making her look increasingly similar to her previous life. The maid's voice brought her back to reality. "Miss, it's time to go to the ancestral hall." Li Ziming watched her secretly from a distance. Bao's face no longer bore any trace of that woman. In the Jin family's ancestral hall, the elders of the extended family had gathered. Jin Yuan publicly announced Qi Bao's status as his adopted sister. He even presented her with a token that would allow her to command the Jin family guards and withdraw money from their accounts. After I return to the capital, I'll entrust the business of national beauty to you, sister. Qi Bao gladly accepted, wishing Brother Jin a safe journey. She handed him a refined hemostatic medicine made with spirit technique for emergencies. As Jin Yuan prepared to return to the capital, he emphasized that the box of perfume must be brought along. Suddenly, a flying dagger came whistling through the air. It barely grazed her hair before embedding itself in a nearby pillar. Attached to it was a simple note with just 2 words, "Keep quiet." Jin Yuan naturally guessed it was Li Ziming reminding him to keep his affairs secret after returning to the capital. If he wished, he could easily take Jin Yuan's life. This was also a threat to him. Jin Yuan sighed helplessly. He muttered to himself, saying, "I, Jin Yuan, am a man of my word. I won't go back on what I've promised you." Having warned Jin Yuan, Li Ziming silently left the Jin residence. The scene changes. Bai Yunfei was fuming. His family's spice shop business had plummeted. Zhao Feng, as Bai Yunfei's cousin, naturally visited from time to time. Bai Yunfei immediately started complaining. The Jin family, relying on the emperor's status and their marital ties with the Marquis of Jinghua, have been oppressing the Bai and Zhao families for decades. But never mind that. Cousin, you look quite cheerful. Have you found another beauty recently? Hearing this, Zhao Feng said, "Indeed, there is an exquisite beauty. But with the Jin family as her backer now, it's not easy to get close. I didn't come just for idle chat today, but to help you with your troubles." Seeing Bai Yunfei's confused expression, Zhao Feng gestured for his subordinate to bring someone in. The person who entered was Fu Wujiang, who had been driven out of the Fu family. "Young Master Bai, that perfume business you mentioned before was run by my father and sister. I even helped in the flower fields for a while. I saw it with my own eyes. One wanted money, the other wanted a person." Bai Yunfei and Zhao Feng reached an agreement on dealing with the Fu family. In their eyes, Fu Wujiang was just a dog they could still use. Meanwhile, Li Ziming was making the most of his resources. The ginseng and herbs from Mount Jiao were all cold, hard cash. He had already had Wu Hao gather information on the Zhao family's strongest experts, as well as the most outstanding among their descendants. To his surprise, Zhao Feng, who managed the Fatsai gambling house, also had a preference for men. The man Fu Wujiang had planned to send him to earlier was actually also a direct descendant of the Zhao family, one of the young experts. Bao had always worried about him getting into trouble again, mainly because of this Zhao Feng. This being the case, Zhao Feng became the best candidate for obtaining the Zhao family's ancestral sword technique. On a dark and windy night, Li Ziming, based on the intelligence provided by Wu Hao, had been waiting for a long time in the dark alley of Nanfeng House. Faced with Li Ziming's attack, Zhao Feng quickly avoided the vital areas. He wished he hadn't gone drinking today. He never expected to encounter an assassination attempt on his own turf. Moments later, Zhao Feng, pale-faced, begged for mercy. Li Ziming took the opportunity to feed him a pill. "Your life is now in my hands. If you want to live, write down your Zhao family's He Gem and Sword cultivation method and techniques, and bring it here in 3 days." Elsewhere, Qi Bao couldn't find Li Ziming. It was already so late and he hadn't returned. She immediately showed a worried expression. Thinking of this, she headed straight towards Mount Jiao. Finally, they found Li Ziming by a large tree. Qi Bao approached him and immediately smelled a pungent scent of blood. Instinctively, she tore open his clothes. There was a ghastly wound, with blood having nearly stained his entire garment red. Qi Bao gasped, her expression changing instantly. Li Ziming's eyes flickered slightly. He explained that while returning from gathering herbs, he encountered a leopard that had injured him. Qi Bao sighed. She wasn't some naive little girl. Such a clean wound was clearly from a blade. She knew A's had his secrets. Without pressing further, she took out some hemostatic medicine and applied it to the wound. "Whatever happens in the future, please don't risk your life, all right?" Li Ziming felt warmth in his heart upon hearing this. As he nodded in agreement, he reached out and pulled Qi Bao into his embrace. Qibao's cheeks flushed slightly. She wanted to struggle, but feeling A's tighten his hold, she decided to let him embrace her for a while. Time passed second by second. Qibao gently tapped his chest with her finger, signaling him to release her. I have something to give you. It's an amulet I got for you from the most efficacious Wanan temple in Jingyang town. It will protect you and keep you safe. So, no matter when, even when bathing, you must always carry it with you. Li Ziming's lips curled into a smile. He tied the amulet to his chest, promising to always keep it close. This was something he had specifically exchanged from the system. As long as he wore it, it could ward off 50 unexpected attacks. A truly protective charm. Li Ziming's smile was pure and beautiful. Even though Qibao saw this face every day, at this moment, she was mesmerized by his smile. It's getting late. Let's go home. This man would become an infamous tyrant in the future, yet a woman who had traveled through time changed him. At this moment, Qibao was holding warm buns in her hands. A group of children surrounded her. These were all homeless children. Qibao had recently earned some money, intending to build an orphanage for the children. Upon hearing they could go to school in the future, the children's eyes were filled with anticipation. The more sensible children felt that the kind-hearted sister shouldn't spend money on unrelated people like them. Qibao reassured them not to worry. Once I find a suitable house, I'll come to get you. Li Ziming observed everything through the roof tiles. So, she had run away from him for these little rivals. On the surface, he was jealous, but deep down, he felt warm, because this was how Qibao had helped him back then. So, he sold the lingji and ginseng he found on Mount Jile. Secretly, he had Wu Hao purchase a suitable property for a school. Then he had it sold to Qibao at a low price. Wu Hao reported that it was done discreetly. Miss Fu definitely hadn't noticed and thought she had gotten a bargain. He also instructed to find some skilled craftsmen and sell their services to her at a low price. Wu Hao continued to report that the Zhao family had issued a bounty. They wanted to find a masked person who had harmed Zhao Feng. Yesterday, Fu Wujiang was beaten half to death. It said that it's because they want to offer beautiful women to Zhao Feng, who's been castrated. Really, they're bringing up the worst possible topic. However, it seems the Bai family's people are protecting his safety. It looks like they don't want him to die. Li Ziming spoke calmly upon hearing this. It seems Fu Wujiang still has some use for Bai Yunfei. Let's keep an eye on him for now. We can kill him later if he does anything he shouldn't. Li Ziming had originally planned to take over the Green Gang, but it's definitely not possible with his current strength. Next, he plans to focus on practicing the Zhao family's sword techniques. He'll take it step by step. The scene changes. The marquee of Jinggua's mansion in the capital is decorated with lanterns and festoons. Today is the old madam's grand birthday. Jin Yuan is chatting casually with his sister Jin Yanshu. You've been gone for nearly 3 months to pay respects at our ancestral home. I thought you wouldn't make it to the old madam's birthday banquet. Jin Yuan explained that the Jin family and the Mu family of the Marquis of Jinghua have been friends for generations, and it's also his sister's-in-law's family. How could he miss it? He also mentioned that he brought something good. Let sister have a look. As he spoke, he instructed his servants to bring up a large box of fragrant oils. Curious, Jin Yanshu had already opened a bottle of the fragrant oil. Instantly, the fragrance spread, attracting butterflies from the courtyard. Similarly, it also drew the attention of the Mu family's eldest daughter, Mu Linyue. What's this fragrance? It's even more special than the first box from Yunmeng residence. Jin Yuan boasted proudly. I didn't lie to you, did I? This is just a small gesture. When I opened more than a dozen bottles in Jinyang town, it attracted a swarm of butterflies. Mu Linyue quickly reached out and snatched a small porcelain bottle. She opened it and brought it close to smell it carefully. It's really nice. I'll take this one. Hey, you shameless girl. I didn't say I'd give it to you. The box of fragrant oils immediately caught Mu Linyue's eye. How many types of fragrant oils do you have? I want 1 bottle of each type. Seeing Mu Linyue about to grab them, Jin Yuan quickly closed the wooden box. You wish. I only have 50 bottles in total. I'll give you one at most. Linyue looked disappointed. If only the master who created these fragrant oils could come to the capital. Jin Yuan stated, you won't have that chance. His fragrant oils have already been monopolized by our Jin family. As the two were arguing, sudden hurried footsteps were heard from afar. They saw a handsome young man carrying an injured child rushing out in a hurry. Jin Yinshu called out, "What happened? Isn't her injured again?" Mu Qinshuan explained that he was playing earlier and cut his arm on a vase. "The bleeding won't stop." As Mu Qinshuan walked away, Jin Yinshu's face turned pale. Facing her brother's confusion, she explained that the Mu family has practiced martial arts for generations, but each generation produces a child with a strange illness. They're normal most of the time, but once injured, they bleed uncontrollably. Even the imperial physicians have no solution. Jin Yuan was shocked upon hearing this. "Perhaps I have a way." With that, he ran out. This 8-year-old child either has an abnormal platelet count or a coagulation factor dysfunction. The imperial physician said the wound was bleeding too fast, and there was nothing they could do. Mu Qinshuan naturally didn't want to give up on his brother like this. He said he would search for extraordinary individuals among the common people. General Mu raised his voice to stop them. "Enough. It's too late now." At that moment, Jin Yuan came running in, panting heavily. "This is a blood-stopping medicine I obtained when I returned home to pay respects to my ancestors." Everyone clearly doubted that the blood-stopping medicine would be effective for Anur. However, Mu Qinshuan quickly took it from him. "How will we know if we don't try?" Mu Linyue, upon seeing the color of the medicine, immediately felt something was amiss. She rushed forward to stop them, but stumbled, accidentally spilling the medicine all over the floor. Fortunately, a few drops of the medicine landed on the wound. Mu Linyue, kneeling on the ground, looked tense, fearing her nephew might be poisoned to death. The child's parents also thought, "Isn't this color usually associated with poison?" Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The wound began to heal at a visible rate. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the eldest young master of the Mu family crouched down, glancing at the medicine spilled on the ground. He suddenly stood up and asked Jin Yuan, "Do you have any more of this medicine? Whatever you want in exchange, it's yours." When Jin Yuan indicated he only had one bottle, Mu Linyue immediately felt remorseful. If it weren't for his recklessness, more than half the bottle would still remain. At this point, Old Master Mu spoke up. "Today, we owe our thanks to A Yuan. Otherwise, our Marquis of Jinghua's mansion might have seen a joyous occasion turn into a funeral. I don't know where you obtained this miraculous medicine, but our Marquis of Jinghua's mansion is willing to pay any price to buy the recipe for this elixir." Facing this old general who had fought on battlefields for decades, Jin Yuan felt immense respect. He recounted his experience of returning to his hometown in Jing Prefecture to pay respects to his ancestors. "That sworn sister of mine is very capable. She has a reclusive master of great skill. He gave me that medicine just before I left. Now he's far away in Jingyang Town." Old Master Mu was naturally unwilling to give up so easily. At this moment, Jin Yinshu stepped forward, suggesting that Jin Yuan write a letter and have someone deliver it to make the request. This way, it wouldn't interfere with Jin Yuan's upcoming grand wedding. Hearing this, Mu Qinshuan immediately agreed. "Sister-in-law is right. We can't delay A Yuan's important event." She volunteered to personally go and invite Miss Fu and the expert behind her. Meanwhile, atop a mystical mountain, a mysterious girl in white robes noticed that the imperial star in this area was surrounded by blood and killing intent. It had even split into a small red phantom. Could there be two emperors? The white-robed girl was perplexed and planned to leave the valley to seek the true emperor. The leader stated, "The time hasn't come yet. You can't leave. Only the destined one can enter. Wuyo Valley will lead you out of the mountains." He turned to comfort the girl. "Focus on your cultivation. This is the most tragic girl I've ever seen. Reborn into a new life, yet hanged to death in a pigsty by the man she loved. Her family thought she had taken her own life, but she survived with her last breath. She resents her parents who refused to plead for her in times of crisis. She hates her grandmother, who favored her younger aunt. So she abandoned the name Li Hua and now goes by Huali. She swore to personally tear the man who killed her twice into 1,000 pieces. Li Ziming, since you fail to recognize my worth, I shall overthrow this kingdom and make you pay the price. Thus, she journeyed to the capital and, using her knowledge from her previous life, befriended Yuzi from the Qin Guogong mansion. In the carriage, Qin Yozhen eagerly expressed to her elder brother, "That woman can predict events with uncanny accuracy." The joyous occasion at the Marquis Jinghua's mansion nearly turned into a funeral. Upon hearing this, the eldest young master of the Qin family naturally felt inclined to recruit her. When the two met Huali, they saw her pretending to leave. When asked about the reason, she said that although the Qin Guogong mansion was noble, a great calamity was about to befall it. Staying would be tantamount to seeking death. Hearing this, Qin Yozhen immediately became displeased. "Nonsense," she said. "Don't refuse our kindness only to face punishment later. We were so courteous before only because Miss Huali saved me. That's why we treated her as an honored guest and arranged for her to stay in the guest house." Huali was completely unfazed by Qin Yozhen's attitude. She calmly stated, "If you can't bear to hear such piercing words, the downfall of the Qin family is inevitable. Thank you for your hospitality, young Master Qin. This humble girl will take her leave." At this moment, the voice of the eldest young Master Qin came. "Miss, what exactly do you mean by these words? Please explain clearly." "A peerless beauty, a discarded child who could topple a city. The person you once abandoned will eventually return for revenge." After saying this, she put her finger to her lips, as if to say that heavenly secrets must not be revealed. Qin Haojuan was immediately stunned in disbelief. Could it be that incident? Everyone who knew about it was dead. That mute boy should have long since. Huali's voice brought him back to reality. Silent at first, but when it speaks, it shakes the world. Qin Haojuan was even more terrified. Watching the woman's retreating figure, he immediately arranged for people to follow them. Once they found where she was staying, he would make a sincere visit. After leaving the Qin Guogong mansion, the elderly woman beside her, Madame Wang, began to persuade the young lady. "You can't help the Qin family just because young Master Qin saved your life when you were young. Master Huhai said you drew the phoenix lot. It's the will of heaven. If the Qin family is destined for destruction, they might not be able to bear your fortune." The people following them heard this conversation and felt it was of great importance. They immediately sent someone back to report to the mansion. Huali couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed the fish had taken the bait. The scene changes. Qin Haojuan was reporting to the Duke of Qin. "That child has been missing for 3 years, right? Even if he's still alive, how could such a young child without any support possibly destroy our Qin Guogong mansion?" At this moment, the person sent to gather information also returned. When the Duke of Qin heard the 4 words, "Master Kahai," his reaction was extremely agitated. This person is skilled in divination of fortune and misfortune. His wise eyes can see through past and future. He disappeared without a trace 20 years ago. Given Qin Haojuan's age, he naturally hadn't heard of him. 100 years ago, Master Kuhai personally made a phoenix lot, mixing it among hundreds of other lots. Later, every woman who drew the phoenix lot became an empress without exception. He immediately felt that if his son could marry this woman, he would surely become emperor in the future. But Qin Haojuan didn't remember saving a girl when he was young. The Duke of Qin immediately stepped forward to comfort him, saying none of that mattered. If that woman is Master Kuhai's disciple, her abilities are undoubtedly extraordinary. And with the status of a phoenix girl, it's as if heaven wants our Qin family to have endless wealth and power. This girl, in order to seek revenge, wants to marry her enemy. The Qin Guogong mansion, being her enemy, is undoubtedly the best choice. Qin Rui, on the other hand, valued his ability to foresee the future and Feng Ming's movements. Both of them were calculating furiously in their minds. Huali stated that she could only tell them his location. Whether they could take his life or not would depend on their own abilities. This was a matter that affected his Qin family. Qin Rui naturally expressed that he would arrange everything properly. Before Huali took her leave, she noticed Qin Haojuan's shy demeanor. This undoubtedly deepened Qin Rui's belief that women, once they fall in love, no matter how intelligent or capable, can become pawns to be manipulated. He turned to instruct you to personally go to the location Huali mentioned. If you truly encounter that child, you must eliminate him completely, removing any future threats. After returning, approach Huali and make her your woman. Qin Haojuan hesitated, saying he had already taken a proper wife. Qin Rui stated that the emperor was incompetent and tyrannical. In recent years, natural disasters and man-made calamities had been endless. If Feng Ming's woman could become part of the Qin family, Qin Haojuan was not a fool. He naturally understood his father's intentions and immediately expressed that he would not disappoint him. Meanwhile, Mu Qianxuan from the Marquis of Jinghua's mansion had already left the capital. Mu Lingyue stubbornly insisted on going along, saying she had spilled in nurse medicine, so she wanted to personally go to Jingyang town to find that expert. As descendants of the Mu family's military lineage, although they were women, they had practiced martial arts since childhood. This level of horsemanship was naturally not a problem. After speaking, she had already ridden off on her horse, leaving Mu Qianxuan with a helpless expression. She actually returned to her family's ancestral hall to pray for the ancestors' blessing, hoping that Sister Qibao would be willing to sell the prescription to the Mu family so they wouldn't have to worry about their nephews and nieces being harmed by that strange disease in the future. Recalling that young man, she unconsciously picked up that nameless tablet again. The scroll hidden within was opened once more. A furious roar from behind startled Jin Yuan, making him tremble. He saw Jin Yitong with a stern face. He immediately started beating him. How did you discover this? Who allowed you to open and look at it? Jin Yuan looked aggrieved. Who is the person in this painting anyway? Jin Yitong's expression changed slightly. He sternly urged Jin Yuan to leave quickly. He was never to touch this painting again. Watching his son's retreating figure, Jin Yitong's expression was complex. It's my fault for not protecting your only child, letting him leave this world at such a young age. If it weren't for our marriage ties with the Marquis of Jinghua's mansion, our Jin family probably couldn't have stayed in the capital. Thinking of this, Jin Yitong's eyes filled with hatred. Qin Rue, this grudge, our Jin family will settle accounts with you sooner or later. Thousands of miles away in Jingyang town, Qibao and Li Ziming had been living a peaceful life. They were completely unaware that trouble was about to descend upon them. By ancient aesthetic standards, if one had a birthmark on their face, it would be considered extremely ugly. After Qibao's grooming, Li Ziming made a dazzling appearance. At the entrance of the brokerage, Qibao spotted a familiar face from afar. Aren't you Feng Mingjing's guard? How come you've changed jobs to become a broker? Wu Hao said he was helping out part-time. He laughed it off with a couple of chuckles. She glanced quietly at Li Ziming beside her, whose face had turned half red. She tugged at her own mouth to keep from bursting into laughter. She could never have imagined that the fierce and cunning young man would be so obedient and well-behaved in front of Miss Fu. Meeting Li Ziming's piercing gaze, Wu Hao instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Qibao looked puzzled. It's so hot. Why are you shivering? Are you sick? Wu Hao changed the subject, saying that if Miss Fu wanted to choose people, he would recommend some. He immediately brought over 5 excellent employees he had prepared in advance. Qibao ignored Wu Hao's exaggerated praises and carefully examined these people. She was quite satisfied in her heart. They had clear eyes and looked kind and honest. Each had their own strengths, perfect for teaching children at the charity house. These people were originally convicted officials, and their families were pitiful. Qibao promised that as long as they worked diligently, she would return their indenture contracts to them after 5 years when the charity house was running smoothly. These words brightened the expressions of the previously numb individuals. They all expressed their gratitude and loyalty. They never expected to encounter such a kind-hearted employer. Because of this action at the charity house, Qibao immediately heard the system announce that she had gained merit. This aloof system really lacked presence. Li Ziming's words brought her back to reality. Bao is truly kind-hearted. When is your birthday? He was obviously not asking about the original host's birthday. After a moment's thought, she said her birthday was on the 7th day of the 7th month, coinciding with the Qixi festival. She then asked about Li Ziming's. Li Ziming lowered his eyes, his expression suddenly darkening. The woman who gave birth to him was sometimes lucid, sometimes insane. No one had ever mentioned his birthday. Seeing his disappointed demeanor, Qibao felt very sympathetic and said it didn't matter. From now on, A's will share the same birthday as me. We'll celebrate together every year. This way, you won't be lonely. Hearing this, Li Ziming's disappointment immediately turned to joy. Bao, will you stay with me forever and celebrate our birthdays together? Seeing him looking at her nervously, Qibao nodded instinctively. Don't forget your promise. I'll take every word you say seriously. Hearing him say this, Chi Bao immediately raised 3 fingers as if making a vow. Coming to her senses, Chi Bao felt something was amiss. It seemed like she had been tricked again. A domineering female CEO traveling to ancient times, now having to celebrate 2 birthdays each year. The Fu family was celebrating Chi Bao's birthday. She knew this birthday didn't belong to her. She turned and exchanged smiles with Li Ziming. She secretly resolved to give A's the most perfect and unforgettable birthday. That birthday that belonged to both of them. One day, Chi Bao took Li Ziming on a date to Qingyu Garden. Now, Qingyu Garden was a sea of blooming flowers, beautiful like a paradise on earth. Li Ziming placed a beautiful flower crown on Chi Bao's head. It was a romantic and sweet moment. Suddenly, Li Ziming's eyes flickered. He took Chi Bao's hand and hid their figures among the flowers. They saw Chi Bao's gambling-addicted 5th brother sneaking through the sea of flowers, instructing his wife and children on how to steal the secret formula for the fragrant dew. At this moment, Chi Bao was both angry and sad. Although her 5th brother had been kicked out of the family due to his gambling addiction, if he were to mend his ways, Chi Bao would still be willing to find him a means of livelihood. Li Ziming's words brought her back to reality. People addicted to drugs can never quit. His wife and children must have been threatened by him. Chi Bao naturally understood this reasoning. This time, she wouldn't be soft-hearted. Seeing this, Li Ziming had already made up his mind. He was determined to send the eldest son of the Bai family to meet his maker. It was because he always coveted Chi Bao's fragrant dew formula that so many problems had arisen. On a dark and windy night, Bai Yunfei in the carriage remarked, "That fool Fu Wuzheng still has some skills, actually able to arrange for his wife and children to steal the formula. For selling out his own family. I'll make sure he dies quickly when the time comes." Just then, a black shadow darted past the carriage. Without a word, a blade struck. Bai Yunfei's arm immediately began bleeding profusely. To his astonishment, the attacker was using the hegemon's sword technique. "It's the Zhao family," someone shouted, drawing their sword to counterattack. Li Ziming gave them no chance. He struck directly at the vital points. The man fell dead. This display of protecting one's wife, I give it 100 likes. Now you can't harm Bao anymore. Old Master Bai, having lost his beloved son in a day, naturally pinned the blame on the Zhao father and son. Old Master Zhao was also furious. Bai Yunfei was his most beloved nephew. How could he have killed him? Now even Bai Yunfei's mother, who was Old Master Zhao's own sister, didn't believe her brother. How could the hegemon's sword technique be fake? Zhao Feng, standing nearby, already had the answer in his heart. 3 months ago, to save his life, he had given the hegemon's sword manual to Li Ziming. Thinking of this, a sharp pain shot through his chest. The poison had chosen this moment to act up. To avoid revealing that he had been poisoned, he expressed how deeply saddened he was by his cousin's death. After saying this, he turned and ran out. By this time, Li Ziming was already waiting for him outside. Zhao Feng immediately questioned why he had killed Bai Yunfei. Even if you have incredible skills, you won't be able to escape the pursuit of both families. Li Ziming calmly replied, "Before that happens, they'll need to have the ability to find out who I am." Saying this, he took out a pill. "Do you want to become the head of the Zhao family?" Well, the Bai and Zhao families are at odds because of great chaos. The power structure will be reshuffled. I can help you eliminate your enemies. Will you become the head of the Zhao family or remain an insignificant waste? I think you know how to choose. I've never seen such a twisted form of love. In his previous life, he turned his wife into a human pig and kept her in a water vat. In this life, he's transformed into a devoted lover, launching an offensive to win his wife's heart. Bao, is something troubling you? Chi Bao had long known that not only was her 5th brother coveting the fragrant dew formula, but she had caught her eldest and 2nd brothers rummaging through her room several times. Li Ziming's words brought her back to reality. Gratitude breeds gratitude. Resentment breeds resentment. You've already done so well. You've even adopted so many homeless children. Chi Bao's mood improved considerably upon hearing this. As she looked up, a cluster of sugarcane caught her eye. There was actually a bunch of sugarcane growing here. She immediately tried to pull out a stalk of sugarcane, but it wouldn't budge an inch. Turning her head, she found that A's had already stepped forward. "Let me help you." He then broke a stalk of sugarcane into 2 pieces. Qibao was a bit stunned. The green-skinned sugarcane was very thick and difficult to break by hand. Li Ziming calmly stated, "It's normal for a man to have great strength." Qibao muttered under her breath, a young boy not even 20 years old calling himself a man. She then started gnawing on the sugarcane skin. Li Ziming momentarily thought Qibao was chewing on a tree trunk. He watched as she chewed carefully, tasting a hint of sweetness. But when she swallowed, her throat nearly split open. Suddenly, Qibao realized something was wrong. "A's, how did you swallow the sugarcane pulp?" At that moment, she burst into laughter at Li Ziming's adorable behavior. She then earnestly taught him the correct way to eat sugarcane. Looking at the girl before him, her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Li Ziming couldn't help but recall Fu Lihua's words. Had he really taken Qibao hostage in his previous life? Meanwhile, Qibao thought of another business venture. This sugarcane can be used to treat sugar. Although it's not as good as the fragrant dew, it's still a good business. Half the profits can go to the rich families. Let them divide it among themselves. This way, they won't cause trouble out of greed. The other half will be for A's. Li Ziming was surprised by this. "Aren't you afraid the rich families won't agree?" Qibao confidently stated, "They'll have to agree whether they want to or not. It's good for them too. It's my recipe and my business. I'll give it to whoever I want." The scene changes. After being provoked, Zhao Feng directly killed 2 of his half-brothers. He then instigated his father, claiming that the Bai family must be seeking revenge on them. Old Master Zhao slammed his hand on the table, roaring that they must eradicate the Bai family. "This is the most domineering male lead I've ever seen. His wife was bullied, and he directly ensures the offender's family line is cut off. To act like a domineering CEO in front of Qibao." Li Ziming made another grand gesture. He threw a package of 1,000-year-old ginseng at Zhao Feng, telling him to turn it into silver notes before the Qixi festival. Zhao Feng felt that converting so much 1,000-year-old ginseng into money would be too large an amount to go through official channels. He suggested they could auction it instead. And so, Li Ziming successfully obtained a large amount of silver notes. Meanwhile, the carriage procession from the marquis of Jinggua's mansion arrived in Jingyang town. Mu Lingyue, with a pale face, said they had finally arrived. She had been dizzy and nauseous throughout the journey, losing several pounds. The Jin family steward spoke up, saying that the young master's arrival was timely, just in time for the Qixi festival. Mu Qianxue nodded slightly. Although he was anxious, he didn't want to disrupt others' festival celebrations. He decided to meet with Miss Fu after the Qixi festival. On the morning of the Qixi festival, Li Ziming sent Qibao a new set of clothes. Qibao, having changed in her new clothes, nodded with satisfaction. As she walked out of the room, she saw Aze, who had also donned new attire, emerging. It wasn't just her. All the wealthy girls were staring in awe. They seemed eager to invite Li Ziming to join them at the Qixi festival fair. Li Ziming walked straight towards Qibao. He took her hand, indicating, "Let's go." The couple's chemistry was off the charts as they walked down the street. Passers-by speculated that Qibao must be a rich lady. Otherwise, how could she have such a handsome husband? Qibao suddenly felt the pressure of going out with such a good-looking man was too much. Li Ziming, noticing this, suggested, "Let's go buy masks over there." Qibao chose a tiger mask for Li Ziming. After putting on the mask, he felt it looked exactly like the masked man who had kidnapped his entire family. Li Ziming calmly stated, "With masks on, everyone looks the same." Then he persuaded Qibao to wear a rabbit mask, implying the big tiger would eat the little rabbit. Unable to bear the sickly sweet atmosphere of love, he said, "It's too crowded. To prevent getting separated, you'd better hold on to me as we walk. Besides, my sense of direction isn't great." Li Ziming was talking nonsense with a straight face, but Qibao believed him completely. "Aze, let's eat our way from one end of the street to the other." The Jin family, as the wealthiest in Jingyang town, had funded the construction of this magpie bridge. They had even gone all out, sprinkling a large amount of fragrant dew to attract butterflies and add to the festive atmosphere. Qibao expressed her reluctance to go to the magpie bridge, saying, "The cowherd and weaver girl can only meet once a year. Although it's a love story celebrated for ages, it's too tragic. I prefer happy endings where couples can be together." The scene shifts. Mu Lingyue, also a young lady, was naturally drawn to the lively scene. Mu Qinshuan couldn't resist her sister's coquettish pleas and finally agreed to go shopping together. Meanwhile, Li Ziming and Qi Bao were preparing to release lanterns. They were completely unaware that Li Ziming's biggest future love rival was about to appear. No gift is as practical as a stack of money. As soon as Qi Bao opened the gift Li Ziming had prepared for her, she exclaimed, "Goodness, did you rob a bank or something?" Li Ziming calmly replied, "Don't you like money the most? I sold ginseng to get this." Hearing this, Qi Bao was instantly embarrassed beyond words and immediately refused such a gift. Li Ziming gently covered Qi Bao's mouth, insisting that she must accept the gift. Indeed, the domineering CEO has always been the most handsome throughout history. At this moment, various fireworks exploded in the sky. Couples everywhere were lovey-dovey, and the air was filled with a pink atmosphere. Seeing the moment was right, Li Ziming mysteriously asked Qi Bao to close her eyes, saying there was another surprise. Qi Bao closed her eyes, anticipating a new gift. Li Ziming's face drew closer and closer. Just as he was about to kiss her, Mu Qinshuan's sudden appearance shattered the beautiful atmosphere. He pulled Qi Bao into his arms, exclaiming, "Where did this scoundrel come from, daring to harass my sister?" Li Ziming's face darkened. His month-long preparation for a confession had been ruined just like that. Qi Bao hurriedly struggled. "I'm not your sister. Look at me carefully. Did you mistake me for someone else?" Gu Qinshuan immediately apologized after seeing her face clearly. Her silhouette and figure were extremely similar to his sister's. "I've been separated from her for a long time. I was just anxious earlier." Seeing that he was also anxious to find his sister, Qi Bao naturally forgave him. In Li Ziming's eyes, Mu Qinshuan clearly detected a murderous intent. He blamed himself for ruining someone else's plans. Originally, this was just a misunderstanding. The three of them parted ways, but as luck would have it, the Qin family from the capital had sent Qin Haojuan to resolve the matter. After many years, Li Ziming still recognized him at first glance. So he found an excuse to leave the Lantern Festival alone. Qi Bao went to solve lantern riddles with the two sisters, Hohat and Manhwa. On the other side, Qin Haojuan approached Zhao Feng. "I heard that your Qin gang is omnipotent in Jingyang town, the wealthy family behind the river business. There's a stunningly beautiful young man. Do you know where they are?" Zhao Feng was shocked upon hearing this. So they came for the secret formula. He immediately stated that he couldn't take this business. They were backed by the Jin family, and the Jin family was backed by the Marquis of Jingwa's mansion. Qin Haojuan calmly stated, "Doesn't the Zhao family want the backing from the capital?" As he spoke, he took out the token of the Duke Qin's mansion, along with bank notes worth $1 million. Combined with his capital accent, this person also had an extraordinary demeanor. At this point, Zhao Feng was thoroughly convinced. After clearing his throat, he said, "The Fu family indeed has a very beautiful young man, but he rarely goes out. They live in a village outside the town. If you want to go, I can arrange for one of my subordinates to guide you." Qin Haojuan was very satisfied with Zhao Feng's attitude. "After many years, I'll finally see you again." Large events in ancient times often had poor fire safety. Someone accidentally knocked over a lantern. The small fire quickly spread to a large area. The chaotic crowd continuously cried out in fear. Everywhere were shadows of people screaming and fleeing. The two nieces were so scared they insisted on pulling Qi Bao away. But Qi Bao wanted to save people. So she first arranged for Zhenu to stay in a tree, then without hesitation rushed into the fire to save people. She saw a child who had been separated from his mother, crying in the crowd. Qi Bao picked up the child in the chaos and handed the child to his mother. But the fire spread too quickly. Large areas of buildings began to collapse. Qi Bao called out to the system while saving people. "Is there any way to stop this fire? Premium rain suit can make it rain within a 10-mile radius. It only costs 2,000 merit points." Goodness, asking for 2,000 right off the bat. Why don't you just rob me? But in this moment of crisis, he couldn't afford to be sentimental. Just as he was distracted, the wooden beam above his head, already charred by the fire, suddenly came crashing down. A cry of "Miss, watch out," rang in his ears. In the next second, he was pulled out of harm's way. It was a young man who had just mistaken Qi Bao for his sister. After their eyes met in recognition, Mu Qinshuan expressed his admiration for Qi Bao's selfless act of trying to save others in such a dire situation. The Magpie Bridge, their only escape route, was on the verge of collapse. Mu Qinshuan urged Qi Bao to leave quickly, assuring her that he would rescue all the townspeople. Qi Bao, seeing the kindness of this noble young man, couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. However, she still used a rain talisman behind his back. Suddenly, heavy rain poured from the sky, quickly extinguishing the flames. The townspeople cheered loudly, grateful to be alive. As Qi Bao and Mu Qinshuan worked together to move the burnt beams, Mu Qinshuan's face suddenly turned bright red. He had noticed Qi Bao's soaking wet clothes. He immediately covered his eyes and handed his cloak to Qi Bao. Qi Bao instantly understood the young man's intention and blushed furiously. After the ordeal, Qi Bao smiled softly. "Thank you for saving me earlier, young master. Let's consider our previous misunderstanding resolved." With that, she bid farewell and left. At that moment, Mu Qinshuan noticed Qi Bao's hairpin on the ground, but when he looked up, she had already vanished. Mu Lingyue's appearance brought him back to reality. Seeing the hairpin in her brother's hand, she immediately tried to snatch it, but Mu Qinshuan held it high out of her reach. He then tucked it away in his chest like a treasure. Unbeknownst to Mu Qinshuan, he had already begun to develop feelings for Qi Bao. Do you know how possessive this male Li can be? You can't wear other people's clothes. If you must wear something, it can only be mine. I won't allow you to have anyone else's scent on you. Go take a bath. You must wash off any trace of others on your body. Qi Bao instinctively felt that A's was terrifying today. Why was he still angry? Had she done something wrong? On second thought, she couldn't let his first birthday be an unhappy one. Outside the window, watching the faint silhouette inside, Li Ziming finally stopped concealing the ferocity on his face. If he could, he truly wanted to personally take action to wash away every trace of others from her body. His remaining rationality told him he couldn't do that. Otherwise, it would only make her fear him, make her afraid. She was someone who loved helping the weak with such a kind and forgiving nature. He absolutely couldn't let her discover his dark side. Sensing movement at the door, Li Ziming put away the gloomy expression on his face and looked towards Qi Bao as she emerged from the bathroom. Qi Bao smiled at him ingratiatingly, seemingly worried that he was still angry. Even her expression became restrained. Li Ziming ultimately couldn't bear to see her troubled. He took out a clean handkerchief. Gently, he wiped her dripping wet hair. Qi Bao felt a bit uncomfortable. "Let me do it myself. Don't move. It won't be good if your hair gets tangled." Hearing this, Qi Bao could only allow him to tend her hair. She inexplicably felt the atmosphere turn somewhat strange. Qi Bao spoke up, breaking the silence. "All right, A's. Earlier on the bridge, when you asked me to close my eyes, what was the gift you wanted to give me?" Li Ziming spread out her now somewhat dry hair. His tone somewhat restrained, he asked, "Do you really want to know?" Seeing Qi Bao nod, Li Ziming could no longer contain himself. He embraced her and pulled her close. When Qi Bao came to her senses, she only felt a burning heat on her lips. At this moment, Qi Bao's heartbeat almost lost its rhythm. Stumbling, she pushed Li Ziming away. "Do you know what you're doing?" Li Ziming wore an expression of self-evident righteousness. "You and I are already betrothed. Why shouldn't I treat you this way? This is the gift I wanted to claim from you. Didn't you promise that you'd be willing to give me anything?" Qi Bao suddenly felt confused. "But A's, you're no longer my child groom." Li Ziming showed no sign of backing down. His tone was still as gentle as ever. But Qi Bao could sense an aggressive aura emanating from him. Qi Bao shook her head. Her mind was in chaos now. Ace had always been like a brother to her. She had never thought of anything more. This sudden confession brought her not joy, but shock. Have you ever seen such an extreme male lead? If his love is unrequited, he threatens to stab himself with a knife. Qi Bao's heart skipped a beat at the sight. "Don't do anything foolish. Put the knife down quickly." As Li Ziming appeared to stab himself in the chest, Qi Bao, in her panic and terror, burst into tears. Choking with sobs, she spoke, "I agree, but we're still young. It's too early to talk about marriage. How about this? Let's give each other 5 years, to cultivate our feelings. 5 years from now, if your feelings for me haven't changed at all, then we'll get married." As she said this, she sighed inwardly. If by that time she had gathered enough merit and was still alive. Hearing Qi Bao's compromise, a glint flashed in Li Ziming's eyes. The dagger finally left his temple. Seeing this, Qi Bao intensified her efforts, swearing that if she deceived A's, she would die a terrible death. Li Ziming immediately covered her mouth. "You can't make such oaths carelessly. Bao, you're destined to live a long life." Having said this, he changed the subject. "Then you must promise me, for these 5 years, you can't continue to see me as a brother, and you're not allowed to interact with other men or have any involvement with them." Qi Bao smiled bitterly and helplessly. "I promise you, apart from you, I absolutely won't like any other man." At this moment, Li Ziming finally smiled. Only then did Qi Bao breathe a sigh of relief. She urged him to quickly bandage the wound. Skillfully, she took out the medicine to stop bleeding and heal wounds, cleaning his injury. At this moment, he felt an intense headache and collapsed in a daze. Before losing consciousness, he saw Li Ziming's face filled with worry and fear. "It's about time you experienced what I felt earlier." Serves him right. Li Ziming indeed felt a moment of terror rise in his heart. Feeling his burning body, he reached out to check his pulse. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief. It was just a fever. He had been caught in the rain earlier, then exerted himself saving someone, and was also frightened, which led to his sudden collapse. Instantly, Li Ziming was filled with self-reproach. "I'm sorry, Bao. I can only do this. Only then will you give me a chance to stay by your side forever. You can't escape from my grasp. So please, stop struggling, all right?" The next day, when Qi Bao woke up, it was already noon. Madame Chun began speaking incessantly, her face full of lingering fear. "You scared me to death. Fortunately, Aze came to find me last night. That's how I knew you had fainted from fever. How did you suddenly catch a fever? Thank goodness you're all right." Just then, Li Ziming walked in carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. Seeing Madame Chun go out to get more food for Qi Bao, Li Ziming spoke with some unease. "Are you still angry with me?" Hearing this, Qi Bao let out a small sigh. "You must never do such a thing again. Otherwise, you might as well just kill me." Li Ziming nodded in agreement, appearing obedient and compliant. "Drink your medicine quickly. Get better soon." This male lead had transformed into a devoted, lovesick puppy. To take care of the sick female lead, he even skipped school. Just then, there was a knock at the door. It was the Jin family's manager coming to visit, bringing news from Jin Yuan in the capital. As he spoke, he handed over a letter. Qi Bao skimmed through it quickly. The Marquis of Jinghua's mansion wanted the formula for that blood-stopping elixir. As she was thinking, the Jin manager handed over an invitation. To show their sincerity, the young master of the Marquis of Jinghua's mansion had even come to Jingyang town in person. Qi Bao furrowed her brow slightly. She relied on with spirit techniques, not some miraculous blood-stopping formula. Even if she wanted to help with this request, she couldn't comply. She turned and explained that the medicine was given by her master. She had only given Jin Yuan a bottle out of concern for dangers he might face on the road. In reality, there was no formula. She feared she couldn't be of help. The Jin manager didn't press the issue. He even left behind a large batch of gifts, stating that the young master still wished to meet in person to discuss and also to express gratitude for saving his life before. Seeing Qi Bao's troubled expression, Li Ziming suggested, "If you don't want to see them, you can simply close your doors and ignore them from now on." Hearing this, Qi Bao shook her head. It was Jin Yuan who introduced them. That person is the young master of the Marquis of Jinghua's mansion and also the Jin family backer. In that sense, he's also my future backer, so I can't refuse to see him. Jin Yuan is from a Marquis of Jinghua's mansion. Since he's come to Jingyang town, he must have brought private soldiers. We can use them to deal with the people from Duke Qin's mansion. Thinking of this, Li Ziming's lips curled into a slight smile. He told Qi Bao that the people from a Marquis of Jinghua's mansion should be trustworthy. However, they shouldn't rush. Let them think you're easy to manipulate. Leave them hanging for a few days. See their sincerity before deciding. Qi Bao thought about it and agreed. After the lesson from the Bai family, they should indeed test the other party's character. Li Ziming's words brought her back to reality. "Come, teach me how to apply makeup." Putting on an ugly disguise when going out had become Li Ziming's required course. On the other side, Qin Haojuan received news that the adopted son-in-law of the Fu family was on the move. They just needed to wait until dusk to confirm that person's identity. He immediately ordered his subordinates to arrange an ambush. The scene changes. Li Ziming was led to the riverside by his classmates from the academy. "Brother Li, I saw the medicinal herb from that medical book you were looking for last time right by this river." Qin Haojuan and his companions stared intently at the young man's back. The moment Li Ziming turned around, Qin Haojuan's expression became indescribable. "You call this thing a character? Even paper figures for grave offerings look better than this." His subordinate began to doubt if they had found the wrong person. Hearing this, Qin Haojuan flew into a rage. "Do I need you to tell me? Am I blind? You all withdraw for now. Continue the investigation." On second thought, he remembered that Zhao Feng had said he'd seen that person before. He decided to find him to identify the target. After his eyes were stung, Qin Haojuan found Zhao Feng that very night. Zhao Feng was also a clever person. He wasn't content with being controlled by the masked man forever. He asked the eldest young Master Qin to help eliminate him together. That person was the one secretly protecting the Fu family. Once he was eliminated, dealing with the Fu family would be a piece of cake. As long as it could achieve his goal, Qin Haojuan naturally wouldn't refuse such a convenient small favor. The secret plot in the room was overheard by Li Guangming on the roof. As soon as they stepped out of the door, they were met with a barrage of hidden weapons. The secret guards serving Qin Haojuan were shocked and quickly moved to protect him. Qin Haojuan, who was skilled in martial arts himself, wasn't badly hurt, but anger surged in his heart. "You invited us to the backyard just to ambush us." He finished speaking and ordered his men to kill him. Zhao Feng was thinking that now he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. A long sword pierced through his chest, and he finally met his end in the northwest. Seeing this, Qin Haojuan had just breathed a sigh of relief when another subordinate came to report. The men sent to gather information in Fengtian village had their arms bitten off by a white fox. Good heavens, their mission had truly started off on the wrong foot. First, they found the wrong person. Then the Zhao family dared to ambush them, and now their men were injured by a white fox. In one day, the news of Zhao Feng's death spread throughout Jingyang town. The Zhao family sent out people from the Green Gang to search for the killer's whereabouts. Qi Bao was holding a stick full of candied haws, thinking about giving the children a treat. At this moment, a Green Gang thug blocked her path. He indicated that he wanted to perform a routine check, starting by touching her cheek. Just as he was about to reach out, his hand was struck by a sword sheath. A woman's sharp reprimand rang out. "Harassing a young girl in public? Have you no shame?" The newcomer was Mu Lingyue from the Marquis of Jingwa's mansion, followed by guards with fierce expressions. Seeing this formidable presence, the Green Gang thugs realized they were outmatched and wisely fled. Mu Lingyue's words snapped Qi Bao back to reality. "Miss, are you all right?" Qi Bao expressed her gratitude. Although these men couldn't have harmed her, the fact that the other party was willing to help showed they were good people. Mu Lingyue couldn't help but advise, "It's getting late. You should head home quickly to avoid running into them again." Qi Bao nodded, bid farewell, and left. With the town in some chaos, she didn't plan to linger. That girl looks imperious, but she has a kind heart. On Manager Jin's third visit to deliver an invitation, Qi Bao finally agreed to meet with the young master from the Marquis of Jingwa's mansion. In truth, when Mu Lingyue learned from Manager Jin that there was no prescription, she was naturally very disappointed. Mu Qinshuan consoled her, saying that since Qi Bao was willing to come, perhaps they could ask about her master's whereabouts. As they were talking, footsteps were heard outside. Upon seeing the visitor, both Mu Qinshuan and Mu Lingyue's faces showed surprise. "It's you. Do you believe in fate?" Mu Qinshuan had thought they'd never meet again. Yet the visitor turned out to be the girl who had rushed into the fire to save people on the night of the Qixi festival. Qi Bao was also surprised to find they were all acquainted. After exchanging pleasantries, the three sat down. Mu Qinshuan looked at Qi Bao with hopeful eyes, stating that if she could introduce them to her master, the Mu family would fulfill any request. Mu Lingyue quickly agreed, eager for Qi Bao to accept. Qi Bao's eyes flickered briefly, quickly formulating a response. Her initial reservations diminished greatly upon meeting these two. She certainly wouldn't pass up the opportunity to have the Marquis of Jingwa's mansion as a backer. "If you can provide sufficient medicinal ingredients, I can ask my master to concoct medicine for you. However, the process is extremely difficult, at most 4 bottles per month. Hearing this, Mu Qianxuan's heart leapt with joy. Such a precious item indeed couldn't be easily produced. As long as your esteemed master is willing to bestow medicine, the Mu family will be eternally grateful. Regarding the compensation mentioned by the Marquis's mansion, Qibao naturally had a plan. While requesting their secrecy, she asked them to establish charitable halls within their means to aid the elderly, weak, and poor. Hearing this, Mu Lingwei couldn't help but speak up. Mu Qianxuan, observing Qibao's calm demeanor, felt a stirring in her heart. How could a girl willing to risk her life for strangers be someone who coveted power and status? With this in mind, she said, "On our journey back to the capital, we will stop in each town for some time and establish a charitable hall in Miss Qi's name." Qibao took out a prepared piece of paper and handed it over. This lists several hemostatic herbs needed for the medicine. When the herbs arrive, please have them sent to Fengtian village. After the master has finished refining it, hand the medicine over to me. I'll then send someone to notify the young master. After Qibao bid farewell, Mu Lingwei finally spoke slowly. She hadn't expected the other party to be a woman she had met before. Such a kind-hearted girl, she immediately took a liking to her. She even expressed that during these few days of waiting, she wanted to go play with Qibao. She was eager to develop a close friendship. Mu Qianxuan's eyes flickered slightly, and he naturally nodded in agreement. "Brother Xian, did you also seem to know Miss Fu just now?" As soon as she finished speaking, she thought of that vermilion hairpin. Could it be him? Mu Lingwei had a sudden realization. Looking at her brother's expression, she immediately understood. "I didn't expect we'd have such a connection with Miss Fu. Brother Xian, why don't you give me that hairpin? This way, I'll have an excuse to go find Miss Fu." Mu Qianxuan immediately stood up and left, no longer paying attention to his sister. He indicated that the hairpin was missing. The scene changes. Qibao had just reached the doorstep of her home. Madame Chun, with an anxious face, said, "You're finally back. Azay's leg has been broken by someone." Qibao rushed into the room. At a glance, she saw Li Ziming lying on the bed. She carefully opened her mouth to comfort him. "Azay, how do you feel? Does it hurt?" As she said this, she suddenly thought, wasn't there a protective charm? How could he still get hurt? Both distressed and annoyed, she asked, "Did you take off the protective charm again?" Li Ziming shook his head. Lowering his voice, he said, "Don't worry, I'm not really hurt. This is all pretend." Seeing Qibao's confused face, Li Ziming explained, "The Green Gang thugs did hit me, but it's fine. Now the Zhao family is searching everywhere for Zhao Feng's killer. Since we had connections with the Zhao family before, we're worried they might turn their anger on the Fu family if they can't find anyone. So I might as well pretend to be injured. Later, we'll return to Fengtian village first. Let's not come to town for a while." Qibao sighed upon hearing this. "So that's how it is. This concern makes sense. Let's do it this way then." The next day, the Fu family welcomed another distinguished guest. Qibao hadn't expected that this young lady would personally come to Fengtian village. As soon as Mu Lingwei saw Qibao enter, she immediately stepped forward and said, "I'm sorry. Miss Fu, I've intruded by coming here unannounced. I truly apologize for the disturbance. I'm also new here. I've always been confined to home before. This is my first time visiting another place. Because I'm curious about the countryside scenery, I wonder if I could trouble Miss Fu to accommodate me for a few days. Could you show me around?" Good heavens, Qibao was shocked upon hearing this. This wealthy young lady wants to stay at my house. If anything happens, chopping up our entire family wouldn't be enough compensation. Thinking of this, she spoke with some difficulty. Our home is really modest. We don't have extra rooms for guests. Mu Lingwei, being naturally friendly, stepped forward and took Qibao's arm. Her attitude clearly showed she wasn't going to leave. Please don't turn me away. If it's inconvenient, I can find lodging with other families in the village. I'm not picky. We're all women. Why don't we sleep together? Meanwhile, on the other side, Mu Qianxuan personally led his subordinates. They went outside the city to receive a batch of hemostatic herbs specially transferred from Jinzhou. However, unexpectedly, a cart of medicinal materials accidentally fell off a cliff. If they couldn't retrieve it, it might delay their plans for several months. Yet, all of this was a scheme orchestrated by the wife of Magistrate Fong. She successfully restrained the forces of the Princess Xinghua. For the sake of Fong Mingjing's future, They naturally couldn't refuse the conditions set by Duke Qin's mansion. They even gave Qin Haojun a token that granted him unrestricted access in Jingyang town. On a dark and windy night, a group of men in black, empowered by the token, smoothly left the city and headed straight for Fengtian village. Qin Haojun's patience had worn thin. That very night, he dispatched assassins to carry out a decapitation operation against the Fu family. Immediately, they engaged in combat with Mu Lingyue's 4 guards. After just a few moves, the guards sensed something was amiss. Such martial prowess couldn't have been cultivated by an ordinary family. They instantly fired a distress signal. Li Ziming's intervention brought relief to the retreating guards of the Jinghua mansion. Qi Bao, empowered by her with spirit technique, was completely immune to the effects of the sleeping drug. The moment she burst out of the room, a flaming arrow shot straight towards her. Anyone who stepped out of the Fu family's gate would become a target for the archers. Seeing this, Li Ziming swiftly knocked the arrow down. The arrow was coated with oil, clearly intended for arson. Qi Bao immediately activated her strength-enhancing talisman to rescue people. She led her family members to the well, drenching everyone thoroughly with water. She searched all the rooms but couldn't find Zhe anywhere. Qi Bao could only hope for the best. Perhaps he had sneaked off to Jiao Mountain again. She wondered how Miss Mu was doing. Worried, she decided to go out and check. Meanwhile, Mu Lingyue's expression showed signs of panic. Could these people also be after the token? Miss Fu mustn't come to any harm. Just as she was thinking this, someone burst in. A dagger was pressed against her throat, signaling her to remain silent. The intruder then removed his mask and night clothes. A delicate face came into Mu Lingyue's view, causing her breath to catch. Li Ziming's words brought her back to reality. If you reveal my presence, I'll kill you. Pretend you never saw me, he said before vanishing. Mu Lingyue was left pondering how such an extraordinarily handsome person could exist in this world. At that moment, Qi Bao's voice came from outside. After confirming each other's safety, they both felt relieved. At this very moment, Mu Qinshuan arrived with his troops. They quickly gained the upper hand against the men in black. The men in black, seeing the tide had turned against them, began to scatter and flee. Qi Bao, worried about A's, took advantage of the chaos to search for him on Jiao Mountain. The men in black had already escaped and her family was safe. Now only A's remained. Just as she was thinking this, Li Ziming's voice came through. It's so late. Why have you come out here? As he spoke, he handed over the night-blooming osmanthus he was holding. This can be used as medicine. It can bring those on the brink of death back to life. It only blooms at midnight. I waited for a long time and finally saw it in full bloom. Qi Bao let out a huge sigh of relief. Seeing him safe and sound, everything else seemed less important. She then mentioned that there had been a fire at home. There are too many eyes around. Go directly back to the house in town. I'll come find you as soon as I can. Li Ziming obediently nodded in agreement, watching Qi Bao's retreating figure. His eyes filled with a murderous glint. There were still some things to do before that. Li Ziming, as the biggest villain, had somehow been mistaken for a reclusive expert. If it weren't for his intervention, all the guards would have been decapitated. Seeing Qi Bao's confused expression, a guard explained, "Your master single-handedly killed more than a dozen of them. Unfortunately, he was wearing a ghost mask, so we couldn't see his true face." As he spoke, his face filled with admiration. Qi Bao felt embarrassed. It was that guy again. But since the master was made up anyway, she just went along with it. Mu Lingyue's eyes lit up at this. She hadn't expected Miss Fu's master to be so handsome. She immediately requested an introduction, saying she wanted to thank him in person for saving their lives. Good grief. One line must be covered by another. Qi Bao explained that her master didn't like to show his face and had instructed her not to reveal his whereabouts. Mu Lingyue immediately looked disappointed. Mu Qinshuan comforted her, saying if it's meant to be, they'll meet naturally. He then suggested they should leave this place as soon as possible. The assassins had retreated for now, but it was unclear when they might attack again. He then ordered his subordinates to throw the assassins' bodies into the house and burn them. Qi Bao thanked Mu Qinshuan for his help. This idea of covering their tracks was quite good. In any case, they couldn't stay in Fengtian village anymore. They finally decided to take the family to Qingyu Garden for temporary shelter. Li Ziming observed everything. Mu Lingyue hadn't exposed his identity. He had single-handedly killed most of the assassins, seemingly invulnerable. If Qibao found out, she would surely connect it to the protective charm. Fortunately, these people hadn't mentioned it. He could spare their lives for now. Meanwhile, on the other side, this operation had been an all-out effort. Qin Haojuan was naturally among them. He had barely managed to escape the encirclement of the Marquis of Jinghua's guards, only to encounter a large white tiger that struck him in the chest with one paw. He escaped with only 2 of his subordinates. Today's disastrous outcome was something they could never have anticipated. No wonder Hua Li had said that person had great fortune. Trying to kill him would be no easy task. The situation tonight was so chaotic. It's unclear which members of the Fu family actually died. He turned and ordered one person to stay behind and gather information. He himself would go to Jianzhou first to find his uncle. He could borrow troops from him initially. Then he'd send a letter to the capital, asking his father to arrange for new assassins to come. The next day, news of the fire at the Fu family's house spread like wildfire. It was truly tragic. According to relatives from that area, the house was burned down to its skeleton. This news was relayed back. Meanwhile, Qibao settled her parents in Qingyu Garden. The elderly couple still thought it was just an accidental fire. They were thankful that the people from the Marquis of Jinghua's mansion were there and happened to save them. Qibao kept all her thoughts to herself. Who exactly wanted to put her entire family to death? The first thing this girl did after her rebirth was to eliminate her entire family. But that man who would later become the supreme ruler, was he really so easy to get rid of? To be on the safe side, she still had to remind Duke Qin, see the person if alive, see the body if dead. Speaking of this, she asserted with extreme confidence that a great drought was coming. The young master was in Jianzhou, which was a good opportunity to gain achievements. He could also act openly along the way. Hearing this, Qin Rue was startled. The matter of drought in Jingzhou and bandits causing trouble had only been reported to His Majesty last night. This Miss Hua was truly prophetic. He immediately stated he would petition the emperor to take on this task. According to his memories from his previous life, this merit originally fell to the young master of the Marquis of Jinghua's mansion. It was time for a change. On the other side, the number of refugees in Jingyang town was increasing. Qibao's charity hall probably wouldn't last for more than a few days before running out of food. What's more hateful was that several big grain merchants in town were hoarding grain and driving up prices. Gu Qinshuan had already received a message. Qin Haojuan, the young master of Duke Qin's mansion, had become the commander in charge of suppressing bandits and providing disaster relief. But as the young master of the Marquis of Jinghua's mansion, he also needed to return to the capital quickly to provide support. Before leaving, he specially left some men for Qibao to protect the entire Fu family. Watching the retreating figures of everyone, Li Ziming felt a surge of joy in his heart. The troublesome people had finally left. This would make things more convenient. The scene shifts. Li Ziming looked at the 2 brothers before him who bore some resemblance to himself. The corners of his mouth curved into a slight smile. As the top courtesan of Nanfeng House, Blue Whale started receiving clients at the age of 12. He and his younger brother Blue Hat originally had a happy family, but their father died early, and they were sold to Nanfeng House by their gambling-addicted stepfather. Blue Whale's body was covered in whip marks and some pustules. He had contracted this disease. He knew deeply that his days were numbered. As long as he could get his younger brother out of here, he was willing to do anything. Hearing this, Blue Hat painfully knelt on the ground. I want revenge. My brother can't die in vain. Please, master, take me in. At this moment, remembering Li Ziming's cold voice was comforting. On the other side, to gather more food, Qibao spent a large amount of merit points to exchange for corn seeds. Corn was high-yielding and drought-resistant. Planting this during famine years could save many lives. With the blessing of wood spirit techniques, it could be harvested in less than half a month. Then they could distribute the seeds to the disaster victims. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish. She hoped they could survive this great drought. As the saying goes, get up where you fall. Qin Haojuan was back again, this time in the capacity of a commander. He came openly to find someone. After half a month, he finally got reliable information. There was a male prostitute called Lan Qin at Nanfeng House who was likely the target. What he didn't know was that these were all baits set out by Li Ziming in advance. It was finally time to close the net. Qin Haojuan, dressed in plain clothes, stepped into Nanfeng House. It wasn't his first time in such a pleasure house. palace. Facing a group of men with powdered faces, he remained unperturbed. The man before him, however, made his heart skip a beat. That face and that demeanor overlapped with the figure in his memory. What he didn't expect was that the other party recognized him first. After all these years, you still won't let me go? Your Duke Qin's mansion treated me worse than pigs and dogs. I'd recognize you even if you turned to ashes. Hearing this, Qin Haojuan stepped forward and snatched the wooden tag from his chest. It really is you. I finally found you. Saying this, he pulled out a dagger and stabbed. I'm here to set you free. Lan Qin widened his eyes in disbelief, playing his part to perfection. Qin Haojuan, having succeeded in one strike, burst into laughter. The ancestors have blessed us. I've thwarted the genocide of Duke Qin's lineage. Seeing Qin Haojuan's relaxed state, Lan Qin pulled out a dagger hidden in his sleeve. He slashed Qin Haojuan's chest, but unfortunately, the force was too weak, leaving only a shallow wound. Enraged, Qin Haojuan turned and ordered his men to kill him. In the end, Lan Qin died brutally under their blades. As he fell, he revealed a smile that others could hardly notice. Now that the great threat had been eliminated, Qin Haojuan was naturally in high spirits. The wound wasn't fatal, so he didn't take it seriously. He then ordered the body to be transported back to the capital. At this moment, his expression changed, and he almost uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. His subordinates were shocked. There's poison on your hand. Quick, find a doctor. Lan Hat watched as his brother's body was carried away. Large tears welled up in his eyes. From now on, he had no more family. Li Ziming calmly asked if he hated him. Lan Hat said he didn't. You saved his brothers and killed the person who sold them with your own hands. He was willing to follow Li Ziming for life to repay this kindness. Lan Qin had perfectly done everything he was instructed to do. His life was coming to an end. Let this life be used for me then. He originally looked somewhat similar to me. Dye his hair the same color. By the time we reach the capital, the body will have decayed beyond recognition. With a name tag as evidence, they will surely believe it's me who died. Lan Qin, rest in peace. I'll take care of your brother's life. This villain is too pitiful, previously mauled by a tiger, and now poisoned severely. The army doctor, Dr. Zhang, states that only the legendary night phantom sandalwood can cure the poison. But that night phantom sandalwood is a companion plant to the century-old vine snake. Finding this flower is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Quickly send a pigeon message. On the other side of the Qin palace, Qi Bao, who hadn't seen Li Ziming for a long time, decided to bring him some freshly ripened corn. Just as she was thinking, the courtyard door opened. But the one who appeared before her was a strange boy. Qi Bao was slightly startled. This child looked very much like A's when he was young. The boy said he was a medicine apprentice bought by his brother. Goodness, Ace has now even started employing child labor. Just then, Li Ziming came out upon hearing the noise. He took the basket from Qi Bao's hands and said with a concerned face, "Look how tired you are. Your forehead is covered in sweat." Watching the two of them being so lovey-dovey, this display of affection came a bit unexpectedly. Qi Bao had refined the night phantom sandalwood that Li Ziming had given her earlier into a medicinal furnace, saying it could be useful in times of danger. The system showed that A's 50 layers of protective shield were down to only 11. He didn't want to tell me exactly what happened, but he must have encountered many dangerous situations. Thinking of this, she said, "The corn on the ground is freshly harvested. Come, have a taste." The next day, Qi Bao and her family distributed corn and corn seeds to the disaster victims. Faced with everyone's gratitude, Qi Bao felt quite embarrassed. Recently, planting corn to save people had greatly increased her merit value, which was also saving herself. Li Ziming said, "My Bao is just kind-hearted." At this moment, around the corner, a sneaky figure caught Li Ziming's attention. He took some corn and went to probe. "Do you want some?" The man disdainfully replied. "You think you can fob me off with a few ears of corn? You'd better eat your fill these few days while you can." This man's behavior was a bit strange. On the other side, Mu Qinshuan's team had reached the border between Jin Province and Qing Province. They encountered bandits. Since entering Qing Province, the number of refugees along the way had been increasing. Among them were mixed some golden thieves. Just as they were thinking, their subordinates captured a thief. After intense questioning, they learned that the golden thieves' target was Jingyang Town. There had been a bountiful corn harvest there recently, with with plenty of grain. The Mu siblings were alarmed upon hearing this. Isn't that where Miss Fu and the others are? Mu Qinshuan didn't hesitate. He selected 200 guards and was about to rush back. He instructed his sister to lead the remaining people back to the capital as quickly as possible. Although the emperor had only appointed the Qin family's young master as commander, that Qin Haojuan was an incompetent fool. He might not be able to hold out. Miss Fu must not come to any harm. This girl, after her rebirth, wanted to become the empress. She never expected that the potential stock she had her eye on was about to meet his demise. After many years, I've returned to Jingyang Town, and it's in such a state that Li Ziming truly lives up to his reputation as having the bearing of a king. Even in dire straits, he left a contingency plan. Huali rushed to Jingyang Town at the request of Duke Qin, with the sole purpose of finding a way to save Qin Haojuan's life. Qin Haojuan, you must hold on. My fate as the Phoenix Girl depends on you. At the same time, I still need to confirm if Li Ziming is truly dead. Thinking of this, she turned and instructed Dr. Zhang to take her to the ice cave. A wave of corpse stench hit her face. She immediately questioned why the body hadn't been properly preserved in ice. Dr. Zhang explained that there's a drought in many areas now, and many people can't even eat their fill. No one is making ice anymore. Hearing this, Huali suppressed her nausea and stepped forward to investigate. Looking closely, isn't this Li Ziming? She immediately burst into laughter that sounded like a pig's squeal. Li Ziming, oh Li Ziming. This is the consequence of your failure to recognize my favor, abandoning me. You still ended up dead because of my schemes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Ziming was privately selecting provincial edicts. It was a task issued by the Qin mansion to search for Yi Yutan. Qibao expressed confusion at his actions. Li Ziming, with a serious face, spouted nonsense. Sticking things randomly is uncivilized, so I tore it down. As he was speaking, terrified screams came from the distance, snapping Qibao back to reality. The gist was that bandits had entered the village. Quick, report to the officials. It's the recently notorious Golden Bandits. They've raided Quanshui village. They've captured many villagers. Hearing this, Li Ziming inwardly cursed Qin Haojuan for his inaction. Now that he's been poisoned, the 3,000 disaster relief soldiers are like a group of dragons without a leader. Qibao's words brought him back to reality. You should quickly return to Qingyu Garden. Take your family and hide. I'll go check it out. Quanshui village has fallen victim. I'm afraid Fengtian village will be next. Li Ziming naturally wasn't comfortable letting her go alone. He stated that when he studied in town, he learned both martial arts and academics. If they were to go, they should go together. Seeing his determined eyes, Qibao nodded and agreed. Let's go together. To live and die together. To share weal and woe. The scene changes to the Golden Bandits' headquarters. A bandit was reporting on the progress of the raid on Jingyang Town. According to your highness's strategy of surrounding the cities from the countryside, we have already occupied several surrounding villages. Liao, the former crown prince, heard this with excitement. This year's drought is heaven's displeasure, a divine punishment for that dog emperor. One general success is built on 10,000 bones. As for those townspeople in Jingyang, let them appear on my path of revenge. When I return to the throne in the future, I will surely impose light taxes, ensuring your peace for 10 years. At first glance, they seemed to be flirting intimately, but in reality, they were preparing to cause trouble. Qibao looked puzzled. Eating at a time like this? Though it does taste quite good. As she spoke, Li Ziming had already taken out some sleeping incense. He explained that what they just ate was the antidote, and they would use this to put them to sleep in a moment. Heaven was on their side too, as the wind was blowing towards them. On the other side, the Golden Bandits were drinking merrily, taking down Quanshui village first, paving the way for His Highness. When we later forced Jingyang Town to submit to Jin Province, I'll be the top meritorious official. Hearing this, Li Ziming grew suspicious. A mere bandit leader being called Your Highness? This matter seemed strange. The sleeping incense drifted with the wind. Moments later, a large number of bandits fell unconscious. Of course, the group of villagers were also knocked unconscious along with them. Seeing the moment was ripe, Li Ziming and his companion began to act. The awakened villagers immediately recognized the two people before them. They were the ones who had distributed porridge and corn in Jingyang Town. Qibao gestured for them to stay quiet, as bandits might still be nearby. She urged them to quickly feed the medicine to the unconscious villagers, then escape together to Jingyang Town. Everyone, let's go. The commander's troops are just ahead, she encouraged. Li Ziming wore a helpless expression, having been turned into a horse by this child. Run faster, Qi Bao teased. You're unexpectedly popular with children, aren't you? Li Ziming's sudden innuendo caught Qi Bao off guard. Do you like girls? Then let's have one of our own in the future. The group's laughter and banter eased the tense atmosphere somewhat. At that moment, the sound of hoofbeats came from afar. Not knowing if it was friend or foe, Li Ziming suggested they hide first. Unexpectedly, it wasn't the Golden Bandits in pursuit, but Mu Qianxuan from the Jinghua mansion. Li Ziming immediately transformed into his annoyed self, thinking that troublesome person is back again. Just as he was thinking this, Qi Bao had already rushed out. At this moment, Mu Qianxuan also spotted her and immediately halted. Qi Bao approached with a smile, about to explain the current situation. Unexpectedly, Mu Qianxuan first grabbed her shoulders, allowed a light sigh, and said, "Thank goodness you're all right." Li Ziming's sudden appearance interrupted their conversation. "Take your hands off her." Mu Qianxuan's eyes darkened slightly. This person's abrupt appearance was clearly a declaration of ownership. Before Qi Bao could explain, Li Ziming came up and stated that he was her adopted husband-to-be. In other words, her future husband. Mu Qianxuan understood Li Ziming's words. He smiled faintly in response. This must be the person Qi Qiaojie had seen that day. Qi Bao quickly spoke up to change the subject, lest the atmosphere between the two men grow even stranger. "Brother Mu, you've come back just in time. The Golden Bandits attacked Quanshui village. I heard them say they plan to occupy Jingyang town as a stronghold, then take over the entire Jin province. Faced with a love rival, not asserting ownership meant risking being supplanted. Seeing the two men begin to confront each other, the clever Qi Bao immediately shifted the topic to the Golden Bandits. Mu Qianxuan explained that he had already received intelligence while passing through Qin province, which is why he rushed back overnight. Li Ziming immediately retorted, "Your few hundred troops probably won't be of much use. Rushing back from so far just to die, the young Master Mu truly is a man of great talent." Mu Qianxuan was left speechless, glaring fiercely at him. Qi Bao felt exhausted. At a time like this, can't you two just stop for a moment? After expressing concern for Qi Bao, Mu Qianxuan leapt onto his horse. He stated that he would go meet up with the commander's troops immediately to urge them to deploy quickly. Li Ziming's words nearly infuriated Mu Qianxuan to death. "I'll protect Bao well. Young master doesn't need to worry." As Mu Qianxuan rode away with his men, Qi Bao couldn't help but question, "Why do you deliberately provoke Brother Mu? He rushed back from so far away to help us." Seeing that Li Ziming wasn't responding, but instead telling the child on his shoulders to close their eyes, Qi Bao became even more irritated. "I'm talking to you. Stop playing with the child." In an instant, Qi Bao's lips felt a sudden warmth. Li Ziming, without saying a word, had kissed her. "Well, that's one way to stop an argument. Let's see you keep fighting now." Qi Bao's reason told her she couldn't fall for this again. She pushed Li Ziming away and turned to leave. Li Ziming looked helpless. She still couldn't fully accept him. What was he still worried about? He reached out to comfort the little spectator who had been watching the whole scene. "It's all right now. Let's go too." The scene changed. Mu Qianxuan rushed straight to Qin Haojuan's camp. He demanded troops be sent immediately. To his surprise, he didn't see Qin Haojuan. Instead, he was accused by Huali of disturbing the commander's rest and hindering disaster relief and bandit suppression efforts. Since when did the Qin family have such a person? Mu Qianxuan maintained a humble attitude throughout. "I have urgent matters to discuss with the commander. Please arrange a meeting." The fact that Qin Haojuan had been poisoned couldn't be known by outsiders. Dr. Zhang explained, "This Miss Huali has been specially assigned by the Qin family to take charge of the situation." Hearing this, Mu Qianxuan first mocked that Qin Haojuan was hiding behind a woman, bullying a Taoist priest. Then his expression darkened. "This is a matter of life and death. This young master has no time to waste words with people of unknown origins." Huali knew it wasn't the right time to argue with him. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'll lend you half of the 3,000 troops. The other half will protect the commander's safety." Mu Qianxuan immediately asked for 2,900 men. Huali compromised again, "Just 2,000. Take it or leave it. If you don't want them, get out." Qi Bao had rescued many villagers. But Quanshui village was still occupied by the Golden Bandits. She hoped that Brother Mu could quell the unrest and return safely. A sleepy voice brought her back to reality. Alshavushgon. The scene changed. Li Ziming's figure appeared among the troops sent to kill the rebels. On the other side, Li Yao received news that Mu Qianxuan from the Marquis of Jinghua's mansion was leading troops here. Qin Haojuan's troops were useless and not worth worrying about. Why was it now Mu Qianxuan leading the attack? This man was a prodigy both in and out of court, his strength not to be underestimated. Thinking this, he began to prepare an escape route. The boss was about to run. Outside, the Golden Bandits were still fighting enthusiastically, relying on their numerical advantage. The Golden Bandits fought with ease, while Mu Qianxuan's side was under great pressure. Just then, several hidden weapons shot out from the forest, hitting the rebel leaders. The bandit army suddenly found itself leaderless. Mu Qianxuan seized the opportunity and broke through their lines. The one who had secretly intervened was, of course, Li Ziming. Fighting against overwhelming odds, your courage is admirable. What's the harm in giving you a hand? He successfully infiltrated their ranks. It was time to do what Mu Qianxuan couldn't. Soon, he found the so-called Your Highness. Now that the target had appeared, he immediately took swift action to capture him. The white tiger, which had been lying in wait nearby, naturally took on the necessary transport work. Getting a clear look at the man's face, Li Ziming's expression suddenly changed. This face seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. From a moment he could remember, he and his mother had been confined in that narrow space. Besides Qin Rue and his son, they rarely saw outsiders. Every day, they endured their abuse. From that time on, he swore to kill them. One day, a richly dressed man came to the courtyard to see his mother. He couldn't hear clearly what they said, only remembering that the man kept beating and scolding his mother. When he finally locked his mother back in the cage, he saw me. The look in his eyes was as if he were looking at a filthy beast. The person before him now looked very similar. Could he be his son? Thinking this, he slipped him a rabbit truth pill, curious to see what he would say. It dissolved instantly in the mouth, taking effect in 3 seconds. Li Ao's eyes immediately became hazy. I'm the crown prince of Minglu. Li Ziming was startled upon hearing this. Could it be that the man who came to see his mother back then was the late emperor? 8 years ago, the late emperor suddenly passed away. King Cheng, in alliance with Duke Qin's mansion, secretly staged a coup. They forged an imperial edict, stripping Li Yao of his crown prince status, and ultimately, he crowned himself emperor. The world widely believed you had died in the palace coup 8 years ago. Li Ao explained. To consolidate his position, King Cheng announced the death of the deposed crown prince. In truth, I escaped. These years, I've been moving from state to state, forming the Golden Army to restore the country. Hearing this, Li Ziming's lips curved into a smile. To stumble upon the former crown prince could be of great use in bringing down the Qin family in the future. This male lead was generous, willingly handing over such a great achievement to his love rival. After a night of fierce battle, Mu Qianxuan successfully repelled the main force of the Golden Bandits. From the captives, he learned that the Golden Bandits were the remnants of the deposed crown prince's troops. After pursuing them through the night, he discovered Li Ao's whereabouts in a mountain pass. Unfortunately, during his escape, he encountered a landslide. His face was completely crushed. After identifying his personal belongings, Mu Qianxuan confirmed the death of the deposed crown prince. This was an enormous achievement. News of the Golden Bandits' defeat quickly spread throughout the town. The common people breathed a collective sigh of relief. The reputation of the Mu family's army grew even more illustrious. Qi Bao, about to say something to the victorious Mu Qianxuan, was interrupted by Li Ziming's sudden appearance. He feigned congratulations, a great victory over the bandits, and you even captured the deposed crown prince. What an achievement. Mu Qianxuan smiled wryly. The Mu family merely eliminated a threat to the people. We dare not speak of achievements. Qi Bao immediately stepped in to smooth things over. Brother Mu has fought all night and must be exhausted. Why not rest for a moment at our charity hall's courtyard? Before Mu Qianxuan could agree, Li Ziming interrupted again. The Golden Bandits have been a menace for so long. His Majesty must be very anxious. Shouldn't escorting the prisoners to the capital be the priority? Brother Zay is right. I'll take my leave then. Just as he mounted his horse, Li Ziming slapped the horse's rump. Off you go. Mu Qianquan's voice echoed in the distance. Miss Qibao, Brother Zay, farewell. Such obvious antagonism didn't escape Qibao's notice. Why do you keep opposing Brother Mu at every turn? If it weren't for him this time, Li Ziming didn't give her a chance to continue, pulling her directly into his arms. As Qibao was about to speak, her mouth was sealed by something warm. She widened her eyes in disbelief. In public, he actually dared to. Whimpering, she tried to struggle, but was held even tighter. Li Ziming's domineering voice came to her ear. You're mine. You're not allowed to like anyone else but me. Qibao's cheeks flushed red. Let go of me first. Faced with Li Ziming's unreasonable behavior, Qibao helplessly stated, my interactions with Brother Mu are purely business-related. I've always remembered our 5-year promise. Besides, I don't like him. Your worries are completely unnecessary. Having received Qibao's affirmative answer, Li Ziming felt relieved and immediately apologized. Qibao understood clearly. This guy was using a little trick to make her declare her stance. She directly pinched his nose. Don't do this again in the future. Qin Haojuan's life was the glorious destiny, the protection of the Phoenix Girl. The Night Phantom must be obtained. Although they brought many troops, Dr. Zhan was still very nervous. When the Night Phantom blooms, there will be century-old vine snakes, extremely dangerous for half their life. Fortune favors the bold. The vine snakes are nothing. If they couldn't save the person, Duke Qin would doubt his abilities. He might even dispose of him after using him. In any case, your responsibility is to ensure my safety. If anything happens to this young lady, none of you will keep your heads. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the path became increasingly difficult. A moment later, a Night Phantom tree came into everyone's view. Dr. Zhan reminded everyone to be careful. The vine snake might be nearby. As soon as he finished speaking, a black giant python, as thick as a water barrel, rushed out. Huali quickly pushed the soldier beside her out and seized the opportunity to uproot the Night Phantom. Faced with the soldier's plea for help, Huali paid no attention. Now that the vine snake's attention was diverted, it was the perfect chance to escape. What are you standing there for? Better one dead than all of us perish. After everyone managed to overcome their moral qualms, they abandoned their comrade and ran for their lives. Dr. Zhan kept looking back. Seeing that the soldier was already dead, he thought, Miss Huali may be cruel, but her judgment was correct. No wonder Duke Qin favors her. One life in exchange for a Night Phantom. He turned to those still shaken soldiers and said, forget about tonight. When Miss Huali becomes the heir's consort in the future, you'll all rise to prominence. Huali was very satisfied with their attitude. Smart of you. The next day, Qibao was worrying. Although corn was high-yielding, there were far too many disaster victims. The supply couldn't meet the demand. As long as the drought persisted, the common people would have no good days. Just as she was thinking, a commotion came from afar. 3 eunuchs from the palace were seen carrying an imperial edict. They stated that Qibao's efforts in disaster relief through crop planting were meritorious, and she was specially summoned to the capital for rewards. Guangzhou Mengshu. Instantly, the watching crowd exploded with excitement. The emperor was calling Miss Fu to the capital for rewards, and also to spread the corn planting technique throughout the entire Great Tang Empire. Fu's elderly parents were in tears of joy. They had brought glory to their ancestors. They never thought they'd see the day when they could go to the capital. Li Ziming calmly analyzed the situation beside them. The current emperor of Great Tang is King Cheng, who deposed the crown prince and seized the throne 8 years ago. Are both King Cheng and Li Yao sons of that person from back then? A few days later, Qibao, along with her parents, Aiz and Lan Mao, set off for the capital. Along the way, they witnessed parched farmlands, failed crops, and widespread desolation. Qibao couldn't bear to use the merit she had accumulated earlier. At every drought-stricken area, she used rain-summoning talismans. In addition to distributing corn seeds along the journey, Qibao and her companions became widely renowned, with their merit value reaching an unprecedented 600,000. The domineering female, Co, reincarnated as a farm girl, planting corn to alleviate drought pressure, gained the emperor's recognition and was summoned. For Li Ziming, however, the vast capital was fraught with danger. The Qin family's eyes and ears were everywhere, so it was better not to show his face. He then bashfully told Qibao that he was exhausted from the journey. "You go sightseeing," he said. Seeing him like this, Qibao had no choice but to let him return to the inn to rest. She took her parents, who were visiting the capital for the first time, to experience it. As they strolled the streets, they were mostly just feasting their eyes. Just then, terrified screams came from a distant street. They saw a richly dressed young man charging through on horseback, showing no intention of avoiding pedestrians. Old Master Fu was startled, watching as the horse's hooves were about to trample him. Qibao and Madame Chen's expressions changed dramatically, and gasps erupted from all around. Just as the hooves were about to fall, the galloping horse seemed to hit an invisible barrier and stopped abruptly. The man on horseback, naturally, ended up falling off in an undignified manner. Old Master Fu looked bewildered, realizing he was unharmed. Qibao felt relieved, thankful she had exchanged protective talismans for her family earlier. As she was thinking this, the man's subordinates started shouting, "How dare you crash into the second young master of Duke Qin's mansion? Do you have a death wish?" Qibao thought to herself, when facing such unreasonable people who blame others first, it's impossible to reason with them. With that, she grabbed her parents and fled. On the other side, Qin Yuzheng, who had been helped up, immediately slapped one of his guards, blaming the entire incident on these escorts. "I hit you, and you're not satisfied? What's with that look? Young master, they're escaping." Another guard's voice brought him back to his senses. "I'll deal with you later. Now go after them." Qibao saw them catching up and realized they were about to be caught. At that moment, a gold and jade shop appeared right in front of them. Without hesitation, she pulled her parents inside. Qin Yuzheng and his men followed closely. "Come out if you know what's good for you." Before he could finish, a middle-aged man's stern voice reprimanded him. "Young Qin, how dare you be so disrespectful? Rampaging through the streets on horseback, causing trouble. Do you think this capital belongs to your Qin family?" Seeing who it was, Qin Yuzheng was startled. This was troublesome. Of all places, they had to hide here. On second thought, he righteously stated, "They crashed into this young master. Of course they should dash." Before he could finish, Jin Yitong interrupted him again. "I saw everything clearly. It was clearly you who endangered others with your reckless riding. Don't think that being Duke Qin's son allows you to twist the truth. Besides, you're just the second son. It's your brother who will inherit the title in the future. It's not you. We commoners are just worthless lives. Who knows? We might go crazy and stab you with a knife. Young Master Qin's life is too precious. It's not worth taking such a risk." Qin Yuzheng was left speechless by these words. He then remembered that the Qin family still had a weakness in their hands. He couldn't confront them directly. Finally, he turned and left in anger. "You can't just leave like that. Shouldn't you pay respects to your elders? This will be reported to the court. What will His Majesty say about the upbringing in your Qin mansion?" It was clear that Jin Yitong wanted to mock him. Before he could finish his bow, Jin Yitong turned and indicated it was time for the guest to leave. The guards immediately stopped the exploding young Master Qin Yuzheng. They instructed that anyone in the capital could be offended, except this person. Qibao actually called the strange man Godfather Old Master Fu. The two were stunned. "We shouldn't have any relatives in the capital, should we?" The moment Qibao entered, she smelled the scent of medicinal dew. She guessed that the person must be Jin Yuan's relative in the capital. Unexpectedly, the person was Jin Yuan's father. Jin Yitong also smelled the scent on Qibao. The two hit it off immediately. They confirmed their identities on the spot. What a coincidence! It truly could be said that only family members enter a family's door. As they were talking, Jinren rushed out excitedly, saying that a familiar person had come to the shop. Unexpectedly, it was Sister Qibao. "The news of your disaster relief efforts in Jin province has spread everywhere." After exchanging greetings, Jinren expressed his desire to fulfill his duty as a host, to give them a good tour of this vast capital. Hearing this, Qibao said they needed to wait for the imperial edict to come down before making plans. They also needed to avoid the Qin family's attention. Jin Yuan heard this and agreed. They had come to the capital by imperial order. He then leaned close to Qi Bao and whispered, "Has that person from your family also come to the capital?" Qi Bao chuckled and said, "You mean your fairy sister? Aze has come." "Oh, my sister Qi Bao is actually teasing me." Remembering what was mentioned before, he asked, wasn't he worried about facing mortal danger in the capital? Why'd he still risk coming? I'll find a chance to ask if there's anything I can help with. The scene changes. Jin Yuan followed Qi Bao to their residence in the capital. Li Ziming, seeing that the visitor was Jin Yuan, happened to have something to ask him. He then sent Qi Bao away, saying, "This house has just been tidied up. Go take a look." Seeing Li Ziming speak, Jin Yuan was startled. "Don't you have aphonia?" Li Ziming immediately guessed. "You coming here specifically is certainly not just to catch up with Qi Bao. I have my reasons for risking my life to enter the capital. You mentioned before, where is that painting where the woman's appearance is extremely similar to mine?" He actually said, "Last time I secretly went to the ancestral hall to see the painting, my father caught me and beat me. Now he has people guarding it. It might not be easy to take it out." Li Ziming smiled and said these were all minor problems. "As long as you tell me the location of your family's ancestral hall, it will be fine." On a dark and windy night, Li Ziming went out as a night doctor. After knocking out the guards, he successfully entered the Jin family's ancestral hall. According to Jin Yuan's description, he immediately found that scroll painting. The mother in the painting was dressed in splendid clothes, stunningly beautiful. At this moment, Li Ziming's eyes revealed extremely complex emotions. He had never seen his mother like this before. In his memory, she was either beating me or being beaten by others. Her body was always covered in scars. The pure and sacred image in the painting brought tears to Li Ziming's eyes. Just as he was thinking this, a large hand suddenly grabbed him from behind. Who dares to intrude into the Jin family ancestral hall? The swift movement instantly snatched Li Ziming's mask off. After seeing his face clearly, Jin Yitong was stunned. "Who are you? Why do you look so similar to my deceased sister? Why do you look so similar to my deceased sister?" This question drove Li Ziming mad. "You say she's your sister? You dare say my mother is your sister? Your Jin family is so wealthy and powerful, yet you couldn't even protect your own family member," he said as he raised his fist. Jin Yitong allowed him to vent his frustration, showing no intention of fighting back. "My mother and I were imprisoned in the Qin mansion for years. We never met my mother's family, let alone knew of your existence." Jin Yitong was immersed in his own joy. "Your eyes and brows look exactly like Yao's. It's so wonderful that you're still alive." Seeing him allow himself to be hit and scolded, Li Ziming lost interest. He turned his head away and asked, "You say my mother is your sister. What proof do you have?" Jin Yitong picked up the fallen painting scroll. "If she wasn't my sister, why would I hide her portrait in the ancestral hall and worship it day and night? She died under mysterious circumstances. Women who marry outside the family can't enter the ancestral hall, so I had to hide her here. At least she's not a wandering ghost without a home." Jin Yitong's emotions also affected Li Ziming. Wiping his tears, he asked, "What exactly is going on here?" Jin Yitong began to reminisce. "It all started 20 years ago. My father, Jin Ling, went to the western regions for business. He rescued a widowed western noble lady and her daughter. That western lady had the ability to detect gold mines. With her ability, our Jin family acquired several gold mines and became a prominent family in the capital. My mother had passed away early. Later, my father married that western widow. Her daughter became my half-sister, Jin Shueyao. Our Jin family treated her as our own. Everyone in the family adored her greatly. At that time, Yao was just 15 in her most beautiful years. Many talented young men in the capital fancied her enough to line up to the city moat. However, the man who changed her life was Qin Rue. One day, Yao was harassed by some ruffians on the street. Qin Rue appeared just in time to rescue her. Yao, experiencing her first love, fell for that seemingly gentlemanly Duke Qin's heir. After half a year of courtship, Duke Qin sent a matchmaker to propose. At that time, Qin Rue already had a primary wife. Yao agreed despite our family's objections. When Yao got married, the entire capital sent their blessings, all praising the love story of the beauty and the talented young man. Later we found out that the seemingly perfect marriage was actually the gateway to Yao's hell. After marrying into the Qin family, Yao rarely contacted her natal family. When we tried to visit her at the Qin mansion, we were often turned away with various excuses. On the rare occasions she returned home, she always avoided the topic when asked about her situation, refusing to say anything. Father and stepmother began to persuade her to divorce, but Yaoer adamantly refused to leave the Qin mansion. She even had a big fight with her parents. In the end, she stormed out, completely severing ties with her family. At that time, I didn't understand the meaning behind Yaoer's tears. When I heard news of her again, it was the news of her death from the Qin Duke's mansion. Regarding Jin Shuiyao's death, Jin Yitong's face was full of disbelief. Qin Rui stated that she died in childbirth. Since they had seen the body, it was time to let her rest in peace. They hadn't been in contact for years and didn't even know Jin Shuiyao was pregnant. Suddenly receiving the terrible news of her death in childbirth, how could he remain calm? What exactly did you do to Yaoer in your Qin mansion? Qin Rui asserted, "What I say is what happened. This is the Duke Qin's mansion. How dare you be so presumptuous?" Saying this, he ordered his men to drive them out. They demanded an explanation from the Qin family, but the Jin family were merely merchants after all. Facing the Duke Qin's mansion, they naturally had no power to oppose them. The Jin family members, turned away at the door, were filled with resentment. During the earlier scuffle, Jin Yitong discovered the letter Yaoer had clutched in her hand. When he read this final letter, he realized that all of this had been a long-planned, shocking deception. Many years ago, the Duke Qin's mansion was not favored by the previous emperor, yet they were involved in a case of embezzlement and misappropriation. Years of extravagance made it impossible to repay the embezzled funds quickly. At a loss, Qin Rui set his sights on Yaoer. He orchestrated a scene of heroic rescue. The inexperienced Yaoer thus fell into a trap of tenderness. After the marriage, Duke Qin used Yaoer's dowry to cover the deficit. Yaoer accidentally overheard a conversation between Qin Rui and his son. When Qin Rui discovered this, he threatened that if she dared to reveal this matter, he would wipe out the entire Jin family. To protect her family, Yaoer chose to endure. It was probably from that time on that she deliberately distanced herself from us. At this point, Jin Yitong's face darkened. The Qin family is powerful. We have no evidence of their embezzlement from back then. We simply can't reopen a case from 20 years ago. We can only maintain a balance of power with the Qin mansion. Now that you've appeared, it proves that the story of your mother dying in childbirth was yet another lie. As he said this, Jin Yitong's heart sank. Could you be Qin Rui's son? Li Ziming nearly exploded on the spot upon hearing this. Nonsense! How could I possibly be his son? Realizing he had lost his composure, he quickly added, "He called me a bastard, so I can't be his son. As for who my birth father is, I don't know either. My mother and I were imprisoned from when I was young, enduring countless hardships. Later, she committed suicide by hanging herself. After my mother's death, they sold me to human traffickers. After years of drifting, I found a home with the Bind sect." Jin Yitong blamed himself for being an incompetent uncle. "No matter what, you are part of the Jin family." Saying this, he took out the family head's token. "You can withdraw money from any of the Jin family shops. From now on, we share joys and sorrows. As long as your uncle is capable, I will never refuse." Li Ziming stated, "The Qin family is still powerful. It's not advisable to act rashly at present. As far as they're concerned, I'm already dead. That's actually a good thing." Jin Yitong analyzed, the current emperor's ascension to the throne owes much to the Qin family. Qin Rui's sister even bore the fourth prince and Princess Xiaoyue. Shaking the Qin family's position is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Li Ziming, however, wore a confident expression. "I will defy the heavens if I must." Do you know how concubines in ancient times rose to power? Huali, as a reincarnated soul, was not content with being a mere concubine. Qin Haojuan, having recovered from his injuries, returned to the Qin mansion. Not having seen his family for a long time, he naturally engaged in pleasantries. Huali, as an outsider, fell out of place. She lightly coughed to make her presence known. The socially adept Qin Rui immediately stepped forward to express gratitude, not only for eliminating Li Ziming, but also for risking her life to save Haojuan. As he spoke, he gave his son a meaningful look. Qin Haojuan understood immediately. He approached Huali and expressed his admiration, wishing to marry her. Huali, being equally versed in social niceties, feigned reluctance, saying, "Saving you was my willing choice. You already have a wife. I won't be a mistress. Qin Haojuan responded lovingly. My marriage to Lady Su was arranged by our parents. There's no real affection between us. Only a wise and beautiful woman like you can truly move my heart. Just then, Lady Su's light cough was heard from behind. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Su Yuan acted as if she hadn't seen anything. While serving tea to Huali, she again expressed her gratitude. You snatched Yuming from the century-old python's mouth, saving my husband's life. Huali, appearing flattered, accepted the tea and thanked the lady. Lady Su kindly said, calling me lady seems too formal. After you marry into our family, we'll be sisters. Huali immediately stood up, saying, you and a young master are a perfect match. I dare not hope for such an honor. Su Yuan sighed lightly. A man with multiple wives can build a grand family. Haojuan and I have no children, and lately, my health has been deteriorating for some reason. I hope you can continue the Qin family line. Lady Su's magnanimity earned high praise from the Qin father and son. Watching Su Yuan's frail figure retreat, Huali thought to herself, the poison is working. Since entering the Qin mansion, I've bribed Lady Su's maid to continuously poison her. Now her health is deteriorating rapidly. She won't live long. Did you think I, Huali, would willingly submit to being concubine? Over the next half-month, the Fu family finally got the chance for an imperial audience to discuss promoting corn cultivation. Clothes make the man, as the saddle makes the horse. One must dress properly for an imperial audience. Li Ziming immediately showed his affection. My Qibao looks beautiful in anything. You two go ahead. After all, the emperor summoned you, not me. The eunuch's urging voice brought Qibao back to reality. It's time. We should enter the palace. Watching the carriage disappear in the distance, Li Ziming's expression darkened. We have more important matters to attend to. He turned and called Lan Mao to head towards Duke Qin's mansion. The Qin family's daughter-in-law, Lady Su, recently died of a mysterious illness. Her funeral is today. With so many people around, it's a perfect opportunity to sneak in. There might be clues about my mother inside. Qin Haojuan at the entrance surprised him. I didn't expect you to return safely from Jinzhou. You're lucky. But why is Mu Qinshu in here too? Promotion, wealth, and the death of one's wife. These are known as the three major events in a man's life. Qin Haojuan thought that Princess Jingwa's Miss Mu had come to mourn his late wife. Who would have thought that she would immediately question him? Su Yuan and I were childhood friends. She had always been in good health. How did she fall ill and die after marrying into the Qin family? How exactly did you treat her? Speaking of which, I should really congratulate the young Master Qin. You'll soon be able to get a new wife. In front of numerous guests, Qin Haojuan couldn't lash out. This made Mu Lingyue even more unrestrained. She turned to look at Huali, standing nearby. Is this the future young mistress? Qin Haojuan must be blind. After saying this, she turned and walked towards the Qin mansion. This young lady came today to mourn Su Yuan. I don't want to see your faces. After this round of mockery, Qin Haojuan's face was twisted with anger. Huali stepped forward to comfort him. Small irritations can ruin grand plans. Let her be. Meanwhile, Li Ziming led Lan Mao to jump onto the roof of the back courtyard. After several months of training, Lan Mao's skills had become much more agile. Li Ziming told him to hide and keep watch. If anyone came, he should imitate a bird call as a warning. The Qin mansion was once hell for my mother and me. I, Li Ziming, have returned. On the other side, Qibao, with a dignified expression, led her parents out of the imperial palace. The moment they stepped out, she felt much more relaxed. Finally finished with the audience. That place is too intimidating. At least we got through it smoothly without embarrassing ourselves. Just then, the system issued a warning. Fragment of the merits system detected. Qibao realized the urgency of the situation. She immediately told her parents to take the carriage home first, saying she had some matters to attend to. Seeing the carriage disappear in the distance, Qibao asked seriously, "Explain clearly. What is a system fragment?" The system explained that due to the recent increase in merit points, it had sensed the existence of a fragment. If the fragment could be retrieved, the system's functions would be improved, allowing it to predict blessings and disasters. Future merit points earned would also be doubled. Wow, if it could be doubled, accumulating 100 million will be much easier. What are we waiting for? Where is this fragment? The system stated that the distance was too far. It couldn't sense beyond a range of 5 li. If within 1 zhang, it could lock onto the target. Qibao was startled. She knew it wouldn't be that simple. So this fragment can move? Has it attached itself to a person? The capital is so vast. How can we find it? The word give up didn't exist in Qibao's dictionary. She immediately started searching along the streets, not even sparing the trash bins. This aimless search was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It seemed she would have to frequent the capital more often and try her luck. As she was thinking, a woman's plea for mercy brought Qibao back to reality. She saw Princess Zhaoyue scolding someone in the street. The gist was, "You seduced my Mu Qinshuan. I must beat you to death today." The woman protested that Mu Qinshuan only occasionally came to drink and appreciate things, and they had no further interaction. This princess was publicly beating a supposed mistress. The beaten girl kept crying out her innocence. Seeing that it might turn deadly, and hearing that it involved Mu Qinshuan, Qibao decisively intervened. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew towards Princess Zhaoyue, immediately causing her to fall flat on her back. The onlookers, always eager for drama, laughed like squealing pigs. Faced with the crowd's mockery, Princess Zhaoyue was both embarrassed and furious. "Who dares to laugh at this princess? I'll sew all your mouths shut." With these words, the crowd of onlookers dispersed in a flurry. When he came to his senses again, the Hu girl, named Haju, had already vanished without a trace. The effect of the medicinal record was astounding. The wounds on the Hu girl's body healed at a visibly rapid pace, so Qibao naturally didn't need to take her to see a doctor. Haju looked at her own hands in disbelief. Since someone had saved her, she didn't feel appropriate to ask too many questions. Qibao, worried that she might encounter more trouble on the way, escorted her all the way home. Haju's mother, Muna, heard the commotion and came out to greet them. "Do we have guests?" she asked. Haju explained, "Today at the restaurant, I was nearly beaten to death by Princess Zhaoyue. Fortunately, this Miss Qibao saved me." Hearing this, Muna was struck with fear and promptly showered Qibao with gratitude. She began to reach for her money pouch to express her thanks. Qibao could naturally see that their family was poor. The few jade pendants they had were likely heirlooms passed down from their ancestors. Considering their earnest desire to show appreciation, Qibao only accepted the small pouch. She returned the jade pendants inside. The characters on this pouch seemed familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. Meanwhile, Li Ziming was searching for clues left by his mother in the Qin mansion. A wooden doll his mother used to comfort him caught his attention. "Back then, he would beat me frequently, and then use this toy to console me," he thought. As he was pondering, he discovered his mother's handwritten note in a crevice of the wooden doll. The gist of it was, Li Ziming was the child born after she was violated, and he was her only flesh and blood. Qin Rue had threatened her with the child's life, saying he would let A's go if she poisoned that person. For A's sake, she had no choice. What was even more despicable was that Qin Rue used drugs to affect her mental state. Fearing she might lose control and harm A's, she ultimately chose to take her own life. The letter was filled with self-reproach, hoping only that her child could live freely. At this point, Li Ziming was already in tears. He vowed in his heart to slaughter the entire Qin family. Just as he was thinking this, he heard Lan Mao's signal. It seemed someone was coming. Looking up, he saw it was none other than Qin Haojuan. Well, perfect timing. Li Ziming, his anger at its peak, pulled out his dagger and charged forward. As his hand fell, the blade struck Qin Haojuan's heart. To his surprise, the man was wearing soft armor. He had come prepared. Qin Haojuan's voice brought him back to reality. "Caught you. I knew there would be trouble today. That's why I specifically wore this impenetrable golden silk armor. I even brought 2 warriors to patrol here. Sure enough, I've caught a big fish. How dare you trespass in the Qin mansion? You're dead meat. As the saying goes, anger is the devil." Li Ziming, blinded by rage, had failed in a sneak attack and fallen into a trap. In this critical moment, Lan Mao secretly shot out several hidden weapons, successfully buying Li Ziming a moment to react. In the instant the 2 warriors turned their heads, Li Ziming had already fled. Qin Haojuan was certain the intruder was still somewhere in the mansion. "Search the vast Qin mansion for me. The guards are strict. We must find another exit." At this moment, Mu Lingyue's silhouette caught his attention. Seeing the pursuers about to catch up, he immediately followed her. Mu Lingyue came to Su Yuan's room. "The entire Qin mansion is putting on an act. No one truly cares about your departure. You married into the Qin family due to a family alliance. You shouldn't have ended up like this. The sound of the door closing behind him brought him back to reality. Who are you? Before he could finish, Li Ziming held a knife to his throat. This scene seemed familiar. As he was thinking, Li Ziming's voice came to his ear. Help me with something? I won't hurt you. This voice felt very familiar. Just then, a conversation between two people was heard outside the door. This is the young mistress's boudoir. We shouldn't enter casually. But their displayed contempt angered Mu Lingwei. Li Ziming released his hand from her mouth. Please begin your performance. Yuan died under mysterious circumstances. Now that she's gone, you won't even let her rest in peace. If you dare step in, tomorrow this young lady will report to His Majesty. I'll make sure he disciplines you Qin family dogs properly. The two warriors, remembering this young lady was not to be trifled with, immediately backed down. We apologize for our rudeness. May we ask if Miss Mu has seen any suspicious individuals? The most suspicious ones I see are you two, she said, driving them out of the courtyard. I am absolutely furious. Even the warriors dare to enter Yuan's boudoir. This Qin Haojuan is truly despicable. After looking around, Li Ziming had already vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Qi Bao left Haju's house, playing with the purse in her hand. The writing on it seemed very familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it before. A tall, striking figure in the distance caught her eye. She immediately went over to greet him. Brother Mu, what a coincidence. The chance encounter made Mu Qinshuan even happier. Miss Qi Bao, you look lovely in that outfit. Such an opening made Qi Bao feel a bit embarrassed. We've come to the capital to receive an award, so I changed into these clothes. Mentioning this, Qi Bao thought of Haju. After a series of questions, Mu Qinshuan explained that he and Lin Yu occasionally dine at the restaurant. He admires her dancing. Though not very close, they are acquainted. Qi Bao, hearing this, said, "It's good that you know her." She then took his hand and started walking towards the restaurant. Haju might lose her job. The sudden contact made Mu Qinshuan blush. Qi Bao also realized she might have been too hasty. She turned and said, "Just follow me for now. I'll explain the details as we walk." Mu Qinshuan was still immersed in the feeling of that touch. At that moment, I almost thought I had you. Even knowing it's impossible forever, I'm willing to chase even just your shadow. Well, the princess beat up the mistress and now wants the restaurant to fire her. She's not giving her any chance to survive. Mu Qinshuan was furious upon hearing this. Princess Zhaoyue is bullying people too much. She nearly beat her death and now wants to cut off her livelihood. The restaurant owner, making a living in the capital, naturally didn't dare to offend the princess. He stated that he had already sent someone to deliver medicine and 100 taels of silver to Haju as compensation. Mu Qinshuan expressed understanding. You each have your own difficulties. I won't make things hard for you. Qi Bao mentioned, I vaguely heard him say something about seducing you. Mu Qinshuan immediately felt embarrassed. The Jinghua Marquis' mansion and the Qin Duke's mansion have always been at odds. Zhaoyue, as Qin Rui's niece, for some reason has taken a liking to me. Whenever any woman so much as glances at me a few times, he holds a grudge. He's simply a jealous pot. Upon hearing this, Qi Bao lavished praise, as expected of our young master, captivating countless young ladies in the capital. Mu Qinshuan felt dejected. What use was it to be liked by thousands? The one he liked didn't like him back. Thinking of this, he expressed gratitude to Qi Bao. Thank you for saving Miss Haju. After all, this incident was caused because of me. After chatting for a while, Qi Bao remembered he had something to discuss with A's and waved goodbye. We're still in the capital. We can meet anytime. Mu Qinshuan watched his retreating figure, feeling melancholic. In the end, he couldn't compare to his place in your heart. The scene shifts. Li Ziming returns to the courtyard where he's staying. The turmoil in his heart wouldn't subside. Qi Bao's voice brought him back to reality. Before Qi Bao could speak, Li Ziming rushed forward and embraced him. His choked sobs alarmed Qi Bao. A's, what's wrong? Li Ziming fell to his knees. Bao, don't leave me. I once thought I was a despised existence. My mother brought me nothing but abuse and torment, because I was a child whose father was unknown. I was the child she bore after being humiliated. But only today did I finally learn the truth. Everything she did was beyond her control. Even though my birth was her greatest humiliation, she still sacrificed everything to protect me. At this moment, Li Ziming was crying like a child. Why did heaven treat treat me like this. Qibao didn't know how to comfort him and could only let him hold onto himself. None of this is your fault. Li Ziming sobbed. My mother hurt me because she was drugged and lost her mind. To let me survive, she chose to sacrifice herself. But I hated her for over a decade. Qibao said, don't blame yourself. The real culprits are those bastards who hurt your mother. From now on, you're not alone. I'm here with you. As he spoke, his lips suddenly felt warm. Li Ziming had kissed him. At least I still have you. Can I sleep with you tonight? Qibao nodded in agreement. They embraced and slept. On second thought, he realized he'd been tricked again. They had agreed to just sleep, not do anything strange. Qibao was tricked into sleeping with Li Ziming. They had agreed to just sleep, not do anything strange. But they really did just sleep. The next day, the sleepy-eyed Qibao suddenly awoke. Because the nameplate Li Ziming carried and the embroidery on the pouch were identical. Qibao explained this was what he had obtained by chance yesterday and told Li Ziming the whole story. Li Ziming naturally recognized it as his mother's handwriting. He immediately asked Qibao to take him to find that mother and daughter. The scene changes. The two soon arrived at Haju's home. When Qibao inquired about the pouch, Muna tensed up. She quickly stated it was her old possession, not worth much. Please return it to me. At this moment, Li Ziming took the pouch. He turned and asked, do you know Jin Shui Yao? At these words, Muna's entire body began to tremble. He stood up, claiming he felt unwell and wanted a rest, simultaneously issuing a dismissal to his guests. Li Ziming's voice brought Muna back to his senses. It seems Jin Shuiyao's child will never be able to avenge her. Are you sure you really don't know? As he spoke, he removed his mask. Good heavens, this face was a pass to go anywhere. Muna, suppressing his excitement, exclaimed, it really is you. He began caressing Li Ziming's face. Young master, you're still alive. This is wonderful. Li Ziming was puzzled. Why do you recognize me? Yet I don't know you. Muna explained, I watched you grow up. How can I not recognize you? Unfortunately, by the time you were 3 and could recognize people, Qin Rue had already begun executing the young mistress's dowry maids. Back then, after the young mistress overheard Qin Rue and his son's marriage scam, the Qin family threatened her with the lies of the Jin family. That's why she started distancing herself from them. Once, at a Qin mansion banquet, a drunken guest took a liking to the beautiful young mistress. Qin Rue not only didn't stop him, but even sent that man into her chambers. Later, you were born, young master. Even though you were a child born a violation, the young mistress still regarded you as her only support in life. Later, Qin Rue began drugging the young mistress. Her mind became increasingly unclear. Many times, it was I who raised you, young master. Later, they began poisoning anyone who had seen you. I was spared due to the young mistress's pleas, but I was sent to a separate courtyard and couldn't see you anymore. A few years passed. At the young mistress's request, Qin Rue finally allowed me to see her once. That's when I knew great misfortune was coming. The young mistress knew she had been drugged for years, her health deteriorating daily. She might not live much longer. She gave me a treasure map, asking me to use it to exchange for your freedom, young master. To prevent Qin Rue from killing me after getting the map, I demanded he release you first before I revealed the map's location. Later, he sent people to hunt me down. Heaven protected me, and I finally escaped. Then came the news of the young mistress's death. Hearing this, Haju was already in tears. It was also her first time hearing about her mother's past. Qibao also grew to hate Qin. How vicious. Muna never imagined he'd live to see the young master alive. It must be the young mistress's spirit protecting you from heaven. Before he could finish speaking, Li Ziming knelt down directly. Without you, there would be no me. Please accept Li Ziming's 3 kowtows. If you're going to dissuade me, please don't speak. Qibao was about to speak, but was stopped by Li Ziming. Munu is right. The Qin family is powerful. We indeed can't seek revenge blindly. Now, the emperor has yet to name a crown prince. The eldest prince, backed by Empress Lin's natal country, and the 4th prince, supported by Qin Guofei, who is a Qin princess, are the 2 most likely candidates for the throne. Thinking of this, he suddenly had an idea. On the way back, Qibao said, I know. No one can stop what you're about to do. If you can't avenge your mother, you'll live the rest of your life worse than death. But you must promise me that in everything you do, remember you always have me behind you." Li Ziming was deeply moved by these words. "Thankfully, I still have you in this world." The next day, at the entrance of Uncle Lin's mansion, the butler was driving away 2 street charlatans. "The Lord took your medicine, and it had no effect at all." Uncle Lin looked gaunt. Even the imperial physicians couldn't cure this illness. Am I destined to meet my ancestors like this? Just as he was pondering, a deep voice resonated from the entrance. "This humble Taoist, Chu Yunzi, has a pill that can save the Lord from his predicament." The butler immediately bristled. These days, countless renowned doctors have come, all to no avail. "You old beggar, if you're looking for a free meal, get lost." As he spoke, Chu Yunzi had already entered the courtyard, ignoring the butler's outbursts. A pill shot from his fingertips directly into Uncle Lin's mouth. If this golden pill is ineffective, this humble Taoist is willing to share the Lord's fate. The butler hadn't expected this old beggar to force-feed medicine to his master so brazenly. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering the mouth. Effects were seen in 3 seconds. A warm current surged from Uncle Lin's dantian, and he instantly felt reinvigorated. He immediately rushed forward to embrace Chu Yunzi's legs. "Master, your life-saving grace is akin to that of my parents." He turned to order a feast prepared. He further declared, "Master Chu Yunzi will henceforth be an honored guest of the Lin household. Master, with your divine skills, I must introduce you to the Emperor. His Majesty has been unwell in recent years. If you can win the Emperor's favor, we'll both soar to great heights." This was going even more smoothly than anticipated. Watching the old charlatan and Uncle Lin chatting merrily, Li Ziming's heart leapt with joy. He truly was an old hand at this game. Meanwhile, at the Fu family estate of the Holy Empress, they were cultivating new corn seedlings in the outskirts of the capital as per imperial decree. Qi Bao had just finished her work and was heading home. Gossip from the roadside inevitably reached her ears. "Have you heard about the master at Uncle Lin's house? Old Lin was practically at death's door, but now he's full of vigor. His concubines are even getting pregnant again." Qi Bao listened indifferently, wondering if things were going smoothly for Az. As a carriage sped by, the system issued another warning. Could the system fragment be in this carriage? Qi Bao steeled herself. She immediately gave chase, instantly exchanging for a strength talisman. For 2 legs to outrun 4. Some assistance was necessary. Qi Bao chased the carriage, sprinting all the way. It finally stopped at the entrance of the Su mansion. Could the fragment's owner be the daughter of the Minister of Revenue? Thinking this, she immediately took out an invisibility talisman. The system warned that if she got too close, the other party might sense her presence. Qi Bao reconsidered, realizing she needed to proceed with caution. Su Zhen, the Minister of Revenue and Su Yuan's father, was a staunch supporter of the Duke Qin's household. Huali, under the identity of the Su family's second daughter, was to marry into the Duke Qin's household. She was already staying here before the wedding. Su Zhen naturally wouldn't refuse this chance to align with the Qin family again. Qin Rue stated, "I'll borrow your mansion for today. All unnecessary personnel should withdraw." In the end, only Qin Rue and Huali remained. The scene fell into silence. Huali interrupted Qin Rue just as he was about to speak. She claimed to have foreseen the miraculous skills of the divine physician Chu Yunzi at Uncle Lin's mansion in recent days. He has already gained the Emperor's favor. Because of this, Uncle Lin and the Empress have greatly earned the Emperor's trust. In court, the Emperor clearly relies more on the Crown Prince. This must be the master's concern. Qin Rue nodded, indicating that the young lady's insight was remarkable. Then Huali continued, "The master brought me here because someone thought it better to meet in person than to just hear about me." After saying this, she turned to the servant and said, "The 3 noble guests have witnessed Huali's abilities. Please reveal yourselves." Goodness, she guessed right again. The arrivals were none other than Imperial Consort Qin, the 4th Prince, and Princess Xiaoyue. A complete family set. Before Qin Rue could introduce them, Huali accurately stated the identities of the newcomers. The 4th Prince was inwardly shocked. His future sister-in-law was truly formidable. How did she know who they were? Imperial Consort Qin was even more curious. "Then can you guess why I've left the palace to see you today?" It was time to showcase her true skills. Huali began with a series of flattering remarks. then stated that currently, the neighboring country's uncle's mansion had presented gifts, and Chuanzi had greatly pleased the emperor. The emperor was increasingly favoring the crown prince. If the fourth prince were to fall out of favor, the Qin family would be in danger. Huali's words hit the mark, and the three immediately became unsettled. This young lady, without leaving her home, was thoroughly informed about the affairs of the court. Imperial consort Qin set aside her previous disdain and asked with a serious expression if there was a solution. Huali confidently replied that of course there was, but she needed to meet that Chuanzi. She then asked Imperial consort Qin to find an opportunity to send her into the palace to confront Chuanzi. Imperial consort Qin was very pleased and said, "I'll arrange it." Jiahua chimed in, saying that no matter how impressive Chuanzi was, he was just a charlatan physician. Miss Huali's insights were far more impressive. The fourth prince also made a grand gesture, saying, "When I ascend the throne, sister-in-law will not lack for rewards." Huali stated that she was already half a member of the Qin family, so all this was expected of her. But in her heart, she had other considerations. She had taken another step toward success. This girl's rebirth was just an accident, yet she thought herself destined to be a phoenix, attaching herself to the Qin family to become the heir's wife, supporting the fourth prince in his struggle for power, enjoying endless glory and wealth. As Huali was dreaming of a bright future, she suddenly felt a chill down her spine. She felt as if someone was watching her. Could it be her imagination? Qi Bao hadn't expected that even with the invisibility talisman, the other party could sense her. I took a deep breath, adjusting my state. Invisibility talisman for concealment, strength talisman for speed. Give her no time to react. Knock her out in one go, then retrieve the fragment. Just as Qi Bao was about to act, Huali immediately stood up, shooting several hidden weapons into the air. She shouted, "Protect me." In an instant, 5 guards leapt down. Qi Bao dodged, realizing her opponent was no pushover. The guards looked bewildered. There was no one around. Huali, enraged, declared, "If I say someone's there, then someone's there. If anything happens to me, you'll all lose your heads. Search thoroughly." Huali was certain someone was here, and they were after her. Qi Bao looked helpless. What to do now? Seeing her so dejected, the system immediately said, "Desperate times call for desperate measures," and proceeded to exchange for items without permission. Qi Bao's heart skipped a beat. Before she could stop it, several smoke bombs were thrown out. "This time, let me make the decision for you." The guards, seeing these mysterious objects appear out of thin air, undoubtedly took them for hidden weapons. As these weapons exploded, chaos immediately ensued. When the smoke cleared, everyone had collapsed. Qi Bao questioned the system why it had to kill people. The system calmly replied that they were merely unconscious. The merit system would never kill. That would go against its principles. It then urged Qi Bao to quickly retrieve the fragment, as the commotion was bound to attract others. Clever as she was, Qi Bao first placed an invisibility talisman on Huali, making him invisible to facilitate their actions. With all preparations complete, she began to retrieve the fragment. Huali cried out in pain. Forcibly removing his fragment was proving difficult for Qi Bao. Clearly, he was subconsciously resisting. At this moment, Qin Haojun arrived, alerted by the noise. "What's causing such a commotion? All the guards have been taken down. Where's Huali?" He turned and ordered, "Find him immediately. He's the Qin princess's sharpest blade. We can't let anything happen to him." The system reminded Qi Bao to quickly become invisible. Invisibility didn't mean non-existence. If they were touched, they could still be discovered. Qi Bao acknowledged and sped up her efforts. In the nick of time, she finally completed the retrieval. Just as she turned to flee, unexpectedly, Huali regained a bit of consciousness. He instinctively grabbed Qi Bao's ankle. Rising, he pulled out a dagger and thrust it forward, striking Qi Bao squarely in the back. Qi Bao stumbled and fell to the ground. By now, Huali was at the end of his strength. He could only watch helplessly as the figure before him rose and fled. Finally, his eyes darkened and he passed out. Escaping from his Su mansion, Qi Bao suddenly felt something was wrong. The dagger was poisoned. Having taken a stab, Qi Bao struggled to flee the Su mansion. To her surprise, the dagger had been laced with poison. The news of an assassin in the Su minister's mansion spread like wildfire. Mu Qianxuan, as the leader of the capital's imperial guards, naturally led his subordinates in pursuit. They quickly discovered blood traces at a street corner. The scene around the corner made Mu Qianxuan's expression darken. Seeing his subordinates slowly approaching from behind, he turned and said, "There's nothing here. Go check elsewhere." Seeing that his subordinates hadn't stopped, Mu Qianxuan sternly rebuked, "Are my orders no longer effective?" It was the first time they had seen the young master so angry. The two immediately turned and left. Mu Qianxuan's face was filled with confusion. "Miss Qibao, how did you end up here?" Meanwhile, Huali's world was pitch black. "Where am I?" Just as he pondered this, the dark world suddenly collapsed. The fear of falling into an abyss jolted him awake. Seeing this, Qin Haojuan immediately showed a concerned expression. "You're finally awake." Huali glanced around elegantly, confirming this was indeed her room. She recalled being ambushed earlier, vaguely remembering seeing a woman. Qin Haojuan stated that the doctor had examined her body. There was no major harm, just some weakness. As he said this, he changed the subject. "In a few days, Aunt will arrange for us to meet Chuyanzi. Will you be all right?" Huali gently rubbed her forehead upon hearing this, about to calculate something. Suddenly, her expression changed drastically. "My heavenly mandate has disappeared." Qin Haojuan's voice brought her back to reality. "It won't be a problem, right?" Qin Rue chimed in from the side. "Miss Huali, you wouldn't back down because of a small matter, would you?" The smiling faces of the Qin father and son were undoubtedly a death warrant for her current situation. She couldn't let them discover anything unusual. "If I'm useless, they'll kick me to the curb." Thinking this, she questioned Qinrui, "What kind of guards did the master assign to this young lady?" "They fell in just 3 moves. Not only did they fail to protect me, but it seems they didn't find the culprit either." Qin Rue was immediately embarrassed. "The young lady is right to criticize. We'll be more vigilant in the future." The diplomatic Qin Haojuan quickly smoothed things over. "Father, really now? My daughter has just woken up, and you're so eager to question her. Her health should come first." Huali laid down directly, as if you weren't pushing too. The Qin father and son exchanged an awkward smile. "We were presumptuous. You should rest now." As they left, Huali panicked inwardly. "I'm done for. Without the heavenly mandate, how am I going to get by?" As the saying goes, a man's anger may lead him to defend a beauty's honor. Mu Qianxuan openly bent the law for Qibao's sake, declaring, "There are no suspicious people here." At this moment, Qibao was severely poisoned. In her mental world, she was clearly being protected. The recovered fragments were merging, forming a stark contrast to Li Hua's previous experience in the dark world. Accompanied by a dazzling golden light, Qibao slowly opened her eyes. The unfamiliar environment made her wonder where she was. Mu Qianxuan's voice brought her back to reality. "This is the Jingguogong mansion. You fainted, so I brought you back." Qibao was startled to hear this. Her clothes had been changed and her wounds treated. Mu Qianxuan explained that Lin Yu had changed her clothes and had bandaged her wounds. Qibao had just breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Mu Qianxuan preparing to feed her soup and medicine. She wanted to refuse, saying she could manage herself, but as she got excited, a tearing pain came from her wound. Mu Qianxuan concernedly said, "Your wound hasn't healed and the poison isn't fully cleared. It's best not to move around." Qibao looked at the approaching spoon and nodded in shy compliance. Suddenly, the room was filled with a pink atmosphere. Goodness, if Li Ziming saw this scene, wouldn't he explode on the spot? After eating and drinking her fill, Qibao mentioned that her family would worry if she didn't return for the night. Before she could finish, Mu Qianxuan thoughtfully wiped away the food residue from the corner of her mouth. He explained, "I've already sent someone to inform your parents. They were told you'd be at the Mu Mansion for a few days discussing medicine business. I didn't mention your injury." At this moment, Qibao was clearly touched by his warmth. Brother Mu was truly gentle and thoughtful. Just as he was thinking this, Mu Qianxuan had already stood up, indicating for him to rest. He didn't ask about the reason for Qibao's injury at all. Miss Qibao would naturally speak when she wanted to. If she didn't want to talk, he wouldn't ask. Before leaving, he didn't forget to reassure him. "Rest easy and recover. Besides your parents, no one knows you're here." Brother Mu was so protective of her. He truly was a good person. Mu Linyue, who had been watching the whole time, felt indignant for her brother. "You know it's impossible between you and her. Why do you still go to such lengths? Mu Qianxuan ignored her, calmly stating it was none of her business. Hearing this, Mu Linyue became furious. I'm feeling sorry for you. If you're fine with it, you'll be a backup forever. Brother Qianxuan is great, but unfortunately, it's not meant to be. Mu Linyue said she didn't oppose him saving her. After all, they were friends. But seeing him so deeply invested, there would ultimately be no result. Mu Qianxuan, however, said, I like him. It has nothing to do with whether he likes me or not. Being able to see him smile, to see him well, is enough for me. My love for someone doesn't seek anything in return. As long as he appears in my life, I feel genuinely happy. The siblings eventually parted on bad terms. Mu Linyue even called him a bootlicker. What they didn't know was that Li Ziming had seen all of this. This guy having such thoughts about my wife is dangerous. On the other side, Princess Ayue's spy in the Jingguo Marquis mansion reported. For some reason, these past few days, that woman who does business with the Mu family has been staying in the mansion. Mu Qianxuan has been especially caring towards her. Hearing this, Zhao Yue exploded on the spot. Which vixen dares to seduce my brother Qianxuan? She immediately ordered to prepare a carriage to the Jingguo Marquis mansion. On a dark and windy night, Li Ziming moved with the wind, casually throwing out a few silver needles. He directly knocked out Princess Zhao Yue's coachman. The sudden stop of the carriage caused Zhao Yue inside to fall flat on her face. Just as she was about to rebuke the coachman for incompetence, before she could finish speaking, a dagger flashed past her ear. The silhouette of a man outside the carriage flickered. Close your eyes if you don't want to die. Zhao Yue fell back in fear, very cooperatively closing her eyes. The first thing Li Ziming did upon entering the carriage was to feed her a pill. This was clearly his usual method of control. At this moment, Zhao Yue had lost her usual arrogance and tyranny. Great hero, please don't kill me. If there's anything I can help with, I'll definitely help. Hearing this, Li Ziming's lips curled into a slight smile. He said he was here to help her pursue love. The male lead, in order to eliminate his love rival, actively sent a woman to his rival. Princess Zhao Yue's infatuation with Mu Qianxuan made her the perfect pawn. As long as you do as I say, I guarantee Mu Qianxuan will become your consort. If you don't obey, the poison you swallowed will have no cure. At this moment, Zhao Yue's feelings were very complicated. She felt scared but also a little excited. 3 days later, Qi Bao's body had mostly recovered. She bid farewell to the Mu Qianxuan siblings. Mu Qianxuan wanted to escort Qi Bao back, but she politely declined. Mu Linyue held her brother back, indicating that Miss Qi Bao said it wasn't necessary and she could return on her own. She then looked at Qi Bao. Isn't that right? Qi Bao suddenly felt Linyue was acting a bit strange. She didn't think much of it. Watching Qi Bao's retreating figure, Mu Qianxuan remained lost in thought for a long time. Mu Linyue sighed that her brother was too deeply in love. On her way, Qi Bao was still pondering why Linyue had been acting oddly today. The noisy commotion on the roadside brought her back to reality. In this era where scams were rampant, passers-by all ignored the old man lying on the ground. The decline in social morality was truly disheartening. Qi Bao's appearance made the old man's heart leap. The next second, "Uncle, let me help you home. You're such a kind-hearted girl. I'll surely repay you when we get back." Qi Bao said it was no trouble, and the uncle needn't be so polite. Just then, the old man's lecherous hand reached directly for Qi Bao's bottom. As his fingers applied pressure, Qi Bao's skin immediately crawled. She had been molested. Filled with shame and anger, she violently pushed the old man away. The old man secretly rejoiced. As long as I fall, the others will take care of the rest. Unexpectedly, the unexpected happened. The wooden box actually concealed many sharp objects. Blood splattered instantly. Wasn't it agreed that I would just pretend to fall? Why does that person want my life? Seeing this, Qi Bao was stunned. What was going on? Strangely, the constables appeared at the perfect moment to witness this scene. Killing someone in broad daylight? How dare you? Before Qi Bao could react, she was seized. Just as she was about to speak, her mouth was gagged. This wasn't right. That old man actually used his life to scam her? It was too bizarre. And how did the constables appear so quickly? It was as if they had been lurking nearby from the start. On a dark and windy night in the Yamen prison, the constables had also arrested Qi Bao's parents. Do you know who died today? It was Prince Rome. He was royalty. Prepare to have your entire clan executed. Chun Shi comforted Qi Bao, telling her not to be afraid. We know you definitely didn't kill anyone. There must be some mistake. This prison couldn't actually hold Qibao, but her family was still in Jingzhou. Escaping on her own would implicate them. Meanwhile, Mu Qinshuan received the news and rushed over. The constable arrogantly stated that the higher-ups said this case was too big and fell under the jurisdiction of the Court of Judicial Review. It has nothing to do with the Imperial Guards. Young master, please go back. Enraged for his beloved, Mu Qinshuan drew his sword for Qibao. Two constables tried to stop him, but their strength was no match. Young master, you shouldn't wade into these troubled waters. Mu Qinshuan responded assertively to the matter concerning Qibao. Qibao's affairs are my affairs. With that, he walked straight towards the prison. Seeing Qibao safe and sound, Mu Qinshuan felt a wave of relief. He reassured them, "Don't worry, I'm here to uncover the truth." Qibao recounted the entire incident in detail. "That person touched me inappropriately, and I instinctively pushed him away. I never imagined it would lead to such consequences. The constables and bystanders at the scene all claim you pushed him. That's a fact, but why were there several hoes hidden in that box? There weren't usually any constables patrolling that area, yet they appeared immediately after you pushed the man." The old man also understood the young master's implication. Someone was trying to frame Qibao. "Although it's suspicious, we shouldn't speak carelessly about this. After all, someone did die." Hearing Mu Qinshuan speak this way, Qibao also realized the gravity of the situation. The elderly couple looked dejected, wondering what could be done. Mu Qinshuan stepped forward to comfort them. "I'll do my utmost to find evidence. If it was an accident, the sentence could be reduced. If it was a trap, finding the mastermind behind it would exonerate you." Qibao knelt down directly, pleading, "Brother Mu, please help. I don't want to implicate my family. Time is of the essence. I'll go handle matters now. I'm sorry you'll have to stay here for a few days." Watching Mu Qinshuan's retreating figure, Qibao felt a mix of emotions. After a thorough investigation, Mu Qinshuan obtained crucial information. The place where Prince Rong died usually had no debris. Those few boxes had only been piled there in the past couple of days. He also discovered that among the people Prince Rong had recently met was Princess Zhaiyue. The Rong Prince's mansion had been powerless for years. Why would Zhaiyue meet with Prince Rong for no reason? Thinking this, he turned and ordered to go to the princess's mansion. Zhaiyue learned of Mu Qinshuan's late-night visit. Excited, she kicked away the maid attending to her. "Quickly, let Brother Mu in." Mu Qinshuan strode into the room with a serious expression. He asked directly, "You went to see Prince Rong a few days ago. What did you discuss with him?" Zhaiyue chuckled upon hearing this. "The fish has taken a bait." She turned and dismissed her maids. "Lie down here. Spend the night with this princess, and I'll tell you. Not only will you get the information, but you'll also have this princess. Isn't that a good deal?" Hearing this, Mu Qinshuan left angrily. "I can investigate on my own." Zhaiyue's voice trailed after him. "Then you'd better hurry. Who knows? They might be beheaded by morning. My men already delivered a bundle of blood-stained clothes earlier." Mu Qinshuan instinctively thought they had tortured Qibao. The Rong Prince's mansion had been dormant for years. Zhaiyue must have struck some deal with them. They wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice an idle prince. Realizing this, Mu Qinshuan turned back towards the princess's mansion. "What exactly do you want?" Zhaiyue had anticipated Mu Qinshuan's return. She had prepared tea and was waiting for him. "This princess has always been on good terms with the Rong Prince's mansion. I can negotiate with them. We'll find some death row inmate to be a scapegoat. We'll release the Fu family. The condition is that Brother Mu becomes my consort. As long as you spare the Fu family, I, Mu Qinshuan, will be your consort." To make Mu Qinshuan her consort, Princess Zhaiyue would stop at nothing. Qibao was framed and imprisoned, her entire family facing execution. Mu Qinshuan, enraged, said, "You orchestrated all this just to make me your consort?" Zhaiyue naturally wouldn't admit it. "Brother Mu, don't say such things. I merely suggested negotiating with Prince Rong's mansion. Otherwise, by tomorrow, it might not be just a bloodstained garment. It could be Qibao's severed head." Mu Qinshuan steeled himself and agreed. "Then Brother Mu must give me a guarantee before I can negotiate with Prince Rong's mansion." Mu Qinshuan bit his finger, writing a marriage contract. As expected, once the contract was signed, Qibao's family was released. Mu Qinshuan watched the Fu family leave. He didn't appear. His subordinate arranged everything, saying, "You traded your future for their lives. They don't even know you saved them. As long as they're safe, nothing else matters," he replied. Qibao's family returned home, bewildered. They arrested us and then released us for no reason. Li Ziming was waiting at the door early, having prepared clean clothes for them. Qibao was surprised. "Zhe, why are you back? Weren't you shuttling between the neighboring country's mansion and the palace recently?" Li Ziming explained, "I rushed back as soon as I heard you were arrested. I didn't expect you'd be released so quickly." He urged Qibao to bathe and change clothes. "How did you know I needed a change? Who doesn't need to change after returning from prison? Hurry and freshen up, Qibao." Something fell off, but she couldn't put her finger on it. One day, angry shouts erupted from the Jinghua Marquis' mansion. To balance the power of royal in-laws, consorts aren't allowed to hold high positions or wield power. By becoming a consort, you can't inherit the Jinghua Marquis title. Your future is ruined. Of all the princesses, why did it have to be Zhao Yue from the Qin family? The Jinghua Marquis cursed and beat him. Beside them, Mu Linyue was in tears. Mu Qinshuan said he had let down his father and the Mu family, willing to accept punishment. Hearing this, the Marquis grew even angrier. "You still don't repent." He beat him so hard that the cane broke. Taking the blow, Mu Qinshuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Mu Linyue, unable to bear seeing her brother punished, cried and begged her father to stop. "The Jinghua Marquis' authority is absolute. Do you dare defy me too? Linyue, step aside. I deserve this. If father doesn't punish me, I'll feel uneasy. If you must beat someone, beat me too." Seeing this, the Jinghua Marquis turned to leave. "Kneel here for 3 days without food or water." Mu Linyue insisted. "Zhao Yue must have forced you. I'll go confront her. I'll make her cancel this absurd marriage." Mu Qinshuan was about to stop her. A wave of dizziness overcame him, and he fainted. Mu Linyue silently vowed to make him tear up the marriage contract. Just as she arrived at the entrance of the princess's mansion, she saw Zhao Yue in disguise, sneaking out furtively. For someone so vain, why wear a veil? Something was amiss. Realizing this, she followed, all the way to a tavern. She must be meeting someone, plotting something nefarious. The tavern was crowded, and for a moment, she lost sight of Zhao Yue. Just then, Zhao Yue's voice carried over. "This princess has done everything you asked. Now, give me the antidote." Li Ziming personally sent Fu Qibao to prison, all to force Mu Qinshuan into a trap. Princess Zhao Yue was merely his pawn, colluding to risk a useless prince's life from the wrong prince's mansion, frightening the Fu family. Mu Qinshuan, fond of Fu Qibao, saw the bloodied clothes and was coerced into writing a marriage contract. Mu Linyue's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. They had conspired to harm her brother. Li Ziming's voice brought her back. "Now that you have Mu Qinshuan, you are forbidden from appearing before the Fu family again." This familiar voice was him, the masked man from Jingyang town. Miss Qibao said that masked man was her master. Why frame her brother? Zhao Yue expressed her disinterest in those commoners. "As long as Mu Qinshuan becomes my consort, this matter is settled." "Very well. I hope you never need to see me again." With that, he left. "Remember to pay the bill." Zhao Yue was fuming. Mu Linyue, now with tears in her eyes, realized, "Fu Qibao, all of this was orchestrated by you and your master." She immediately headed towards Qibao's residence. Qibao was about to greet her. "Linyue, is something wrong?" Seeing her innocent expression, Mu Linyue's anger flared. She slapped her across the face. "It's all your fault." Qibao was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean? Seeing you unharmed. I understand now. You were all acting. Zhao Yue used your blood-stained clothes to fool my brother. He didn't dare order you beaten. Someone must be protecting you." Qibao explained. "In prison, we were indeed made to change into prison garb. Our clothes were taken away. But I don't understand what you're saying." "Then let me be clear. Your masked master and Zhao Yue conspired. First, they framed you for murder. Then, they used your life to blackmail my brother, forcing him to write a marriage contract to become Zhao Yue's consort." The words masked man left Qibao speechless. Forced Brother Mu to marry the princess? That was an accident. The truth will come out eventually. Why would Brother Mu go to such lengths without telling me? Fu Qibao, are you truly naive or just pretending? This plot targeted both you and my brother. He sacrificed so much for you. Do you really not know? Qi Bao naturally sensed brother Bu Mu's intentions. People aren't made of wood. Who can be without feelings? It's all because of you. He likes you so much that he's willing to sacrifice everything. To save you, he was willing to give up his position as the heir apparent to marry a princess. Countless women admire my brother, yet he favors only you. Who would have thought it was all a huge joke? Our Mu family owes you nothing. Why did you harm my brother? Qi Bao, seeing him getting more agitated, stepped forward to comfort him. I swear to heaven, I knew nothing of this matter, nor would I ever conspire with others to harm Brother Mu. I've never even seen my master's true face. I don't know his whereabouts since he left Jingyang town. Mu Lingyue wore a look of disbelief. Then he sneered. I, however, had the fortune to see him. A face like a celestial being, unparalleled in this world. I should be grateful he didn't silence me then. Mu Lingyue didn't accept Qi Bao's apology at all. Put away your fake facade. From now on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. Jiahua has also promised not to trouble the Fu family. You'd better take care of yourselves. Watching Ling Yue's retreating figure, Qi Bao's heart was filled with complex emotions. A slap came down. Qi Bao gained a new understanding of Li Ziming. After parting ways unhappily with Mu Lingyue, Qi Bao returned to her quarters with a solemn face. Just then, Li Ziming approached her. I just bought these candied haws from outside. Qi Bao was stunned for a moment. Do you think I'm a child? Li Ziming's eyes were full of doting love. I'll spoil you like a child. Hearing this, Qi Bao shook off his hand. Without looking at his face again, she asked, What have you been up to lately? Through my uncle's connections in the neighboring country, Lan Mao and I successfully entered the palace. I've been slowly gathering support from some high officials at court. Not getting the answer she wanted, Qi Bao asked again, Is there nothing else? Li Ziming looked puzzled. Nothing else. Did something happen? Qi Bao didn't answer. She just said flatly, I hope you'll be as honest as you are today in the future. On a dark, windy night, Li Ziming put on a mask and leapt out the window. He landed steadily on the roof. Just as he was about to move forward, an invisible wall seemed to block his path. He reached out to touch it, puzzled. Smiling, he said, I know it's you. Come out. Qi Bao tore off the invisibility talisman, her form suddenly appearing. Bao, your celestial arts are truly fascinating. Qi Bao said nothing. She removed his mask. I should have known. The masked man was you. Using the Black Wind stronghold to deal with the Fu family back then was your doing. Li Ziming showed no nervousness at being caught. Didn't you say the Fu family didn't deserve death? But they did deserve punishment. Later, when the Fu family was attacked by arson, I saved them. I suppose Mu Lingyue told you about this. Qi Bao didn't deny it. Past events, we all had our rights and wrongs. It's settled now. But why did you lie to me? You originally intended to kill all the Fu family members, but I suddenly changed. You discover my secret. That's why you spared my life. What you want is my celestial technique, isn't it? That's why you said you liked me. You've used every means to force me to stay by your side. Li Ziming was at a loss for words upon hearing this. He never thought Qi Bao would think this way. Just as he was about to explain, Qi Bao pushed him away. Azay, you're truly terrifying. How stupid must I have been to fall for you? Even though I felt something was amiss, I never once doubted you. I'll only ask you one thing. The matter with Mu Qianxuan, was it planned by you and Princess Jiahua together? With these words, both fell into a brief silence. Seeing Li Ziming's light chuckle without speaking, Qi Bao questioned what he was laughing at. In response, Li Ziming burst into uncontrollable laughter. I did it. So what? Seeing he showed no sign of remorse, anger surged in Qi Bao's heart. Brother Mu's future and a human life, are they so trivial to you? Before she could finish speaking, Li Ziming pulled her close. In this world, apart from you, there's nothing left that I care about. Who told him to dare covet what's mine? You are mine, and no one could take you away. Faced with a man more dangerous than Princess Jiahua, Fu Qi Bao wanted to drive Li Ziming away. He promised a 5-year agreement and never had romantic feelings for Mu Qianxuan, but he didn't believe him. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Li Ziming's eyes. I can't tolerate him hovering around you, regardless of the reason. Faced with the man's madness, Fu Qi Bao was filled with disbelief, her mood growing increasingly heavy. Let go of me. She struggled and bit the man's hand hard. Uncontrollable anger made her bite even harder. Soon, a bitter taste spread on her tongue. Li Ziming's lack of reaction made Fu Qi Bao release her bite in a daze. Her heart sank gradually. Did he truly love her? His possession and confinement were so intense, it was suffocating. Li Ziming's thin lips parted slightly. quickly, his tongue lightly licking the teeth marks on the back of his hand. Going mad for you is sweet as honey. His elegant and harmless face now appeared devilishly charming. Zay, I beg you, please restore Brother Mu's situation. He shouldn't pay such a heavy price. Li Ziming shook his head without hesitation. The marriage contract is written. It's the Emperor's decree. This is no longer something you or I can control. As a man himself, he understood Mu Qianxuan's heart better than anyone. He would never allow anyone to covet his woman. You don't understand anything at all. Fu Qibao felt utterly depressed and sad. Li Ziming, you should leave. The woman smiled bitterly. This Zay is truly too frightening. Li Ziming's expression stiffened, his voice low and hoarse. What did you say? Leave. Leave the Fu family. Now that you've found the Jin family, you're no longer alone. Fu Qibao's voice was raspy. It was you who took me in back then, and now you want to drive me away? The man's eyes grew dark. Impossible, Fu Qibao. You'll never shake me off in this lifetime. Li Ziming's tone was gentle, but his attitude was exceptionally firm. If you ever leave me, I'll use the lives of everyone in the Fu family to accompany my feelings to the grave. The threat made Fu Qibao's eyes widen in disbelief. Watching the man's retreating figure, Fu Qibao's entire body trembled slightly. Guilt, pain, and self-reproach swept over her. Why had things turned out this way? The night sky darkened. A slender figure stood motionless on the quiet rooftop. Qibao, I only want you. Even if I have to clip your wings, I will never let you leave me. Li Ziming, donning his mask once again, returned to the familiar rooftop. He lifted a tile, revealing the sleeping young master of the Qin family on the bed below. As night deepened, the silver candles flickered in the autumn light. The masked man silently lifted a blue tile. Following the candlelight, a clear liquid from a white porcelain bottle dripped vertically through the gap in the tiles. Drop by drop, it fell onto the incense burner below, instantly seeping into it. The burner warmed, and wisps of fragrant smoke rose, quickly filling the entire room. On the bed, Qin Yozheng's brows furrowed, beads of sweat sliding down his forehead and cheeks. Trapped in a nightmare, the young man wandered aimlessly, mumbling something. Don't come any closer. Qin Yuzheng looked back in terror. Behind him was a blue-faced, fanged demon, approaching with claws outstretched. Suddenly, he stumbled, and the demon lunged at Qin Yuzheng. Unable to dodge in time, Qin Yuzheng was pinned to the ground, the demon's bloody maw right before his eyes. Try as he might, he couldn't break free. A sense of dread washed over him, cold sweat pouring. Gritting his teeth and steeling himself, Qin Yuzheng reversed the situation, grabbing the demon's throat. Seeing the demon's vital point in his grasp, the young man couldn't help but laugh out loud. In his daze, he seemed to hear someone shouting, "Young master, let go. Please let go, young master." Qin Yozheng's eyes snapped open fiercely, only to find that the demon in his hands had turned into a young maid from the household. Taking advantage of the young man's shock, another maid quickly pulled him away. "Young master, we heard you having a nightmare and came to wake you. You almost choked her to death." Qin Yuzheng stared at his hands in disbelief. "I had another nightmare." Watching the maids flee in terror, the young man couldn't help but cover his face and weep. The maids' hushed discussions drifted in from outside. It seemed he had truly gone mad. No one noticed the man on the roof, blending with the darkness, his lips curled in a wicked smile. Soon, Qin Haojuan and Huali's wedding was also set. Though not as grand as marrying a wife, it was still a lavish affair with 10 miles of red decorations. Wu Lane was bustling with activity. Huali, the bride, was quite displeased with this. How can the heir's wedding be so modest? Her father said, "You're marrying as the second daughter of the Su family. It's best not to draw too much attention." Seeing this, Huali held her tongue, suppressing her discontent. She thought, at least she had gained status. As they spoke, a haggard-looking Qin Yuzheng approached. He gave a slight bow. "Congratulations, brother and sister-in-law." Qin Haojuan looked concerned. "Yuzheng, why has your health been deteriorating lately?" The listless Qin Yuzheng could only say, "I've been plagued by nightmares recently. I don't know what's wrong." Just as Huali was about to express her goodwill, she was cut off. "I don't want to dampen your spirits. I'm going back to rest." Watching the young man's unsteady figure retreat, Huali's suspicions grew. His temper is getting stranger too. On the day of the grand wedding between the Su and Qin family's children, the Qin family's young master killed the Su family's eldest daughter. Unable to suppress his worry, Qin Haojuan turned to look at Huali beside him. What's wrong with Yuzheng? Can the disciple of Master Kuhai predict anything? However, Huali, having lost her abilities, was at a loss and could only mumble some vague responses. Seeing this, Qin Haojuan said no more and turned to enter the main hall. It seemed that the status of an heir's wife alone was not enough. They needed to bear an offspring for the Qin family as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the listless Qin Yuzheng was dragging his tired body back. In the garden, the young masters from noble families were discussing something. They said Qin Yuzheng was now neither human nor ghost. In the past, he and young Master Su were known as the twin Jade Gentlemen. Now it seemed only young Master Su stood out. A handsome youth in the crowd shook his head and smiled. He's miserable enough. It's not right for us to talk like this. Yet his tone suddenly changed, but this young master would like to see what he looks like now. Hearing these mockeries, Qin Yuzheng was instantly enraged, his face contorted and eyes red. He clenched his fist and struck a nearby pillar, shouting at the group to shut up. Su Wenfei turned his head at the sound and saw it was the Qin family's young master they had been ridiculing. The youth's eyes revealed madness, his face full of anger as he reached out to grab him. Before anyone could react, Su Wenfei was already pinned to the ground by Qin Yuzheng. As if possessed, Qin Yuzheng applied force with both hands, repeatedly muttering, "Shut up, shut up, shut up." The others were stunned by this sudden turn of events, not knowing how to react for a moment. It wasn't until Su Wenfei, his face turning red from being choked, struggled to call for help that everyone snapped back to reality. Those nearby hurriedly stepped forward, grabbing Qin Yuzheng's arms, trying to separate the two. "Let go quickly. It's no use, his strength is too great." Seeing their efforts were futile, and Qin Yuzheng seemed to have lost his mind, Su Wenfei was already gasping for air. Another person, out of desperation, quickly picked up a large stone nearby and smashed it against Qin Yuzheng. After a scream of pain, the youth's body stiffened for a moment, but he didn't fall. Instead, he instantly lowered his head and bit Su Wenfei's neck. The already weakened Su Wenfei had no strength left to resist. Crimson blood immediately spilled onto the ground. Seeing this scene, these young masters were so frightened they fell to the ground. After a while, screams finally erupted around them. "Murder! Qin Yuzheng has committed murder." The Qin family guards, hearing the commotion, rushed over and finally subdued the frenzied Qin Yuzheng. Su Wenhai, who arrived with the Qin Duke, widened his eyes in disbelief. Looking at Wenfei lying in a pool of blood, no matter how Su Wenhai called out, there was no response. A joyous occasion had turned into a tragedy, and the Qin and Su families had clearly reached a point of no return. Seeing this scene, Qin Haojuan and Huali quickly stepped forward. "Father, what happened?" Then they noticed their younger brother being held up by the guards, and their hearts sank. Qin Rue was also at a loss. After brief consideration, he quickly arranged to send off the guests and end the wedding banquet. He then turned to the young masters of the noble families, using both carrot and stick to impose a gag order. Soon, all uninvolved parties had left, leaving only the Su and Qin families in the garden. Seeing his beloved son lifeless, Su Wenhai was furious. "Duke Qin, not long ago, my daughter died in your mansion. Now your son has killed my son. How do we settle this account?" Before Qin Rue could speak, Qin Haojuan had already stepped in front of his brother. "No one touches him." Su Wenhai gritted his teeth in anger. "The Qin family may be powerful, but my Su family isn't to be trifled with. We're prepared for mutual destruction if necessary." Qin Haojuan was stunned. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The deranged Qin Yuzheng, fearless of death, shouted, "Shut up, old man, or I'll eat you alive." Seeing the situation escalating, Qin Haojuan turned to his father for help. Faced with the Su family's accusations, Qin Rue's mind raced. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. A life for a life. Take Yuzheng away. Do with him as you please. Kill him or torture him. My Qin family won't object. Seeing his eldest son about to plead, he angrily shouted, "Don't argue." He then walked over to Su Wenhai and whispered in his ear, "We can have more sons if we lose them, but don't let a moment of anger ruin both our family's prosperity." Though dissatisfied, Su Wenhai took the opportunity to back down. Duke Qin speaks wisely. Without further delay, he ordered his men to take Qin Yuzheng away from the Qin mansion. "Father, must we do this? Su Fu is no match for us." We can afford to be foolish. Before Qin Haojuan could finish, Qin Rue grabbed him. If we fight Su Fu now and weaken our foundation, how can we compete with the Lin family for the position of heir apparent? Qin Haojuan lowered his head, silent for a moment. His voice choked. I understand. Father Qin Rue's face was ashen. You're now the only legitimate son of the Qin family. You must bear this burden. After composing himself, Qin Haojuan turned and noticed the woman in red nearby. His anger flared instantly. He slapped her to the ground. Aren't you Master Kuhai's disciple? How did you fail to predict such a disaster? He followed with a barrage of punches and kicks. What use are you to our Qin family now? Huali, kneeling on the ground, turned pale, her eyes filled with disbelief. Qin Rue also glared at her maliciously. I feel like killing someone to vent my anger. Huali's heart tightened. It seemed these father and son now viewed her as expendable. To secure her position in the Qin family, she decided to use her last trump card. Huali, who failed to predict this great calamity for the Qin family, soon found herself in big trouble. Qin Rue had lost a son and now had a grudge with the Su family. How could he not vent his anger on her? At this moment, Huali finally understood that she was dealing with tigers. One wrong move meant death. Qin Rue coldly looked at her. Miss Huali, with your divine calculations, can you predict whether you'll live or die today? Faced with this blatant threat, Huali's lips curved into a slight smile. She chuckled softly, slowly rising. She casually dusted off her skirt and approached the two men. I won't die. Confronted with the woman's confidence, Qin Rue's voice grew colder. What? Huali put on an air of having everything under control. Because the Qin family's greatest enemy, the Lin family, is about to die. Hearing this, the Qin father and son exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Qin Haojuan, understanding the situation, stepped forward and grasped Huali's hands, asking softly, "Is it true?" Huali, displeased, responded with a faint yes and withdrew her hands. Qin Rue, still harboring doubts, sought to confirm the information's authenticity once more. This time, Huali didn't mince words. She said directly, "If he doesn't die, I will." With these words, Qin Rue once again resumed his elegant and calm demeanor, offering a few words of concern and advice. For the next few days, you'd better stay in the mansion. Don't go anywhere. Faced with this veiled house arrest, Huali merely furrowed her brow slightly. She no longer had anything more to say to Qin Haojuan before her. With a cold face, she turned to leave. Just moments ago, he was hitting and scolding me. Now it's all pair this and pair that. He really thinks I'm easy to manipulate. Rounding the corner, Huali could no longer maintain her composure. She quickly leaned against the wall to steady herself. This time had been too close. In her heart, she could only hope that heaven would allow her plan to succeed. Otherwise, she would truly be dead. Inside the Lin family's mansion, the contented Lin uncle was reclining on a soft couch, sipping fine wine. He was enjoying the changes in his body after taking the golden pill, silently setting a small goal of 3,000 women for the month. In no time at all, the steward led several beautiful women in. They were all gifts from high officials hoping to obtain the pills. Lin uncle strolled among them, instructing, "Go back and tell them that the pills are limited. They'll have to queue up." He casually lifted the chin of one woman. Yet in his mind, he was complaining about the current luxurious lifestyle and the company of beautiful women. As he moved about, his nostrils caught a whiff of fragrance. That alluring scent made him pause slightly. Soon, a woman in a pink silk dress with a thin veil came into view. Lin uncle's face showed an expression of amazement. He pushed aside the others in his way and approached the woman. The woman's thin veil lifted slightly, her eyes flashing with charm, her beauty indescribable. A faint fragrance lingered around them. Her alluring figure and natural coquettishness captivated the soul. Lin uncle's cheeks flushed red as he praised her beauty and fascination. The beautiful woman smiled shyly and then hooked the man's arm, leading him inside. "Let this humble woman serve you, Uncle Lin." Though they were so physically close, their hearts remained worlds apart. Outside the imperial city, the peach blossoms at White Horse Temple were in full bloom, creating a scene as beautiful as a heavenly realm. Li Ziming led Qi Bao into a jewelry store. "Bao, this is a new store I opened under the Jin family." Fu Qibao's expression turned slightly cold. She could sense that the young man was trying his best to please tease her. Li Ziming, you don't think these small favors can make up for your mistakes, do you? She frowned and pushed away the golden hairpin he was offering. Disappointment flashed in Li Ziming's eyes. He spoke coldly. If the young lady doesn't like them, then you have no need to keep them. Seeing the frightened shopkeeper, Qibao spoke up angrily. You don't need to trouble them like this. I like it very much. I'll take it. Is that all right? This man is clearly doing this on purpose. She finished speaking, glared at the young man, waved her sleeve, and walked out of the room. Li Ziming, following closely behind, glanced back at the shopkeeper before quickly catching up. Strolling through the peach blossom grove, Fu Qibao's anger finally began to dissipate somewhat. A tall figure followed behind her, neither too close nor too far. Li Ziming reached out to a particularly vibrant peach blossom branch and smiled as he caught up. Young Lady Bao, this flower is as beautiful as you. Fu Qibao took a deep breath, refusing to give him a pleasant look. When I like a flower, I don't pluck it. I let it bloom and wither freely. Isn't it better to give it freedom? Hearing this, Li Ziming's smile deepened. That's why I've bought this entire place. Whether plucked or not, they all belong to you alone. Fu Qibao felt utterly defeated. How could this man be so incapable of understanding? Talking to a brick wall, a sharp cry left Li Ziming at a loss. The aggrieved young woman turned and walked away, not wanting to say another word. Bao. Li Ziming instinctively grabbed her, holding her tightly in his arms. What do you want me to do? How can I make you believe my sincerity? Forgive me. You promised to become my wife. A suppressed and pained voice sounded in her ear. Fu Qibao looked at him expressionlessly. Come with me to see Brother Mu. Apologize to him. Cancel his engagement. Do this, and we'll reconcile. The young man caressed the hand near his cheek, gazing at her intently. Bao, you want me, Li Ziming, to apologize? Impossible. He merely accelerated everything, bringing it forward. Fu Qibao, enraged, withdrew her hand. It's truly impossible to communicate with you. Give me a little more time. When I finish my business and return to Jingyang Town, I'll tell you everything. In the end, it was still this answer. Fu Qibao couldn't tell if she felt disappointed or hurt. He wanted to say more, but suddenly caught a scent from his shoulder. His expression changed slightly. What have you done? Where does the smell on your hands come from? Fu Qibao looked at him with urgency and gravity. The feeling of suddenly becoming rich, just thinking about it is thrilling. Bao, what are you talking about? Seeing Fu Qibao's gaze, the smile on Li Ziming's face suddenly stiffened. Don't try to fool me. This is the smell of opium. Since you study medicine, you must know this thing. Do you know it's deadly? Fu Qibao wouldn't let him evade. Such a strong smell could only mean he had been handling opium frequently lately. Bao, haven't you made a mistake? This is clearly just a medicinal herb. How could it be deadly? Li Ziming explained calmly, but his heart sank. Bao actually knew its true purpose. Fu Qibao frowned. Though it has some effects, it's highly toxic. You should avoid contact with it in the future. Li Ziming nodded, leaning in to meet the young woman's eyes. A smile returned to his face. Bao, are you worried about me? How wonderful. So Bao still cares for me. Hearing this, Fu Qibao's pretty face flushed slightly. She put on a stern expression and turned away. Don't follow me. I want to be alone for a while, she said, walking towards the depths of the peach grove. Li Ziming hesitated for a moment, but didn't follow. After all, he had already rented out this peach grove. He had finally managed to bring her out to relax. Better not to push her too hard. Breathing in the faint fragrance of flowers in the air finally dispersed that unpleasant smell. Suddenly, her foot slipped. The previously even ground seemed to flip over. Fu Qibao tumbled down a flight of stairs, spinning dizzily several times before landing. With a snap, the stone slab and grass above closed again, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. In that instant, Fu Qibao was stunned. What happened to her supposed increase in luck? Rubbing her bruised arm, she raised her head and began to survey her surroundings. Darkness all around. Fu Qibao took out the flint from her sleeve, full of questions. By the firelight, a glint on one side of the passageway caught her attention. What met her eyes left her dumbfounded. Piles of uncountable gold were stacked on the ground. Congratulations, host. This seems to be ownerless gold. Since you found it, you might as well take it. It'll be good for helping others in the future. Fu Qibao hesitated slightly. She walked a bit further in and suddenly discovered a wooden plaque on the wall. Blowing off the dust, a row of powerful and vigorous clerical script was revealed. Save all living beings. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Master Kuhai, the legendary first abbot of White Horse Temple. Could these be the treasures left behind by Master Kuhai? Fu Qibao was somewhat surprised. Master Kuhai, rest assured that I won't keep a single coin of this money for myself. It will all be used for the common people. She bowed to the wooden plaque and directly moved the gold into her system space. She didn't know how much this gold was worth, but it piled up like a mountain. It would certainly last for a very long time. After observing the secret room for a while, Fu Qibao finally discovered another staircase leading upwards. As long as you're well, it's a sunny day. A quote from the gentle Mu Qinshuan. Suddenly, outside the quiet temple meditation room, there was a cracking sound. The smooth and intact artificial mountain actually split open with a crack. Someone was coming out from inside. This was actually White Horse Temple. Coming out the stone door, Fu Qibao's eyes lit up. The passage behind her automatically closed, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. This tunnel was truly well made. It was completely undetectable, and the mechanism couldn't be found. After marveling, Fu Qibao happily turned around, intending to leave. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached her ears. "Brother, what's the use of hiding here?" Upon careful listening, it was actually Mu Lingyue. She instinctively moved closer to the meditation room where the sound came from. A conversation could be heard from inside. "It's quiet here, suitable for recuperation. Besides, I've already resigned from my position as the Imperial Guard commander." Mu Lingyue, looking at her brother's calm expression, blurted out, "You've ruined yourself just for Miss Fu. Don't you regret it? This was my own choice. There's nothing to regret." "Lingyue, I know you're feeling resentful." Mu Lingyue was exasperated. In just a short month, her most caring brother had completely lost his smile, becoming silent and withdrawn. Mu Qinshuan advised, "I hope you won't go looking for Miss Fu again. I know you're worried about me." Before he could finish speaking, he broke into a fit of urgent coughing. Mu Lingyue hurriedly went to his side. Outside the window, Fu Qibao held her breath. Her eyes grew slightly warm. It was actually the Mu siblings. "I don't want her to carry the burden of guilt for her entire life." Mu Lingyue lowered her head somewhat guiltily. She didn't dare tell him that she had already confronted Fu Qibao. Seeing her brother's reluctance to discuss further, Mu Lingyue sighed and stood up to leave. She knew that her brother had come here to avoid Princess Zhaoyue as well. It was also a good place to recuperate. As Mu Lingyue walked out of the meditation room, a voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Miss Mu, please wait." Recognizing the person, Mu Lingyue was greatly shocked. She instinctively looked towards where Mu Qinshuan was staying. "I just came here with my family to pray for blessings and happened to encounter you. What's wrong with Brother Mu? He doesn't look well." Mu Lingyue, with a cold face, spoke quietly. "So you still care about my brother?" Fu Qibao handed over a pouch and a white porcelain bottle. She really couldn't think of any other way to make amends to Mu Qinshuan. Mu Lingyue, with mixed emotions, raised her hand to reach for them. Fu Qibao instinctively took 2 steps back. After all, the memory of that slap was still fresh in her mind. Seeing that Mu Lingyue only took the items, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having completed her task, Fu Qibao hurriedly bid farewell. "I won't disturb you any further. I'll take my leave now." He had just turned around when Mu Lingyue called out from behind. His expression became somewhat stiff. Turning back with a forced smile, he said, "Miss Lingyue, is there anything else?" Mu Lingyue somewhat regretted venting her anger on the Fu family. She decided to make amends for the slap from before. Faced with her request, Fu Qibao revealed a bitter smile. He knew he was the one who had wronged the 2 siblings. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Unable to resist, he stepped forward and embraced the kind-hearted Mu Lingyue. "Miss Lingyue, I'm sorry. I'll find a way to stop all of this." In the Qin family's small cage, Qin Yuzheng finally met his end. Recently, rumors spread that Imperial Uncle Lin had acquired an exquisite beauty with a captivating fragrance, indulging in nightly revelry. In a room filled with enchanting scents, Imperial Uncle Lin savored fine wine, sip by sip. "Even the wine tastes much better with you around, my dear," the man said, eyes half closed in pleasure. The beauty nestled into Imperial Uncle Lin's arms, her alluring eyes surprisingly innocent. "My lord has lost weight recently. You seem to lack stamina in bed. Can you no longer satisfy me?" Hearing this, Imperial Uncle Lin's expression immediately turned serious. No man could tolerate such questioning. "The Imperial Alchemist was my recommendation. Even His Majesty takes his pills. How could I not have a secret weapon?" Saying this, he He pulled out a box of golden pills from his sleeve. These are treasures from the Imperial Alchemist. The corners of the beauty's mouth curled into a smile. After so long, he finally brought them out. She suddenly pushed him down onto the soft couch. The man was instantly bewitched. Before Imperial Uncle Lin could react, the beauty had already taken matters into her own hands, eliciting a burst of laughter from the man. As she clung to him coyly, her other hand secretly reached for the nearby brocade box. Taking advantage of Imperial Uncle Lin's distraction, she took out one pill and tossed it out the window. Below the windowsill, a masked figure in black had been waiting. They deftly caught the flying golden pill. In a few swift movements, they disappeared behind the wall. The next day, a cry of shock echoed through the Qin family's mansion. Lord Qin, young Master Yuzheng has been returned. Shortly after, two servants carrying a blood-stained stretcher hurried into the main hall. Qin Rui's face turned ashen. He reached out to lift the white cloth, his trembling body betraying his inner grief. The Qin Yuzheng before him was cold and lifeless, his face devoid of color, his chest soaked with a large bloodstain. Master Su sent word that young Master Yuzheng died from a single sword strike. He didn't suffer. A life for a life, where even now, overwhelmed by pain and anger, Qin Haojuan couldn't help but pound the ground, weeping bitterly. Yuzheng, my brother, on the day the fourth prince ascends the throne, it will be the day the Su family is exterminated. Su family, just you wait. Qin Rui lifted his head slightly, tears slowly falling, an inexplicable desolation in his demeanor. Very improperly. No fanfare, no mourning hall. The pain of losing a son was beyond words. After composing himself slightly, Qin Rui turned to look at Huali. He asked sternly, Huali, any progress with Imperial Uncle Lin? Huali produced a golden pill. This is the golden pill that the courtesan obtained from Imperial Uncle Lin. The Lin family uses these pills to win over court officials. Imperial Uncle Lin is quite cautious. My lord husband, Imperial Uncle Lin's life alone isn't enough to compensate for your brothers. Hearing this, Qin Rui was taken aback. He blurted out, do you have any other ideas? A flash of ruthlessness crossed Huali's eyes. I can still take Shi Yunzi's life. Others gamble with money, but you're gambling with lives. Staying up so late every night, even immortals couldn't handle it. Fearing changes, Li Zimin, who had found Fu Qibao again, quickly took him down the mountain to the Fu family's residence in the capital. The calm atmosphere at the dinner table was somewhat eerie. The two elders whispered, discussing why their daughter and Aze were constantly at odds. Sitting opposite, Li Ziming was oblivious to everything else, his eyes fixed only on Fu Qibao. Fu Qibao snorted coldly, turning her head away with an indifferent expression, refusing to give the man a pleasant look. Li Ziming suddenly moved in front of her, his delicate face wearing a pitiful expression. I'm full, Fu Qibao said angrily, putting down her chopsticks and turning to leave. Li Ziming looked somewhat hurt, muttering, I'm full too. He hurriedly followed the woman's retreating figure. Sensing the movement behind her, Fu Qibao couldn't help but quicken her pace. She bit her lip. Aze's terrible possessiveness was suffocating her. How long are you going to follow me? Fu Qibao turned her head, glaring at him angrily. Her rejection made Li Ziming particularly dejected. He couldn't help but call out softly, Bao. Then he took a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth and immediately put it into his own. Seeing the smile on the man's lips, Fu Qibao shouted in embarrassment and anger, Mind your own business. At present, Imperial Uncle Lin and the Crown Prince were the height of their power, but Li Ziming always felt he was overlooking something. It was at this moment that a white dove quietly landed inside the Imperial Uncle's mansion. The woman removed the bamboo tube from the carrier pigeon's foot and pulled out the paper inside. Receiving the instructions, Mayer smiled coyly. It was finally time to close the net. I've had enough of that dwarf too. Let's end it all. Back in the room, the two played dice again, having a great time. The white jade dice spun on the table surface. Betting big or small was all about luck. In no time, the white jade dice wobbled to a stop. The two looked closely. Imperial Uncle Lin instantly felt as if his soul had been snatched away, muttering, We're done for. Mayer, however, giggled coquettishly as she hooked her arms around the man's neck. A bit. Tonight, my lord wants Mayer. 6 times, oh. The man's face showed distress. Six times? Even immortals couldn't handle that. Mayer smiled charmingly. pushing a brocade box in front of Imperial Uncle Lin. "Don't worry, you have this," she said, placing a golden pill into the man's mouth. As the golden pill went down his throat, Imperial Uncle Lin immediately felt a warm current flowing through his body. "Come here, you little temptress." The man shed his outer robe and pounced on the woman. "Can you handle it?" The woman's eyes were seductive, her breath fragrant. After laboring half the night, the exhausted man collapsed on the soft couch. "I can't go on." Mayer straddled Imperial Uncle Lin, her cherry lips parting slightly. "You still owe me 3 times. Have you wilted so soon?" Not wanting to lose face, Imperial Uncle Lin instructed the woman to hand him the golden pill. Mayer obediently rose, fetched the brocade box, and swayed back to the soft couch. She then leaned over, her delicate jade fingers picking up a golden pill, bringing it to the man's lips. Imperial Uncle Lin lifted his head slightly, about to swallow, when the woman suddenly withdrew her hand. Mayer blinked her eyes, curled her lips into a smile, and coquettishly said, "I won't give it to you." How could Imperial Uncle Lin tolerate such behavior? He reached out to grab it. "Mayer, give it to me quickly, I can't breathe." Mayer narrowed her eyes, sneered, and with a slight exertion of force, crushed the golden pill to pieces. Seeing his treasure gone, Imperial Uncle Lin was stunned. Anger immediately surged. "You hit me." Just as he was about to get up, he was kicked back onto the couch. "Did you really think this lady would like you?" Mayer stood over the man, looking down on him. "Did you really think you're so charming that all women would kneel before you?" Imperial Uncle Lin had no time to listen to this. He hurriedly stuck out his tongue, licking up the scattered golden pill fragments. "The golden pills you've been taking recently were all replaced by me. You've been overdrawing your body. You're going to die from exhaustion. It's too late now." At this moment, Imperial Uncle Lin finally realized, "You were sent by someone else to kill me." Unable to accept this, he quickly thought of another question. "All this time, have I never pleased you?" Imperial Uncle Lin still wanted to confirm. Seeing how much the man cared, Mayer pretended to think for a moment. She immediately uttered a casually cruel response. "You weakling." Pretending to be deeply hurt, Imperial Uncle Lin instantly deflated, losing all his initial vigor. Then he let out a deep sigh and fell straight back. His hair scattered, his face ashen, his eyes rolled back. To anyone, he looked like he had died from anger. Mayer is lipskurled upward. She bent down to check the man's breath. He was indeed dead. Mission accomplished. The woman chuckled softly as she jumped off the couch and walked out. Little did she know, the man on the couch was secretly moving his eyeballs, just hoping this vixen would leave quickly. He pondered, as long as she left, he would be saved. He couldn't help but praise himself. Seeing Mayer about to cross the doorway, Imperial Uncle Lin couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. "Just kidding," the woman's cold voice suddenly came. The door was tightly shut. Watching the man retreat in fear, Mayer slowly approached. When causing trouble, one must always deliver the final blow. She casually picked up a soft pillow nearby and pressed it heavily on Imperial Uncle Lin's face. "Killing me is one thing, but saying I'm not good enough?" Imperial Uncle Lin died with his eyes open. Despite his desperate struggle, Imperial Uncle Lin still perished. Truly, lust is a deadly blade. The night street was as cool as water. Fine rain fell diagonally outside the window. Water dripped from the eaves. Fu Qibao sighed, pushing open the creaking window, lost in thought. Suddenly, a figure leaning against the wall behind caught her attention. Li Ziming, behind the wall, also quickly noticed the movement from this side. "Bauer, why aren't you asleep yet?" The man smiled awkwardly, greeting her. Hearing this, Fu Qibao had no desire to answer. Her face darkened as she slammed the window shut. "Since we returned from White Horse Temple, you've been following me closely. What exactly do you want?" "Well, at White Horse Temple, you fell into that pit, and I had to search for you. I need to keep an eye on you to prevent you from suddenly disappearing again." Fu Qibao was slightly taken aback. She then turned and abruptly opened the window. "You big fool, it's windy and rainy again. Why are you out here getting soaked?" Li Ziming's eyes were gentle, but he wore a mischievous grin. To gain sympathy, of course. Before he could finish speaking, a thrown umbrella from the woman interrupted him. "Do you think you can watch over me for a lifetime?" Fu Qibao's voice came softly. "Many things will happen. There will be many barriers between us." Li Ziming didn't care at all. After all, he still had his real father. Again this way, Fu Qibao felt an indescribable heaviness in her heart. "The matter of my mother and brother. I can never get over it. Without waiting for him to say anything more, she closed the window. Li Ziming felt both disappointed and angry. Only the pitter-patter of rain remained. After an unknown time, Blue Hat came to report. Without waiting for him to speak, Li Ziming turned and walked out. He couldn't let Bao get involved in this. Learning about the neighboring country's nuclear violation, he seemed surprised. When did this happen? Tonight, servants found the body in his room. Many say he died from overdosing on golden pills. After a brief analysis, Li Ziming understood someone had designed this rumor. But if he died, Chiyunzi would also be suspected. If Chiyunzi died too, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Thinking this, he didn't linger. He ordered people to keep watching Lin's mansion and prepare to enter the palace. Just 2 steps out, he couldn't help but look back at the window glowing with candlelight. Lowering his gaze, his heart filled with countless thoughts, he resolutely turned and stepped into the rain. Unbeknownst to him, the hidden window quietly opened. Fu Qibao still couldn't let go of the gradually disappearing haze. The next day, in the Yangxin Hall of the Imperial Palace, Qin Rui proactively sought an audience and was left alone with the emperor. "You mean the pills are poisonous?" The emperor's piercing gaze fixed directly on him. Qin Rui fell to his knees with a thud, kowtowing 3 times. He spoke with absolute certainty. "Your Majesty, Chiyunzi plots to harm you. He's a sorcerer who led the neighboring country to attack. He should be executed along with his entire clan." Qin Rui successfully deceived the emperor. Now Aiz and Chiyunzi were in danger. After hearing Qin Rui's words, the emperor let out a long sigh and angrily shouted, "Minister Qin, do you really think I'm a fool? All court officials, including myself, have taken plenty. Why did only the neighboring country's envoy die? If Chiyunzi is a sorcerer, then what am I, who appointed him as the imperial advisor?" Seeing this, Qin Rui was terrified. He hurriedly kowtowed to explain and show his loyalty. He then took out a golden pill he had prepared in his sleeve, claiming he could prove it was poisonous. The emperor frowned, directly taking out a golden pill from his long sleeve. He spoke coldly, "If we're to test, we should test the one I usually take." At these words, Qin Rui was instantly dumbfounded. The one in his hand was poisoned, but the emperor's wasn't. This was life-threatening. Once spoken, he could only take it step by step. Cold sweat was already running down his back. Seeing Qin Rui's trembling hand, the emperor couldn't help but ask, "Minister, why are you so nervous?" Realizing he couldn't drag it out any longer, Qin Rui could only smile bitterly as he was about to put the golden pill into the teacup before him. Suddenly, a light cough came from outside the door. The emperor instinctively turned to look. Seeing this opportunity, Qin Rui quickly performed a sleight of hand, taking out the prepared golden pill. In his heart, he silently praised Huali. Confidently, Qin Rui looked directly at the emperor's gaze. "Your Majesty, please watch closely." As the golden pill touched the water, circles of dark color quickly spread, accompanied by a peculiar odor. Qin Rui's heart was also filled with trepidation. Success or failure hinged on this one move. It all depended on whether Huali could deliver. He picked up the tea, swirled it around, and then poured it directly into the potted plant. An extremely strong and eerie fragrance wafted through the air. The once lush, potted plant quickly withered and died. Seeing this, the emperor's expression turned to one of horror. He was too shocked to speak. "The pills are poisonous. This sorcerer means to harm me. Guards, go." And before Chiyunzi could finish speaking, Qin Rui interrupted him. "Your Majesty, such a grand arrest might not succeed. My newly wedded daughter-in-law is a true disciple of Master Kohai. She has a plan to present to your Majesty." The emperor's gaze turned cold. Everyone was using Master Kohai's name, as if he were so easily fooled. But for the sake of the imperial consort and the 4th prince, he decided to grant an audience. He ordered the person to be brought into the hall. Soon, Huali entered, bowing respectfully. The emperor, without much ado, waved his hand, dispensing with formalities and directly asking Huali to explain her plan. Huali made a quick calculation with her fingers. 7 days from now, at the 3rd quarter past noon, there will surely be an unusual phenomenon. Then your Majesty will know it's the sorcerer's doing. The emperor took a sip of tea, skeptical. Even the Imperial Observatory hasn't detected any anomalies. How can I trust you? This humble servant stakes her life, as well as the lives of the entire Qin family, as guarantee. It will not be wrong. Qin Rui was dumbfounded. Was she going to play it this big? Huali was clearly dragging his entire family into this. Seeing that it was now a do-or-die situation from which no one could escape, Qin Rue could only hurriedly agree. The emperor's eyes narrowed dangerously. He said solemnly, 7 days from now, we shall know the truth. Chiyunzi sacrificing his life to the heavens. A's fleeing injured. What exactly was the old emperor plotting? In the imperial palace's pill-making chamber, an anxious Chiyunzi could only seek comfort from Li Ziming. Imperial Uncle Lin is dead. The emperor must be wary of the pills now. What should we do? Li Ziming was unconcerned about this. He casually removed his face veil and pointed out the crux of the matter. Regarding Imperial Uncle Lin's death, the palace had shown no reaction. He vaguely felt this was just the calm before the storm. Chiyunzi still clung to a glimmer of hope. After all, Imperial Uncle Lin's body was there for all to see. Li Ziming cut short his wishful thinking. After all, what he had planned was no small matter. At that moment, an attendant suddenly came to report from outside. Imperial Preceptor, His Majesty has sent a verbal edict. Li Ziming quickly hid behind a screen, and only then did the Imperial Preceptor call for the person to enter. The attendant strode in, relaying the Emperor's order for the Imperial Preceptor to perform a heavenly ritual 7 days later. Li Ziming, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned. He couldn't quite fathom the old Emperor's intentions. Chiyunzi breathed a sigh of relief, though his face betrayed nothing. He quickly dismissed the attendant. After confirming the person had gone far, the Imperial Preceptor immediately let his guard down. Master, did you hear? The Emperor still believes in us. Unlike the Imperial Preceptor, Li Ziming couldn't shake off a feeling of unease. At the Fu residence in the capital, Fu Qibao suddenly awoke from her bed, cold sweat beading on her forehead. In her dream, a pitch-black world was filled with the terrified cries of people. Some looked up at the dark sky, their faces ashen with despair. Others knelt down, kowtowing to the heavens, their mouths seeming to plead for something. In the crowd, A's, his forehead bleeding, looked over, his eyes filled with an indescribable emotion. Such a real sense of oppression made him wonder if this wasn't some kind of omen. Thinking of this, Qibao could no longer suppress the worry in her heart. She hurriedly got out of bed to look for Blue Hat. In no time, Blue Hat, who had heard the commotion, anxiously called out, "Sister Fu, what's wrong?" "Blue Hat, where exactly has your young master gone? What is he doing? Tell me quickly." Mindful of his master's instructions, Blue Hat dared not tell the truth. He could only weakly comfort the woman before him. Seeing that she couldn't get anything out of him, Fu Qibao grew frustrated and pushed him away. Blue Hat wasn't offended. He responded with a grin, "As long as Sister Fu doesn't give me a hard time, it's all good. I ask you, in broad daylight, under what circumstances would it suddenly turn pitch dark, aside from clouds blocking the sun?" Faced with such an abrupt question, Blue Hat was a bit slow to react. However, he began to ponder seriously. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He blurted out, "It's when someone dies." The young man's eyes sparkled with intelligence as he spoke, placing his hand over his eyelids. "Look, Sister Fu, when a person dies, their eyes close. Doesn't the world turn dark then?" Fu Qibao murmured Blue Hat's words, her mind once again conjuring the image of A's wounded in her dream. The heavenly dog devouring the sun must be the birth of an evil star, bringing great calamity to the world. The ancients, deeply believing this, either fled in all directions or knelt to beg for mercy. 7 days later, the sky was clear for miles. It was a rare, beautiful day. Fu Qibao stood alone in the center of the courtyard, a gentle breeze ruffling her long hair. Blue Hat, sunbathing on the roof, couldn't help but exclaim, "The weather today is really nice." In contrast to his good mood, Fu Qibao felt an inexplicable anxiety and unease. By now, the grand ceremony of heaven worship had already begun. Chiyunzi, fully dressed, was performing the ritual dance on the high tower. Li Ziming stood in attendance nearby, his gaze discreetly observing the surroundings. "Nurture the sacred spirit. Our emperor establishes the heart of heaven and earth." Chiyunzi chanted the ceremonial words loudly. Beside the old emperor's carriage, a Apart from princes and imperial consorts, even Duke Qin was standing. Faced with Qi Yunzi's enthusiastic performance, the old emperor's face remained impassive, his eyes dark and unreadable. Qin Rue glanced at Huali, feeling somewhat uneasy. "Is it time yet?" Huali nodded slightly, calculating the time. She estimated it was about right. Qin Haojuan, among the Imperial Guard, was equally anticipating what was about to unfold. In an instant, a strange occurrence took place. Li Ziming suddenly looked up. The sky, which had been clear just moments ago, suddenly darkened. The dazzling sun was gradually being devoured by darkness. In contrast to Li Ziming's changed expression, Huali was exhilarated. She had lived an extra lifetime. How could they possibly match her, Your Majesty? Below, the heavenly dog is devouring the sun. Qi Yunzi is indeed the embodiment of a brazier. Duke Qin had barely finished speaking. The sky had completely darkened. The old emperor could no longer sit still, all color draining from his face. At this moment, both inside and outside the imperial city had descended into chaos. Screams and shouts could be heard everywhere. Fu Qibao, with blue hat in tow, made her way through the crowd, searching for Li Ziming, who had been missing for days. Looking at the pitch-black sky, her mind flashed back to the previous warning. As a time traveler, she naturally understood this normal astronomical phenomenon, but the ancients could not comprehend it. A total solar eclipse lasts at most 7 minutes. It might even be shorter, but darkness always brings fear to people. Don't be afraid, everyone. This is a normal solar eclipse phenomenon. The sun will come out soon. Blue Hat beside her was puzzled. Sister Fu, what nonsense are you talking about? Quick hide. Fu Qibao felt increasingly uneasy. Eze, where are you? The imperial preceptor Qi Yunzi killed 2 of his attendant acolytes on the spot. One died, one escaped. As the dust settled, the sun in the sky, completely obscured by the black shadow, gradually began to reveal its light. The old emperor was protected in the middle of several people, shielded from the debris brought by the explosion. He cursed inwardly. As expected of the man who made it to the end in the previous life, he actually managed to escape. Hao Jun failed to protect your majesty and couldn't capture the culprit. This sorcerer has disturbed your sacred presence. Please forgive me, your majesty. The imperial consorts on both sides and the 4th prince spoke first, stating that Qin Haojun had already done very well. After speaking, they turned to look at the old emperor. Don't you agree, your majesty? These words deeply resonated with him. He then praised Qin Haojun profusely for his quick response in the crisis. He even directly ordered that Qin Haojun officially assume the position of commander of the imperial guards. The Qin family's status rose significantly. Qin Rue led his son and daughter-in-law to kowtow in gratitude, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. Beside them, Imperial Consort Jin also had her considerations. The Crown Prince would surely be implicated in this incident. The 4th Prince naturally noticed his mother consort and his uncle's family's actions. Unlike the others, Huali secretly gave a hint to her husband. Qin Haojun turned and ordered an immediate investigation of spies within the palace, especially those who had entered after Qi Yunzi took office. The emperor was greatly pleased with Qin Haojun's action. Apart from exposing the sorcerer, he had also gained a rising star. Your Majesty, the sorcerer was recommended by Imperial Uncle Lin. The entire Lin family cannot escape blame. Upon hearing this, the emperor immediately ordered the revocation of the Lin family's noble title. The Lin clan was demoted 3 ranks. With this battle, the Qin family had achieved a great victory, while the Lin family was uprooted. In an unnamed stronghold on the outskirts of the capital, Li Ziming sat in the main seat, silently watching his subordinates. Some were relieved they had escaped quickly. Others were willing to risk their lives for revenge. After all, their lives had been saved by their master. Hearing this, Li Ziming pulled one up. You're the last of the Zhang family. I can't let your lineage end. At this moment, the master was still considering their welfare. The crowd below became passionate, determined to fight back. Li Ziming, however, remained calm. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. This time, I hope everyone values their lives. The subordinates, hearts full of loyalty to their master, obeyed and shouted, "Long live the master!" Seeing the situation escalating, Li Ziming felt somewhat embarrassed. If you shout any louder, you'll bring the Imperial Guards here. The men quickly covered their mouths, afraid to make even the slightest sound. The scene was oddly endearing. The sudden turn of events had thoroughly frightened Chiyunzi. The Imperial Guards lying in ambush all around swarmed in. In the chaos, there were shepherd boys. White smoke spread out. Qin Hao Jun in the crowd swung his long sword to protect the emperor. Everyone, be careful! The screams coming from the front soon caught his attention. He looked towards the sound. 2 or 3 Imperial Guards were flung away. What was happening? As the smoke cleared, a figure rose from the ground. The aura surrounding him was as if a demon had descended. Seeing Li Ziming impervious to weapons, the attacking soldiers were too frightened to advance. Quickly noticing Qin Haojuan in the crowd, Li Ziming's eyes flashed green. Another mistress. Feeling the gaze upon him, Qin Haojuan's heart trembled. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. A voice behind her husband interrupted his thoughts. It was Huali reminding him. The old emperor was watching. For the Qin family, for himself, he couldn't cower now. Quickly coming to his senses, Qin Haojuan gripped his sword tightly. You demon, I, Qin Haojuan, will cut you down here today. With that, he took the lead, charging towards the front of the altar. Glory and success were within reach today. Countless swordsmen were blocked uniformly outside the barrier. Li Ziming knew he couldn't stay long. The protective charm Bauer gave him was about to give out. The fierce Qin Haojuan shouted, 10 sword strikes and I, Qin Haojuan, will settle this with you. Before he could finish, a kick to his face sent him tumbling to the ground unexpectedly. Li Ziming used the momentum to leap high, simultaneously dropping several barrels of explosives. Accompanied by earth-shaking explosions, agonizing screams filled the air. Taking advantage of a smoke cover, Li Ziming swiftly scooped up Chiyunzi. Seeing the villain escape the encirclement, Qin Haojuan hurriedly ordered his men to ready their bows. Inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, his life was spared. As arrows were knocked, a few Imperial Guards in the back exchanged strange glances. The time for repayment had come. They suddenly turned and struck the archers in front of them. Li Ziming, mid-leap, noticed this and couldn't help but call out, Big Dog, second cat. Qin Haojuan, reacting fastest, turned to stab Big Dog. He never imagined there were moles in the palace. He didn't forget to order continued arrow fire, determined to kill Chiyunzi and his acolyte on the spot. With a crisp crack, the protective barrier shattered. Chiyunzi, unable to dodge in time, was instantly struck by multiple arrows. Li Ziming's pupils constricted. I'll take care of your family. Go in peace. With a sweep of his long sleeve, he deflected the incoming arrows, then flipped over the palace wall and disappeared. Torn between keeping his master's secret and considering Qibao's feelings, would you want such a brother? As the eclipse ended, wanted posters for the medicine boy appeared throughout the capital's streets and alleys. Has anyone seen this criminal? There's a reward for any information. Old man Fu, standing at the edge of the crowd, looked at the portrait on the notice, his face slightly pale. After brief consideration, he discreetly tore down a wanted poster from a nearby wall. But just as he tucked it into his robe, a guard called out from behind. Cold sweat instantly covered old man Fu's forehead. Anxious, he turned around with a forced smile to greet them. With some flattery, he managed to make the soldiers smile, and they didn't inquire further. Having barely gotten away with it, old man Fu tightened his sleeves and hurried home, deep in thought. After a nerve-wracking journey home, he immediately called for Fu Qibao and Old Lady Fu. Why are you in such a panic, old man? Old man Fu silently spread out the contents from his robe. It was unmistakably a wanted poster. Upon closer inspection, Old Lady Fu was so shocked by the person in the picture that she couldn't speak. Seeing this, Old man Fu's brow furrowed even deeper. You think it looks like him too, old woman? Old Lady Fu composed herself, responding shakily, cold sweat beading on her forehead. After all these years, I shouldn't be mistaken. This is clearly A's. As soon as she said this, they were interrupted by laughter from behind. It was Fu Qibao, laughing so hard she could barely breathe, completely disbelieving that A's could be a wanted criminal. Father, mother, your eyes must be failing you. A's is just a commoner. How could he possibly? Hearing their daughter's words, the doubts in old man Fu's heart were somewhat dispelled. The couple then walked out side by side, feeling more at ease. Inside the room, Fu Qibao silently picked up the wanted poster. After confirming the two had gone far, she carefully examined the masked youth in the picture. The more she looked, the more alarmed she became. Afterwards, Fu Qibao sought out Blue Hat, her body trembling with barely contained anger. How do you explain this? It's clearly your master attacking the royal family. This could lead to the execution of 9 generations of your clan. Suddenly, she recalled the scent of opium from A's at the White Horse Temple that day. Realizing this, Fu Qibao's face turned deathly pale. You're not using opium to make elixirs, are you? Growing increasingly anxious, Fu Qibao grabbed Blue Hat. Today, I must know A's whereabouts. Seeing Blue Hat still silent, she suddenly drew the short blade from the youth's side and held it to her own neck. If you don't tell me, I'll go find out myself. If you dare harm the Fu family, I'll end my life right here. Blue Hat hung his head and suddenly fell to his knees with a thud. I'm old 6, also a scholar. If you're wise, you'd better give me more likes. Don't force me to kneel. Faced with Fu Qibao's threat, Blue Hat began kowtowing heavily. Sister Fu, if anything happens to you, Blue Hat won't survive either. Fu Qibao was startled by this sudden action. Enough, get up. The youth raised his bleeding forehead and smiled. Sister Qibao, if anyone's to die, it shouldn't be you. Fu Qibao couldn't bear to watch anymore. She bit her lip and frustratedly threw the short blade aside. Blue Hat looked at her gratefully. Sister Qibao still cares for Blue Hat after all. Fu Qibao pulled him up. You always take advantage of my soft heart. Here's some medicine. Quickly stop the bleeding. She glared at the youth and left the courtyard without looking back. Sister Fu is indeed too kind. Blue Hat understood she didn't want to harm innocent people. He couldn't help but worry about his master. It had been several days without news. Lia, you truly are a great merit to our Qin family. Father has already decided to bestow you the title of Honored Lady. Qin Haojuan happily announced this good news, his eyes gazing lovingly at Huali. Huali's lips curled into a smile, her eyes flashing with satisfaction. All of this was rightfully hers. Suddenly, the carriage curtain was blown open by the wind, and a familiar figure flashed by. Huali's eyes widened as she leaned out to look back. That familiar silhouette made her heart skip a beat. It was him. He wasn't dead. Noticing her unusual behavior, Qin Haojuan asked concernedly, Lear, what's wrong? Wasn't his entire family burned to death? And that person, I clearly saw their bodies. The more she thought about it, the more chilled she became. She hastily sent someone to follow the person she had just seen. Inside the Fu mansion, Fu Shiliu, who had traveled a long way, hurriedly entered the compound. The young man pushed open the door with a joyful face. Father, Mother, Bauer, I'm here. Hearing his voice, several people immediately gathered around. The joy of reunion after a long separation spread among them. Seeing his sister had grown taller, Fu Shiliu couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. After looking around, Fu Shiliu asked curiously about Az's whereabouts. Fu Shibao laughed awkwardly. He's quite busy, rarely at home now. 6 brother, don't worry about him. Fu Shiliu didn't dwell on it and started talking to old Liang about participating in the spring hunt. Fu Qibao, standing nearby, was slightly startled. Why was her 6th brother's forehead darkened? This was an omen of great misfortune. 6th brother, did you encounter anything strange or anyone unusual on your journey? Fu Shiliu frowned, pondering for a while, but couldn't recall anything amiss. Fu Qibao didn't press further, hoping she was just overthinking. As a professional assassin, I, Scarface, with my signature weapon, the Empress gun, a few days later, Fu Shiliu, now a successful candidate in the imperial examinations, prepared to leave Huangzhuang. Old man Fu quickly brought a horse. After all, his son was now a successful candidate, and they had to maintain face. He didn't refuse, taking the reins and mounting the horse with ease. Father, Mother, little sister, I'm off to report to the Imperial Academy. I'll come see you again on the day of grave sweeping. Watching the undispersed black mist on her 6th brother's forehead, Fu Qibao's heart was in turmoil. Fu Shiliu rode off at a gallop, admiring the beautiful scenery along the way. Suddenly, a whistling sound cut through the air. The horse whinnied in pain and began to struggle. What's happening? A mere scholar had never encountered such a situation. He lost his balance and fell backwards. Just as he was about to hit a roadside rock, Fu Shiliu closed his eyes tightly. In the blink of an eye, a figure in green leapt from the treetops. With a swift movement, he grabbed the startled and fragile scholar. Still shaken, Fu Shiliu quickly patted his chest and thanked him. The man in green smiled, saying he was just passing by, and lent a hand. Looking at the still frantic horse, he stepped back a bit to observe. His gaze swept over the horse's hindquarters. With a wave of his hand, he discovered the cause. Fu Shiliu, not understanding, was about to step forward to inquire. He saw the man suddenly fling what he had just found to the left rear. A silver glint embedded itself in a tree trunk. Someone behind the tree, realizing the situation had turned unfavorable, hurriedly fled. The man in green furrowed his brow. Miss Fu's premonition was correct. The sixth brother had been targeted, but he couldn't say this outright. He turned and gave a casual explanation. With the matter resolved, the two didn't linger and went their separate ways. In the Chin family mansion, Huali looked incredulously at the tall, fierce man before her. "You failed," Scarface explained in a high-pitched voice. "I had just found the opportunity when someone interfered. It must be that he has secret protection. What a sixth brother. I thought there must be someone protecting him in secret. What a sixth brother indeed. An assassin with a rough appearance, yet speaking in such an effeminate manner, truly disgusted Chin Haojuan and Huali." Scarface, with his orchid finger gesture, continued, "That Huang Zhuang is full of his family members. There's even a handsome son-in-law there." At these words, both Chin and Huali were startled. They exchanged a quick glance. Chin Haojuan then dismissed the man. Scarface complied, swaying his hips coyly as he left. Once the door closed, Huali turned her head and loudly questioned the man beside her. "Didn't they say the Fu family all died? And what about Li Ziming's corpse?" Chin Haojuan didn't know what was going on either. He had personally dealt with Li Ziming back then. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? Maybe he found a body double and went into hiding himself. Before Chin Haojuan could explain, Huali furrowed her brow, calculating that it was better to err on the side of caution. After a moment's thought, she leaned down and whispered her plan into the man's ear. Suppressing the turmoil in her heart, Huali made up her mind. Anyone who had seen her face had to die. Young men must take care to protect themselves when they're out and about. Fu Shiliu, who had entered the Imperial Academy, was focused solely on his studies and lived quite contentedly. Hearing about a new poetry collection at the bookshop, he thought to go take a look. Not far behind him, around the corner, was the green-robed man who had helped him a few days ago. Suddenly, a long-haired woman in a pink silk dress ahead cried out in pain and fell to the ground. The green-robed man, seeing this, took 2 steps forward. "Miss, are you all right?" The woman turned her head coyly, casting a flirtatious glance. She was the very picture of femme fatale. The green-robed man was almost swept away by that alluring glance, frozen in place. Before he could react, the cross-dressing Scarface had already blown a powder from his hand. The crimson lips drug took effect. Scarface swiftly scooped up the man, throwing him over his shoulder, and quickly turned into a small alley. Not far away in a tea house, Huali, having received the signal, quickly ordered her subordinates to bring the person. In no time at all, someone found Fu Shiliu, claiming an old acquaintance had invited him. Confused, he followed the person to the tea house. As he pushed open the door, he saw a woman in luxurious clothing inside. He quickly bowed. "I am Fu Shiliu." The woman didn't speak, but instead knelt excitedly at his feet. "Sixth uncle, it's me." The woman removed her veil, her voice clear and pleasant. Fu Shiliu knew that Li Hua was dead, so naturally, he didn't believe it. Li Hua is already dead. That year, when father and mother found I still had a breath left, they secretly sent me away. I've always regretted it. I regret my past actions. I'm not human. This encounter is heaven giving me a chance to make amends. Seeing Fu Li Hua in such a pitiful state, after her tearful confession, Fu Shiliu's heart softened. She continued, "If you don't forgive me, I won't get up. Just let me atone for my sins." Fu Shiliu sighed. "Blood is thicker than water. We're still family. I forgive you." Fu Li Hua, crying and laughing, quickly stood up and asked, "I heard there was a fire at home and everyone died. But seeing sixth uncle now, it seems you're fine. How are father and mother?" As she spoke, her eyes welled up with tears again. Aosha, is she all right?" The simple-minded Fu Shiliu didn't think much of it and recounted the family situation in great detail. Fu Li Hua maintained a calm exterior, but inside she was shocked. Li Ziming really wasn't dead. After chatting for a moment, Fu Shiliu felt happy and wanted to take Fu Li Hua home. However, Li Hua broke free, looking aggrieved. She intended to prepare herself mentally before returning. "This matter is too significant. Your grandparents are old, and we fear they might be shocked. We need to prepare." Seeing her sixth uncle's naive expression, Fu Li Hua immediately persuaded him to return to the mansion together, then go home to ask for forgiveness. Knowing there's a tiger on the mountain, yet still heading towards it, she couldn't let innocent people die in vain. Watching Fu Shiliu getting further away from the capital, she couldn't help but frown. Does Aunt Lihua's family live in such a remote place? We should send a message home. Sixth uncle, I've already sent someone. Fu Lihua smiled slightly, her expression unfamiliar and somewhat dangerous. This made Fu Shiliu vaguely sense something odd, but he couldn't quite place it. He hadn't noticed anything unusual behind him. The assassin Scarface stepped forward with a smile, grabbing his neck. There was no trace of his effeminate manner now. The woman's resentful voice gradually faded away. You'll soon see your wife and the others. In Huangzhuang, Fu Qibao opened a mysterious envelope, her face instantly changing. Blue Hat, who came upon hearing the news, asked Sister Fu with concern. What's wrong? Qibao stuffed the letter into his arms. Blue Hat, bring your men. Come with me to save Sixth Brother. It was clear they were targeting him. If only A's were here. Blue Hat didn't delay. Without unnecessary movement, he whistled twice, followed by a call to assemble. Numerous shadows appeared from all around. Everyone, arm yourselves, prepare the carriages. Follow Miss Fu. Protect her at all costs. After giving orders, he called someone from the mirror over, urgently whispering, quickly find a master. Be quick. The man acknowledged and swiftly disappeared. Following the information in the letter, the group soon arrived at Black Wolf Mountain. Suddenly, a rain of arrows filled the sky, whistling incessantly. Blue Hat, leading the front, reacted fastest, yanking the reins and ordering shields to be raised. Some who couldn't dodge in time were shot through. As soon as the arrow rain stopped, huge boulders rolled down the mountainside towards them. In an instant, people and horses fell, casualties were heavy, and the formation was in chaos. At this moment, a group of masked men in black charged towards them, exuding murderous intent. Those hit by arrows, spitting blood, still shouted to protect Miss Fu. Fu Qibao's heart sank. She blamed herself for being careless and urgently urged retreat. The others, seeing this, also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly sped up. The group rested briefly several miles away. Blue had secretly rejoiced that Sister Fu hadn't risked herself. Fu Qibao, saddened by the innocent injuries, took out a box of medicine and distributed it. Then she turned and boarded the carriage. She couldn't play with their lives. Listen to Sister Fu. Let's leave first and then make plans. The group quickly headed down the mountain. As if sensing something, Blue Hat looked back at the wind-blown carriage curtain. He didn't notice the carriage was completely empty, thinking it was just the strong wind. What deep hatred could make someone do such a thing to their own blood relative? Fu Qibao, who had secretly left the carriage using an invisibility talisman, watched the group move further away. With that, they hurried towards the mountain without pause. They shouldn't have been risking their lives for their own affairs, concealing their presence and wearing lightweight clothes, relying on their danger sense. Their journey was considerably smoother. However, the black-clad men patrolling everywhere still forced him to be extremely cautious. After avoiding another trap, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. Fortunately, he hadn't let them come along. Stop and go. They finally reached the headquarters at the mountaintop. Black-clad men could be seen everywhere in small groups. Wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, Fu Qibao let out a long breath. They had finally arrived. Dodging the coming and going black-clad men, he couldn't shake off a sense of familiarity. Thinking carefully, weren't these the same assassins who attacked the Fu family years ago? Who were they really? But now the most important thing was Sixth Brother. Soon, he discovered a heavily guarded area. As the door opened, he quickly lifted his skirt and carefully slipped between two guards. As expected, in the corner of the room, a person was tied up on a pile of straw. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Fu Yoshi. Qibao removed the gag from his mouth. Old Six winced in pain and couldn't help but cry out, immediately drawing the attention of the guards at the door. Just then, a hand silently closed the door. The guards, sensing something amiss, turned sharply. Before they could react, Fu Qibao, using a strength-enhancing talisman, knocked them out with a chop to each of their necks. Hearing the commotion, Fu Yoshi thought he was about to be beaten again and quickly begged for mercy. Fu Qibao dispelled her invisibility and whispered in his ear, "Sixth brother, it's me. Don't be afraid." Recognizing the newcomer, Fu Yoshi immediately burst into tears, startling Qibao, who hurriedly reminded him to keep quiet. Fu Yoshi calmed down a bit, finally regaining his composure, and recounted the events one by one. Fu Qibao was shocked. Wasn't Li Hua dead? Besides, it was his fault back then. He actually wanted to kill everyone for revenge? Where did he get such power? And these people? Qibao's mind was in chaos. But the urgent matter now was how to escape from here. After some thought, the siblings decided to exchange clothes with the unconscious black-clad men and find an opportunity to leave. The brother and sister exchanged glances, chuckling. With only their eyes visible, who could tell they had switched? They dirted one of the black-clad men's face and covered his hair. It would be hard to notice without close inspection. The remaining man couldn't be left out either. They dragged him behind the haystack and hid him. Having done all this, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Liushi turned to look at his little sister. A strange fragrance reached his nose. "Six, brother, you sleep for a while." It was utterly unexpected that Li Hua was actually a reborn. A reborn meaning a transmigrator who would have the upper hand. After hiding her sleeping sixth brother, Qi Bao quietly left the room. She searched around, but found nothing. Then suddenly, she heard a familiar voice speaking. She tiptoed closer to the room. The voice became clearer. "This time, I will definitely kill them." It really was Li Hua. Fu Qi Bao's body stiffened slightly, her heart racing. "Oh, Xiaoguo. If you must blame someone, blame the Fu family for being too cruel to me. Aze was too cruel to me. In my previous life, I was sold by fifth uncle and suffered endless misery. I never thought that after being reborn, I'd still be schemed against by Li Ziming." The reborn Li Hua was actually a transmigrator. Fu Qi Bao gasped in surprise. Everything that didn't make sense before now became clear. Inside the room, Li Hua became alert at the sound. She quickly put on her veil and shouted, "Hey!" Fu Qi Bao bowed and nodded, trying her best to appear calm. She responded with a hoarse voice. Li Hua clearly didn't recognize her. She coldly ordered, "You come in here. Take him away from me." Qi Bao's heart skipped a beat. She remained on high alert as she followed him into the room. Li Hua had married into the Qin family as the second young lady of the Su family. Could it be that A's was the one Li Hua had been trying to deal with all along? No wonder people said he had the ability to predict. No wonder the system fragment was on him. At this moment, halfway up Black Wolf Mountain, two groups of people were already engaged in combat. Blue Hat took the lead, guiding his subordinates to protect the carriage in the middle. The enemy outnumbered them greatly. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Blue Hat grew anxious. "Master, why haven't you come yet?" Just then, the sound of approaching hoofbeats could be heard in the distance. The newcomer was none other than Li Ziming. Behind him followed dozens of murderous-looking attendants. The black-clad men, who had been at an advantage, saw the newcomers and their faces changed drastically. "Retreat quickly. They have reinforcements." "Master, you finally arrived." Blue Cat pounced in front of Li Ziming. The latter smiled calmly and asked about Fu Qi Bao. Blue Cat immediately led the way to the carriage. "Sister Fu is in here," he said, lifting the curtain. But the empty carriage left him stunned on the spot. "Where did my big sister Fu go?" Seeing this, Li Ziming immediately understood. "Everyone, follow me up the mountain." Bauer must have used some celestial tricks to quietly rescue people, not wanting Blue Hat and the others to risk danger. Riding at full speed, Li Ziming finally stood at the entrance of the Black Wolf Mountain stronghold. Qin Haojuan and Fu Lihua had also arrived on the opposite side. It was truly a case of enemies meeting with blazing eyes. Qin Haojuan was shocked, but then appeared unsurprised. "Li Ziming, you really didn't die after all." Li Ziming's eyes were filled with anger. He spoke coldly. "Enough talk. Today, we'll settle this once and for all. Do you recognize me, Li Ziming?" Fu Lihua smirked and suddenly tore off her veil. However, Ace didn't remember this person at all. With a look of disdain, he said, "Who are you?" As one plan failed, Qin and Fu devised another. Fu Qibao actually killed her own beloved person. Qin Haojuan raised his hand maliciously. "Enough talk. Li Ziming, do you recognize him?" Soon, Fu Shilio was brought forward, stumbling, pressed down by a man in black, forced to kneel. Qin Haojuan looked smug. "I heard you care a lot about the rich family that adopted you. Well, take a good look." Seeing the murderous intent in his master's eyes, the gagged Fu Shilio shook his head in panic. Before he could dodge, his throat was slit by a sharp sword. In an instant, he fell silent. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Li Ziming stared at the corpse before him without saying a word. It was as if the person lying there was just an insignificant passerby. His emotions remained completely unmoved. Seeing Li Ziming's indifference, Qin Haojuan waved his hand again. "Bring her to me. This girl is said to be your fiancée." He swiftly pulled off the black cloth covering her. Fu Qibao was shocked. At first glance, the girl's appearance bore some resemblance to her own. Qin Haojuan placed his long sword against the girl's neck. Looking triumphantly, at Li Ziming. Li Ziming let out a cold laugh. As it happens, I have a gift for you too. He cost me quite some effort. The henchman behind carried a person of small stature, throwing them in front of the group. As the black cloth fell away, it revealed a woman in exceptionally elegant and exquisite workwear, with strikingly beautiful features. Qin Haojuan stared intently at that face, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was actually Princess Zhao Yue. Zhao Yue's gaze fell on Qin Haojuan as she struggled and called out, "Cousin, cousin, save me." Even Fu Lihua lost her composure. To think that a member of the royal family was involved. The plan couldn't proceed smoothly now. "Calm down. We'll exchange hostages," Qin Haojuan said in a deep voice, grabbing the woman from the ground. Following the signal from the two, the henchmen retreated one by one, leaving only 4 people in a standoff. Getting closer, Qin Haojuan suddenly used force, pushing the woman over. "Here's your filthy Qianshan for you." The woman stumbled a few steps before steadily falling into Li Ziming's arms. "Darling, where are you hurt?" Li Ziming instinctively supported her, asking with concern. But the moment he touched her, the woman suddenly lashed out, her dagger aiming straight for Li Ziming's chest. In that split second, the woman's attack was instantly deflected. Li Ziming grabbed her hand firmly. His eyes darkened as he spoke coldly. "Did you really think I wouldn't recognize your stench from a mile away?" With a sinister laugh, he twisted his wrist, plunging the dagger into the woman's abdomen. Only a scream was left. The scene instantly became tense. Fu Lihua, seeing the situation turn dire, quickly ordered her subordinates to activate the mechanism. In no time, the ground around Li Ziming crackled and split open instantly. Li Ziming and Zhao Yue within range lost their footing and fell into the trap one after another. Seeing this, Fu Qibao could no longer hold back. "Dream on. You're coming down too." Qin Haojuan, still unsteady at the edge of the trap, was startled by a sudden force from behind. Fu Qibao, unable to stop her momentum, followed closely behind. Both tumbled into the pitch-black dungeon. Abuse, persecution, ultimately, it all stemmed from the royal blood flowing through their veins. The 4 fell into the dungeon one after another. Some were terrified, while others seemed as carefree as if on a spring outing. Zhao Yue, with no foundation, hit the solid ground headfirst. She lost consciousness, while Fu Qibao, with a lightness talisman on her body, landed gracefully, her toes lightly touching down. But before she could steady herself, a strong arm pulled her forcefully into a familiar and warm embrace. Li Ziming was indescribably happy. After all, his darling had just personally defended him. Qin Haojuan landed with a thud, his head spinning, unable to move for a moment. Fu Qibao coughed twice, awkwardly breaking free from the embrace and standing aside to catch her breath. Qin Haojuan rose, furious, and demanded harshly, "Who are you to dare betray me?" Fu Qibao, looking for an outlet for her frustration, twisted his arm. "Who cares who I am? You're my prisoner now." Qin Haojuan winced in pain, threatening through gritted teeth, "Don't get cocky. You won't escape from here." As soon as he finished speaking, a punch doubled him over, blood spraying from his mouth. Li Ziming stepped forward, unceremoniously shoving a pill into his mouth. Qin Haojuan felt something cold slide down his throat. "What did you make me swallow?" "Poison, of course. If you want to live, you'll do as I say," Li Ziming replied coolly, his eyes cold. "Don't underestimate the power of the Qin family. Whatever famous doctor in the world, if I can't have them, I, Qin Haojuan, will not submit." His boastful words had barely fallen when a sharp, short pen pierced the ground right in front of him. Li Ziming's hand moved, and the dagger instantly returned to his grip. "I can cripple you right now. Let's see how you'll be the heir then." Qin Haojuan shuddered, knowing full well this was no empty threat. How could he inherit the title if he became a eunuch? Li Ziming, satisfied with his reaction, began to interrogate him directly about why the Qin family had been targeting him. Qin Haojuan wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. "If you want to blame someone, blame your fox-like mother. You think we wanted to mess with you? If it weren't for him back then, we wouldn't have had to work so hard." Hearing him slander his mother, a murderous glint flashed in Li Ziming's eyes, chilling to the bone. The red thread in his hand danced, and blade light enveloped Qin Haojuan. Screams of agony echoed throughout the dungeon. In a flash, he lunged directly at Qin Haojuan's vital point. "Get to the point." Qin Haojuan, terrified, stammered out, "The person your mother served back then was the late emperor, Li Ziming's expression changed instantly. Though he had his suspicions, he never imagined it would be the late emperor. Even Fu Qibao, standing nearby, drew in a sharp breath. Shameless and filthy royals. A dirty truth, a desperate threat. He chose to protect his loved ones in this way. The man who had humiliated his mother and made him a lowly imperial student was actually the late emperor. Feeling his rigid, trembling body, Fu Qibao's heart ached. Aze, Qin Haojuan continued, as if he had lost his mind. You threatened the current emperor. That's why you're being eliminated. It's because of you that the Fu family is constantly in danger. You're a plague. Shut up. Fu Qibao, seething with anger, slapped him hard across the face. She turned around worriedly. Ace, don't listen to him. We're family. You're not harming us. Seeing Li Ziming deeply affected, Qin Haojuan twisted the knife further. You lost because you weren't ruthless enough. Fu Lihua, outside the dungeon, chimed in, threatening with the lives of the Jin and Fu families. As she spoke, she ordered her subordinates to capture the Fu family elders from Huangzhuang. But the black-clad men who were about to leave were stopped by Blue Hat and his group. If you leave, your master might live. If you stay, I can send others. Knowing this was true, Blue Hat's face darkened, caught in a dilemma. Fu Lihua pressed her advantage, declaring that as long as Li Ziming lived, she would take the Fu and Jin families' lives in retribution. With the Fu family dead, let's see how you and Fu Qibao can be together. Qin Haojuan sneered, looking at the two before him with the smug expression of someone holding all the cards. Li Ziming, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up, showing no sign of being provoked. He grabbed the half-sitting Qin Haojuan with one hand and wrapped his other arm around the frowning Fu Qibao. With a slight push of his toes, he leapt several times, carrying both of them out of the dungeon. Seeing Qin Haojuan covered in blood, Fu Lihua rushed forward 2 steps. Husband, are you all right? Li Ziming's eyes were dark and unreadable. If I die, will you leave the Fu and Jin families alone? The suppressed sorrow and pain in his voice made the couple uneasy, fearing A's might do something foolish. Once again, he called out to the system in his mind, wanting to exchange for items. But there was no response. Fu Lihua's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Of course, you've always been our target. Li Ziming turned to Blue Hat. Use the poison in Qin Haojuan's body as leverage to protect the Fu and Jin families. He slowly walked towards the edge of the cliff, softly speaking about the harm he had caused others. Fu Qibao and those behind him couldn't help but feel uneasy. A's, who rarely spoke so much, was making them anxious. Bao, I won't be able to stay by your side anymore. Take care of yourself. Li Ziming smiled faintly. Forgive me, will you? With those words, he suddenly turned and fell backwards off the 1,000-foot cliff without hesitation. A's, the couple and Bao cried out, watching helplessly as the familiar figure plunged into the abyss. In such a dangerous situation, how could an amulet possibly ensure his survival? That fool. A's, how could you force this upon me? Fu Qibao collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Fu Lihua personally ran to the edge of the cliff. Only after seeing Li Ziming disappear from view did she breathe a sigh of relief. She laughed maniacally, triumphant. Haha, 1,000-foot drop, smashed to pieces. Li Ziming is finally dead. Wiping away his tears, Fu Qibao turned to look at Fu Lihua in the distance, his eyes filled with uncontrollable hatred. Only one thought occupied his mind: kill her. However, the system, which had been playing dead, suddenly stirred. Host, don't go near her. She still has fragment power. If your skin touches, the fragments will return to her body. Fu Qibao's hand froze mid-action. He angrily questioned, you were just playing dead, and now you're stopping me? Suppressing his anger and pain, he took a deep breath and clenched his fist. The ground instantly cracked, causing Qin and Fu to pale and retreat several steps. Fu Qibao made no extra movements, just staring directly at the group, his eyes dark and unreadable. Don't do anything rash. At worst, we'll go down together. Qin Haojuan panicked, quickly muttering under his breath. Bring Fu Shilio out from the woodshed. We're leaving. Fu Qibao ignored him, turning to instruct Blue Hat and the others. He now only wanted to avoid unnecessary conflict and minimize casualties. In no time, the unconscious Fu Shilio was brought out of the stronghold and reunited with the group. Seeing this, Qin Haojuan had a look of sudden realization. No wonder Li Ziming remained calm earlier. He had switched them. Fu Qibao left Black Wolf Mountain with Blue Hat and the others. Revenge would have to wait for another time. Before leaving, Blue Hat didn't forget to turn and threaten Qin Haojuan with the antidote, warning him not to harm the Fu and Jin families. Once they reached a safe place, Fu Qibao turned towards an isolated area, intending to be alone for a while. He removed his disguise and quickly walked into the depths of the forest, his hurried steps betraying a sense of urgency. After ensuring no one was around, he spoke coldly. "System, come out. Didn't you say you had absorbed the fragments, and Fu Lihua couldn't sense them anymore? How many times are you going to deceive me? And just now, when I wanted to exchange for items, why did you even make the interface disappear? I didn't lie before. The premise was no physical contact. In another half-month, it will be safe." The system explained dryly, without a hint of emotion. However, these words made Fu Qibao even more distressed. If I had exchanged for items just now, then A's might not have died. He won't die. There's a destiny waiting for him at the bottom of the abyss. The system's words carried a strange mix of relief and excitement. Hearing this, Fu Qibao's demeanor changed from dejection. She grabbed the system's hand and excitedly confirmed, "Really? It's time to tell you the truth about this world." As the system's voice faded, Fu Qibao felt her vision blur. She slowly closed her eyes as if falling into a dream. In the dream, she returned to the Fu family's old mansion in Jinyang Town. She saw Lihua begging Fu Qibao to spare Li Ziming, but all she saw were identical scenes of the young man being abused. It was exceptionally cruel, making her shake her head desperately. The world's protagonist was originally Fu Lihua. Fu Qibao, who traveled through time and space, was the real backup plan. In a hazy vision, a pimple-faced young girl held silver needles, viciously stabbing them into the body of a ragged young boy. Fu Wujiang owed money at the gambling house. To pay off the debt, he sold his niece Fu Lihua to a brothel. Li Ziming, harboring hatred, found an opportunity for revenge. He raised his butcher's knife and struck the vicious young girl. At just 12 years old, she chopped off the original host's limbs and stuffed them into a water vat, turning her into a human pig. Then a great fire burned down the entire Fu family, killing over a dozen members. Only Fu Lihua, who had entered the brothel, escaped. From then on, he fled alone to Extreme Pleasure Mountain, accidentally obtaining heavenly treasures and gaining limitless power. Later, he became a bandit. With his ruthless methods, he made a group of bandits willingly submit to him. After becoming the bandit leader, he began a life of pillaging, burning, and conquering cities. Later, he entered the capital and met the Jin family. He learned of his royal lineage. Over a long decade, he transformed from a bandit to a noble young master. Using the Jin and Mu families, he finally overthrew the Qin family. By chance, he met a mysterious clan and gradually became a figure second only to one and above 10,000. However, this couldn't make him stop. Unwilling to remain a bastard, he decided to overthrow the dynasty. On the day of his coronation, Fu Lihua recognized that familiar face, but she also died in the war. Emperor Li Ziming was not satisfied. He attempted to use opium to control the entire continent. Years of war, chaos, and people became displaced. Those addicted to drugs were everywhere. The entire continent fell into paralysis, step by step towards destruction. Like a fleeting glimpse, these scenes made Fu Qibao's heart race with fear. When humanity loses order, civilization collapses. The chosen child of destiny I selected actually caused the world to be completely destroyed. So I had to find a way to change all this. The system's voice sounded again. The scene before Fu Qibao's eyes shattered. This truth was truly shocking to her. The system continued. I originally thought Fu Lihua could change the child of destiny, but in the end, she failed too. The scene changed. The second life began. Fu Lihua, with memories of her past life, changed her behavior, constantly helping Li Ziming, but it still developed along the trajectory of the previous life. However, the person who burned down the Fu family changed to Fu Lihua. Her actions also successfully kept her by Li Ziming's side. With the help of the mysterious clan, they accumulated enormous power. Fu Lihua's ambition, coupled with her ability to foresee the future, also allowed her to successfully become the empress who mothered the nation. However, his experiences with his adoptive father made Li Ziming utterly despise matters between men and women. Fu Lihua could only be confined deep within the palace. Endless wars. The entire continent was filled with suffering and once again fell into disarray. It ended in tragedy. After experiencing failure in 2 lifetimes, I became more cautious, until I accidentally fell into your world. At that moment, I knew the person I had been waiting for was you. The most suitable one was also you. Fu Qibao felt indescribable emotions. After all this, it turned out she was just a backup plan for this world. That's how it is, the system said awkwardly. But it was precisely because Fu Lihua had lived twice that he would have system fragments. As a system's second choice, would Fu Qibao, this backup, have extraordinary abilities? Looking at the increasingly cold and violent Li Ziming before her, Fu Qibao felt particularly depressed. That cold and cruel emperor, how could he possibly be the age she knew? The system fell silent for a while before continuing to explain. After all, she was now the only hope for this world. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. In these 2 collapsing worlds, there was always one person who launched attacks against Li Ziming without regard for anything. He was the heir of the Mu family, Mu Qinshuan. But even with all his efforts, he could only achieve mutual destruction with Li Ziming, unable to change the world's outcome. Seeing the image of both men falling to the ground, Fu Qibao gasped, her whole body trembling. After the fall of both jade figures, the world remained a hell on earth where opium ran rampant. This is the world without you. However, in this life, Li Ziming has shown signs of change for your sake. At this point, the system became increasingly excited. Fu Qibao, however, had a complex expression. System, what exactly are you? I am the way of heaven. My existence is to maintain the balance of the world, to guide it towards a good end. I originally left an energy fragment in the mortal world. Only those with great fortune could find it. If the chosen one of fortune finds it, the world's doomed fate might have a slight chance of change. In a secluded valley thousands of miles away, dozens of white-robed figures sat in a circle, performing some mysterious ritual. Deep in the dense forest, a black figure emerged from the water, stepping into the miasma-filled jungle. A quickly falling star trail overhead soon caught the attention of a white-robed woman in the ritual. She looked up, her eyes filled with joy. She murmured, "The heart of the earth descends. The destined child has arrived." The white-robed figures who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground heard this, and all stood up, looking in one direction. What met their eyes was a swaying black figure, though they couldn't see the expression under the hood. Their quick steps betrayed their inner excitement. They swiftly approached the figure. The closer they got, the more they could sense the special aura around that person. But the bloodstains all over also showed that this body was at its limit. He was breathing heavily, stumbling forward. As he approached, the white-robed people knelt down in unison. After 100 years, the person they had been waiting for had finally arrived. The leading white-robed woman was overjoyed. She spoke in a crisp voice. "The Tianji clan welcomes the heart of the earth." As soon as the words were spoken, the person before them seemed to collapse, falling straight backward. Without any unnecessary words, the group of white-robed people moved to support the unconscious body. The white-robed woman composed herself. Although the aura was weak, she could still sense the true dragon essence on him. With his command, the team quickened their pace. In no time, they vanished into the depths of the dense forest. Chaiwa was dead. Qin Haojuan was crippled. Mu Qinshuan went to war. Qibao left the capital. The trajectory of fate had once again shifted. As seasons passed, Fu Qibao personally visited the Jin family, revealing Li Ziming's identity and the truth about his fall from a cliff. The Yin family was devastated. Unable to protect even their sister's only bloodline, they vowed to lie low and seek revenge when the time was right. That same year, Chaiwa, poisoned by Li Ziming, died after taking 5 antidote pills. Mu Qinshuan, whose engagement was canceled because of this, became disheartened and volunteered to go to war at the border. It was then that Fu Qibao realized A's had calculated everything from the start, never intending to ruin Mu Qinshuan. Without the nourishment of opium, the health of high officials, including the emperor, deteriorated day by day. Qin Haojuan also suffered frequent drug withdrawal symptoms. Except for the day he took the pills each month, he lived in a state worse than death. Under these circumstances, Huali couldn't conceive the heir's child, and his position became precarious. Seeing his only legitimate son in such a miserable state, Qin Rui had no choice but to start seeking other ways to revitalize the family. At this time, rumors suddenly spread in the capital that the heir was not of this world and knew the secret of immortality. Qin Rui was greatly shocked by this. Previous puzzles now made sense, and immortality was indeed an enticing concept. To avoid further trouble, after completing the imperial order to plant corn, Fu Qibao also returned to Jing Prefecture with her family. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Fu family still lived in their newly renovated house in Jingyang Town, leading a relaxed and comfortable life. Fu Qibao used A's former men to establish the Changfeng Escort Agency, which operated in the surrounding towns. Each time she left, it was for several months. No matter how reluctant her parents were, they knew they couldn't persuade her otherwise. They knew she had unresolved issues, couldn't forget A's, and always believed he was still alive, which was why she searched for him far and wide. Now Fu Qibao had fully blossomed, standing tall and graceful. Her exquisite and beautiful face was particularly clear and captivating. Just as she stepped out of the gate, Blue Hat and the others approached. "Sister Fu, we're all ready. Where are we going this time?" Fu Qibao closed her eyes, concentrating as she channeled the power of the heavenly way. Soon, she sensed the direction where disaster was about to occur. She softly uttered 2 words, "Qing Cheng." The system had just informed her that a rather severe earthquake would happen there. One of her subordinates expressed doubt, as Qingcheng was a remote place far from imperial control and rife with bandits, making it dangerous. Before Fu Qibao could speak, Blue Hat knocked the man on the head. After all, Sister Fu's premonitions had always been accurate. Bidding farewell to her family, Fu Qibao sat in the carriage. Under the escort of the agency members, they slowly left Jingyang Town. After a full fortnight of travel, the group finally entered the borders of Qing Prefecture. Qing Prefecture was full of towering mountains, making the journey far from smooth. Halfway up the mountain, scattered flags and chaotic corpses and bloodstains were everywhere. It seemed the incident wasn't too old, as vultures still circled overhead, feeding on the rotting flesh. Judging by appearances, the deaths had occurred just a day or 2 ago. Observing everyone's expressions, Fu Qibao remained calm and directly ordered the caravan to proceed, as usual, passing through the blood-soaked mountain pass. In another mountain pass, the strong smell of blood permeated the air, with the cawing of crows echoing all around. A man in black suddenly kicked someone to the ground, holding a blood-stained sword across his neck. The bound bandit in plain clothes, feeling the chill of the blade against his neck, couldn't help but tremble and beg for mercy. "Look into my eyes and tell me, have you seen anyone carrying this image?" she asked, her gaze piercing. The woman in white robes waved the silk cloth in her hand. Her eyes, clear as spring water, sparkled with an entrancing light. 2 months ago, we ambushed a merchant caravan, an old man and a young boy. They seemed to have what you're looking for. They headed towards Qingcheng. Having obtained the answer she sought, the white-robed woman didn't linger. She turned and left, leaving others to handle the aftermath. He gazed meaningfully towards Qingcheng, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The person his master was searching for had finally been found. The mountain, once a bandit stronghold, now lay strewn with bodies in disarray. Blue Hat's face was etched with worry. "Sister Fu, should we continue?" Qibao, seeing no darkness in their expressions, simply said, "Keep going." Relying on Fu Qibao's uncanny good fortune, the group pressed forward swiftly. Despite the numerous corpses, they reached their destination without incident. Qingcheng was an extremely prosperous place. Solemn guards flanked both sides of its ancient city walls. As per custom, Blue Hat exchanged pleasantries with the guards, paid the fee, and the group entered the city. They hadn't gone far when a commotion erupted ahead. "You little bastard, dare to steal from me." A man in fine clothes was seen kicking and punching someone at his feet. The victim, dressed in coarse linen, remained silent. Not a sound escaped his lips. Han Mao, feeling sympathetic, turned to ask, "Sister Fu, should we help?" Fu Qibao glanced up, not immediately agreeing. She decided to observe and determine who was right or wrong. Damn it, where did you hide my silver? The finely dressed man had searched the person thoroughly, but found nothing. Finally, exhausted from beating, he relented. You're tough. Consider yourself lucky this time. With a final spit, he turned and left, leaving behind the motionless figure on the ground, alive or dead, unknown. After a while, the person gritted his teeth and struggled to rise. With a groan, he spat out a silver ingot. A smile stretched across his blood-stained face as he shakily picked up the silver and headed in a specific direction. Dr. Chun, I've brought money, the youth called hoarsely, knocking on the clinic's door. The doctor who opened the door clearly knew him, surprise and confusion on his face. Why are you covered in blood? I stole from that bully. Didn't you say he always bullies others? This is taking from the rich to help the poor. You foolish boy. Dr. Chun yanked the cheeky lad into the clinic, fearing someone might overhear. After all, in this remote place, those in power were the law itself. Common folk dared not cause trouble. Looking at the somewhat dilapidated clinic and recalling the earlier scene, Fu Qibao finally made up her mind. The silver, earned through a brutal beating, was for the uncle lying in the clinic. Even the doctor couldn't help but marvel that this old man and young boy had managed to pass through bandit territory to reach Qingshan. The youth, hastily cleaned up, hurried to the two. Uncle, are you all right? Seeing the battered young man, the old man quickly rose, taking 3 steps and 2 to reach him. How did you end up like this? If anything happens to you, how can I face your father under heaven's mandate? The youth nonchalantly shook his arm. I'm fine. I can still go out and work to buy medicine for you, uncle. Though somewhat relieved, the old man couldn't shake off his worry, but he refrained from saying more. Seeing that the conversation was winding down, Fu Qibao slowly entered the clinic, walking straight up to Dr. Chun. She pressed the belongings into his hands. Here's some money. Consider it a donation to your clinic. Use it to buy medicine in the future. Taking the banknote, Dr. Chun was shocked. 3,000 taels? Which wealthy young lady was this, to be so generous? He hurriedly tried to return the money, but Fu Qibao flatly refused. Just think of it as for the people of Qingshan. Seeing her insistence, Dr. Chun could no longer decline. He quickly bowed, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. After speaking, Fu Qibao turned to the young man nearby. I heard you're looking for work. My group has just arrived in Qingshan. We're unfamiliar with the area. I need a guide. Are you interested? Once the matter was settled, the young man immediately returned to the back of the clinic, to a small, dim room, to pack his belongings. Sister Li too is wealthy and kind-hearted. In these chaotic times, we'll be safer following her. The old man, still pale, looked at him with concern. If it weren't for what happened back then, why would our young master have to suffer such humiliation? Before he could finish, the young man cut him off. Lin Zai's face darkened. Don't call me young master anymore. What right do I have now? Father is dead. I'm just an ordinary citizen. From now on, you're just my uncle. Hearing this, the old man fell to his knees. Young master, you can't think like that. You're his only bloodline. The young man's movements paused, his voice growing colder. We can barely survive now. How can we talk about restoration? The old man's expression grew more troubled. Now that everyone by your side is gone, if we want to return, we'll have to find another way. Knowing he couldn't change the old man's mind, Lin Zai took out a dark brocade box. Everything was because he feared the box might fall. The old man hurriedly reached out with trembling hands to take it. After all, this was their last memento. If possible, he would rather never have known that secret. What was wrong with living a simple, peaceful life? Without saying more, Lin Zai sighed and packed the box away again. Now, all he could think about was that person. Sister Fu shows kindness even to strangers. By her side, we might find a new path. Having just agreed to hire the two as guide for the team, she suddenly sensed danger approaching. Was this holy maiden with her bewitching abilities friend or foe? And what secrets did Lin Zai and the old man hold? As night fell, the clamor of the day faded, and Qingshan seemed particularly quiet. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks broke the city's silence. The sound of rap, rap, rap shattered the stillness. Dr. Chen hurriedly threw on some clothes and went to the door, wondering which village it might be this time. To his surprise, when he opened the door, he was startled. Outside stood a group dressed in black, led by a woman in white. I'm sorry, we're closed, Dr. Chen said, moving to shut the door. So many people couldn't mean anything good. But the woman in white grabbed the door, effortlessly pushing it wide open with a slight exertion of force. Her eyes were dark as she looked directly at Dr. Chen. In a cold voice, she asked. "Where is Lin Zai?" After extensive investigation, they had learned the boy had been recovering here for the past 2 months. Her prediction couldn't be wrong. He told her, "This morning, he left with a Miss Fu Chi Bao, said they were going to nearby villages for disaster relief." The woman in white looked frustrated. Too late again. Without another word, she turned and left with her group. As his senses returned, Dr. Chen wiped the fine sweat from his brow, feeling a wave of fear. That woman had been rather eerie. They just didn't know what those people were looking for Ling for. It was fortunate that Fu Chi Bao and the others had left at the right time. Time rewound to the morning. Fu Chi Bao, who had intended to stay for 2 days, suddenly felt a tightness in her heart and immediately ordered to set out. Uncle Lin, who was accompanying them, thanked their host for the accommodation while introducing the experiences of the two. Although they had only been in Xinjiang for a little over 2 months, Lin Zai had already traversed Xinjiang in search of medicine, becoming very familiar with all the surrounding villages, big and small. Appreciation flashed in Fu Chi Bao's eyes. After all, to venture out seeking medicine in these chaotic times was already a display of compassion and loyalty. She heard that the local bandits had all been eliminated, with only Tiger's lair remaining. At this rate, its destruction seemed only a matter of time. Lin Zai's unnatural expression quickly caught Fu Chi Bao's attention. She glanced at the young man's clenched fists, her brow furrowing briefly. It seemed this child had also suffered greatly due to the bandit problem. Not wanting to continue this heavy topic, she scratched her head and inquired about the team's destination for this journey. Fu Chi Bao focused slightly, her gaze falling on the mountains outside the window. "Let's go to the poorest and most remote village," she said. Except for a brief rest at noon, the convoy traveled swiftly, finally reaching Yuntai County just before sunset. In no time, the sound of gongs and drums, one after another, spread throughout the small mountain village. Blue Hat banged the gong, shouting, "Free porridge and rice distribution. We have rice and meat, free for everyone to collect. We've long heard of Miss Fu from Jin Province, who helps the poor and saves those in distress. Today, she has finally come to our village." The villagers, who had endured hardship for who knows how long, brought their families to the temporarily erected thatched shed, following the commotion. Fu Chi Bao pointed to the livestock and poultry donated nearby, reminding the villagers they could also take one home. This scene left Lin Zai and his companion dumbfounded. They realized they had indeed attached themselves to a wealthy benefactor, ensuring food and clothing. Just as the team was carrying out their work in an orderly manner, 3 burly men appeared out of nowhere. "Hey, little girl." Fu Chi Bao turned to look, slightly startled, thinking these were troublemakers. Mere tolerance and indulgence would only invite more malice. Besides, helping others could only provide temporary relief. In these chaotic times, the news of someone freely distributing grain quickly attracted those with ill intentions. Blue Hat and the others immediately cracked their knuckles, feeling the journey had been far too peaceful. But just as the two were about to step forward and show their skills, they noticed Fu Chi Bao gesturing for them to step back. "Ah, so boring, so boring. I really want to fight." The two could only lament silently, on the verge of tears. The one-eyed bully at the front sneered, waving the iron rod in his hand. "Be smart and get out of the way yourselves." Fu Chi Bao's expression remained calm. She waved her delicate hand, speaking softly. "If you want to take it, then take it. Take as much as you can." They had expected to intimidate further, but succeeding so easily left them bewildered. "There's only this much grain. If they take it away, you'll have to continue starving. We can't control natural disasters, but relying on others for relief can't save you for a lifetime." Fu Chi Bao didn't linger, stepping aside directly. The villagers began to whisper among themselves upon hearing this. After all, everyone knew the bullies' usual behavior and dared not provoke them. The bullies, completely disregarding the crowd, began to haul away the grain. Lin Zai bit his lip, suppressing the anger and fear in his heart, and quickly stepped out from the crowd. He suddenly leaped, swinging the wooden stick in his hand, bringing it down hard on the lead bully's head. "Let go!" he shouted. Uncle Lin, unable to stop him in time, cried out in panic, "No, while rushing forward. As soon as the words left his mouth, the wooden stick in hand had already struck the bully's face. The entire person was knocked to the ground by the blow. Seeing this, the two men carrying grain immediately surrounded them, glaring fiercely at the young man. They were ready to teach him a lesson. By now, Uncle Lin had positioned himself in front of Lin Zai, trembling as he urged the stubborn youth to run quickly. Before Lin Zai could move, bully number 2 had already planted his foot on the old man's body. His mouth spewed curses and insults. Then the two men turned their attention to Lin Zai, who had dared to stand out. The young man could only curl up on the ground, rolling to protect himself. What can we do? That kid isn't even from our village. Why did he have to stick his neck out? He's going to suffer for this. The onlooking villagers whispered among themselves. The beaten Lin Zai was now pinned down, forced to kneel before the one-eyed bully. He rubbed his swollen face. Damn it, if I don't kill you today, you won't know what I'm capable of. Are you all just going to watch? Are you content with this? You can't even protect what's yours, yet you expect outsiders to save you. The resounding cry was met only with silent resignation from the villagers. How could backs bent for so long suddenly straighten? The one-eyed bully swept his gaze over the crowd, quite pleased. After all, in his view, Lin Zai was merely wasting his breath. He grinned maliciously as he raised the large knife in his hand, ready to dispatch this arrogant boy who had dared to offend him. Justi kvitli. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly hurled a stone, striking his raised right hand squarely. The bully turned, cursing. Who threw that? Do you want to die? Do you know what happens when you anger us? Before he could identify the culprit, a barrage of stones came flying, forcing the three men to cover their heads and scramble for cover. The villagers, who had been cowering moments ago, now wore different expressions. Get out of our village! The bullies, accustomed to preying on the weak, felt an almost tangible pressure that made their backs tingle with fear. With a wail, they turned tail and ran, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. Boss, wait for me. That incredibly cool and awesome retreating figure was none other than our male protagonist, Azay. The bullies who had come to rob were now being beaten back by the villagers, unable to retaliate. Seeing the fleeing men, Lin Zai grinned. What cowards, bullying the weak but fearing the strong. A hand on his arm interrupted the young man's foolish smile. It was one of the villagers from earlier. Thank you, young man. You helped us find our courage again. Otherwise, we might have remained cowards for life. Lin Zai scratched his head sheepishly, a bit uncomfortable with the villagers' sudden enthusiasm. Fu Qibao, though never intervening directly, had been silently observing the transformation of the crowd, feeling quite pleased. What seemed like a minor incident sparked new thoughts in Uncle Lin's mind. He pulled Lin Zai aside. Lin Zai was puzzled. What now, Uncle? He had a feeling he was about to hear more things he didn't want to. Young master, that aura of righteousness you just displayed, leading the people, that's the great power only an emperor possesses. Stop it. The words were cut short. Lin Zai's face darkened, his heart growing even more troubled. But a gentle touch on his head made him start. It was Fu Qibao. The couple had come looking for them when they hadn't returned. Lin Zai, you did well today. I hope you'll continue to stay true to yourself in the future. Lin Zai's mood lifted instantly, filled with joy. He didn't want Sister Fu's kindness and good intentions to be wasted by anyone. Seeing the young man's reaction, Fu Qibao suggested that he notify the villagers. Tomorrow night, everyone should gather in the open area outside the village. Bringing valuable items in the middle of the night, Lin Zai was very confused. He didn't understand what she meant, but the couple didn't explain further. Their faces just turned a bit grim, and they said faintly, for survival. The next day brought rare good weather. The sun was warm, and the breeze gentle. Many people had already gathered here to receive food and meat. The villagers coming and going all wore bright smiles on their faces. Their eyes were full of hope. Moreover, every villager who came here would hear one sentence. At midnight tonight, there will be more rice and grain distributed. Although puzzled, they were willing to wait. After all, in these chaotic times, free distribution was a rare blessing. They would stay up all night for it. To ensure more people would come out, Blue Hat specifically instructed his subordinates to expand the range by another circle. He remembered that early in the morning, Sister Fu had found him and told him to make sure to lure everyone out of their homes before this time. However, one villager said that there was another group of people wearing long robes doing the same thing. Although Blue Hat confirmed with the others from the escort agency that those people weren't with them, he didn't pay much attention to it in his heart. Though he didn't know their identity, Sister Fu had said that the more people who came out, the better. On the outskirts of Qingsheng, on the other side, there was a similar bustle of people coming and going. It was very lively, not at all like a rural area. The Holy Maiden turned to look at the white-robed guards behind her. Her voice was melodious and pleasant. "Is everything taken care of? Most of the poor families have been attracted here. For those unwilling, we'll arrange for the Yuming Lord to forcibly bring them out tonight." Hearing his orderly arrangements, the Holy Maiden nodded slightly. She only asked to do their utmost to save as many people as possible. After speaking, she turned to look at a dark figure in the distance. A faint blush involuntarily rose to her cheeks. That silver hair, that tall and straight silhouette, that innate aura of authority. He had returned. The Holy Maiden surprisingly had the same predictive ability as Qi Bao. Why didn't Zhe, who had returned safely, go find Bao? Time ticked by minute. Everyone waited anxiously for midnight to arrive. Blue Hat led a group of escort agents, giving meticulous instructions. After all, with more people, accidents were more likely to occur. More and more villagers gathered here. The surrounding villages had almost become half empty. The couple sat cross-legged in an open space. The power of fate swirled around them, instantly amplifying their perception. At the same time, deep in the forest, 4 white-robed guards sat in a circle. In the center, the Holy Maiden was also divining. The moon rose to its zenith. Groups of animals darted out from hidden places as if startled by something. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Fu Qibao and the Holy Maiden opened their eyes simultaneously. They whispered in unison, "It's coming." Immediately after, the earth began to shake violently. Several escort agents on patrol lost their balance, falling to the ground dizzy and disoriented. Stones were thrown about, rocks split open, and layers of earth collapsed. Panic screams rose and fell in waves. Blue Hat and his team, who knew in advance, were the first to react. They immediately began rescue operations in an orderly manner. The ground shook more violently. Mountains crumbled and debris filled the air. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Villagers who had optimistically stayed in their homes now tumbled out, rolling and crawling. Everywhere were people with fear-stricken faces. Some panicked individuals stumbled and fell. Their trembling legs couldn't stand up again, leaving them only able to scream. But Fu Qibao, blessed with good fortune, had a remarkably safe and stable area several meters around her. This attracted many villagers to gather near her. After an indeterminate amount of time, the surroundings gradually settled. The still shaken escort guards, after investigating, finally confirmed that the earthquake had ended. Though panicked, the survivors regained their senses. They immediately regarded Fu Qibao as a female bodhisattva. The corners of Qibao's lips curved slightly upward. She wondered how many of Qingqing's citizens Blue Hat and the escort guards had managed to save. The city presented a scene of devastation. Houses had collapsed, and faint cries for help could be heard from those barely clinging to life. "My money, my grain, I must find them." The surviving villagers, with worried faces, sifted through the jumbled rubble. Just then, the son of Qingqing's magistrate approached with a group of Yamen runners. The people initially thought they had come to help. Little did they know, young Master He's mouth twisted into a sneer. Pointing at some villagers carrying bundles, he laughed wickedly. "Seize it all." The Yamen runners complied, forcibly taking the money and grain the people had just dug out. Those who resisted were brutally beaten. Young Master He weighed the money pouch in his hand, looking smug. "The mountains are high, and the emperor is far away. My father is the city lord. What can you do to me? We pay such high taxes for your protection, and now you come to rob us? You're the biggest bandits of all." Seeing someone's defiance, young Master He grabbed a wooden stick, ready to teach the man a lesson about who ruled Qingqing. "Say another word, and I'll kill you." The man's face was ferocious as he raised the stick high. He was about to take the villager's life. The villager's face was filled with terror, his eyes reflecting despair. He weakly raised his hands to shield himself while hurriedly begging for mercy. Before he could finish his plea, a warm liquid splattered across his face, slowly trickling down from his chin. A black-robed man with white hair had appeared out of nowhere, his sword flashing. In an instant, he had severed young Master He's head. The villagers stared at the body that had collapsed before him, unable to process what had happened. His body honestly trembled slightly. Even the nearby Yamen runners were so shocked by this scene that they forgot what they should do. The white-haired man, wearing a terrifying mask, coldly glared. He pointed his long sword and spoke in an icy voice. "Kill them all." His master wanted to strangle him. Punishing him seemed to bring him immense pleasure. This was somewhat perverse. Faced with these black-clad men who killed without blinking, the Yamen runners were both shocked and afraid. But they still had their official status. One of them, feigning composure, spoke in an official tone. "You dare oppose the government? You must be tired of living." Li Ziming narrowed his eyes. He coldly replied, "Sooner or later, I will personally overthrow this rotten-to-the-core dynasty." Such treasonous words immediately made several people feel uneasy. It seemed he had come for them. Seeing the Yamen runners fleeing in panic, he waved his hand. An almost tangible, murderous aura spread out. The black-clad men behind him, following his gaze, surged forward to chase down the scattered Yamen runners. The rest quickly began to aid the injured civilians, a stark contrast to the killing intent nearby. Noticing the newcomers' actions, the survivors felt relieved. Someone had come to stand up for them. Qingcheng was remote, beyond the reach of the imperial court. Magistrate, he was like a local tyrant, oppressing the people and committing all manner of evil. Hearing the people's thoughts, the leader immediately drew his sword and raised his arm, shouting to win hearts for his master. "Don't worry, from now on, you'll have better days. We've come to save Qingcheng." The team split into two groups. One continued to rescue people, while the other headed towards the Yamen, determined to seize control of Qingcheng. The people, desperate after the disaster, rejoiced. They already saw them as saviors. And as for their master, Li Ziming, naturally, he took in all of this. His eyes, seemingly calm on the surface, flashed with a hint of pleasure. It seemed the plan was progressing even more smoothly than imagined. "This chaotic world is as you wished, master." As he pondered, the cold voice of the white-robed holy maiden rang out. Li Ziming turned around. His eyes, usually unapproachable, settled for a moment. He spoke flatly, "Well done." Hearing her master's praise, the holy maiden's eyes lit up. A faint blush colored her cheeks. She then stepped forward, trembling as she touched the man's chest. Her rouged lips parted. "I want master's praise." With that, she fell into his arms. "May I see your face once more?" Though Li Ziming didn't resist her approach, the hand nearing his mask made his brow furrow. He immediately gripped the holy maiden's slender neck. Her fair skin quickly turned purple. She whimpered in discomfort. "I told you not to touch my mask." The man warned dangerously. His voice seemed to freeze over. The bone-chilling threat only made the holy maiden more infatuated. Master is touching me." Before she could savor the feeling, she was thrown aside. The man left with a swish of his sleeve. "Do what you're supposed to do." Gasping for air, the holy maiden coughed lightly. She hurriedly complied, adjusting her breath. After a while, she shakily stood up. From behind came a subordinate's voice. "Holy maiden, the person we've been looking for has been found. They're in Yunkai village now." At these words, the holy maiden's smile grew even brighter. "As long as that person is found, master will be happier." Meanwhile, in Yunkai village, the group from Fukubeo was present. Post-disaster work was proceeding smoothly. Fuchibao was alone in one place. Although the first wave of earthquakes had ended, it was still necessary to confirm if there would be aftershocks. As her divine sense spread out, gradually covering all of Yunkai village and slowly radiating outwards, a white figure caught her attention. That extremely familiar feeling made her frown. The sense of crisis in Fu Qibao's heart suddenly rose. Who was this woman who resembled Fu Lihua? The sacred object equals the system wanting to reclaim it. Another love rival. Qibao and the holy maiden were destined for a battle. To make her master happy, the holy maiden, upon receiving the news, had set out eagerly under the cover of night. As she drew closer to her destination, that familiar pulling force grew stronger. The holy maiden couldn't help but be startled. This is the sacred object. How could our clan's sacred object appear here? Her gaze fixed on what lay ahead. Not only the person master is looking for, but also our clan's sacred object. The holy maiden's expression hardened. Her pace quickened. Meanwhile, Fu Qibao, who had also spread her divine sense, sensed the newcomer's aura similar to the system's. They came with killing intent. It seemed to be the Tianji clan that the system had mentioned earlier. It appeared she couldn't let them sense the power within her. To avoid this, she immediately ordered everyone to pack up and prepare to move. Fortunately, the post-disaster work was nearly complete. This hasty departure made Lin Zai and Uncle and somewhat uneasy. They wondered if those people had found them. Fu Qibao said no more, directly leading the way in a quick escape. That sense of crisis grew stronger. After running for less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the group gradually spread out. Olden, with his poor stamina, had fallen far behind. Just then, a swishing sound was heard. The white-robed holy maiden had appeared in front of the group. "Stop right there." As soon as the words were spoken, the black-clad figures behind swiftly formed a threatening encirclement. "Who are you?" Zhou Quan spoke coldly, showing no sign of retreat despite the opponent's formidable presence. The white-robed holy maiden remained silent. Her eyes, as fluid as water, carefully examined Fu Qibao. Although the sacred aura from earlier had vanished, she was certain it had emanated from the person before her. Fu Qibao was equally on high alert. Both parties concluded that the other was not to be trifled with. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, the holy maiden set aside her faint coldness, deciding to prioritize her master's affairs before considering other matters. She pointed her delicate hand at Lin Zai. Speaking coldly, she said, "You will come with us. I promise not to harm anyone." Fu Qibao stepped sideways, directly raising her hand to stand in front of Lin Zai. Learning that Lin Zai was not acquainted with the other party, she said, "Young lady, you come here aggressively looking for someone, but they don't even know you. Why should they go with you? I'm not negotiating with you. This is an order." The holy maiden's face instantly grew colder. The black-clad men drew their swords. As the atmosphere became tense, the escort agency members showed there were no pushovers. Such arrogance. Fu Qibao's heart sank. These people were all battle-hardened and exceptionally skilled. The escort agency members were no match. If a fight broke out, they would undoubtedly lose. Sacrificing their own brothers for two strangers was clearly not worth it. At this critical moment, Lin Zai, sensing Sister Fu's dilemma, stepped forward directly. "I'll go with you." Olden was both shocked and frightened, pacing anxiously. He grabbed Lin Zai's arm. "Young master, don't. This is for the best. At least no one else will get hurt," he said, leaving without looking back. Seeing Fu Qibao remain silent, Olden could no longer contain himself. He took out a short blade and charged forward. "I'll fight you to the death." As the female protagonist, she possessed enough wit to appear weak on the surface while actually luring the tiger away from the mountain. Having made up his mind, Olden, determined to protect his young master, even at the cost of his own life, thrust his sword at the holy maiden. Faced with the fierce attack, the holy maiden merely smiled contemptuously, truly seeking death. Lin Zai, well aware of the opponent's prowess, furrowed his brow, fearing his only relative might lose his life here. However, before the lone wolf Olden could make any further moves, he was struck on the back of his neck with a chop and immediately fell unconscious. It was Fu Qibao from behind. She silently watched the now calm Old, and seeing how sensible the other party was, the white-robed holy maiden felt bored and directly ordered her men to take the person away. "Sister Fu, thank you for saving my uncle's life," Lin Zai, being restrained, said with tears, secretly relieved. Fu Qibao maintained her silence, her brows slightly furrowed. Hearing this, she merely nodded slightly. The holy maiden cast a meaningful glance. If it weren't for her master's important matters, she would have really wanted to take that person along too. But it didn't matter. There would be another chance next time. The black-clad men gradually disappeared into the dense forest. Fu Qibao watched them leave with an expressionless face. She couldn't implicate the escort agency members and had to find another way. Zhou Quan carefully helped the unconscious Olden up. Everyone looked towards Fu Qibao. "Miss, what do you plan to do?" "Take Olden back to Yunkai village. Help the villagers heal and rebuild the village. I'll be back soon." Although the escort agency members didn't agree, they couldn't change or stop the young lady's decision. Under the moonlight, Fu Qibao changed into invisibility and lightweight clothing, moving with lightning speed. Having achieved their goal, the black-clad men decided to stop traveling and set up camp to rest. However, the surrounding guards were exceptionally vigilant. The holy maiden abruptly tore open Lin Zai's outer garment, which had been tightly bound. Suddenly, a vibrant dragon emblem on the inner lining was revealed. It really is you, Lin Zai, son of the deposed crown prince Li Zai. The holy maiden's face displayed an extremely harmless and gentle smile. The words of the woman in white made Lin Zai's heart skip a beat. How could she know about this? Although your father gave you a meaningful name, hoping that one day you would return to the capital and become the ruler of the country, it's unfortunate. Tell me, where are the imperial seal and the late emperor's edict? The holy maiden leaned in, her voice gradually becoming ethereal. The woman's voice, powerful and carrying a peculiar force, made Lin Zai feel dizzy, his mind becoming sluggish. Unconsciously, he was about to speak. The things are. Just then, a sudden violent noise erupted nearby, accompanied by earth-shaking tremors. The white-robed holy maiden's expression abruptly changed. What's happening? Has the earthquake not ended yet? Seeing that the massive disturbance hadn't subsided and hearing screams in the distance, she lost interest in continuing the interrogation. The group quickly arrived at the source of the sound, only to find a huge crater covered in dust, with no other anomalies. Where did the explosion come from? He had clearly predicted that only that one night would be the most dangerous. Everything should have been fine now. Sensing something amiss, the white-robed holy maiden suddenly furrowed her brow. Not good, it's a diversion. Someone must have taken Lin Zai away. Quickly, go after them. Without further delay, the black-clad men rushed back. Young man, you thought Sister Fu was interested in you? No. She's only interested in your identity. Fu Qibao, finally finding her opportunity, soon located Lin Zai. She hastily tore off an invisibility talisman and approached, her dagger slicing through the air. The ropes binding Lin Zai instantly snapped into several pieces, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Lin Zai, wake up! Fu Qibao patted his face. The dazed Lin Zai finally came to his senses. Sister Fu, how did you get here? Lin Zai could hardly believe his eyes. He stared at her intently. Before Fu Qibao could explain further, a series of noises and shadowy figures appeared in the distance. She quickly grabbed Lin Zai's hand, rushing towards the exit. I came to rescue you, what else? Hurry, run. However, the returning white-robed holy maiden also noticed the two and immediately ordered pursuit. Seeing the black-clad men approaching at lightning speed, Fu Qibao had an idea. She quickly pulled out several explosive talismans from her sleeve and threw them backward. The explosive talismans detonated upon touching the ground. The white-robed holy maiden's group was caught completely off guard. With explosions erupting behind them, Fu Qibao, without looking back, led the way in front. Sister Fu, we can't go that way. That's the largest bandit hideout in the capital, Tiger's Lair. Let's hide there first. If these bandits can hold them off for us, that would be good. Fu Qibao moved swiftly, avoiding the patrolling bandits. She led Lin Zai to a relatively hidden spot and quickly concealed themselves. At that moment, the white-robed holy maiden, along with her black-clad men, arrived outside the mountain stronghold. She frowned slightly, stopping at a distance. The black-clad men were puzzled as to why the holy maiden had stopped. Those two were within reach. Why not pursue them? Tiger's Lair has many people and is formidable. A conflict now wouldn't be wise, and we wouldn't have the upper hand. A trace of anger flashed in the white-robed holy maiden's eyes. They won't get far. Let's go back and report to the master. The group turned around, disappeared into the forest. He was so close. Just a little more, and he would have obtained the imperial seal and the edict. Inside Tiger's Lair, Fu Qibao and Lin Zai were listening to the commotion outside. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Sister Fu. You've saved me once again. Lin Zai wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and spoke. Lin Zai, Li Zai Lin, your father is the crown prince of Ming Dynasty. Fu Qibao looked at him with a calm expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Zai was suddenly shocked, but he quickly understood. His earlier words had been overheard. That's right, I'm the son of the deposed crown prince. The reason I've encountered so many troubles is because of my identity. Fu Qibao didn't speak, but instead fixed her gaze on Lin Zai's face, still bearing traces of youth. Lin Zai, seeing Fu Qibao drawing closer, felt quite at a loss. He didn't know why Sister Fu was staring at him. No wonder she had felt a strange familiarity towards Lin Zai from the beginning. This boy was actually Azay's nephew. Thinking of this, her expression immediately became solemn. This meant the person behind the white-robed woman was Azay. Faced with the invitation from the bandit chief's wife, Fu Qibao surprisingly didn't refuse. As night faded, more people began moving about in the mountain stronghold. The sound of footsteps gradually approached in twos and threes. Someone was coming. Sister Fu. Fu Qibao turned to look, her heart tightening. It was just as they feared. Soon, the two were surrounded. Bandit A grinned lecherously. "Ha! 2 little mice have scurried in." The fat leader, the boss, spoke in a deep voice. "Who are you? What's your relationship with those men in black from earlier?" Fu Qibao put on a timid expression. "We were passing by when they targeted us, robbing us of all our money. This humble girl is willing to offer this last gold ingot to you, sir. We only ask that you don't harm us." The bandit's eyes immediately lit up. The fourth boss rudely snatched the gold ingot and examined it closely. It was indeed a high-purity guanine, but the bandits behind him were somewhat worried. That group of men in black looked troublesome. They wondered if this would bring them problems. But the gold that had fallen into their hands was certainly not going to be given up. The fourth boss tucked the gold into his clothes and waved his hand, ordering Fu Qibao and Lin Zai to be tied up. They would take them to discuss with the big boss. Moving quickly, they soon arrived at the entrance of the main hall. The entire building was rugged and imposing, befitting the first bandit lair in Shu province. "Big boss, look what I brought you." The fourth boss looked towards the head seat, speaking with a respectful and fawning tone. The man in the main seat was of imposing stature, covered in solid muscle. A scar ran from top to bottom across his left eye, giving him a fierce appearance. The big boss didn't speak, but stood up and walked directly to the fourth boss. He delivered a ruthless slap to his face. "Old four, don't think I don't know you pocketed a gold ingot. Good things should be presented to the boss first. Understand." The big boss's ruthless eyes swept over him, speaking while retrieving the gold ingot from his clothes. The fourth boss, having been struck, felt humiliated and resentful, but showed none of it on his face. He quickly nodded and admitted his mistake. This scene, in the eyes of the other bandits, was quite ordinary. Brother Four got taught a lesson by Big Brother again. Having dealt with the family matter, the big boss then turned to look at Fu Qibao and Lin Zai. Their graceful figures caught his eye. He couldn't help but step closer, looking them up and down. He exclaimed, "What a pretty girl." As soon as these words were uttered, Lin Zai immediately became anxious. These bandits were capable of anything. With a sudden headbutt, the big boss stumbled back 2 steps, caught off guard. Regaining his composure, he grabbed the person in one swift motion, sneering coldly. "Are you seeking death?" Fu Qibao spoke softly. The big boss is wise and valiant, a world-class hero. Would he really bother with a mere child? Fu Qibao's voice was soft as she spoke, appealing to the big boss's ego. Evidently, everyone loves to hear flattery. The big boss's lips curled into a smile. Following the instruction, he untied the two. Free from their bindings, the big boss circled Fu Qibao, appraising her. Her beauty and figure pleased him more and more. Deciding to act on his desires, he directly announced, "I, Wang Do, will take this young lady as my mountain bride." Compared to Lin Zai's shocked and panicked reaction, the bandits began to offer congratulations. After all, such a beautiful sister-in-law was rare. "Do you have any objections, beauty?" Wang Dahu seemed to be asking for her opinion, but the dagger in his hand never left Fu Qibao's throat. With a cold glint in his eyes, she gently pushed away the dagger. Her eyes curved into a smile as she softly replied, "No problem." Seeing her calm demeanor, Lin Zai was both anxious and confused, his forehead covered in cold sweat, completely at a loss for the situation. The big boss was momentarily stunned that the delicate beauty before him was willing to marry him. By now, the men in the stronghold had started discussing, praising their leader's keen eye. Ignoring his subordinate's flattery, the big boss stroked his chin. "You're not trying to fool me, are you?" Fu Qibao smiled faintly. Taking 2 steps forward, she slowly spoke, putting forward her conditions. She would marry willingly, but must be a proper marriage with all the necessary rituals. Hearing this, the big boss broke into a broad grin. It was usually him setting the rules, but this time it was the other way around. He immediately ordered his men to make arrangements. After all, As the leader of the stronghold, the wedding couldn't be shabby. As night fell, Fu Qibao and Lin Zai were placed in a guest room in a side courtyard, with 2 guards posted outside. Inside, Lin Zai was very anxious. Seeing his sister's calm attitude, he couldn't help but express his concern. Fu Qibao took a sip of the coarse tea, calmly explaining, "This is just a delaying tactic. After all, we're outnumbered. We can only wait for Tiger's Lair and the men in black to fight each other, then find a chance to escape in the chaos. Plus, with my earlier hints, the big boss is already preparing. He'll surely act before the wedding. When they fight each other, we'll benefit. That will be our best chance to leave." With these words, Lin Zai felt relieved. After pondering for a while, he took out a square brocade box from his inner garment. "Sister Fu, I know you're very capable. I wanted to keep this for me." Fu Qibao was slightly startled. Her fingertips brushed over the brocade box, its intricate carved patterns faintly visible. Rumor had it that the son of the deposed crown prince carried the imperial seal. She didn't refuse, tucking the box in her sleeve. In reality, under the cover of her sleeve, she placed it into her spatial storage. Then she said, "I'll keep it safe for you." After some idle chat, the two were separated and confined. All they could do now was wait. Time flew by quickly. After some reconnaissance, the men of Tiger's Lair finally found the camp of the men in black. The 4th boss, wielding a large sword, shouted with fervor, "Brothers, charge! Wealth and glory await us." His words fired up his men, who charged into the camp, engaging in combat with the men in black. But the 4th boss, though balding, was not short on cunning. He lagged a few steps behind, letting the cannon fodder go first. The once fierce men in black now looked panicked, scattering in all directions, their voices full of despair. Seeing this scene, the 4th boss laughed arrogantly. "These fools, they don't take our Tiger's Lair seriously at all." He was about to show his authority as a boss. Pushing aside the brothers in front of him, he sneered, "This one I'll..." He raised his knife, ready to strike the fallen man in black. The latter's eyes were filled with panic, stumbling backward uncontrollably. "As expected of you two, each with your own hidden agenda. Your surface acts and inner thoughts are exactly the same." The two sides, originally minding their own business, suddenly found the Tiger's Lair men launching a night raid. Seeing the men in black fleeing in panic, the 4th boss's face was full of smugness. His hand never stopped moving. In that split second, an arrow whistled through the air, piercing straight into the 4th boss's shoulder. With a cry of pain, the Tiger's Lair crowd finally noticed human shadows appearing from the reverse scale direction. Such a number of men in black made their hearts sink. This, we're screwed. In just a minute, the sound of footsteps surrounded them densely. The mountain bandits were encircled. Then, a mysterious masked man emerged from the crowd, closely followed by a woman in white. Seeing this, the 4th boss's face changed. How could he not understand? This was a damn trap. But his subordinates behind him were already in a desperate state, vowing to fight their way out. With a loud clang, a large blade suddenly crashed to the ground, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The 4th boss, flushed with anger, fell to his knees with a thud, starting to kowtow and beg for mercy. "Spare my life, hero," he shouted as he crawled quickly to the mysterious man's feet. But before he could grab the hem of his robe, his trouser leg was kicked away. A sharp female voice yelled, "Get lost!" The woman in white glared angrily at the rolling figure. "Don't touch the master with your filthy hands." Her eyes rippled with emotion, silently adding in her heart, "The master is mine." Before the terrified 4th boss could continue wailing, a bag of gold was thrown in front of him. The dazzling golden color made him forget his predicament. He crawled forward on all fours. At the critical moment, just 0.01 centimeters away, the cold touch on his neck made him freeze. The mysterious man's voice, cold as ice, rang out, "Gold or your life? My life, my life. Please don't kill me, hero." The sound of kowtowing accompanied his pleas. But in his heart, it was a different scene. Only children make choices. "I want it all. Lead us into Tiger's Lair, and this gold is yours." Hearing this, the 4th boss understood. He quickly beamed with joy, taking 3 steps in 2, and scooped the gold into his arms. "No problem. Leave it to me." The next day, news of the 4th boss's great victory and million in gold loot had already reached the lair. From afar, one could see a grand procession ascending the mountain, naturally causing a stir in the stronghold. The big boss personally came to welcome them, his face showing satisfaction. "Ha! 4th brother, a great achievement indeed." The 4th boss directly opened the nearest wooden box. "Big brother, all this gold is to show my respect to you. And these captives, they'll be our slaves from now on." As he finished, he lowered his gaze, his eyes flickering. The big boss maintained a composed exterior, but inwardly, he had his own plans. This fat coward has always been afraid of death. This time he won a battle and gave me all the gold. He wanted to see what tricks this man was up to, but he doubted he could pull off any real schemes. The fourth boss, a brother only in name, naturally wouldn't honor the brotherhood. He was also calculating the ownership of the gold in his mind. But Fu Qibao, witnessing this scene, had a slight change in her expression. This wasn't how she had imagined it. It was Qibao's first time wearing a wedding dress, and the groom turned out to be a bandit leader. What was going on? As dawn was just breaking, the entire tiger's lair was filled with a festive atmosphere. Red, the color of celebration, was everywhere, and Fu Qibao, early in the morning, had been meticulously dressed up by the women. A red garment fit her perfectly. As the appointed time drew near, Lin Zai, standing nearby, became increasingly anxious. He was about to pour a cup of water to calm himself when he was suddenly grabbed. Lin Zai looked at Fu Qibao beside him in surprise. "Don't forget we've put drugs in the water. After they're knocked out by the poison, we'll run." The young man swallowed nervously, realizing how close he had come to ruining their plan. "I can't do this. I'm too nervous. I almost messed everything up." But hearing the bustling atmosphere outside the door, he unconsciously gripped the teacup tighter. At this moment, in the main hall of the stronghold, the big boss was drinking merrily with his brothers, full of joy. But the two with ulterior motives were spilling their drinks everywhere. Amid the laughter and chatter, they took advantage of moments when others weren't looking, flipping their wine bowls. This left the nearby underlings completely bewildered. Half a gene doesn't count as drinking. A full gene makes you walk against the wall. They were trying to knock each other out. The two exchanged a knowing glance, followed by another round of toasts. Brothers pretending not to want to drink is just wasting good wine. In the heat of the moment, the fourth boss raised his hand. "Big brother, look at the wedding gift I prepared for you." It was the man in black they had captured yesterday, now to be given as Miss Fu's dowry servant. The big boss was overjoyed, smiling as he called for the matchmaker to bring out the bride. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively. With a ceremonial call, Fu Qibao was led into the great hall. Many eyes turned to look at her. Her delicate face was flawless, her red dress flowing, her skin like jade. She was so beautiful that it was hard to look away. The big boss, seated at the head, naturally saw the beauty in red as well. His expression was one of complete awe. He quickly came to his senses amidst the congratulatory voices, a look of pride crossing his face. He stepped forward to lift the red veil and see the incomparable beauty beneath. But just as his fingertips touched the edge of the veil, something unexpected happened. A man in a crimson brocade robe and mask suddenly burst through the window. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of them, his blade flashing. A glint of light crossed the big boss's chest. Snowflakes brought up a bright red streak on his chest. Fu Qibao's eyes widened suddenly. Everything happened so quickly that they hadn't quite processed it. The stronghold's people, equally caught off guard, finally panicked. Big brother was careless. He didn't dodge. With a glance from the masked man, people who had been lying in wait suddenly sprang into action. Screams and the clash of swords erupted everywhere. Looking at those familiar yet strange eyes, Fu Qibao's heart trembled. It was as if she saw the young man from her memories. One moment, he was at the peak of his life, about to marry a beautiful bride. The next, he lay in a pool of blood, his fate unknown. Seeing the big boss fall to the ground, seemingly lifeless, the fourth boss's heart leaped with joy. His chance had come. He immediately went to the captive man in black, cutting the ropes that bound him with one slash. Now free, the man in black didn't hesitate. He reached into his bosom and pulled out a sharp dagger. He charged towards the still dazed bandits of Tiger's Lair. Only then did everyone realize that the fourth boss had betrayed them, joining with outsiders to attack Tiger's Lair. Screams and sounds of slaughter rose and fell. Seeing this, the fourth boss's face lit up with joy. His mind was full of calculations. I'll be the big boss from now on. But his happiness lasted no more than 2 seconds. A blade slashed across his chest, his mouth filled with bright red blood. "I've long known you had ill intentions. I've been on guard." It was the severely wounded big boss. His trembling body, rapid breathing, clearly showed he was at his limit. He had made up his mind. Even if he died, he would take this traitor with him. He charged at the fourth boss again. The fat man, already scared witless, wore a bitter smile. No longer thinking of resistance, he cried for help. At this critical moment, the masked silver-haired man had already blocked the big cleaver with his sword. His icy voice rang out. "Which hand did you use to touch the veil just now?" Not getting the answer he wanted, the man's hand flashed, and the big boss's right hand was cleanly severed. The overwhelming sense of despair made the big boss fall to his knees with a thud, helplessly begging for mercy. But the silver-haired man's face grew increasingly cold. "You dare to look at my person?" Fu Bao, seeing this from afar, immediately understood and hurriedly called out to stop him. But the big boss, already clinging to life, could only fall back helplessly at this point. The wounded fourth boss got up with a vicious smile and approached, beginning to gloat. But before he could enjoy it for 3 seconds, he was dispatched by a sword from the furious man beside him. Even in death, the fourth boss didn't understand why his master had turned on him. The man's voice was cold and stern. The glaring red dripped from the sword tip to the ground. "A mere insect. What use are you?" With the fall of the two bosses, the bandits' resistance seemed to stall. They turned to look at the masked silver-haired man, their faces filled with shock and fear. The man pointed his long sword. Turning to face the crowd, he announced coldly, "Those who follow me live, those who oppose me die." His eyes swept across the scene like gazing into an abyss. Being cowards afraid of death, they now had no heart for resistance. They all fell to their knees. "We surrender! We surrender! Spare our lives? Great hero! Romance in the blood." It was the sorrow and joy of a long-awaited reunion. I, Li Zemin, have returned from hell. Under the masked man's thunderous methods, the men in black swept through like a storm. All the bandits submitted. After everything had settled, he suddenly turned his gaze to the bride in red behind him. Fu Bao was slightly startled, her face showing unease. Something seemed about to burst from her heart. Before she could make any extra movement, the man's robes fluttered as he strode towards her. Her waist was suddenly gripped by a strong force. She was pulled directly into his embrace. The cold fragrance that filled her nostrils made Fu Bao's heart beat violently. She looked up and began to speak. Go away." The man's brows furrowed slightly, his eyes full of emotion. His hand, tinged with coldness, couldn't help but caress the red silk. "Your veil, only I can remove it. Understand?" His cool voice carried anger and joy. Fu Bao's entire being could no longer remain calm. Her body trembled slightly. This strange, yet familiar voice. "The one who marries, you can only be me. Anyone who covets you should die." Looking at the young man before her, never forgotten from the depths of her memory, Bao couldn't distinguish between reality and dream for a moment. The young man from her memory seemed to have grown taller. That face so unfamiliar, so dangerous. Yet at this moment, a surge of inexplicable anger welled up in her heart. She couldn't help but punch the man hard. 2 years of pent-up painful waiting, grievances, and torment all turned into a series of questioning. Li Zemin, feeling both heartache and guilt, embraced her in his arms. He let a soft sigh. "I'm sorry I'm back. I was wrong before. It won't happen again. Bauer, can you forgive me?" Fu Bao's eyes reddened slightly. "Where have you been these 2 years? You never even sent us a message." Li Zemin looked at his beloved with gentle eyes. He then began to recount his experiences over the past 2 years. After falling off the cliff, he unexpectedly entered Wuyo Valley. He lay unconscious on Hanyu's bed for a year before waking up. He became the destined lord in the prophecy of the Tianji clan. Only after consuming countless heavenly treasures did he gradually grow stronger. But with it came an increasingly cold personality. His memories became blurred, and he would often lose his sanity. Only the protective charm that Fu Bao had given him could bring him back to his senses. Until he opened the barrier of Wuyo Valley, taking on the mission of the Tianji clan to leave the valley and save the chaotic world. To have enough power, they traveled through the western regions, recovering large amounts of gold as military funds. With the gold and the help of the Tianji clan, they finally established the current Yuming army. Hearing Li Zemin's understated description, Fu Bao no longer had the heart to blame him. Her eyes filled with concern. "Ace, you've suffered these past 2 years. It's good that you're back now. We've all been waiting for you." Seeing Fu Bao's worried expression, Li Zemin finally felt at ease. Bao cared for him. Bao still cared about him. Before he could react, Her soft body had already thrown itself into his arms. Her arms tightened slightly around his neck. The anxiety in Li Zemin's heart instantly vanished without a trace. The corners of his mouth also involuntarily lifted. "Aze, I know you came here for the Imperial Edict on Lin Zai and the Imperial Seal. I can give them to you, but please spare him. His existence won't affect you in any way." Li Zemin narrowed his eyes. His expression revealed a trace of an indecipherable emotion. That little brat is actually the son of Crown Prince Mingyu. During the time he was away, how many strange men had appeared around Bao. Sensing the man's jealousy, Fukibao smiled slightly. She took out a brocade box from her space and handed it over. "I know I can't stop your ambition, but at least don't kill innocents. Don't extinguish your own stars." Li Zemin looked at the brocade box in his hand. After a moment of silence, he put it away. He agreed to this matter. Having obtained the desired answer, Fu Qibao also felt relieved. She showed a smile. After a moment of intimacy, Li Zemin left to deal with the remnants of Tiger's Lair. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Fu Qibao to wait for him. Fu Qibao sweetly smiled and promised, "Go ahead. I'll wait for you right here. I won't leave." At this point, he didn't linger any longer. He strode out, his body exuding boundless killing intent and murderous aura. When she was almost alone, Fu Qibao called out to a system that had been playing dead. "System, I feel the current A's isn't right, and the intentions of the Tianji clan don't seem pure. The Tianji clan possesses spirit bodies. Originally, I bestowed power upon them to follow the true Dragon Emperor and end the chaotic era. The imperial aura and meritorious power they obtained allowed them to become stronger, even gaining special abilities and longevity. This was a gift from the heavenly way. Conversely, they were confined in Wuyo Valley, unable to leave except during times of chaos. However, what you just mentioned is indeed a point of doubt. The reason is currently unknown. Fu Qibao frowned. It seems the source of everything is Wuyo. We still need to find a way to go there. Finally, the system reminded Qibao to let Li Zemin commit fewer killings, to set everything on the right track. Just then, a dangerous aura swept over. Fu Qibao's brow twitched, and she swiftly retreated a step. What met her eyes was the figure of a woman, white as snow, with cold features. "What did you do to my master?" Ignoring the woman's words, Fu Qibao raised an eyebrow. A powerful aura suddenly burst from her body as she fearlessly met the challenge. With a sidestep, she easily dodged the sharp dagger. With a twist of her wrist, a forceful move, and the dagger in the woman's hand lost control and fell away. The remaining eyes revealed shock and anger. One hand gripped the slightly trembling wrist, her pretty face slightly sinking. But Fu Qibao was no longer the sheltered young lady of years past. 2 years of tempering. Her skills were not to be underestimated. Catching the dagger, Fu Qibao spun around to the holy maiden's back. "Don't move," a cool voice sounded. The cold at her neck caused a bead of cold sweat to form on the holy maiden's forehead. Outwardly aloof and proud, the pure and self-disciplined holy maiden of the Tianji clan turned out to be a masochist. Faced with the specially treated Fu Qibao, the holy maiden clearly lost her composure and directly attacked. But Fu Qibao was fearless. With the system's help, she easily overpowered her. The holy maiden's eyes revealed shock and anger as she coldly spoke. "You stole our Tianji clan's sacred object, and now you want to steal my master." Fu Qibao's fine brows furrowed slightly. She casually pushed the person away. "What nonsense are you spouting? The power of the sacred object is clearly on you. Our Tianji clan's sacred object was stolen by you." Hearing this, Fu Qibao immediately laughed. "The spiritual object chooses its master. Does this mean I'm a holy maiden?" At these words, the holy maiden's heart shook violently. How did this woman know about their identity and the sacred object? "Regardless of whether you have the ability to kill me or not, if you harm me in the slightest, guess how your master will deal with you." Faced with Fu Qibao's mockery, the holy maiden's pretty face darkened. She was clearly wary of her master's orders, but some personal matters still needed to be dealt with. "Who exactly are you? Why are you so close to my master?" Fu Qibao revealed a contemptuous expression. "My name is Fu Qibao. Imri Zamin's fiancée. Do you have a problem with that?" "Fi fiancé." The incredulous holy maiden was as if struck by lightning, seemingly dazed for a moment, as if her brain had short-circuited. Then she shouted in disbelief and charged forward. She couldn't believe that her beloved master actually. But before she could get half a step closer to Fu Qibao, a sharp sword came flying through the air, piercing the ground right in front of her. The holy maiden's body suddenly froze. She looked at the still quivering long sword on the ground. This was her master's sword. Then she turned to look toward the doorway. Fu Qibao also seemed to sense something and raised her eyes to look at the newcomer. It was none other than Li Ziming, who had just finished dealing with Tiger's Lair. He walked towards the two, his face expressionless, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The holy maiden's expression froze. She anxiously called out, "Master," but before she could continue, she was struck across the face with a slap. Her body tilted slightly from the impact. This action shocked both the Lord of the Netherworld and the leader of the Tianji clan behind her. He had actually hit the holy maiden. Looking at the holy maiden, her cheeks were flushed with a faint blush. Her mind was filled with thoughts of, "Master has caressed me again." The clan members, feeling indignant on behalf of their holy maiden, began to speak up, condemning Li Ziming for treating her this way. But the Lord of the Netherworld, who only followed Li Ziming's lead, didn't care about this. He angrily retorted, "What are you dogs barking about?" The holy maiden, at the center of the event, finally came to her senses. This was clearly a loving caress. What were they arguing about? Seeing the two sides, each sticking to their own views, Fu Qibao furrowed her brow slightly. It was indeed as she had suspected. These Tianji clan members, who had been following Ah Ze in his conquests, did not have pure intentions. It wasn't all for the sake of merit. Thinking of this, she suddenly burst out with an intimidating aura, shouting, "Stop arguing." The Tianji clan, particularly familiar with biological forces, were all startled. They turned back, shocked by such powerful biological energy. Then they fell to their knees. Although they had never seen it before, the clan rules ingrained in their bones left them unable to refute. Li Ziming, standing to the side, wore a face full of pride, his eyes fixed on Fu Qibao like a proud father. As expected of his woman, "What are you doing?" "I am your holy maiden," the holy maiden exclaimed in exasperation. Why was her power stronger than her own? At these words, some of the Tianji clan members stood up while others remained kneeling, unsure of what to do. Although the holy maiden felt confusion and doubt in her heart, she couldn't admit to not being recognized. She directly challenged Fu Qibao, wagering her position as holy maiden. How shall we compete?" Fu Qibao revealed a contemptuous expression. She casually said, "Before the master becomes emperor, whoever achieves greater merit will be the holy maiden. If you lose, you must hand over the sacred object." Fu Qibao curled her lips, a hint of a smile appearing in her eyes. This directly broke through the holy maiden's defenses. "What are you smiling at?" Fu Qibao made no attempt to hide her emotions. After all, this was a potential love rival. "If you insist on this, then I'll do everything in my power to drive you away from the master's side." The position of holy maiden offered up like this. Fu Qibao certainly couldn't pass it up. She immediately agreed to the bet. Then she turned and walked towards Ah Ze, leaving behind a stone-faced holy maiden standing dumbfounded. Of course, she didn't forget to bring Lin Zai to Li Ziming. After all, they would have to face each other sooner or later. "Lin Zai, don't be afraid. He should possibly, maybe not be a bad person. Although your birth father caused trouble in Jin province, I didn't kill him. The one who died was just a body double." Li Ziming paused, stepped forward, and continued, "If there's a chance, I can arrange for you to meet." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zai became excited. He had never imagined that one day he would be able to see his father again. As for Li Ziming, the Crown Prince Mingyu was much more useful alive than dead. Naturally, there was no need to kill them. Tightening his hand at his side, Lin Zai could barely contain his anticipation. Unable to express his current feelings, he simply bowed deeply in gratitude. Life is what you fight for yourself. Why thank others? With that, he took Fu Qibao's hand and walked out. Watching their fingers intertwine, the leftover woman was left with nothing but impotent rage. She silently vowed to drive away this third party. After the mountain stronghold was tidied up again, the two returned to their previous room, intending to change out of these cumbersome wedding clothes. But looking at the man's sparkling eyes, Fu Qibao felt confused. Then suddenly, a flash of realization hit her. In an instant, she understood what Li Zemin was anticipating. Her cheeks flushed red, and she quickly stepped forward to cover the man's eyes. "When will you wear this outfit for me?" Li Zemin's low, magnetic voice sounded. Meeting those incredibly beautiful eyes, Fu Qibao's heart began to race uncontrollably. Her lips parted as she spoke. She couldn't help but reach out her hand to trace the man's mature facial features. "Li Zemin, have you really come back to me? I'm so afraid this is just a too beautiful dream." Hearing her confused murmur, Li Zemin lowered his gaze, his expression focused and gentle. "If you don't believe it, pinch me and see." Then, using Fu Qibao's hand, he applied some pressure. His brows furrowed slightly as he let out a soft cry. "Ouch!" Fu Qibao. Seeing this, she quickly withdrew her hand, looking at the man with concern. The latter wore a doting expression. "It still hurts, so this isn't a dream." Following Fu Qibao's hand, Li Zemin stood up and pulled her close. An intoxicating, cool fragrance enveloped them. Their eyes met, each only able to contain the existence of the other. As the romantic atmosphere slowly spread, he slightly curved his lips. He couldn't help but lean down, lifting the young woman's delicate chin, and kissed her deeply. The warm sensation, Fu Qibao widened her eyes in disbelief. Then, a tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. Faced with Li Zemin's passionate intimacy, she suddenly wrapped her arms around the man's neck, stood on her tiptoes, and began to respond. Li Zemin's face also revealed a delighted expression. He tightly embraced the young woman in his arms and fell onto the bed. At this moment, after expressing their feelings, they could no longer suppress the emotions in their hearts. The two hearts drew closer than ever before. Gently undoing the curtains, the red clothes were shed, their feet intertwined. The candle flickered gently, adding an intoxicating aura to the air. The next day, with his beloved by his side, Li Zemin shed his usual coldness. The low pressure that usually surrounded him had disappeared. Seeing him laugh heartily after joining with the Blue Hat Society, Fu Qibao couldn't help but feel overjoyed. In just a few days, the Yuming army led by Li Zemin and the White Robe Guards completely took over Qingcheng. As the city lord, he directly announced that Qingcheng would break away from imperial control, no longer subject to the court's taxes and labor burdens. For a time, the common people all applauded. They had been struggling to make ends meet, and the government still forcibly collected various taxes. In the middle of the same year, the emperor, long suffering from the effects of opium, finally succumbed to his deteriorating body and anger, passing away. And due to the incident with the Chu Yunzi demon, the crown prince, who had lost trust, couldn't receive the late emperor's throne. Under the sole direction of Duke Qin, the fourth prince finally succeeded in ascending to the throne, set to be crowned in a month. Qin Rui became the actual ruling regent, and his son Qin Haojuan was also appointed as the great general of national defense. In comparison, Qin Haojuan, like a decaying wood, was as thin as a rake, looking even older than his father by several years. With the new emperor's ascension, he ordered extensive palace renovations and large-scale construction. Not only did he forcibly recruit 30,000 male laborers, but he also increased taxes for a year. How could the people, who had just emerged from a drought, bear this? Complaints and curses filled the air. The ageless general pleaded for the people, requesting the new emperor to ease the burden on the people and revoke the orders for palace renovations and increase taxes. But the new emperor's first imperial decree was met with opposition. How could he tolerate the current state of the Duke Qin's household, with its vast wealth and influence? How could Qin Rui tolerate the Mu family's rise? Combined with years of long-held ambitions, old General Mu was directly reprimanded on the spot, fined 3 years' salary, and escorted out of the court by guards, utterly disgraced. At this moment, the matter of Qingcheng's administration finally caught the new emperor's attention. Under Qin Rui's scheming to weaken the power of the Duke Zheng's household, the two quickly agreed and directly appointed that man to lead the campaign. The court was in great turmoil. The Qin family manipulated things from behind the scenes. This time, brother Qin Xian was to be used as their pawn. Qingcheng, which had just welcomed peace and stability, was once again thrown into upheaval, all because the court was sending troops to suppress it. In the council chamber, Li Zemin sat at the head, looking at the person beside him, his eyes filled with tenderness. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, the holy maiden spoke up first. If it's misfortune, the one coming is the strongest general in the entire empire. In terms of individual and leadership abilities, he's also the only one who can rival our master. This will be a fierce battle. But as she spoke confidently, she noticed the two people opposite her smiling silently. She felt somewhat flustered. The news had been confirmed days ago. Under Qin Rui's special suggestion to the new emperor, Mu Qianxian would lead the army into battle. As longtime close friends, Fu Qibao and Li Zimin knew his nature well. He would certainly not engage in battle lightly. Fu Qibao's eyebrows lifted slightly. She paused, then stood up and said, "So, your divination skills are not yet perfected." Walking 2 steps closer to the Holy Maiden, she continued, "There won't be any battle at all. We'll resolve everything peacefully." The Holy Maiden, unable to agree, furrowed her brow. Of course, she confidently proposed, "Let's make a bet on this." Fu Qibao was more than willing. Resolving this potential landmine early was not a bad choice. Finally, she didn't forget to restate the terms of their bet. "If I'm wrong, the sacred object is yours. If you're wrong, the position of Holy Maiden is mine." After marching for several days, the imperial army finally arrived at the city gates. Li Zimin and Fu Qibao stood atop the high wall. Their gazes simultaneously fell on the blue-robed man at the front. It was none other than Mu Qianxian, whom they hadn't seen for a long time. When the army reached 3 li from the city, Mu Qianxian raised his hand, signaling the troops to wait where they were. Everyone knew the court was here to suppress Qingcheng. Why weren't there any soldiers guarding the city? As he pondered this puzzle, a creaking sound was heard. The city gate was actually opening from the inside. Mu Qianxian suppressed his confusion but tightened his grip on the reins. His eyes fixed steadily on that figure. A woman in white walked out casually, her robes fluttering. That familiar face was none other than Fu Qibao. Recognizing her, Mu Qianxian dismounted and approached. The 2 old friends greeted each other directly, but the soldiers behind him didn't understand. They raised their bows and shouted, "Who goes there? Don't approach our general." Fearing his family might be hurt, Mu Qianxian quickly waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to lower their bows. He went forward to negotiate. Though the soldiers were confused, they strictly followed military orders, but their eyes remained fixed on that white figure. "How are you here?" Just as he wanted to have a good conversation with Fu Qibao, he suddenly felt a chill. It was Li Zimin, who had followed closely behind. This possessive aura immediately gave Mu Qianxian a headache. The joy of reunion gradually faded. The person in his heart had never belonged to him, neither in the past nor in the future. Subsequently, after negotiations between both parties, the imperial army directly camped outside Qingcheng, awaiting orders. Mu Qianxian, accompanied by only 2 or 3 attendants, entered the mansion together. Upon hearing about Li Deming's experiences over the past 2 years, he couldn't help but sigh at the twists of fate. They had unexpectedly reunited in such a manner. Li Deming's lips curled into a slight smile. He spoke frankly, "Brother Mu, knowing it's you leading the troops, I'm pleased." However, the soldiers watching the 2 men chat amiably were perplexed, unsure of their commander's intentions. Perhaps he was trying to persuade them to surrender? Just then, the Holy Maiden suddenly burst through the door, her face contorted with madness. The dagger in her hand lunged straight towards Mu Qianxian, with 2 armies facing each other. The enemy commander had seemingly been lured to our side. The uninformed Holy Maiden felt her master was ingenious. Seeing the woman who appeared so abruptly, Mu Qianxian sprang to his feet, drawing his sword. "Who goes there?" Before the Holy Maiden could get close, a figure flashed by even faster. Mu Qianxian met the attack, raising his leg, and with one kick, sent the excited Holy Maiden flying backwards. A scream echoed through the hall. The Holy Maiden caught off guard. Her back slammed hard against the unyielding floor with a dull thud. Li Deming's face darkened. He took 2 steps forward, looking down at the foolish Holy Maiden. Clutching her aching chest, she asked in confusion, "And Master, why?" Li Deming's gaze turned cold, his voice even colder. "Don't presume to guess your master's intentions." Without lingering, he directly ordered the Lord of the Netherworld outside to drag her away and keep her under strict guard. The Holy Maiden, still feeling wronged, remained defiant. She screamed, "Master, you'll regret this. You'll definitely regret this." Her voice faded away. With the self-righteous Holy Maiden gone, those in the hall resumed their previous conversation. Li Zimin turned to look at Mu Qianxuan, sighing lightly. It's fine if Brother Mu finds this amusing. Besides, she couldn't have harmed me in the slightest. Mu Qianxuan spoke calmly, not taking it to heart. He sat back down. At this moment, he was more curious about what Li Zimin meant earlier when he said he was glad Mu was leading the troops. Although we are old friends, you're now rebels. If we can't reach an agreement today, we'll inevitably face each other in battle. Li Zimin waved his hand, chuckling lightly. Brother Li, you misunderstand. I'm not here to negotiate with you. He then turned to Mu Qianxian. After all, whether this war happens or not is up to you to decide. Upon hearing this, the latter was even more confused. Before he could ponder, his wrist was suddenly grabbed. Fu Qibao pulled him directly towards the exit. Come, Brother Mu. We want to show you something. The two didn't say much as they walked. Mu Qianxuan could only follow closely behind to see what this was about. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of Qingcheng. From afar, they saw several villagers in coarse cloth, happily holding freshly picked corn. Looking around, the corn crops were thriving everywhere, a rare sight given the current natural disasters and calamities. Seeing the three approach, Ming Fu quickly came over with a smile. Miss Qibao, hello. Fu Qibao's eyes curved in a smile. She waved, greeting them warmly. The scholar, without any reservations, and two elderly people picked up bundles and tried to stuff them into their arms. After all, in times of war and chaos, grain was precious. A bewildered Mu Qianxian couldn't handle it all. He awkwardly held 2 bags of corn, stunned and grateful. After giving the gifts, the two didn't linger. You're Miss Qibao and the city lord's friend, so you must be a good person. Helpless, Mu Qianxian looked at the corn in his arms, unsure what to do. He turned to Fu Qibao, but you're not really the city lord. Why were they interrupted before finishing their words? He simply said, follow us, and that was it. Fu Qibao and Li Zimin turned and continued forward. Mu Qianxian could only bury his questions in his heart. Passing through the border, the group arrived at the government office on the west side of Qingcheng. This place had already been taken over by Li Zimin, and in the northwest corner of the back cliff, there was an independent room. After ordering the lock to be removed, the three walked straight in. Mu Qianxian, not understanding, followed Li Zimin and Fu Qibao all the way to a private room in the Qingcheng government office. As soon as the cabinet door was opened, several blue-gray account books fell out. With a few thuds, they stirred up a lot of dust. Looking at the fallen open pages, Mu Qianxian was stunned for a moment before picking up the account books. But when he saw the contents clearly, his heart shook violently. What was recorded was actually Qingcheng's tax records for more than a decade. Qingcheng was remote and far from the capital. The taxes set by the court were relatively light. Why did the account books show that the government collected twice as much? Hearing this, Li Zimin said bluntly, you, a noble raised in the capital, wouldn't understand. He then turned and scanned the entire room. There are many more false and erroneous accounts, wrongful and mistaken cases here. Take your time to look. Mu Qianxian suppressed his shock, sat down on the floor, clearly in a posture ready to face the truth head-on. Li Zimin and Fu Qibao tacitly stepped back a bit, leaving enough space for him to process. Mu Qianxian casually picked up an account book and began to flip through it. From dawn to dusk, those records, line by line, made his entire heart gradually sink. The expression on his face grew increasingly gloomy. Something was shaking in his heart. After a long while, he suddenly closed the account book in his hand and got up to walk towards Li Zimin and Fu Qibao. I had already understood Qingcheng's situation before my expedition. These records of the past decades don't match the court's files at all, or even worse. Li Zimin's expression remained calm, his gaze falling on the latter. Now you understand why Qingcheng welcomed us, right? After we took over Qingcheng, we not only re-examined wrongful and false cases, but also distributed free seeds. All people can eat their fill, plus being originally a military force. We farm in peacetime and fight in wartime. Self-sufficient, never taking a penny from the people. Li Zimin pushed open a side window, continuing, having food to eat, clothes to wear, and a home to return to is the most difficult. And the prosperous scene of peace and contentment outside the window vividly depicted the real meaning of these words. Mu Qianxian, do you have the heart, or rather, do you have the right to destroy such a beautiful city? This question directly struck Mu Qianxuan's heart, making it tremble. The conflict in his heart left him unable to speak for a moment. Now that the new emperor has ascended the throne, he's engaging engaging in massive construction projects, widely recruiting laborers, harming the country and the people. The world is in misery. Brother Mu, do you really think the dynasty you support is right? Fu Qibao looked at him with deep eyes. Mu Qianxian didn't know what to do for a moment, covering his face in pain. Knowing the times were not peaceful and the situation was difficult, Fu Qibao and Li Zimin tacitly left the room. He, having received such a shock, also needed to calm down. As for their departure, Mu Qianxian, deeply immersed in self-doubt, didn't notice at all. Fu Qibao looked back, sighing slightly in her heart. She just hoped he could think it through. Li Zimin's indifferent voice sounded. Reality is just that cruel. We don't necessarily need his strength. If possible, he didn't want to kill a former good friend. Moreover, in these times, good people are rare. Living in the high halls of power, it was already difficult to understand the hardships of the lower classes. Mu Qianxian, who had recognized the true face of the dynasty, the new emperor's taxes, caught between a rock and a hard place, increasing more and more. More and more people had no way to survive. They left their homes in droves, seeking refuge in Qingcheng. Watching as Qingcheng accepted more and more people, Mu Qianxian felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite describe. Just then, a rider on a fast horse arrived. The soldier shouted loudly, took a few steps forward, fell to his knees, and exclaimed, "General, the court has issued an order to expedite the battle, urging us to quickly deploy troops and pacify Qingcheng." As soon as the soldier finished speaking, Mu Qianxian took the battle order. Under the soldier's astonished gaze, he tore it into pieces. He casually tossed away the paper scraps, looked around, and shouted loudly. When a general is in the field, he may disobey the emperor's orders. After saying this, he left without further delay, taking large strides away from the place. Whether to deploy troops and when to do so, he would decide. In an inconspicuous corner behind him, a soldier witnessed this scene and decided to relay this news back to the city. Within an hour, Li Deming received this news. He immediately called for Fu Qibao to discuss it together. Fu Qibao picked up the confidential letter on the table. After reading its contents, she was still somewhat surprised. Brother Mu refused to deploy troops. Mu Qianxian was too upright, inflexible, and did not have a deep understanding of the court. His knowledge of the evils of the world was even more shallow. Fu Qibao's thoughts were the same. Now that the Qin family controlled the court, the Mu family's era was not like before. Thinking of this, Qibao's brows furrowed slightly. Qin Rui probably couldn't wait for the Mu family to make a mistake, to find an excuse to uproot them completely. Hearing this, Li Zimin turned to look at Blue Hat, take the people from the escort agency, and rush to the capital. Secretly protect the Mu family. Fu Qibao, beside him, didn't forget to remind, while protecting the Mu family, also take care of the Jin family. After all, that's where A's is. Li Zimin's eyes flickered slightly. It's time to let them know I'm still alive. I wonder how Uncle and the others are doing. Blue Hat immediately assured he would definitely complete the mission perfectly, putting the two masters at ease. But at this moment, far away in the imperial palace in the capital, it was a different scene. The new emperor was furious, throwing the battle report in his hand to the ground. This Mu Qianxian dares to refuse my order. As his anger surged, wanting to continue venting, he heard a chuckle from the side. What's so funny? Imperial Uncle Qin Rui lightly tapped his teacup, sniffed the faint tea fragrance, then took a small sip before setting the cup down. He replied, "Your Majesty, when we initially sent Mu Qianxian to battle, we didn't really count on him. We just wanted to use him to weaken the Mu family's army. Now that he openly defies orders, isn't he just walking right into our trap? Your Majesty, you're being foolish." A hint of cruelty flashed across Qin Rui's face. He squinted his eyes in a smile. We shouldn't let this gift of a head go to waste. The new emperor looked at Qin Rui, his face full of delight. When you put it that way, I can't help but admire Imperial Uncle's foresight. Then, the two men exchanged glances and simultaneously burst into laughter, truly a picture of conspiring wolves. The new emperor immediately ordered the Mu family's mansion to be sealed off. No one was allowed to enter or leave. Mu Qianxian was to be recalled to the capital under charges. Mu Qianchuan's inner thoughts were exposed. Under the holy maiden's manipulation, he actually revealed his true feelings to Fu Qibao. In the prison of Qingcheng, the holy maiden confined there hadn't caused much trouble. Instead, she had become quite well-behaved, and after several days of rest and recuperation, her constantly depleted spiritual power showed signs of breakthrough. The holy maiden stood up, facing outside the cell. Her ethereal voice sounded, "Hey, come here. I have something to report to the master." The soldier turned his head in response. He pondered in his mind. His eyes were already blindfolded. Thinking that it shouldn't pose much danger, he stepped closer. He inquired about the holy maiden's divine beast, but she didn't respond. Instead, she imperceptibly curled her lips. At that moment, beneath the black cloth, her eyes flashed with an unusual light. Her gaze, now bright, locked directly onto the soldier's eyes. Staring into those eyes, the soldier fell into a trance, as if his soul had left him. A series of bewitching whispers echoed in his ears. "Unlock it," came the holy maiden's cool voice. Without hesitation, the soldier took out the key and opened the cell. Now, nothing could stop her steps. In an instant, the damp and dark corridor was filled with unfortunate soldiers. Having left the prison, the holy maiden scanned her surroundings, then swiftly tore off the bothersome black cloth. With a few leaps, she left the place. Soon after, she arrived at the location where Li Ziming and Fu Qibao were. From a room with scattered lights, faint voices could be heard. Following the sound, the holy maiden came to a window. She muttered under her breath, "I've finally found you, Fu Qibao." At this moment, she no longer cared about clan rules. Her delicate face was contorted with ferocity. Gritting her teeth and clenching her fists, she thought, "How dare you steal my master? I don't care who you are, I will definitely kill you." As the holy maiden was immersed in her own emotions, a sudden thud caught her attention. She turned her head toward another courtyard gate. It was Mu Qianxian. He was sitting dejectedly by the pond, surrounded by dozens of wine jars. Numbed by alcohol, Mu Qianxuan's heart was wide open. His brows furrowed as he unconsciously murmured, "Qibao, my treasure." Hearing this, the holy maiden's heart leapt with joy. It was as if someone had sent her a pillow while she was sleepy. Mu Qianxian actually liked Fu Qibao, and now he was drunk. This was when he'd be most susceptible to enchantment. "Hee, I've thought a fun idea," she grinned. The holy maiden's form flickered, and she landed beside Mu Qianxian. She kicked away the obstructing wine jars and stepped closer. Mu Qianxian started, turning his head to rebuke, "Who's there?" His hazy eyes immediately fell into the vast night sky. The holy maiden drew closer, her ethereal and melodious voice sounding. "Loving someone you can't have must be very painful. Let me help you get him. As long as you do as I say, you can have him." One by one, the bewitching words sank deep into Mu Qianxuan's heart. His already alcohol-addled thoughts became increasingly unstable, until she said, "You could be together forever and ever." His heart was completely lost in the holy maiden's enchantment. Fu Qibao, who had been resting inside, suddenly heard 2 knocks on the door. She thought, "Is that Aze returning?" Without suspicion, Fu Qibao got up to welcome him. She called out, "Aze," while opening the door. But the sudden appearance of an unexpected figure startled her, causing her to step back. "Brother Mu?" At that moment, the person outside directly embraced her, softly calling her treasure. A strong smell of alcohol spread around. Mu Qianxian applied slight force, as if wanting to meld Fu Qibao into his body. His mouth began to express the feelings buried deep in his heart. Bewitched without realizing it, Mu Qianxian suddenly couldn't control himself and approached Fu Qibao. With thoughts subtly at work in his mind, Mu Qianxian didn't say much more, but pulled Fu Qibao towards the outskirts. The holy maiden, who had been closely watching the two, followed right behind. She was clearly looking forward to what was about to happen. The night deepened, and the evening breeze picked up. The two quickly arrived at a cliff. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Mu Qianxian suddenly released the soft hand he held, standing at the edge of the cliff. "What are your future plans with Brotherly?" Fu Qibao rubbed her wrist. He responded softly, "Nothing special." Yet inwardly, he became exceptionally cautious. He sensed something strange about Brother Mu tonight. Thinking it might be due to the alcohol, he suggested heading back first. But just as he reached out his hand, Mu Qianxuan let out a scornful laugh. He looked up at the distant crescent moon. "Bauer, there's something I've always wanted to ask you." As he spoke, he turned to face Fu Qibao. His eyes gleamed with a faint light, filled with hope and expectation. "If Li Zimin didn't exist, would you be be with me? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Fu Qibao didn't notice his unusual state. She hesitated only briefly before speaking. She firmly rejected Mu Qianxuan, her gaze meeting his directly. I wouldn't, Brother Mu. There's no if. I don't want to discuss this hypothetical. I hope you won't entertain such thoughts. Fu Qibao's frankness and directness made it even harder for Mu Qianxuan to suppress his emotions. His whole being radiated despair and sorrow. Bauer, you're not even willing to humor me. I truly envy him. But more than that, suddenly his tone changed. His voice turned cold and harsh. I hate him. I hate that he appeared in your life. I hate that he captivated you. All this time, I've never had you for even a second, yet I've lost you countless times in my heart. Fu Qibao paid no attention to his words. Those oddly colored eyes were particularly striking at that moment. Brother Mu, you've been bewitched. Deeply immersed in his emotions, Mu Qianxuan remained unmoved. His expression became distant and sickly. Yes, I've been bewitched by that woman, but I feel clearer than ever before. If not for her, I'd never have dared to speak these words from my heart. His obsessive words were hard for Fu Qibao to accept. Mu Qianxuan's face grew increasingly ferocious, filled with a sense of catharsis. The holy maiden, watching this scene from her hidden spot, felt both shocked and frightened. To be aware of being bewitched, he's truly extraordinary. Eager to break the holy maiden's control over Mu Qianxuan, Fu Qibao grabbed his wrist, intending to take him back. But the entranced Mu Qianxuan paid no heed. He gripped her hand in return, pulling her slightly towards him. Fu Qibao, caught off guard, stumbled forward, her body propelled by the momentum. Bauer, I've decided. I want to be with you forever and ever. The resolute words echoed in her ears. Fu Qibao watched the falling Mu Qianxuan, only managing to let out a cry of shock. At the edge of the steep cliff, two figures, one in blue and one in white, swept past. Their robes fluttered as they plummeted, as if descending into the abyss. The eternal second male lead, driven by his inner desires, was about to jump off the cliff with his beloved. The wind howled. The sensation of falling was suddenly halted. Fu Qibao's suspended body swayed involuntarily. Looking up, she saw that Mu Qianxuan had, in the nick of time, grabbed onto a protruding branch on the cliff face. Witnessing their narrow escape, the holy maiden cried out in surprise. She hadn't anticipated such a turn of events in what seemed a foregone conclusion. A slight tearing sensation at her wrist made Fu Qibao furrow her brow. She softly inquired about Mu Qianxuan's current state. He gritted his teeth, looking down at her. His eyes flashed with struggle, his pupils flickering between light and dark. Fu Qibao exclaimed joyfully, Brother Mu, one of your eyes has returned to normal. You've resisted the holy maiden's enchantment. But Mu Qianxuan said nothing. He leaned his body slightly, and with a burst of strength, flung Fu Qibao up onto the cliff's edge. Once she was safe, he quickly moved to help. Mu Qianxuan gazed into those eyes, filled with guilt and self-reproach. I'm sorry, he said. Fu Qibao looked worriedly at the man who was breathing heavily. She interrupted, Let's not talk about this now. We need to leave this place immediately. But the holy maiden nearby naturally wouldn't let them have their way. She immediately channeled her spiritual power, regaining control once more. Suddenly, a piercing pain like needles struck. Mu Qianxuan's head felt like it was about to split open. He clutched his head with both hands, unable to hold back a loud cry. That strange power entwined like fine threads. The more he struggled, the tighter the restraints became. Blood-tinged sweat seeped from his forehead. Just then, Mu Qianxuan suddenly drew a short dagger and plunged it directly into his arm. Fu Qibao watched in shock, her eyes fixed on him. Expressionless, he pulled out the dagger. His body trembled slightly. The vivid red quickly spread, dripping onto the ground by his feet. Mu Qianxuan steadied his breathing. His eyes completely regained their clarity. It seemed he had used the pain to thoroughly break free from the holy maiden's control. After a moment of silence, he suddenly turned his head toward a cluster of trees. Following his earlier sense, he was certain that person was there. The holy maiden, hidden there, seemed to sense something. She involuntarily took 2 steps back. This man, what powerful willpower. Before she could think further, Mu Qianxuan had already charged over with his dagger. His murderous aura terrified her. Wah, don't come any closer, she cried. The holy maiden, her face ashen, screamed while fleeing. She couldn't help but turn back to look at her pursuer, Mu Changxuan. At this moment, there was no trace of chivalry towards women. With a flying kick, he sent her crashing into an old tree trunk. As the holy maiden tried to speak, she felt the cold blade of the dagger at her throat. Cold sweat trickled down her cheeks. Mu Qinshuan's cold eyes locked onto the holy maiden. His voice was low and hoarse. "Don't move. You can't escape." Just as the holy maiden felt all hope was lost, a dense sound of footsteps came from deep in the forest. Seeing who had arrived, her demeanor changed completely. She mockingly said, it's you who have nowhere to run. The white robe guards are all my people." Seeing themselves surrounded, Mu Qianxian and Fu Qibao both froze. "We're in trouble," they said in unison.